Chapter 41. The sky gradually darkened. The students in the 3 first-year classes were gathered in their respective classrooms, preparing for the upcoming duel. In the brightly lit classroom, Su Jintang stood at the podium, raising his hand to signal for silence. The previously noisy sounds instantly ceased, and everyone's eyes turned to Su Jintang. I explained the plan for this duel. As the support class, our weaknesses are obvious: weaker strength and fewer attack methods. Therefore, to win, we must play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Su Jintang, when serious, sounded quite convincing. The students below nodded in agreement. The class monitor is right. So, how should we play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses? Su Jintang gave Shui Zhongqi a wink. The vice class monitor will explain the specific arrangements for me. Shui Zhongqi coughed lightly, immediately stood up, and walked to the podium, fanning himself with a folding fan. Everyone is familiar with siege warfare, right? This battle mode involves 2 teams, the defending team and the attacking team. They are enemies, and the key to victory is whether the city is defended or ultimately breached. Qin Shushua asked, so, we're going to have a siege warfare match with the other 2 classes? That's right. Shui Zhongqi nodded. We defend the city, and the other 2 classes will attack. It will last for a week. If we successfully defend, we win. Qin Shushua pondered for a moment. This is indeed a way to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. The defending side has a relative advantage. Moreover, the other 2 squads combined outnumber us by more than double, and they are all combat-type abilities, so letting them attack the city is fair. Su Jintang nodded. If everyone agrees with this arrangement, I discuss it with the class leaders of the other 2 classes first thing tomorrow morning. We have no objections. We all listen to our class leaders. The students' approval of Su Jintang was extremely high. They all agreed without a single objection. Okay, that concludes today's class meeting. Su Jintang announced the end of the meeting. After leaving the classroom, the stars in the night sky shone even brighter. The crescent moon slowly climbed to the treetops. Su Jintang returned to his dormitory alone, and as soon as he entered, he received a video call from Song Duoduo. Sai, I also been assigned to the support class, but the atmosphere at our school is pretty good, not too stressful, and many upperclassmen are very supportive of freshmen. How are things on your end? Song Duoduo looked at him expectantly. Su Jintang nestled in the sofa, hesitated for a moment. The situation here is a bit tense right now. Huh? Song Duoduo was stunned. Yeah, in a few days our support class will have to fight 2 other classes. Su Jintang replied succinctly. Song Duoduo's eyes widened. It's only been a week since school started, right? Is Rectus that scary? It's alright, it's alright. Su Jintang didn't elaborate. Song Duoduo didn't think much of it, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, have you seen Song Tianqi? Su Jintang, I messaged him on the first day of school. He said he's still secretly training outside, and doesn't know when he returned to school. Song Duoduo clicked her tongue in amazement. Special admission students are really different. Everyone else has already started school, and he's still secretly training. The 2 chatted for a while longer, and seeing that it was getting late, Song Duoduo ended the call. Su Jintang returned to his cultivation room, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating his spiritual energy. The next morning, Su Jintang and the class monitors from the other 2 classes met in an empty classroom to discuss their challenge. After hearing Su Jintang's proposal for a defensive siege battle, Yu Wanyao and Mu Guang exchanged a glance. After a moment of silence, Yu Wanyao nodded in agreement. Okay, we be the attackers. As class monitors, they naturally possess considerable strength. Moreover, the attackers actually had the advantage for their respective classes. Both melee and ranged attacks were abilities with extremely high explosive power. If they were forced to defend, they would be confined to their rooms, which would be frustrating. The teachers, having heard rumors, also chatted excitedly about the matter in their offices. Which side do you think has a higher chance of winning? Wu Jinghong put down her water glass and glanced at her. No matter which side has a higher chance of winning, I definitely bet on our support class. Hey, since we're all free, how about we make a bet? A teacher suddenly suggested. Wu Jinghong glanced over. Sure, but a bet without a stake isn't fun. The teacher who made the suggestion smiled. A hot spring resort opened across from our school recently. They say soaking in the hot spring water can cleanse the impurities and turbidity in one's mind. How about whoever loses treats everyone to a hot spring? Wu Jinghong pondered for a moment. Since we're betting on the students, how about changing the stakes to whoever loses treats the winning team to a hot spring? I think it's feasible. The head teacher of the ranged attack class nodded in agreement. Consider this a reward for the winners of this challenge. The other teachers also nodded in agreement. Okay, it's settled then. During the second class, Wu Jinghong specifically mentioned the hot spring reward to her students. The classroom immediately erupted in excitement. Winning means a free hot spring. I heard that hot spring resort isn't cheap, costing over 900 star coins per person. For nothing else but the free hot spring, we have to win this time. Su Jintang, upon hearing that a hot spring trip cost 900 star coins, began to lament the prices in the Federation Star region. In the past, that would have been enough for her food expenses for a month. Alright, quiet down. Wu Jinghong's expression returned to seriousness, and she began the lesson. An hour passed, and the long and tedious class ended. After Wu Jinghong left the classroom, the students immediately excitedly surrounded Su Jintang. Class monitor, when are we going to play against the other two classes? Su Jintang tidied his desk and straightened his back. The agreed upon time is this weekend. Everyone should report their abilities to me these next few days, so I can think about our defensive strategy. Okay. That afternoon, more than half the class filled out a form with their abilities and handed it to Su Jintang. Back in the dormitory that evening, Su Jintang leaned back on the sofa and checked each classmate's ability information. Name, Shui Zhongqi. Ability, Star Scepter. Ability effect. Each time the effect is triggered, it creates a soul link between the user and an enemy unit, sharing life and damage, but the user is immune to 50% of the damage received. The effect lasts for 1 minute. Su Jintang thoughtfully stroked his chin. Shui Zhongqi's move is interesting. Combined with the damage output of his runes, his 4th place ranking in the joint entrance exam is truly well-deserved. She withdrew her gaze and continued reading. Soon she saw a familiar name. Name, Yin Yuding. Ability, Toast Pineapple Buns. Ability effect, each activation summons 10 toast pineapple buns. Consuming these buns increases movement speed and physical strength by 5% for 5 minutes, with a rapid recovery of mental energy. She vaguely remembered the Yin siblings. With such an ability, it was normal for them to get intellectas. They're all talented, Su Jintang remarked, relieved about the upcoming challenge. The weekend arrived quickly. News of the first-year support class challenge had spread throughout the school. With the efforts of the 3 homeroom teachers, Wu Jinghong, and the school leadership's cooperation, they were willing to provide the 3 classes with advanced simulation pods free of charge. In the simulated combat area, all 3 classes had assembled. The 3 class leaders each led their class, and the students in each class were full of energy, their faces showing eagerness to try. Wu Jinghong stood at the front and began explaining the rules. This city defense and siege battle will last for 7 days. The support class will be the defenders, while the ranged and melee classes will be the attackers. If the city cannot be breached after 7 days, the attackers will lose. Conversely, the defenders will lose. This challenge is for exchange and learning. Both sides must compete within reasonable limits. Do you all understand? Understood. The students from all 3 classes answered in unison. Wu Jinghong surveyed the entire area and announced, "Everyone, prepare to enter the simulated battlefield." Su Jintang led her class to their designated simulation pod area. She put on her personal terminal, closed her eyes, and laid down. A few seconds later, the familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over her. When she opened her eyes again, her surroundings had transformed into a semi-abandoned main city. The entire city was dilapidated, many buildings appeared half-burnt, their surfaces covered in a blackish-gray layer. The city streets were deserted, littered with fallen leaves and dust, as if no one had been there for a long time. Class monitor. A cautious voice sounded from beside her. Su Jintang turned around. She saw Yin Yuding crouching, hiding in a small alley across the street. After glancing around and finding no danger, she quickly ran out. Will everyone in our support class be teleported to the city soon? If all goes well, they should. Su Jintang nodded in response. The siege of the city has begun. Friendly reminder. The main city's protective shield will disappear in 2 hours. The siege of the city has begun. The announcement rang out 3 times within the main city before fading away, and the surroundings returned to silence. Before long, the other students in the support class were teleported to the vicinity. Meanwhile, several teachers, including Zhuang Silin, were gathered in the office watching the live stream of the simulated battlefield. In a second-year support class. Looking at the students below, who were all daydreaming and not paying attention, the substitute teacher patted the podium. "Alright, I'm giving you a short break today. Watch the live stream if you want." This simulated battlefield match between the three first-year classes was being streamed live, and all teachers and students of Lectus could log into the internet to watch it at any time. Upon hearing this, the older students immediately cheered, then took out their communication devices and clicked on the live stream. Place your bets. Bet on the support class to win. High odds. A chance to get rich overnight is right in front of you. Don't miss it. Students' comments floated through the live stream. This is a battle for honor. We have to bet on the support class to win. If you think like that, the bookmaker will make a fortune. Objectively speaking, the melee and ranged classes definitely have a better chance of winning right now. To be safe, we should bet on them. Just as everyone was discussing this intensely, a message suddenly appeared. Which class is behind this betting? I need to come to the grade head's office later. Instantly, the entire live stream fell silent. Good grief, I almost forgot the teacher is in the live stream too. Meanwhile, inside the attacking side's camp, Shui Zhongqi, what do you mean? Yuan Yao, holding an ice shield, warily eyed Shui Zhongqi, who had inexplicably appeared in their tent. Logically, upon entering the simulated battlefield, both sides should have a period of peace. Only after each side familiarizes themselves with their environment will they engage in combat. But Shui Zhongqi had suddenly appeared in their attacking side's tent without a word. With a snap, Shui Zhongqi flicked his folding fan open, feigning composure as he shook it. You're asking me? How would I know? I opened my eyes and found myself in your tent. Wei Zixuan, who was also on guard, leaned close to Yuan Yao's ear and whispered, if nothing unexpected happens, Shui Zhongqi should be teleported to the defending side. Is it possible? Something went wrong? The simulated battlefield sometimes has unstable data, and accidental transmissions are indeed possible. Yuan Yao pondered for a moment, her gaze fixed on Shui Zhongqi. Tie his hands and feet, lock him in the tent, and have people take turns guarding him. Io, for the sake of our 3 years of studying together, I forgive him for binding his hands and feet, but at least give me a chance to speak. Shui Zhongqi smiled slightly at her. Yuan Yao sneered, almost forgot, gag him too. Shui Zhongqi, eh? Yes. Wei Zixuan immediately stepped forward and restrained Shui Zhongqi. At this moment, the other students from the ranged attack class inside the tent also maintained a vigilant posture, all staring at Shui Zhongqi, ready to act at any moment if he dared to resist. Shui Zhongqi glanced around and, seeing that there were people everywhere, had no choice but to extend his hand. Fine, fine, let you tie me up. Wei Zixuan snatched the folding fan from his hand. No, don't take my fan. Shui Zhongqi protested, but clearly no one listened. Yuan Yao looked around. Go and check if everyone from both classes is present. Shui Zhongqi was unexpectedly teleported here, and some of our students might have been teleported to the other side. Yes, I go take attendance right away. Wei Zixuan quickly escorted Shui Zhongqi away. At this time, inside the city defense area, Yin Zitao, who had been unexpectedly teleported to this camp, was already bound hand and foot, his only functioning organ being his mouth. Su Jintang moved a dusty stool over, sat opposite Yin Zitao, and began questioning him. Tell me, what's your purpose in coming here? Yin Zitao was on the verge of tears. I have no purpose. I just woke up and came here. Su Jintang was silent for a moment, then exchanged a glance with Yin Yuding beside her. Yin Yuding cleared her throat and immediately stepped forward. Brother, just confess what you have to say. Even siblings aren't enough now. Sister Jinang, think about it, you still have a protection period here. How could I suddenly come here alone to seek my death? I bet there was a bug, and they teleported me to the wrong place. Yin Zitao quickly explained. Su Jintang pondered for a moment. That's true, the protective shield is still in place. No one outside could possibly get in. Yin Zitao's presence in the city must mean he was teleported in. Alright, lock him up first. We discuss how to deal with him after we counted everyone. Su Jintang decided immediately. Yin Yuding, standing beside her, added, My brother is cunning by nature, we have to keep a close eye on him. Yin Zitao's lips twitched. Yin Yuding? Am I still your brother? Yin Yuding stood to the side with his hands behind his back, looking selfless. No. A short while later, the other students from the support class were also teleported in. Chao Xing'an volunteered, Class monitor, let me watch over Yin Zitao. I promise I keep a close eye on him. Go ahead. Su Jintang waved her hand. 2 minutes later, Yin Yuding finished taking attendance and reported, of the 32 students in the support class, only 31 are here. Vice class leader Shui Zhongqi is missing. Su Jintang frowned slightly. She wondered why it was so quiet today. Apparently, someone was missing. Hasn't he been teleported in yet, or, like your brother, was he teleported to the next tent? Yin Yuding hesitated for a moment. It's been almost 10 minutes now. I guess. He was accidentally teleported to the next tent. LOL, this simulated battlefield bug is really interesting. Both sides swapped members at the start. That Shui Zhongqi was 4th in this year's freshman joint exam, right? The support class is at a disadvantage without such a strong fighter. Listen up, students who are just gambling. Stop with these dirty tricks among yourselves. Don't let me find out which class you're from. The students who had just become lively immediately fell silent. Chapter 42. 15 minutes after entering the simulated battlefield, a light snow began to fall. The pure white snowflakes melted quickly upon hitting the ground, forming puddles that then froze into ice. Squad leader, I checked, and our heating fuel and nutrient solution are just enough for 7 days, Yin Yuding reported. Su Jintang stood outside the window, watching the still falling snow, and replied, tell the team to rest first. The main city still has 2 hours of protection, no rush. Okay. Yin Yuding turned and left. Su Jintang opened the window, the cold wind howling against her cheeks, making her shiver. Phew. She blew warm air into her palms, and quickly closed the window. Turning around, she sat down on the somewhat worn sofa, lost in thought. In her city defense plan, Shui Zhongqi's combat strength was still very important. We have to find a way to bring Shui Zhongqi back. Meanwhile, inside the attacking camp. Due to the sudden snowfall, the temperature here has plummeted. The tents are definitely not as effective at blocking the wind and retaining heat as they are in the main city, and many students are shivering from the cold. Distribute some heating fuel to everyone first. Everyone go back to your tents to warm up and rest, Yuan Yao decided immediately. Wei Zishuan quickly went down to help distribute the heating fuel. Inside the main tent, only Yuan Yao and Mu Guang, the 2 class leaders, remained. I just counted the number of people. Yin Zitao from our class might have been accidentally teleported to the other side. This time, both sides have lost a member. Yuan Yao pursed her lips. We have many second-tier ability users on our side. We don't need Yin Zitao. Shui Zhongqi is different. He's in the support squad, and his combat strength is probably among the strongest. This accident is actually a win for us. Mu Guang smiled. It seems even the heavens are on our side. He suddenly thought of something and cautiously asked, do you think Su Jintang and the others will come to rescue him now that news of Shui Zhongqi's accident has reached us? Unless they gone mad, Yuan Yao said decisively. The support squad only has about 30 people, while our main camp has over 60. How dare they come here to rescue someone? That's true. Mu Guang felt relieved, turned around, took down a cloak hanging nearby, and handed it to Yuan Yao. It's snowing and getting colder. Let's all wear more and be careful not to catch a cold. Yuan Yao took the cloak and draped it over herself, the warmth instantly dispelling the chill from her forehead. Unconsciously, the image of Jing Yuanzheng appeared in her mind. She wondered how he was doing after joining the Federation Army. There were still 1 hour and 20 minutes until the main city's protective shield disappeared. Su Jintang and Yin Yuding quietly disappeared from the main city. This pineapple toast tastes good. Su Jintang picked up a slice of toast, took a big bite, and the rich milky aroma mixed with the refreshing pineapple flavor filled her mouth. Yin Yuding smiled and patted her chest. Eating 1 slice of this pineapple toast will keep the effect for 5 minutes. Squad leader, you can eat more so the effect lasts longer. Su Jintang quickly ate 5 more slices, her stomach instantly full. She brushed the breadcrumbs off her hands and stood up. Let's go kidnap someone. Okay. Yin Yuding eagerly followed Su Jintang. A few minutes earlier, after arranging for the rest of the class to rest, Su Jintang began planning to take Yin Yuding to rescue Shui Zhongqi. Yin Yuding's pineapple buns, once eaten, increased movement speed, physical strength, and mental energy recovery rate, making them suitable for both fighting and escaping, and even filling. Once they broke into the adjacent tent, they could feed Shui Zhongqi a few pieces. With the 3 of them, escape shouldn't be a problem. Su Jintang and Yin Yuding quickly disappeared into the night, heading towards the enemy camp. The attacking side had 12 tents, with the main tent being the largest, surrounded by the other tents in the center, making it the most heavily defended. Yuan Yao and several core members, including Mu Guang, were gathered in the main tent discussing their attack plan. The students in the other tents had just received their heating fuel and were huddled together to warm themselves, leaving only 1 person to guard Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi leaned lazily against the wooden chair, glancing sideways at the boy opposite him. His mouth was gagged, so he could only stare intently. The boy, feeling uneasy under his gaze, coughed lightly and stepped forward to remove the gag from Shui Zhongqi's mouth. What are you looking at? You're a prisoner of war, you know that? I know, but prisoners of war need water too, right? I'm really thirsty. Could you please get me a glass of water, brother? Thanks. Shui Zhongqi's posture was very humble. The boy glanced at him. What a bother. Wait here, I get you some water. With that, the boy lifted the tent flap and was about to step out when a dark figure suddenly flashed in front of him. He immediately tried to shout, but the next second, several slices of toast and pineapple bun were stuffed into his mouth, making it impossible for him to utter a sound. Ugh! Immediately afterward, an arm tightened around his arm and yanked hard. With a crack, both his arms went completely numb. Sorry, I didn't pull back properly and dislocated your shoulder, Su Jintang chuckled awkwardly, explaining to the boy. The boy's eyes widened, ? Before he could utter a word, Su Jintang's smile vanished, and she immediately turned and shoved him over her shoulder to the ground. Yuding, tie him up, don't let him make a sound. Yan Yuding, who arrived shortly after, immediately stepped forward to take the boy, apologetic sorry. You guys finally came. Heaven knows what I've been through here. Shui Zhongqi, seeing his teammates arrive, immediately began to complain with a mournful face. They even stole my fan. Su Jintang stepped forward to untie him, saying decisively, I get it back for you when I have the chance. Class monitor, with those words, all the grievances I suffered. Shui Zhongqi was about to express his gratitude with tears in his eyes. Su Jintang frowned and glanced at him. Shut up. Do you know where they store their supplies? Shui Zhongqi swallowed back the words he was about to say. He coughed lightly, regaining his dashing demeanor. Of course. Being a prisoner of war wasn't for nothing. I overheard quite a bit of their conversation just now. Lead the way. Su Jintang tossed aside the rope in her hand, gesturing for Shui Zhongqi to go first. Squad leader, what about this boy? Yan Yuding had just tied up the boy she was guarding and strapped him to a chair nearby. Su Jintang approached the boy, her gaze sweeping over the jade pendant at his waist. This battle of wits was similar to the previous joint exam. To eliminate an opponent, all one needed to do was crush their jade pendant. However, she seriously suspected that there might be an announcement or broadcast when an enemy was eliminated. Take his jade token first, then crush it after we escape. Su Jintang decided to be cautious. Yan Yuding nodded, that works too. Su Jintang and the other two quietly left the tent without attracting any attention. At this time, everyone in the other tents was still resting and warming themselves. The main city's protective shield was still in place, preventing the attacking side from attacking. Everyone naturally assumed that the support team would take advantage of the protection period to quickly deploy their troops, and no one expected that Su Jintang had already quietly infiltrated their area. A few minutes later, Su Jintang slipped alone into the attacking side supply tent. Looking at the supplies and heating fuel piled up in most of the tent, Su Jintang's lips curled into a slight smile as she threw a newly lit torch at the supplies opposite. Go! Having done her mischief, Su Jintang quickly slipped out of the tent. Shui Zhongqi and the other man who were keeping watch outside heard the instruction and quickly followed. As they fled, Yan Yuding quickly stuffed several slices of toast and pineapple bun into Shui Zhongqi's mouth. Eating this toast will increase your movement speed and physical strength, and also improve your mental energy recovery speed. Receiving the information, Shui Zhongqi stuffed the toast into his mouth without a word, quickly devouring 2 slices. Immediately afterwards, he clearly felt his body become lighter, and he ran even faster. Your superpower is amazing, Yuding Mimi. Yan Yuding smiled shyly, it's alright. Amidst the swirling snow, Su Jintang and the other two rushed out of the enemy camp at lightning speed. After running out of the camp's perimeter, Su Jintang took out the jade pendant she had used to tie up the boy earlier and decisively crushed it. The number of eliminated attackers has increased to 1. Number of eliminated attackers. The announcement came on time. Su Jintang and his 2 companions had already crossed the heavy snow and returned to the main city. Su Jintang brushed the snow off his clothes, shook his cloak, and muttered softly. The snow is so heavy, I wonder if that fire will even get going. It's snowing, not raining, it won't put out the fire. Yan Yuding laughed. Now we can rest for a bit. Meanwhile, inside the attacker's tent, the fire was spreading rapidly. Oh no! The supply tent is on fire! A shout brought everyone out of the tent. Raging flames shot into the sky from the supply tent, the intense heat making everyone forget that it was still snowing. Yu Wanyao and Mu Guang ran out of the main tent. Who has water attribute abilities? Put out the fire first. Yu Wanyao shouted, her clear voice carrying far and wide. I have water attribute abilities. I do it. Fortunately, there were quite a few people in the ranged attack squad with water attribute abilities. With everyone's combined efforts, the fire was finally extinguished after 10 minutes. However, most of the heating fuel inside the tent had been burned, and the nutrient solution, being non-flammable, still had a lot left. Yuanya's face darkened. How could a fire start out of nowhere on a snowy day? And we still don't know who was eliminated in the announcement. Mu Guang hesitated for a moment. Could the eliminated one be Yan Zitao, who was accidentally teleported to the next tent? No, we haven't even touched Shui Zhongqi yet. How could they? Yuan Yao finally realized something, her expression changing instantly. Go check on Shui Zhongqi. Yuan Yao and the others rushed to the tent where Shui Zhongqi was being held, only to find it empty. Even the boy guarding Shui Zhongqi was gone. Yuan Yao's face darkened instantly. The only person who would dare to sneak into the enemy camp to rescue someone less than 2 hours into the game, and even set a fire before leaving, was Su Jintang. She clenched her fist, gritting her teeth as she forced out 3 words. Su. Jin. Tang. Mu Guang lowered his head and touched his nose. He had actually considered throwing the game against the support team before, but now it seemed he was overthinking it. Ha ha, amazing, Junior. Sneaking away to rescue someone is one thing, but setting a fire too. The attacking side suffered heavy losses this time. Most of their supplies were burned, definitely not enough to last 7 days. Their siege speed had to be accelerated. This way, the support team only needed to honestly defend the city for a week to wear down the enemy. But the support team didn't seem like they were just going to honestly defend the city. Ha ha ha. The snow fell heavier and heavier, the cold wind blowing like blades, stinging people's cheeks. A few minutes later, the team members, having finished counting the remaining supplies, reported, Squad leader, the heating fuel is highly flammable, and 90% of it was burned. What's left is only enough for all of us for 2 days. We have a little more nutrient solution, enough for 3 days. Yuan Yao, her face cold, cracked her knuckles. Squad leader Mu, what do you think of this? Mu Guang cleared his throat and chuckled dryly. Without supplies, we either freeze to death or starve. Rather than die such a pathetic death, we should go all out on the attack. That's what I think too, Yuan Yao said, her emotions slightly calmer. But we can't be too impulsive. We still need to leave ourselves some options. You mean? Mu Guang asked, casting a questioning glance. Yuan Yao crossed her arms, a dark glint in her eyes. Su Jintang burned our supplies, didn't he? Then we robbed the support squads. After the main city's protective shield disappears, we pretend to launch a full-scale attack, but actually steal their supplies. Once we get them, the question of whether they freeze to death or starve to death will be the support squad's problem. Mu Guang coughed. That's a good idea. He vaguely remembered that Yuan Yao used to be a very upright person, never doing anything dishonest. He hadn't expected that Su Jintang's influence would lead even his squad leader to start stealing supplies. Okay, let's do it that way, Yuan Yao decided. An hour passed. The main city's protective shield had disappeared. The announcement sounded, and Su Jintang looked up. The semi-transparent protective shield covering the main city was slowly disappearing. Squad leader, without the shield, the attacking side will definitely come to avenge the arson, Yan Yuding reminded him from the side. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze, and glanced at Shui Zhongqi. Let's do it the way we agreed before. Shui Zhongqi, whose folding fan had been taken away, felt quite uncomfortable. In the end, he could only fan himself with his hand. I know. Yuding, stock up on some toast. We give it to the other teammates when the enemy attacks the city, Su Jintang instructed again. Yan Yuding smiled broadly. No problem. Then, remembering something, she added, shouldn't we send more people to my brother and the supply depot? We ambushed them before, they might try to copy us. Shui Zhongqi shook his head and sighed. Your brother has such a good sister like you. He'd probably cry tears of gratitude. Su Jintang chuckled and beckoned to Yan Yuding. Come here, I tell you what to do. Yan Yuding curiously leaned closer to listen. After hearing Su Jintang's series of arrangements, a knowing smile instantly bloomed on Yan Yuding's face. Got it, I get on with it. This year's freshmen are all quite cunning. I've been slacking off in class. Let's see who's more cunning. Our teacher gave us a short break, so we can watch the live stream as much as we want. Awesome, ha ha ha. Hilarious. A bunch of upperclassmen aren't paying attention in class. They're watching the freshmen play a game. After the protective shield of the main city disappeared, the siege team immediately split into 2 groups. Yuan Yao led the attack, providing cover, while Mu Guang led a secret squad, sneaking into the main city through a dog hole in the corner of the wall amidst the chaos. Their main task was to steal supplies. Class monitor, is this really going to work? If we get discovered, we might all be trapped inside the city and unable to get out. A team member cautiously climbed out and looked up to ask. Mu Guang pondered for a moment. No problem. If we're discovered, we just run. Squad leader Yu and the others are waiting outside. The 3 team members nodded and rejoined the group. The main city area was much larger than their camp. After circling several times, Mu Guang and the others still couldn't find a place where supplies were stored or where the hostages were held. It's alright, let's look again. Squad leader Yu and the others should already be attacking the city. Right now, the support squad might not notice us, Mu Guang said calmly. Just as the team members were about to nod, a joking voice came from behind. Squad leader Mu, what a coincidence. You're taking a walk too? Su Jintang, wearing a fur cloak, walked slowly towards them. Snowflakes fell on her shoulders, reflecting a cold light in the warm sun. What are you doing here? Mu Guang swiftly summoned his supernatural power, the Shaoshan cauldron, a hint of wariness in his expression. A massive bronze cauldron slowly appeared before him, emanating a faint blue light. Su Jintang smiled slightly, loosening her cloak belt. I'm here, waiting for you. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold glint flashed across her face. Instantly, she moved like lightning, rushing to Mu Guang's side, clenching her fist, and beginning to gather her power. So fast. Mu Guang was taken aback by Su Jintang's speed. Reacting quickly, he manipulated the Shaoshan cauldron to shield himself. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as Su Jintang punched the cauldron, wincing in pain. Mu Guang's expression also turned serious. He held the Shaoshan cauldron aloft with both hands, silently chanting the incantation. The cauldron resonates. Instantly, the massive cauldron before him emitted a blinding golden light. Then, the entire cauldron emitted a sharp, piercing hum. Disturbed by the piercing sound, Su Jintang's brain seemed paralyzed, and she frowned. Run! Mu Guang immediately turned and led his teammates in a swift retreat. When Su Jintang came to her senses, Mu Guang and his companions were already quite a distance away, but judging from the direction they were heading out of the city. Su Jintang rubbed her temples, finally recovering. The humming sound of the cauldron was probably a mental attack type ability. It was indeed unpleasant. Next time she encountered Mu Guang, she would have to be wary of this ability. After confirming that there were no enemies nearby, Su Jintang checked the supply warehouse again. Finding nothing amiss, she locked the door and turned to the dog hole by the city wall. She bent down, moved an abandoned wooden barrel, and used it to block the dog hole. Su Jintang surveyed the blocked dog hole with satisfaction, brushed the dust off his hands, and turned to walk towards the city gate tower. At that moment, atop the city gate tower, Shui Zhongqi stepped onto the railing, looking down at Yuanyao and her group below. A rough estimate suggested there were over 60 people, a formidable force. Everyone, attack! Take everyone down from the city gate tower. Yuanya's command came from below. Her team members immediately activated their abilities, and rapidly climbed the city gate tower. The city gate was forged from refined steel and black iron, making it difficult to breach. Attacking it would be laborious and ineffective. Therefore, Yuanya's strategy was to directly attack the people. After all, the support team only had a little over 30 people in total. Eliminating them all would naturally secure victory. When Su Jintang returned to the city gate tower, the 60-odd people below had already begun a relay climb. The main city was just a small city, with gate towers only about 10 meters high. For a superhuman, a few quick jumps would be enough to scale them. Squad leader, you're finally back. Quick, let's team up and take down Wei Zixuan's third-tier demonic beast first. Shui Zhongqi, usually so carefree, became serious. Su Jintang's gaze swept towards the third-tier giant eagle demonic beast circling in the air. You hold off his beast. I deal with Wei Zixuan. No problem. Shui Zhongqi raised his right hand, and a miniature version of the star scepter slowly appeared above his palm. The scepter was exquisitely small, covered in sparkling diamonds, its colors dazzling under the light. A silver-white starlight chain extended from the scepter, quickly connecting to the giant eagle flying in the air. Sensing danger, the giant eagle spread its fiery wings, ready to pounce on Shui Zhongqi. But the starlight chain connected with the giant eagle first. The soul link was established. The giant eagle would now share life and damage with Shui Zhongqi. However, as the active linker, Shui Zhongqi would receive a 50% reduction in damage. Receiving this information, the giant eagle's eyes showed a hint of confusion. It didn't understand why this had suddenly happened, but it knew it couldn't attack Shui Zhongqi anymore, or it would suffer the backlash of this soul link. What the hell? Wei Zixuan was stunned. After the starlight chain connected, no matter what commands he issued, the giant eagle wouldn't move, only circling aimlessly. At this moment, Su Jintang rushed down from the city wall, heading straight for Wei Zixuan. She raised her arm and fired several hidden arrows. Wei Zixuan's attention finally returned. He quickly dodged to the side, rolled over, and braced himself on the ground. He looked up at Su Jintang opposite him, and smiled slightly. "Sister, you can't blame me for this. We're enemies now, so I can't hold back." Su Jintang maintained her smile, cracking her knuckles as she walked towards him step by step. "You're right, then I won't hold back either." With that, she leaped into the air, her domain power rapidly enveloping the entire area. Wei Zixuan's attempt to dodge was momentarily halted. In just a second, Su Jintang was upon him, her lips curled into a smile, and she clenched her fist, slamming it down. The punch struck his chest, sending a shiver through his internal organs. He used to always beat up others with Sister Jintang, but now the tables had turned. He could only say that Sister Jintang's punches really hurt. Wei Zixuan staggered back several steps, clutching his chest, his expression turning grave. Without the help of demonic beasts, he definitely couldn't defeat Sister Jintang alone. He needed to find a way to escape first. "Little brother, you're still too young," Su Jintang said, shaking the jade pendant in her hand with a smirk. Wei Zixuan froze for 2 seconds, then quickly reached down to touch the jade pendant at his waist. It was gone! It must have been taken during the fight. "Sister," Wei Zixuan's expression became complicated, and he quickly raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong, for the sake of our past comrades in arms. Don't give me that. You were the one who said you wouldn't hold back." Su Jintang returned his smile, then decisively crushed his jade pendant. Wei Zixuan's ability to summon demonic beasts was a huge threat. If he were lucky enough to summon a high-level demonic beast, the entire support team would be wiped out. No one could bear the consequence, so he had to be eliminated. The number of eliminated members of the attacking side increased to 2. The number of players eliminated by the attacking side. At the same time, the third-tier giant eagle summoned by Wei Zixuan slowly disappeared from the sky outside the city. Chapter 43. After sensing the star chain malfunction, Shui Zhongqi realized Wei Zixuan was eliminated. Su Jintang jumped back onto the city wall, glancing at Shui Zhongqi. "How long is the cooldown time for your chain?" Shui Zhongqi: 70 seconds. "Remember those few people with strong abilities that we listed earlier? Eliminate them first," Su Jintang said. "No problem." Shui Zhongqi thought of something, looking up with a questioning gaze. "How are the supplies in the city?" "I drove everyone away, leaving 3 people to guard the city. Nothing serious." Shui Zhongqi crossed his arms, his smile becoming subtle. "I didn't expect someone as traditional as you Wan Yao to start learning your diversionary tactics." Su Jintang didn't linger, turning back to continue the attack on the city walls. At this moment, Yuan Yao also realized she had underestimated her opponent. She assumed the support class was small, and since they were all support-type abilities, they wouldn't have much combat power, so she didn't take them seriously. But during the siege, a barrage of negative support abilities rained down, forcibly reducing her teammates' combat power from 70 to 40. Some weakened attack power, some temporarily disabled attack power, and others rapidly depleted mental energy. Conversely, the buffing abilities were used on her teammates. Many support students, wielding magical weapons, were attacking recklessly, yet their damage output was significantly higher. Yin Yuding's toast pineapple bun also played a significant role. Whenever a teammate felt their strength was insufficient, they would simply use it, quickly restoring their mental energy and increasing their movement speed and strength. The number of attackers eliminated has increased to 3. The number of attackers eliminated has increased to 4. Every so often, the announcement would sound. When the number of eliminated players reached 10, Yuan Yao had to order a retreat. Retreat? Back to camp. Because she had underestimated the enemy, Yuan Yao hadn't planned the formation of her team beforehand, and the attack was basically chaotic. In contrast, the support team was very organized. The defenders were like an impenetrable wall. As one group ran out of energy, another immediately replaced them, making the attack effortless. But the attackers lacked focus and direction, simply rushing in and firing haphazardly. Not only did they fail to break through, but Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi quickly eliminated many of them. Still not quite done fighting, Shui Zhongqi curiously peered down at the city walls. They retreated so quickly. Su Jintang stopped what he was doing, and seeing that Yuan Yao had already led the attacking team away, he looked away. Then let's call it a day. Not bad today. We even took down Wei Zixuan, the biggest threat to us. We need to celebrate properly when we get back. Shui Zhongqi put his hands behind his head and smiled as he walked down the city wall steps. I thought the support team could hold out, but I didn't expect the attacking side to lose 10 of them. Did you guys notice Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi just now? Although they both have support abilities, their combat power is terrifying. However, the main reason for the attacking side's failure this time was that they underestimated their opponents, right? Looking at the battle just now, the defending team's teamwork was clearly very good, while the attacking team was like headless flies, attacking here and there. Relatively speaking, the attacking team was definitely stronger. As long as they adjust their mindset and treat it normally, they might be able to turn the tide in the next wave. After retreating to camp, Yuan Yao and Mu Guang returned to the main tent with grave expressions. This time, they also called several of the stronger classmates to discuss the situation. The losses in this siege were severe. The problem lies with me. I underestimated the enemy and didn't plan the tactics in advance, Yuan Yao said proactively. Mu Guang immediately followed up. It's not entirely your fault. I also have my problems. It's too late for self-blame now. We still need to find a way to turn the situation around as soon as possible. Yuan Yao looked up at Mu Guang. When you sneaked into the city, did you pinpoint the exact location of their supplies? Mu Guang sighed and shook his head. I hadn't found anything before Su Jintang discovered me. I was afraid that if a fight broke out, they would trap us in the city, so I only engaged them briefly before quickly leading the team to retreat. With your strength, how long can you hold off Su Jintang? Yuan Yao continued to ask. Mu Guang pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. We only exchanged blows. There's no way to gauge her full strength. Soon, another classmate suggested, I think only Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi are truly threatening in the support class. The others are just SOSO. How about, next time we attack the city, we work together to take them out first. Once they're eliminated, the support class will be leaderless and no threat at all. Yuan Yao pursed her lips, her expression grave, and replied, Su Jintang must be eliminated as soon as possible. Although Su Jintang's current strength was already terrifying, she always felt that Su Jintang was still hiding some trump card. If this drags on any longer, they might really lose. Inside the main city, Su Jintang squatted by the stove, warming her hands by the fire. On snowy days like this, staying indoors by the fire is the most comfortable. By the way, where's Yu Ting? Shui Zhongqi leaned back lazily in his recliner, glancing at Su Jintang. Su Jintang replied without looking up, I sent her to deal with her brother. Shui Zhongqi was taken aback, quickly sitting up. You sent her to eliminate her brother herself? He only knew that Su Jintang had arranged for Yin Yuting to do something secretly, but he didn't know the specifics. Am I that cold-blooded? Su Jintang silently glanced at him. Shui Zhongqi hesitated for a moment. Then why did you send her to deal with her brother? To release her brother, and incidentally, to spread some misleading information about him. Shui Zhongqi's lips twitched. Then you're even more cold-blooded, aren't you? Meanwhile, in the basement where Yin Zitao was being held, Yin Yuting, who was responsible for delivering nutrient solutions, was knocked unconscious and collapsed on the floor. Having regained his freedom, Yin Zitao crouched down, picked up the nutrient solution that had fallen to the ground, and whispered, I'm sorry, sister. Just minutes earlier, Yin Zitao had broken free of his ropes, using his physical strength. At that moment, Yin Yuting had just come in to deliver the nutrient solution. Fearing she would make a sound and alert the others, Yin Zitao had no choice but to knock her unconscious. Yin Zitao bent down to pick up the nutrient solution, turned around, and tiptoed out of the basement. At this time, the battle to defend the city had just ended, and everyone was resting and celebrating. The defenses weren't as tight as before. Yin Zitao quickly slipped out of the main city and ran towards the attacking camp. Inside the basement, Yin Yuting, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes, then sat up and dusted off her clothes. She gazed towards the basement exit, shaking her head helplessly. Brother, what can I say to you? Yin Yuting pushed herself up, quickly exiting the basement and reporting to Su Jintang's room, Squad leader, the person has been released. Su Jintang looked up at her. Didn't your brother suspect anything? Yin Yuting recalled her brother's departing expression and chuckled dryly. No, he's probably still happy that he escaped on his own merits. Her brother was good in every way, except for his overconfidence, which was truly a headache. Shui Zhongqi glanced at Yin Yuting. And then? Yan Yuding exchanged a glance with Su Jintang, a mysterious smile spreading across her face. Then, following the squad leader's instructions, I gave him a incorrect timeline message. Su Jintang stretched and looked at Xue Zhongqi. Get ready. We have a tough battle to fight tonight. Xue Zhongqi's lips twitched. Suddenly, he was relieved that he was on Su Jintang's team. At this moment, inside the attacking camp, Yin Zitao, who had escaped, reported the intelligence with a grave expression. I learned from my sister that they will launch a surprise attack on our camp at 10 p.m. tonight. Given Su Jintang's cunning, this midnight attack idea was definitely hers. Yu Wanyao hesitated for a moment. How did you escape? Yin Zitao quickly explained. After the siege ended, the people there were celebrating and resting, and the guards were lax. I took the opportunity to knock my sister unconscious and escaped. Sergeant Yu, do you think this is a trap? Mu Guang noticed the change in Yu Wanyao's expression and asked proactively. Yes. Yu Wanyao nodded. A midnight ambush is indeed something Su Jintang would do, but letting you go unexpectedly and letting you know about this plan seems more like Su Jintang deliberately spreading false information to us. Having already suffered losses several times, Yu Wanyao naturally wouldn't believe everything she heard. Yin Zitao fell silent, his brows furrowing. Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. Su Jintang knew that Yuding and I were siblings, yet she still sent Yuding to deliver nutrient solution to me. Maybe she really did deliberately spread false information to me, and then have me mislead everyone. What was her purpose in spreading this false information to us? Mu Guang asked, puzzled. Yu Wanyao sneered. If we believe this news, we defend the city all night long. That means we won't be able to continue the siege as planned after dawn tomorrow. The siege will have to be postponed to the third day, but by the third day, we won't have enough supplies. Their tactic is to wear us down until we run out of supplies, and can only panic. Yin Zitao, understanding, immediately nodded. Squad leader Yu's analysis makes sense. Yu Wanyao immediately decided. The news said they attack at 10 p.m. tonight? Let's wait until 10 p.m. tonight, and see if they actually come. Okay, that's safer. Mu Guang nodded. Soon night fell. The attacking camp was still brightly lit, with guards stationed at each tent entrance. Even a flying insect would be swatted dead. It was already 10 p.m. Sure enough, no one's here. It seems it really was a false alarm. Yin Zitao returned to the main tent and reported. Yu Wanyao breathed a sigh of relief. Wait another half hour. If no one comes, let everyone rest and prepare for tomorrow's siege plan. Yes. Yin Zitao turned and left the tent. 5 kilometers outside the tent, the hillside was covered in white snow, with a row of footprints on it. Su Jintang, wrapped in his cloak, squatted at the foot of the slope, his eyes scanning the camp not far away. Squad leader, when others launch a sneak attack, it's a group attack. Isn't it a bit dangerous for just the 3 of us to launch a sneak attack? Yin Yuding asked softly. Su Jintang squatted down, took out an attack rune, and handed it to her. When we get there, just spam the rune, the 3 of us will be enough. Xue Zhongqi glanced suspiciously at the rune in Su Jintang's hand. Didn't realize you were a rich kid. Su Jintang was silent for a moment. How did you figure that out? She was a poor girl. Where did she get the rich kid vibe? Xue Zhongqi shrugged. You got a bunch of runes for the last joint entrance exam. Even if they were all level 1, they cost at least 6 figures. If you weren't a rich kid, how could you afford so many runes? Su Jintang was stunned for half a second, unsure how to refute. After thinking for a moment, she nodded in agreement. That's right, I am indeed very wealthy, but I'm not a second-generation rich kid, I'm a self-made millionaire. Yin Yuding clearly believed her, her eyes gleaming with wealth. Really? Class monitor, then can you mentor me? I want to make money too. Su Jintang waved his hand. My method of making money isn't easy for others to learn. Xue Zhongqi hesitated for a moment, then, risking a beating, tentatively asked, Did you just steal it? Su Jintang didn't speak, only silently rolling her eyes at him, then grabbed a handful of inscriptions and handed them to Yin Yuding. Take some more for self-defense. Thank you, squad leader. Yin Yuding smiled sweetly, accepting the inscriptions with both hands. After another half hour of guard duty, Yu Wanyao put on her cloak and came outside the tent. The snow outside had lessened, but the night air was still a bit chilly. Yu Wanyao looked around and, seeing no signs of an enemy attack, said, Have everyone return to their tents to rest. Leave a few people to take turns keeping watch. Yin Zitao nodded. I go inform them right away. Soon, the students guarding outside the tents received the message and prepared to return to their tents to rest. That Su Jintang is really scary. I heard about her during the joint entrance exam, and I was on edge every day, afraid she'd steal my points. I never thought we'd be facing her head-on now. Didn't you see how angry our class monitor you was today? Su Jintang's methods are really hard to predict. Let's stop talking, let's go to sleep. We have to continue the assault tomorrow, don't stay up all night. The lights in the camp gradually went out, and the chatter stopped. It was almost midnight, and the night was deep. Su Jintang and her two companions, who had been lying in wait for a long time, crept into the camp at the appointed time. The student on night watch leaned against the tent, half asleep, trying to keep his eyes open and stay awake. Just then, a blurry figure flashed past. The student on night watch froze, quickly got up, and warily looked around. Who's there? It's me, Su Jintang. A short, crisp voice rang out. The next second, Su Jintang, who had flashed behind him, reached out and crushed his jade pendant. The students on night watch stared wide-eyed, but before they could utter a sound, the figure slowly disappeared from sight. The number of eliminated players on the attacking side has increased to 11. The announcement suddenly rang out, exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Su Jintang instantly conjured a handful of attack runes in his palm, quickly crushed them, and scattered them towards the opposite tent. At the same time, Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding, who were guarding the flanks, each grabbed a rune and ran quickly, scattering them towards the tent on either side. The squad leader had instructed that this sneak attack was to be high profile. Yan Yuding remembered the instructions, scattering runes while shouting loudly, "Sneak attack! Sneak attack! They're attacking!" Those already asleep in the tents were quickly awakened. Soon, some regained consciousness and frantically shouted, "Wake up! Su Jintang and the others are attacking!" Within seconds, lights in all the tents suddenly flickered on. Inside the main tent, Yuan Yao quickly rose, donned her fur cloak, and emerged, her face grave. What's going on? Before she could finish speaking, a blade of energy formed from attack runes flew towards her. Yuan Yao swiftly dodged it, the blade hurtling towards the tent behind her, tearing a gash with a sizzle. Within seconds, chaos erupted around them, cries of panic ringing out. Damn it! How come there are so many attack blades? Yuan Yao's face hardened as she surveyed her surroundings, biting her lower lip. It's Su Jintang again. Mu Guang, also awakened by the commotion, donned his cloak, stepped out of the tent, and approached Yuan Yao. Just as he was about to speak, several attack blades suddenly flew towards them. Mu Guang's expression darkened. He raised his hand and summoned his special ability, the Shaoshan Cauldron. With a few clangs, the blades were blocked, the powerful force forcing him back several steps. Yuan Yao's anger intensified, and she couldn't help but speak, "You hold this side steady, I go after Su Jintang." Mu Guang's brows furrowed as he intently watched the incoming air blades, manipulating the Shaoshan Ding to block them. Alright, go ahead. Yuan Yao's eyes turned cold, and she turned and ran to the other side. The number of eliminated players on the attacking side has increased to 12. The number of eliminated players on the attacking side has increased to 14. The announcements continued to ring out. Su Jintang took advantage of the chaos to eliminate several night watchmen. Seeing more and more people emerging from the tents, he immediately turned and called to Yan Yuding, "Let's go, back to the city." Next door, Shui Zhongqi, manipulating his star chain ability, also quickly eliminated the opposing team, remarking, "We eliminated 5 people already, we made a profit. Stop dawdling, let's retreat." Su Jintang shouted again as she retreated. Shui Zhongqi then stopped and quickly turned to follow Su Jintang. Under the moonlight, Su Jintang and her two companions burst out of the attacking camp, sprinting towards the main city. Mystic Armor Turtle, Breath of Ice. A cold voice came from behind. Yuan Yao slowly raised her right hand, and the miniature Mystic Armor Turtle hovering above her palm expanded until it became a giant turtle 2 meters wide. Its shell was a strange ice blue, as if covered by a layer of ice armor. With each breath, a chilling aura slowly rose around it, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Yan Yuding caught a glimpse of Yuan Yao catching up and quickly warned, "Sister Jintang, be careful." Her ice-type Mystic Armor Turtle attack freezes. Su Jintang stopped and turned around. She saw the Mystic Armor Turtle exhale, and a layer of frost rapidly spread across the ground, heading straight for her. Her eyes were cold as she pointed at the ice-type Xuanjia Turtle opposite her. Instantly, her spiritual power surged, and ice attribute energy enveloped the surroundings. The aura of the Ice Soul Dragon, a divine beast, spread outwards as well. Sensing the pressure of a higher-level demonic beast, the Xuanjia Turtle panicked and stopped its breath attack, immediately retracting its head and limbs into its shell. Xuanjia Turtle. Yuan Yao frowned and called out. But the Xuanjia turtle didn't react, only continuously conveying fear to her. Su Jintang didn't linger, quickly turning and running away. Xue Zhangqi and Yan Yuding were waiting for her ahead. Seeing her catch up, a strange look appeared in Xue Zhangqi's eyes. He asked as he ran, Yuanya's ice-type Xuanjia turtle has a high bloodline grade. Even Jing Yuanzheng had to be cautious against it. What did you just do, making it just cower like a turtle? Guess for yourself, Su Jintang said calmly. No, why do I have to guess again? Xue Zhangqi protested loudly. Su Jintang didn't answer him, speeding up her run towards the main city. Only after Su Jintang left did the Xuanjia turtle poke its head out again. It cautiously glanced around, seemingly relieved. Yuanyao frowned, staring intently at the Xuanjia turtle. Was the Xuanjia turtle afraid of Su Jintang? After pondering for a long time without finding an answer, her brows furrowed even more. Angrily, she kicked away the snow on the ground and turned to walk back to the camp. Back at the camp, the attacking side was in complete chaos. Many team members were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of attacking energy blades, and some unlucky ones were caught in a crossfire and eliminated. Where are Su Jintang and the others? Mu Guang walked over and asked, seeing that Yuanyao had returned alone. Yuanyao replied with a grim face, they escaped. How could that be? Mu Guang was somewhat surprised. He remembered that Yuanya's Xuanjia turtle ability could freeze enemies. If they could catch up with Su Jintang and the other two, they would have a chance to stop them. However, seeing that Yuanyao seemed to be in a bad mood, Mu Guang didn't dare to ask further and quickly changed the subject. Those air blade attacks have been dealt with, but this time, 5 of our team members were eliminated. All of them were students responsible for night watch. Adding the number eliminated during the daytime siege, we lost 15 teammates, including quite a few with strong abilities. Yuanyao, already furious, took a deep breath, forcibly controlling her emotions to calm down. Tell the team not to panic. Today's ambush was just to mess with our morale. Losing 5 people is only part of the battle. We still have the advantage in combat strength. Tomorrow, we continue the siege according to the original plan. Okay, I go arrange it now. Don't worry too much. Mu Guang comforted her before turning to leave to maintain order at the scene. Su Jintang's midnight raid had indeed thrown everyone's morale into disarray. Fortunately, Mu Guang had been working to stabilize the troops, and soon everyone calmed down, though they were all seething with anger and eager to rush in and attack the city. Tomorrow's attack must succeed. Failure is not an option. I'm definitely not sleeping tonight. If anyone dares to launch another raid, I charge out. If you ask me, we should lead the troops straight in and attack the city right now, catching them completely off guard. Don't be impulsive. Su Jintang and his men launched this high-profile raid precisely to disrupt our morale. If we panic now, we fall into their trap. Inside the tent, various murmurs arose. After all that commotion, Yuanyao and Mu Guang couldn't sleep. The two sat silently with Yan Zitao in the main tent. Ahem. Yan Zitao coughed, breaking the silence. Actually, we don't need to panic. Ultimately, our 2 squads are the strongest overall. The reason we lost today was mainly because we underestimated our opponent. As long as everyone takes it seriously and works together, we can definitely break through the city and win. Before, Mu Guang might have believed him. Now, he only smiled twice and remained silent. Yuanyao had completely calmed down, but she was wondering why the Xuanjia turtle was afraid of Su Jintang. Do you know about Su Jintang's abilities? Yuanyao looked up at the two opposite her. Mu Guang was silent for a moment. I heard her special ability is domain slowness, which instantly slows down enemies within its range. Yan Zitao looked over curiously. Why are you suddenly asking about Su Jintang's ability? Yuanyao hesitated for a moment, then recounted how the Xuanjia turtle seemed afraid of Su Jintang. This? Mu Guang also looked puzzled. I never heard of domain-type abilities being able to suppress demonic beasts. Yuanyao crossed her arms and rested her hands on the table, deep in thought. The information the Xuanjia turtle conveyed to me was fear. If it were just a support ability like domain slowness, it wouldn't have made the Xuanjia turtle so afraid. So, there must be something strange about Su Jintang's ability. That can't be right. The military academy assigned her to the support class, which proves her ability should be support-oriented. Yan Zitao was also a bit confused. Meanwhile, the upperclassmen who were still staying up late watching the live stream were also speculating. There aren't many abilities that can counter the Xuanjia turtle. What exactly happened just now? Can anyone explain? The Xuanjia turtle's bloodline quality ranks among the top tier of demonic beasts. To counter it, The opponent must possess an ability even stronger than that of a top-tier beast. Therefore, Su Jintang's ability must be above the top tier. Ability above the top tier usually requires special admission, right? How did she get placed in the support class? Chapter 44. In the live stream, the senior students started a heated debate about this matter. Meanwhile, in the simulated battlefield, the snow outside the window was falling heavier and heavier, threatening to bury the entire city. Su Jintang and the other two huddled around the fire in the room to keep warm. Why does the weather feel colder and colder? Yan Yuding huddled closer to the stove. Shui Zhongqi also muttered, the snow stopped for a while, but now it's getting heavier and heavier. Su Jintang got up and went to the window. Even though the window was closed, she could still feel a chill seeping in through the cracks. Class monitor, what are you looking at? Yan Yuding came up behind Su Jintang and asked curiously. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze. I'm watching the snowfall. If this snow continues, the temperature will drop lower and lower, and we might run out of heating fuel. Yan Yuding nodded. The temperature is already very low tonight. If it continues like this, everyone will have to consume double the heating fuel tomorrow. That's good. Shui Zhongqi said with a smile, if we can't keep warm, then we can all freeze to death outside. But in that case, who wins and who loses? Su Jintang glanced at him, returned to the stove, squatted down, and continued to warm himself. Do you think a military academy teacher would let something like that happen? Shui Zhongqi coughed lightly. I was just joking. Our academy has practiced simulated extreme heat disasters before. Usually, after extreme heat occurs, new supplies will be deployed, so there's a high probability that tomorrow we have to fight with Yuan Yao and the others for new supplies. Your academy has conducted drills like this? Su Jintang's eyes widened in surprise. Shui Zhongqi paused for half a second. Isn't this a course every academy has? Yan Yuding came from a mid-level star region, and her academy had organized similar simulation training before the joint exam. She coughed lightly, covering her mouth. Perhaps the class monitor's academy doesn't have this kind of simulated combat room setup that can simulate extreme temperature weather. Shui Zhongqi then remembered that Su Jintang had risen from a lower-level star region, where educational resources were indeed inferior. He glanced at Su Jintang discreetly, and quickly comforted her. It's all right, we're here. Now you know. Su Jintang's lips twitched. Why is there educational inequality even here? Mentioning it made her heart ache. Su Jintang took a deep breath. Go to sleep quickly. Staying up late is bad for your health. Yes, go to sleep quickly. We probably have to scavenge for supplies tomorrow. Yan Yuding nodded hurriedly. The three had taken a nap that afternoon to prepare for their nighttime raid, but they were all exhausted after running such a long way. Su Jintang crawled into her sleeping bag, closed her eyes, and soon drowsiness washed over her. The next morning, Su Jintang woke up shivering. She sniffled as she got out of her sleeping bag, quickly wrapped herself in a cloak, and went to the window. Outside the window, she saw a world of extreme cold and snow. All visible buildings and objects were covered by a thick blanket of ice and snow. Sunlight shone on the icy surface of the rooftops, reflecting a cold light. The windows were tightly closed, but the thin pane of glass was clearly insufficient to block the cold air from outside. It really is extreme cold, Yan Yuding, who had also woken up, remarked upon seeing the view outside. Friendly reminder, the extreme cold disaster period has begun. New supplies will be dropped in 1 hour at Valley A. During the supply drop and acquisition period, the main city will be invincible. Friendly reminder, the extreme cold disaster period has begun. New supplies will be dropped. The announcement came as scheduled. Squad leader, it really is about looting supplies. Shall we set off now? Yan Yuding's eyes widened, gleaming with golden light. Su Jintang looked away, and returned to the stove to warm her hands. No rush, let's rest first, it's too cold. She had just woken up, and her whole body was almost frozen stiff, even moving her fingers felt difficult. A short while later, there was a knock on the door, and Shui Zhongqi's voice came through. Ladies, may I come in? Yan Yuding quickly turned around, smiling, and opened the door, her hands gripping the doorframe, revealing her upper body. Come in, Vice Squad Leader Shui. Shui Zhongqi, seemingly having found a fan again, beamed and showed it off as soon as he entered. Look, this fan I bought from another classmate at a high price. Doesn't it suit my handsome appearance perfectly? Su Jintang and Yan Yuding exchanged a glance. The two remained silent, understanding each other perfectly. Seeing that he was being ignored, Shui Zhongqi cleared his throat and naturally changed the subject. I was right yesterday. Waking up today feels like living in an icebox. Su Jintang hadn't done similar simulated battlefield training, so she looked up and asked, "Are there any things to be aware of during supply drops?" Shui Zhengqi closed his folding fan and continued explaining, "During the supply raid, our main city area will have a protective shield, so we don't need to worry about any ambushes from the other side." Things to be aware of. Shui Zhengqi pondered for a moment. Supplies are usually placed in areas teeming with monsters. We need to be wary of both enemies and monsters. That's about it. Su Jintang nodded. "Okay, let's sit down and warm ourselves by the fire for a while, then we set off in half an hour." Valley A is less than 20 minutes drive from their city. Leaving half an hour early is plenty of time. "Then you guys warm yourselves up first. I go inform the others." With that, Shui Zhengqi turned and left. Squad leader Yin Yuding leaned closer to Su Jintang. "We need to be careful of Yuanyao today. The extreme cold has a boost to Wanya's ice-type Xuanjia turtle. Her combat power might be twice as high as usual." Su Jintang nodded in agreement. She had learned about how weather could affect corresponding abilities in her textbooks, but hadn't had the chance to experience it firsthand. She stroked her chin, lost in thought. So does this extreme cold also have a boost to her ice attribute? She could try it out when she goes out later. At this moment, cheers and shouts erupted from the attacking camp. "Great! The new supplies are arriving soon." All of Su Jintang and the others' efforts have been in vain. Exactly. With the extreme cold, all the previous heating fuel is useless. Whoever gets the new supplies will be the new winner. Standing outside the tent, Mu Guang smiled, also remarking, "These new supplies arrived just in time." He then looked at Yuanyao beside him, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. Yuanyao's abilities were amplified terrifyingly in the extreme cold. Even Jing Yuanzheng had to give her a wide berth. This time, the scales of victory had clearly tipped in their favor. 10 minutes later, we depart for Valley A. Yuanyao withdrew her gaze, her eyes icy. Mu Guang smiled slightly. "I go inform the others right away." Meanwhile, inside the military academy's office building, Zhuang Silin and several military academy teachers were also arguing about Su Jintang's matter. "I just checked the live replay of the simulated battlefield again. Yuanya's Xuanjia turtle did indeed retract into its shell after Su Jintang activated her power. The Xuanjia turtle's bloodline grade isn't low. For it to become a coward, what terrifying opponent must it have encountered?" Zhuang Silin stepped in to take charge. "Before the joint entrance exam, I visited Qinxi Academy. At that time, Su Jintang's power showed signs of evolution, but because it wasn't 100% certain, I didn't report it to the military academy." "Power evolution?" Another military academy teacher turned around. "Teacher Zhuang, do you know any other specific information?" Zhuang Silin pursed her lips. "She told me that when she activated her power, a faint ice attribute inexplicably appeared." The military academy teacher, who had just spoken, was named Wenrueda. He was a researcher, and his favorite subjects were power evolution, monster hybridization, and bloodline gene inheritance. Zhuang Silin looked at him. "What are your thoughts, Professor Wen?" Wenrueda smiled knowingly. "That explains it. Clearly, this student named Su Jintang's ability is very likely evolving towards ice-based powers, and Yuanya's Xuanjia turtle ability is also ice-based." When the two confronted each other, the Xuanjia turtle clearly showed fear, meaning that the ice-based power Su Jintang is about to evolve into is even more terrifying than the Xuanjia turtle. A sudden silence fell over the office. Zhuang Silin continued, "Teacher 1, is there any way to confirm that Su Jintang's ability will definitely evolve in the future?" When Rueda smiled and shrugged, "That doesn't need proof anymore. Being able to crush the Xuanjia turtle even before it was fully evolved, there's a 99% chance she evolved into an ice-type ability. It seems we should consult professionals for professional matters." Zhuang Silin chuckled, "I should have consulted Teacher Wen more back then. It's not too late now." When Rueda waved his hand, "It's fortunate that Su Jintang chose our military academy, otherwise we would have lost a genius." Zhuang Silin leaned back in her chair, smiling as she surveyed the room. "In that case, after this duel, we have to process Su Jintang's transfer to another class. Ice-type abilities almost never evolve into support abilities. We observe her later to see if she prefers ranged attacks or melee combat." In the freezing simulated battlefield, the temperature plummeted below zero. Even a breath could condense into ice crystals. Su Jintang, wrapped in a thick cloak, stepped outside and began to shiver in the cold wind. "Brother Long, aren't I an ice attribute master? How can I be afraid of the cold?" She communicated with the Ice Soul Dragon using her mind. The Ice Soul Dragon pondered for a moment. "That's because you haven't activated your ability." "Oh, I see." Su Jintang had completely forgotten about that. She quickly focused her mind and activated her spiritual power. A few seconds later, the chill around her instantly dissipated, and her body warmed up again. She should have said so earlier. She almost fainted from the cold when she woke up earlier. It turned out that activating her supernatural ability had solved the problem. Class monitor, everyone's assembled. When do we leave? Yin Yuding, wrapped in a cloak, staggered out of the room, her words choked with cold. Shui Zhongqi followed closely behind out of the house, abandoning his fan and wrapping his hands tightly in his wolf fur cloak. I hate this kind of extreme cold. You either die of heat or freeze to death. Let's hurry and find supplies. There should be some kindling for warmth among the supplies, wearing that will keep us warm. Su Jintang turned around. What's kindling for warmth? Shui Zhongqi explained. It's a portable heating tool, an essential item in extremely cold weather. Yin Yuding added, if this extreme cold continues, the temperature can drop to -40 or 50 degrees Celsius. Our body heat alone won't be enough to withstand it. So the new supplies will definitely include kindling for warmth. Understood. Notify everyone, we're heading to Valia now. Su Jintang perked up, her eyes gleaming with excitement. We encountered extreme cold. For days left, this won't be easy. Last year's first-year graduation exam was a survival battle against an extreme cold disaster. It seemed that only half the current number of survivors received supplies each time. Those who didn't get supplies basically died. This time, the focus is on attacking and defending the city, so it probably won't be as strict. However, if the two teams start fighting each other and steal or destroy the other's supplies, things could get unpredictable. At this moment, 10 beams of red light shot into the sky from the valley in Area A. Supplies have been deployed. A total of 10 locations were covered. A broadcast sounded. The location marked by the red light was the drop-off point for this supply mission. Su Jintang and his group had just arrived outside the valley. A red light was very close ahead, about 4 or 5 kilometers away. The road ahead is frozen solid. We go around through the forest. Su Jintang surveyed the frozen road ahead and turned to look at the forest to his left. The plants in the forest also appeared frozen, the translucent ice sculptures appearing even more dazzling and exquisite under the sunlight. The frozen leaves looked as if they were coated with a layer of gel, shimmering faintly. Without a word, the support team immediately followed Su Jintang. After entering the forest, the surrounding temperature was even lower. They sniffed and continued to cautiously probe forward. Su Jintang led the way, activating his domain's detection effect. A moment later, she suddenly stopped, raising her hand to signal everyone, there are demonic beasts ahead, all of them tier 1. Those with debuff abilities will attack first. The rest of you follow up. Understood, everyone replied in unison. Su Jintang was the first to charge into the horde of demonic beasts, the slowing effect quickly spreading outwards. The demonic beasts, unable to react in time, were all immobilized. Immediately afterward, the other students in the support class also activated their abilities. Multicolored power lights flashed, accurately striking the horde of demonic beasts. Shui Zhongqi's ability was better suited for controlling higher threat single enemies. He didn't use his ability, instead grabbing several runes and attacking the enemy. My bread is the best, my bread is the best. Yin Yuding hid in the back, chanting incessantly. Each time she finished a spell, a slice of toast or pineapple bun would appear in her hand. Squad leader, catch. Yin Yuding stood up and tossed a slice of toast to Su Jintang. Su Jintang, who was standing on the head of the ice blue crystal beast, immediately reached out and caught the flying toast. The ice blue crystal beast, feeling insulted by being stepped on, shook its body in fury. Su Jintang quickly jumped to the ground, stuffed the toast into her mouth, and chewed rapidly. The rich aroma of bread filled her mouth. The next second, she felt a surge of strength throughout her body, and her body became incredibly light. The ice blue crystal beast, its body covered in ice scales, and its claws incredibly sharp, glared angrily at Su Jintang and raised its claws to strike. Su Jintang leaned back, dodging the attack, and quickly bounced back. As she stood up, she raised her right arm and fired several hidden arrows simultaneously. The sharp arrowheads, burning with faint flames, instantly pierced the ice blue crystal beast's scales, making a crisp cracking sound. The ice blue crystal beast, struck by several arrows, immediately lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. A short while later, the other ice blue crystal beasts were dealt with by their teammates, all falling to the ground, unable to get up. Su Jintang led the team to continue circling the forest towards the location marked by the red light. After passing through the forest, the group finally saw the beam of red light. The red light descended from the sky, completely enveloping the valley cave in front of him. The supplies must have been dropped into the cave, Shui Zhongqi said quickly after looking around. I go in and get them. He then turned and entered the cave. Su Jintang and the others kept watch nearby. 2 minutes later, the marked red light disappeared. Shui Zhongqi emerged from the cave, nodded to Su Jintang and said, got them. I put them directly into my bracelet space. Let's go to the next supply point. Su Jintang raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to gather around. Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding exchanged a glance, quickly drawing the others together. What's wrong? Su Jintang's gaze swept over the others. There are 10 supply points this time. Searching for them one by one is too inefficient. Why don't we split into 5 teams, each searching for a different supply point? Yan Yuding's brow furrowed with worry. But if we split into teams and encounter Yuan Yao and her group, we won't be able to defeat them. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? The others were also somewhat uncertain and hesitated. Usually, everyone was confident because Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi were always in front, while they held the rear. Su Jintang's gaze fell on Yan Yuding. Have you forgotten your special ability? Yan Yuding hesitated for a moment. What does the class monitor mean? Why should we fight Yuan Yao? Knowing we can't win, we should play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Su Jintang's gaze swept over the others. Yan Yuding's toast increases movement speed by 5% after consumption. With this boost, we might not be able to win, but we can outrun them. Shui Zhongqi quickly understood her meaning, a smile playing on his lips as he explained, got it. Each squad should take extra bread and run away as soon as we see Yuan Yao's team. If we're lucky and don't run into them, then quickly loot the supplies, take as much as you can. Su Jintang nodded. That's exactly what I mean. I go alone, and Shui Zhongqi will lead one squad. We need 3 more squad leaders. Anyone want to volunteer? After a long silence, Qin Shushua raised her hand first. I do it. Chao Xing'an, lost in the crowd, hesitated for a long time before slowly emerging. How about? I come too? Hearing his hesitation, Su Jintang glanced at him. Okay, Qin Shushua and Chao Xing'an will lead the other 2 teams. Chao Xing'an quickly coughed. I'm a little worried about whether I can handle this position. He was good at maintaining class discipline as a squad leader, but leading a team to seize supplies was a first for him. I believe you can. It's settled then. We still need 1 more person. Who's going? Su Jintang decisively affirmed him, then looked at the others. Soon, Yan Yuding raised her hand. Then I do it. Originally, assigned to the support squad, she never intended to cause any trouble, but now, influenced by the squad leader, she was no longer hesitant. Okay. Su Jintang nodded. Shui Zhongqi, as if remembering something, glanced at Su Jintang again. Won't it be too dangerous for you to walk alone? What do you think? Su Jintang silently raised her eyes, meeting his gaze. Shui Zhongqi pursed his lips, recalling Su Jintang's various deeds. If there was any danger, it was only others who were in danger. Su Jintang was more often the one creating danger. Never mind what I said. Shui Zhongqi shrugged. The other team members also abandoned any thought of worrying about Su Jintang and quickly split into 4 teams. Yan Yuding began frantically chanting, "My bread is the best, my bread." Each time she finished chanting, a piece of bread would appear in her palm. A few minutes later, Yan Yuding, her mental energy rapidly burning, ate a piece of bread. She looked up and asked, "These breads should be almost ready, right?" "That's enough, 2 slices each. Remember to eat them only when it's crucial." Shui Zhongqi and Qin Shushua, you 2 go south. Yan Yuding and Chao Xing'an, you 2 go north, I go west. Everyone split into 4 groups, don't waste time grabbing from the same place. We meet back here in an hour. Su Jintang distributed the bread to everyone, then gave the instructions. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. The support class students were all a little excited. After all, this was their first time acting independently from the main group, and they were going to do such an exciting mission as looting supplies. Soon, the 4 team leaders left with their respective teams. Su Jintang jumped up a tree alone, stood at the top, and silently counted the red light markers nearby. Once the supplies at each location were taken, the red light marker for that location would disappear. There were 8 left. So, Yuan Yao's team must have taken some supplies too. She had to speed things up. Su Jintang jumped down from the tree and ran towards the red light markers to the west. There were still 2 red markers to the west. If all went well, she could at least grab supplies from one of them. The trees, frozen solid, were covered in a layer of glistening frost. The scenery on both sides rushed past. As she got closer to the red markers, Su Jintang slowed down. Looking at the familiar figures not far ahead, Su Jintang sighed. She hadn't expected to have the worst luck. She run into Yuan Yao's team at the very first location. A quick glance revealed only about 20 people. They probably split into 2 teams to search for supplies. Squad leader, there are only 7 red markers left. Su Jintang and her team must have grabbed supplies from one of them. We need to speed things up. Yuan Yao stepped forward, storing the supplies she found in her bracelet. The previously conspicuous red markers disappeared. The other team members behind her suggested, Squad leader, we already taken supplies from 2 locations. Why don't we split up and send another team to find other supply points? That might be more efficient. Yuan Yao fell into thought, about to reply, when a blade of energy suddenly flew out from the woods. Yuan Yao's eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and summoned the Xuanjia turtle ice shield to block the blade. Inscription attack. Yuan Yao realized something, and her long-suppressed anger erupted instantly. Su Jintang, you dare to provoke me. Her bright voice echoed through the woods. The other team members also assumed alert stances, quickly forming a line. Su Jintang, hiding in a tree. Shui Zhongqi always uses inscription attacks. How did he guess it was her right away? Chapter 45. We must capture Su Jintang today, Yuan Yao coldly ordered. The 20-odd team members behind her also looked fierce, clearly harboring a long-standing grudge. Su Jintang's expression showed a hint of embarrassment. She touched her nose, quickly jumped down from the tree, and turned to run. Don't let her get away. Yuan Yao quickly caught up. The other team members scattered behind, forming a semi-encirclement around Su Jintang. Su Jintang activated her domain detection, the image of the pursuers flashing through her mind. More than 20 people were chasing her, blocking all her escape routes, completely cutting off any possibility of her turning back. Su Jintang caught a glimpse of the woods to the west. Without hesitation, she immediately changed direction and disappeared into the woods. Squad leader, Su Jintang has gone into the woods. Should we still chase her? A team member asked, stopping to ask. Yuan Yao's icy gaze fixed on the woods ahead. Chase! Everyone split into 2 teams, one to the left and one to the right. Su Jintang is alone. If we catch her, she'd be eliminated today. Yes! Yuan Yao's team immediately split into 2 groups, cautiously entering the woods to begin their search. Meanwhile, Su Jintang, who had already run a considerable distance, quietly hid in a tree. She held the inscribed talisman in her hand, lost in thought. Yuan Yao's group of 20-odd people were all formidable fighters. If their other team members encountered them, they would pose a significant threat. But if she could hold off these 20-odd people, even for only half an hour, it would be enough for her teammates to find several more supply points. A deep glint flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. She had made up her mind. She turned and leaped back the way she came. A moment later, Yuan Yao's 2 teams slowly appeared ahead. Su Jintang lowered her body, crushed the inscription in her palm, and threw it at them. Several vortexes of energy blades flew out swiftly. Hearing the commotion, Yuan Yao looked up at the tree where Su Jintang was hiding, a cold glint in her eyes. She's in that tree, you guys go around and block her. The second team, now separated, immediately sped up and ran behind the tree. As Su Jintang jumped down from the tree, her path was blocked, and then Yuan Yao led her team from behind. The pincer movement instantly surrounded Su Jintang. Su Jintang, where can you run now? Yuan Yao walked over coldly, her eyes fixed on her, an expression that seemed to want to crush her immediately. Su Jintang raised her hands and smiled slightly. I'm not running. Yuan Yao cautiously sized her up, then gestured for the other team members to surround her. Su Jintang was a cunning woman. Even though they had the upper hand now, they absolutely couldn't let their guard down. The group slowly approached Su Jintang. Seeing the encirclement shrinking, Su Jintang decisively took out a teleportation rune and crushed it. A beam of azure light quickly enveloped her entire body. She smiled and waved goodbye to Yuan Yao. See you next time. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jintang's figure vanished into thin air, clearly transported 1,000 meters away by the power of the teleportation rune. Yuan Yao and the others were collectively stunned. After recovering, the surrounding team members cursed. Damn it, she got away again. Why does this world even have someone like Su Jintang? This time and again, we've been letting her toy with us like monkeys. I can't take it anymore. Can't I just go and take over the city today? Yuan Yao's anger soared to an unprecedented level. Her face darkened, and she forced out the words through clenched teeth. Chase her. A moment of silence for the ranged and melee teams. Too arrogant. This junior is really too arrogant. After the competition, I definitely treat her to a couple of drinks, haha. But this junior Jintang is really rich. She treats runes like they're free, grabbing handfuls at a time. I'm going to fight you rich people. Yuan Yao led her team to thoroughly search the entire forest. Hidden in a cave, Su Jintang quietly glanced around. Seeing no one was around, she immediately retreated and continued resting against the cave wall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shui Zhongqi quickly led his team to a supply point. After confirming there were no siege teams nearby, Shui Zhongqi quickly gathered the supplies and retreated back into the bushes where he had been hiding. He lowered his voice. Let's go to the next location. His teammates asked, puzzled. We haven't encountered a single siege team member along the way. Have we been too lucky? Who cares? We grab as much as we can. Shui Zhongqi led the way out of the bushes to scout the next red-marked location. The other teammates followed. Not only did Shui Zhongqi's team succeed, but Yan Yuding's and Chao Xing'an's teams also successfully obtained their first supply points. However, Su Jintang's situation was a bit precarious. Someone's hiding in the cave. It must be Su Jintang. Quickly blocked the entrance. Finally, someone reached the cave entrance and shouted. Su Jintang crushed the teleportation rune in her hand again. She had used up all the previous level 2 teleportation runes, leaving only some level 1 ones, with a teleportation distance of only 500 meters. But that was more than enough for escape. In the blink of an eye, Su Jintang's figure vanished into thin air, then teleported directly behind the group. She chewed on the toast she had just stuffed into her mouth, and took off running. At this moment Yuan Yao, who had been hiding in the shadows, rushed over quickly. She had anticipated that Su Jintang would use the teleportation rune to escape again, and had been lying in ambush nearby, ready to intercept her herself. Ice breath, freeze. The afterimage of the Xuanjia turtle slowly appeared behind Yuan Yao. Having learned her lesson last time, Yuan Yao simply stopped summoning the Xuanjia turtle to fight. By borrowing the Xuanjia turtle's ice attribute manipulation power, coupled with the amplification from the extreme cold, she could achieve the freezing effect herself. The white steaming frost rapidly spread towards Su Jintang. The surrounding air instantly froze, condensing into clusters of ice crystals, emanating a chilling aura. In the blink of an eye, frost wrapped around Su Jintang's feet, his black military boots instantly freezing and forcibly immobilizing him. Su Jintang frowned, his mental energy instantly concentrating on his feet, the powerful and domineering ice attribute clashing fiercely with Yuan Yao's supernatural ability. It lasted only a second before the ice beneath his feet shattered, countless ice shards flying in all directions. With his movements regained, Su Jintang lifted his leg and continued running. But at this moment, Yuan Yao had caught up from behind. Her face was cold as she raised her hand, grabbed Su Jintang's shoulder, and pulled hard. Su Jintang's body was forcibly pulled back, performing a backflip and landing on top of Yuan Yao. She raised her palm, and ice attribute power rapidly gathered in her hand. As Yuan Yao raised her hand again to activate her power, she forcefully slammed her palm back down. A powerful surge of ice attribute power erupted from her palm, the resulting shockwave whipping up a gust of wind. Yuan Yao's hair was tousled by the force, her brows furrowing tightly, as she immediately raised her hand to activate her power to defend herself. The two locked eyes, and everything around them seemed to freeze in that instant. The ice attribute power clashed between their hands exploded with a deafening roar. The others who had just caught up immediately stopped and retreated outside the battle circle. Such powerful power. Everyone, step back. Be careful not to get caught in the blast. The powerful shockwave pushed Yuan Yao back several steps. After regaining her footing, she looked at Su Jintang in disbelief. How could your power be so strong? Su Jintang glanced down at her palm. The extreme cold weather had indeed greatly enhanced her ice attribute power. Withdrawing her gaze, she looked up at Yuan Yao opposite her, a smile spreading across her face. Because, my special ability is actually... I won't tell you. With that, Su Jintang swiftly turned, crushed another teleportation rune, and dashed hundreds of meters away in a flash. Yuan Yao and the others remained frozen in place. By the time they came to their senses, Su Jintang had already vanished. This time, Yuan Yao wasn't as angry as before, her emotions had become complicated. Her teammates quickly surrounded her. Class monitor, should we still chase her? No. Yuan Yao lowered her head, her expression gradually becoming serious. Before, whether she was angry or resentful, she felt that Su Jintang's sneak attacks were merely underhanded tricks due to his own lack of strength. But after her previous encounters and today's, she truly realized she was no match for Su Jintang. It wasn't that Su Jintang was cunning, but rather that her strength was insufficient. Even if she captured him, she couldn't hold him down. Her teammates, seeing Yuanyu's silent demeanor, grew nervous. Soon, someone spoke up to comfort her. "Class monitor, don't be angry. Actually, Su Jintang, she's just. Yuanyao raised her head. "No need to comfort me. There's nothing shameful about admitting you're inferior." No one around her expected her to say such a thing. Everyone knew that her class monitor was actually a very proud person. For her to admit she was inferior, Su Jintang's strength must be truly terrifying. However, Yuanyao sneered. "I really like to know how someone with Su Jintang's strength was assigned to the support class." In her more than 10 years of life, she had never heard of any support ability reaching Su Jintang's level. Upon hearing this, the other teammates around her also voiced their complaints. Yeah, what kind of support ability can unleash such a strong power fluctuation? Even squad leader, you couldn't beat someone from the support squad? Is that possible? Absolutely impossible. Something must be wrong. Even if we lose this duel, it won't be a disgrace. Yuanyao lowered her eyes, her gaze falling on her palm. Just now, during her fight with Su Jintang, she had actually sensed the opponent's ability attribute. It was ice. Moreover, it was ice that had an absolute suppressive effect on her. 40 minutes passed, and in the valley of Area A, only 3 red light markers remained. Su Jintang stood on a hillside, glancing at the nearest red light marker. After the battle just now, Yuanyao certainly wouldn't waste time chasing her anymore. She could use this opportunity to grab other supplies. Withdrawing her gaze, Su Jintang swiftly moved towards the red light marker to the east. At that moment, at the eastern red light marker, Mu Guang's team and Shui Zhongqi's squad unexpectedly met. The two teams stood facing each other on either side, their atmosphere tense, seemingly ready to fight at any moment. Squad leader Mu, we clearly discovered this supply first. There's always a first come, first served principle, isn't there? Shui Zhongqi said with a smile, breaking the deadlock. Mu Guang cautiously sized him up. You, Shui Zhongqi, still care about first come, first served? If we had discovered this supply first, you would have come and snatched it without a second thought. Don't try to morally blackmail me. Shui Zhongqi, his thoughts exposed, cleared his throat. That's true. In that case, fair competition is better. Mu Guang summoned Xiao Shan Ding, his gaze sweeping over the group behind Shui Zhongqi, looking ready for battle. Wait. Shui Zhongqi quickly raised his folding fan and gestured. What I mean is, we don't want this supply, it's yours. Shui Zhongqi smiled, his hand behind his back gesturing for his teammates to retreat. They were outnumbered and outgunned. At this point, they couldn't afford to be reckless. Sensing their retreat, Mu Guang smiled slightly. Shui Zhongqi, you guys had a lot of fun with your sneak attacks before. Today, let me avenge your sneak attack. His face turned cold, and he immediately attacked, shouting, calligraphy of resounding cauldrons. A powerful sonic attack emanated from the Xiaoshan cauldron, spreading outwards. Shui Zhongqi's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around, yelling, run. At that moment, a blur of motion rushed towards the supplies sandwiched between the two teams. A flash of white light, and the supplies were instantly taken. Immediately afterward, the red markings surrounding the area slowly disappeared. Damn it, someone's stealing supplies. Someone reacted quickly, shouting. As Su Jintang took the supplies, she immediately turned around, raised her hand, and activated her mental power, the slowing effect of her domain rapidly spreading outwards. Those who were about to rush up to stop her were immediately slowed down. Su Jintang seized the opportunity to leap onto a nearby tree, spun around a few times, and fled the scene, disappearing from sight in no time. Seeing this, Shui Zhongqi's eyes lit up. She's gone. That was a good deal. Su Jintang's antics left the siege team members completely bewildered. Some wanted to chase after Su Jintang, while others wanted to stop Shui Zhongqi. Both sides hesitated until Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi's team had disappeared from sight, at which point everyone came to their senses. Mu Guang was stunned for a long time before turning to his teammates. Was that Su Jintang just now? Ah, yes. The teammate nodded awkwardly. The incident happened too suddenly. Mu Guang's attention was still entirely on Shui Zhongqi, and he hadn't reacted in time to stop Su Jintang. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to stop Su Jintang, she had already run far away. It was too late to catch up with Shui Zhongqi. Mu Guang sighed helplessly. I was careless. I should have been more careful around Su Jintang. Class monitor, the remaining 2 red markers are gone. The team members suddenly realized something was wrong. Mu Guang looked up into the distance. Before coming to find this supply point, there should have been 3 red lights remaining. But now they had all disappeared simultaneously. Su Jintang and her team must have split into 3 groups and taken the supplies from the other 2 locations at the same time. Mu Guang calmed himself down, regaining his composure. Let's go back and regroup with squad leader Yu and the others. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Valley A, the 4 support teams reunited. Yin Yuding's face was filled with undisguised joy. Our team was incredibly lucky. We found 2 supply points. Aside from the monsters, we didn't encounter Yuan Yao and Mu Guang at all. Chao Xingen straightened his back and coughed lightly. We didn't encounter them either, but we only found 1 supply point. Su Jintang nodded. Not bad. She turned to Shui Zhongqi. What about your team? We found 2, but you just took the supplies from the second one, so let's count it as 1. Shui Zhongqi replied. Su Jintang calculated the total, so, including the supplies we got earlier, we got 6 supplies in total. Not bad results. Let's go back to the main city. Su Jintang led the team back. Back in the main city, the sun was almost setting. Su Jintang and the others gathered the acquired supplies and began to tally them. After a short while, Yin Yuding finished the tally. The supplies include portable fire starters, specially made heating fuel, and cold-resistant nutrient solution. The previous ordinary nutrient solution was frozen solid, so this new batch is perfect. Su Jintang, resting his chin on his hand, replied, Okay, let's distribute the fire starters first, and store the surplus supplies in the warehouse. Yin Yuding nodded. Yes, we received supplies from 6 different places today, which is more than enough. The sun slowly set outside the window, and night fell. After receiving the specially made heating fuel, Su Jintang bent over and lit the stove. Warm flames flickered in the stove, and a warm feeling slowly spread around. Su Jintang stretched out her hands and leaned against the stove to warm herself. She closed her eyes and sighed, comfortable. Not long after, Shui Zhengqi came over with Qin Shushua and a few others. After lighting the stove, the whole room was warm, and everyone closed their eyes, leaning against a wall to enjoy this cozy moment. I'm a little curious, does anyone have any dreams they really yearn for? Yin Yuding leaned against the stove and suddenly started the conversation. Shui Zhongqi leaned back lazily. My dream is to be a carefree young man who only needs to eat and drink every day. Su Jintang glanced at him hesitantly. Then why did you take the exam for Lexus? My family made me do it. Shui Zhongqi shrugged helplessly. On the other side, Qin Shushua's expression showed a hint of longing. As for me, I hope to join the Federation Army as soon as possible and become a formal officer, taking it upon myself to protect human peace. Yin Yuding clasped her hands together, her eyes revealing a hint of expectation. Actually, my dream is also very ordinary. I just hope to wake up naturally every day, eat hot meals, and not have to think about fighting. A simple life is good enough. Chao Xingen raised his hand. Me too. Anyway, right now, every day I wake up and it's all about cultivation, and then I have to think about joining the army and fighting in the future. I really don't like it. After hearing everyone sharing, Yin Yuding turned to Su Jintang. And what about you, squad leader? Su Jintang, hands behind her back, gazed at the night sky outside the opposite window. Me. I want to become stronger. In this world, only the strong have a voice. She wanted to be strong enough to redefine the rules of the world. Everyone fell silent, each thinking about their dream future. Suddenly, Yin Yuding remembered something and reminded her, by the way, after the supply drop ends, the main city's protective shield will disappear. Will the siege team come to our side tonight to launch a surprise attack? Possibly. They didn't get enough supplies today, it definitely won't be enough to go around. If they don't want to freeze to death, they definitely come to our side to steal supplies, Su Jintang said. Yin Yuding nodded, then let's continue with the usual night watch roster tonight. Meanwhile, inside the siege team's tent, Yuan Yao, her expression grave, summarized the lesson learned. We were too impulsive today, chasing Su Jintang the whole time. She managed to outmaneuver us for half an hour, otherwise, we could at least have split the supplies evenly. Mu Guang suggested, Squad Leader Yu, I think our previous tactics were flawed. We kept our eyes on Su Jintang, but her strength is clearly extraordinary. Of course, we were easily outmaneuvered. What if we had focused on the other members of the support squad? Would the situation have been different? Yuan now fell into deep thought. Our repeated failures are indeed all due to Su Jintang. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan now stood up with a serious expression. In that case, let's go all out tonight. Win or lose, let's settle it in one round. Mu Guang hesitated for a moment, but it's only the third day. Wouldn't it be a bit risky to go all out? Yu now turned to look at him and said, if we go all out on the first day, Su Jintang and the others might not have gained the upper hand. It's because we've been dragging things out that the support class has had a chance to breathe. If we keep dragging this out, we'd be worn down sooner or later. We have to go all out. Mu Guang took a deep breath and stood up with her. Then let's settle this tonight. Anyway, there aren't enough heating supplies to distribute. If we continue dragging it out, the number of eliminations will only increase. It's definitely better to go all out. At this time, it was already late at night at the Recta's military academy. Many senior students were watching the live stream under their blankets. The news of the first-year support classes challenge had been spreading like wildfire these past few days, and many people were watching the live stream whenever they had free time. Every time get out of class ended or in the evening, the number of viewers in the live stream would surge, reaching its highest level in recent days. I heard classmates discussing this a lot these past few days, so I came to see what was going on. Holy crap, it's only the third day, and they're already having a decisive battle? What's the support squad pushing the other side to? No wonder the siege team is so aggressive, they don't even have enough supplies to go around. If they don't fight now, they just freeze to death. DM me to place your bets. Bet on the support squad to win, 1 to 2 payout. Bet on the ranged and melee squads to win, 1 to 3 payout. Why are the odds for the support squad lower? Before, it was 1 to 10 payout for the support squad. Well, the support squad's chances of winning are too high now, so the odds are bound to be lower. Chapter 46. Night fell, but the entire main city remained brightly lit. Su Jintang squatted in front of a stone lion statue frozen in ice, carefully examining it. Squad leader, aren't you cold? Yin Yuding asked, shivering as she came out of the house. During the day, with the sunlight, the temperature wasn't so terrifying. But at night, with the icy snow and the occasional sudden gusts of cold wind, even with a fire for warmth, it was still very cold. Su Jintang stood up and turned around, saying casually, I'm fine. Yin Yuding swallowed, her awe of her squad leader increasing even further. Then, I go back inside first. Su Jintang nodded, okay. She withdrew her gaze, and looked up at the ice sculpture world around her. All the buildings in the city were covered with a layer of ice crystals, slowly emitting cold air. Su Jintang took a deep breath, opened her arms, and showed an expression of enjoyment. Comfortable. Wearing the warming torch, coupled with the added cold resistance effect of the ice attribute, she was completely unaffected by the surrounding low temperature. A comfortable coolness enveloped her. Half a minute later, Su Jintang lay down on a patch of snow that hadn't yet been cleared. The soft, white snow, like cotton, supported her waist. She rested her hands under her head, gazed at the starry sky, and slowly closed her eyes, her body and mind completely relaxing. However, this relaxation only lasted a moment before Su Jintang reopened her eyes and sat up from the snow. She placed her hands on her knees, her gaze glancing towards the outside of the city. The siege team hadn't obtained enough supplies today, they certainly wouldn't give up easily. We can't let our guard down tonight. Su Jintang stood up, brushed the snow off his clothes, and turned to go inside. When he returned, Shui Zhongqi and the others were discussing the Military Academy League. The simulated battlefield map for the Military Academy League seems to be bigger, and the magical artifacts and supplies dropped at resource points are real. I heard that students participating in the Military Academy League each year manage to grab quite a few valuable magical artifacts and rare materials, Yin Yuding said excitedly. Shui Zhongqi, hands behind his back, looked nonchalant. The Military Academy League is only held once every 5 years, jointly organized by all military academies, and it's a major event that attracts nationwide attention. Of course, it's different from our daily small assessments. Qin Shushua looked longingly. I wish we had a chance to participate too. Let's put it this way, the two teams representing Rectas in the Military Academy League last year all had 4th tier ability users, some even 5th tier. You guys do the math. Is it possible for you to reach 4th tier in 3 years? Shui Zhongqi's gaze swept over the others. A collective silence fell over everyone. Hearing this, Su Jintang stepped into the room. The minimum requirement for participating in the Military Academy League is level 4? Shui Zhongqi looked up. Not exactly. But mental strength level is a key factor determining a superhuman's combat power. Our military academy doesn't have a requirement for mental strength level, but in each selection, those with higher mental strength levels generally win. Chao Xing'an, who hadn't spoken much, nodded. Indeed, as cultivation progresses, the possibility of challenging opponents of higher levels decreases significantly. The gap between level 3 and level 4 is practically insurmountable. Su Jintang sat down beside him, curiously observing the others. What are your current mental strength levels? Shui Jingqi opened his folding fan and waved it in front of him. Peak of Tier 1. Yin Yuding silently raised his hand. Me too, peak of Tier 1. Qin Shushua's face lit up with pride. I already advanced to Tier 2. Me too, Tier 2. Chao Xingen straightened his back slightly. Finally, only Su Jintang remained. All eyes turned to him. Su Jintang coughed lightly. I'm still Tier 1. Shui Zhongqi's voice turned surprised. Only Tier 1? The others also looked at him with surprise. From any perspective, the class monitor didn't seem like someone who was only Tier 1. Just then, a panicked cry came from outside. It's bad. Yu Wanyao and Mu Guang are attacking with their men. The person outside rushed into the room. Catching their breath before continuing, they probably split into two teams. One team is already at our front gate, and the other is taking a detour towards the back gate. Su Jintang stood up and looked over. Where are they? The night watch team saw them just now, while patrolling from the gate tower. They're probably almost at the gate now. Su Jintang fell into deep thought. The main city has 2 points of attack, the front gate and the back gate. Previously, Mu Guang led his team into the city through the dog hole at the back gate. This time, Yu Wanyao has indeed learned her lesson, attacking directly from both gates. Defending against them will be very difficult. Shui Zhongqi, let's go to the back gate first. Yuding, you take charge of the front gate defense. Su Jintang immediately stood up, quickly took down the cloak hanging on the wall, put it on, and stepped out of the house. Shui Zhongqi didn't hesitate either, briskly getting up and following him. Only Yin Yuding, Qin Shushua, and Chao Xingen remained in the room. Don't be nervous. The squad leader explained the deployment arrangements to me beforehand. If we follow her plan, there won't be any problems, Yin Yuding reassured them. Qin Shushua and Chao Xingen exchanged a glance, then stood up and nodded. Okay, let's go too. Night had fallen, and the crescent moon climbed above the treetops. Mu Guang led his team to the back city gate. Squad leader, when we took the detour to the back gate, it seems we were spotted by the auxiliary squad's night patrol, a team member reported. Mu Guang glanced at the city gate ahead. It's alright. Tonight, we fight to the death. Victory is the only option. Yes, sir. The team members behind him replied in unison. Mu Guang walked seriously to the city gate, summoned the Shaoshan cauldron, and slammed it down on the gate. He had only intended to test the sturdiness of the rear city gate, but unexpectedly, it was smashed open with just one strike. With a creak, the inner bolt of the rear gate broke, slowly opening inwards. The gate was empty, filled only with the white expanse of snow. Mu Guang quickly assumed a defensive stance. The others also took a half step back, cautiously peering into the gate. Several seconds passed, but no one emerged. It was as if the city were deserted. Squad leader, shall I take 2 men to scout ahead? Yin Zitao volunteered from behind. Mu Guang pondered for a moment. Okay. Yin Zitao led 2 team members slowly towards the rear city gate. After entering the gate, Yin Zitao quickly and warily looked to both sides. There was no one there, and no cover whatsoever. It didn't seem like anyone was hiding on either side of the road. Having learned from Su Jintang's previous sneak attack, Yin Zitao remained cautious and continued to probe deeper into the city. By this time, the sounds of battle from the front gate had reached them. The fighting there was clearly intense. In contrast, this place was far too quiet. Could it be that Su Jintang and his men had forgotten about the defense of the rear city? Team leader Yin, we checked both sides, no one's here. 2 team members reported. Yin Zitao glanced around. All the cover had been searched by his team members. There was no way anyone could be hiding there. He felt slightly relieved, turned around, and waved to Mu Guang outside the city gate. Squad leader Mu, no one's here, they've probably all gone to defend the front city. The 2 team members also sighed. This city defense team is truly meticulous to the point of overlooking something. They launched so many sneak attacks before, but when it's their turn to defend, they completely forgotten about the back gate. Upon hearing the reply, Mu Guang immediately led his team into the city. But this attack was far too smooth, making him feel that something was amiss. After entering the city, Mu Guang surveyed his surroundings, then suddenly remembered something, and his gaze fell on the 2 overlooked city gates. Did you check behind the city gates? He asked. A collective silence fell over the group. Damn it, we didn't check the city gates. Yin Zitao shouted nervously. At that moment, Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi, who had been hiding behind the city gates, emerged from behind them. Su Jintang kicked the heavy wooden gate, which slammed shut. Shui Zhongqi pushed the gate shut with both hands, closing the other door behind him. Su Jintang leaned against the gate behind him with a smile. Squad leader Mu, what a coincidence, we meet again. Realizing their entire team was trapped inside the city, Mu Guang's eyes grew serious. Even if you lock us all up, the two of you alone can't hold us all here. The other team members also drew their weapons, assumed fighting stances, and warily watched Su Jintang. That's right, the two of us can't hold you here. Shui Zhongqi leaned against the city gate, casually fanning himself with a folding fan. But there's something that can hold you here. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Zhongqi's smile vanished. He quickly activated his mental energy, taking out all the remaining runes from his bracelet space and tossing them into the air. Squad leader. Su Jintang also took out the remaining runes from his bracelet space and tossed them to him. Here. Shui Zhongqi's gaze turned serious. He raised his hands, instantly connecting several mental energy threads in the air. Under his control, dozens of runes quickly arranged themselves into a mysterious array pattern in the air. A blinding white light shone from the array, and powerful array energy slowly spread out. Individually used runes have limited offensive power. However, when arranged in an array, their power increases at least threefold. This was a new point Su Jintang learned from the internet forum after joining the Inscription Master Association. Everyone retreat. Sensing the terrifying power of the array, Mu Guang immediately shouted, raising his hands. The Shaoshan cauldron he held instantly grew larger, blocking the way for everyone. As the rune array in his hands took shape, Shui Zhongqi glanced at the opposite side and saw Mu Guang at the forefront. He quickly veered away. With a nimble movement, he brushed past Mu Guang, hurling the rune array in his hands at the team members behind him. The array patterns erupted with intense light, the power fluctuations so great that they created powerful vortexes of air, distorting the surrounding air. Ordinary first-tier students were utterly powerless to resist. Even second-tier Yan Zitao didn't have time to fight back before being engulfed by the array's power, his group vanishing in an instant. The number of eliminated members on the attacking side increased to 47. With just one move, the attacking team suffered heavy losses. Except for Mu Guang, all his teammates were dead. Mu Guang's brows furrowed rapidly, his hands clenching slightly. Shui Zhongqi withdrew his attack with a hint of pride, looking at Su Jintang with anticipation for praise. Was that a good move? It wasn't for nothing that I risked my life to save you from the other side, Su Jintang commented calmly. This move was a trump card she and Shui Zhongqi had planned long ago. Because it required a large number of inscriptions, they were only allowed to use it once. That's why Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi had saved it until now. Seeing the remarkable effect today, all those sleepless nights crafting the inscriptions weren't in vain. Then I returned to the front city to defend. Shui Zhongqi closed his folding fan, regaining his composure. Mu Guang's eyes darkened. His teammates had all perished before his eyes. He had to keep these two alive, no matter what. The cauldron's cry. Mu Guang controlled the Shaoshan cauldron, attacking Shui Zhongqi, clearly not wanting him to leave. Su Jintang immediately activated her power, blocking Mu Guang's path. You go, I handle this. She used the ground as leverage to leap into the air, kicking the Shaoshan cauldron. With a clang, the cauldron bounced back. Shui Zhongqi seized the opportunity, leaping onto the roof and quickly running towards the front city. The defending team's elimination count increased to 3. The announcement slowly began. Since the start of the game, the support class had maintained a perfect record with 0 eliminations. However, in tonight's decisive battle, after Yuanya's team unleashed their full power, they immediately began to struggle. When Shui Zhongqi arrived at the city gate, 3 members of the support class had already been eliminated. Class leader Shui, we might not be able to hold on, Yin Yuding said frantically upon seeing Shui Zhongqi. Yu Wanyao and her team were fighting with a vengeance. She alone was no match for the support class students. Shui Zhongqi's gaze fell on Yu Wanyao below, a serious glint in his eyes. Yu Wanyao, I handle this. Xiao Shanding's golden light was dazzling, and under Mu Guang's control, it repeatedly struck Su Jintang. Clang, clang. Su Jintang kicked at Xiao Shanding, each contact sending a shiver down her spine. After several exchanges, Su Jintang stopped, stepping onto the ice. Mu Guang summoned the Shaoshan cauldron back to his side, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. Shaoshan cauldron suppression. Su Jintang narrowed her eyes. This must be the second skill effect that Mu Guang had acquired after advancing to the second-tier ability user. After activating the second skill, The suppressive power of the Shaoshan cauldron increased several times over. Su Jintang was completely unable to withstand it. Her hands braced against the giant cauldron, her internal organs were injured, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Don't waste your energy. Even a second-tier melee ability user couldn't withstand the force of my Shaoshan cauldron with their bare hands. Mu Guang's brows furrowed, and he continued to apply pressure to the Shaoshan cauldron. Each time he applied mental energy, the vibrations of the Shaoshan cauldron became increasingly violent. The tremors traveled along Su Jintang's arms into her body. She couldn't hold on any longer. Su Jintang had no choice but to release her grip, quickly retreating. She glanced down at her hand. Even after detaching from Xiao Shanding, her arm was still trembling slightly. Su Jintang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the trembling in her arm, and charged at Mu Guang again. Before she could even touch him, Xiao Shanding swiftly retreated, blocking Mu Guang's path. Su Jintang's punch struck the cauldron again. The shockwave from Xiao Shanding erupted, sending her flying several meters backward. Su Jintang clutched her chest, collapsing to the ground, more blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She seemed completely incapacitated. Squad Leader Su, I apologize. Mu Guang stepped forward, approaching Su Jintang, and bent down to remove the jade pendant from her waist. Just then, Su Jintang suddenly reached out, a cold glint in her eyes, activating the hidden dart in her right arm. Whoosh! Several flaming arrows shot out rapidly. Twilight's expression changed, and he dodged to the side. At this moment, Su Jintang slightly curled her lips, raised her hand, and grabbed Mu Guang's arm. It was normal that she couldn't defeat Xiao Shanding. How could human strength be stronger than an object? But against Mu Guang, she would absolutely crush him. Su Jintang's spiritual power erupted in an instant, gathering in her palm. She gripped Mu Guang's arm firmly, and pulled hard. Mu Guang, who was bent over, stumbled and was pulled to the ground. He hurriedly raised his hand to brace himself, trying to control Xiao Shanding. Su Jintang stood up, pulled back, lifting Mu Guang into the air, then bent down and slammed him forcefully to the ground. The force was so great that it cracked the ice on the ground. A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, and Mu Guang, who had been thrown to the ground, felt the pain in his spine, his face instantly turning pale. You were pretending like that on purpose? Your Shaoshan cauldron is indeed a great counter to me, but I'm not without power. With that, Su Jintang gave him no chance to resist, immediately removing the jade pendant from his waist and crushing it. Su Jintang stood up, looking towards the city walls, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. The blood was indeed real. The shockwave from the Shaoshan cauldron had numbed her internal organs. However, she couldn't worry about healing right now. She turned and quickly ran towards the city walls. Good heavens, this year's challenge even included inscription runes and arrays. I heard that perfectly achieving such runes and arrays requires a very high level of skill from the inscription master. This year's support class students are terrifying, much stronger than we were back then. The attacking side only has Yuan L left. I have a feeling she won't last much longer. Almost there. Almost there. The outcome will be revealed soon. All those nights I stayed up watching the live stream were worth it. The defending side has been eliminated 8 times. When Su Jintang arrived at the front city, the announcement sounded again. She glanced around. Several battle zones were ablaze with flames, various supernatural abilities clashing constantly, scorching the ice on the ground to the point of melting. Class monitor, the rest is up to you. Shui Zhongqi's voice suddenly rang out. Su Jintang turned to look. She saw Shui Zhongqi running rapidly towards the energy fluctuations of the battle zone not far away, as if he were about to commit suicide. Yuan Yao, chasing after him, screamed frantically, Shui Zhongqi. I kill you! The next second, Shui Zhongqi jumped into the vortex of the 2 fighting supernatural abilities. Without any defense, he was instantly strangled by the energy fluctuations, his figure slowly disappearing from sight. Immediately afterward, Yuan Yao, who was tethered by a starlight chain, was also eliminated. Su Jintang froze for 2 seconds. Shui Zhongqi's life-sharing ability was truly a double-edged sword, damaging both himself and his enemy. However, the fact that Yuan Yao was taken away by his suicide was good news. That was too much. Although the simulated battlefield involved feigning death, the pain was still realistically replicated. How painful would it be to be strangled by energy fluctuations? Damn! I just bet on the melee and ranged classes to win, and both class leaders are eliminated. Am I going to lose? The support class's betting round is over. Welcome back next time. Hey, can I add another bet? I want to bet on the support class to win. After seeing Yuan Yao and Mu Guang eliminated, Everyone sensed the situation was changing and quickly ran to the bookmaker to increase their bets. Inside the simulated battlefield, Su Jintang, standing on the stone pier of the city gate tower, cracked his knuckles and surveyed the surrounding battlegrounds. Mu Guang and Yuan Yao are eliminated. Listen up, everyone on the defending team. From now on, we're no longer defending, we're launching a counterattack. His voice echoed around them. The support team members were stunned, then erupted in jubilation. The leaders of both the melee and ranged attack teams are eliminated. We might actually win. No matter what, we have to hold this match. From the start of the challenge, the support team hadn't dared to dream of winning, until they gradually gained the upper hand, and now they were only one step away from victory. The remaining 20-odd support team members instantly became energized, shouting, "Counterattack!" The attacking team members, however, were completely bewildered. Both of their team leaders had been eliminated. Leaderless, the attacking team began to retreat in disarray. Some support team members launched a fierce attack, even resorting to suicidal attacks to eliminate their opponents. Su Jintang leaped from the city gate tower. The slowing effect of her domain instantly enveloped the entire area, hitting the attacking team members around her. Other support team members quickly followed up with finishing blows. Yin Yuding, hiding in the back, rapidly chanted an incantation, tossing a still-warm pineapple bun to her teammate. "My bread is the best, my bread is the best." The attacking team's elimination count increased to 63. The defending team's elimination count increased to 24. Su Jintang caught a piece of toast, chewed it, and quickly rushed into the battle. A flash of white light, and the slowed attacking team members' movements instantly slowed down. Su Jintang dodged, circled behind the opposing team, and grabbed two people by the neck. Immediately afterward, Qin Shushua's two hidden darts attacked from the side, shattering their jade pendants. Su Jintang turned and exchanged a glance with Qin Shushua before charging into the next battle circle. More and more people fell. A few minutes later, only two members of the siege team remained on the battlefield. Su Jintang, clutching two attack runes, walked towards the two. The two stood back to back, looking panicked at the menacing Su Jintang approaching. We eliminated ourselves. With that, they instinctively crushed their jade tokens and vanished. Yin Yuding, who had been supplying the team from the rear, stood up, raised his hand, threw away his toast, and his eyes shone with excitement. We won! Qin Shushua and Chao Xing'an, still alive, exchanged a glance, both somewhat excited. Qin Shushua murmured incredulously, "We actually won." Su Jintang withdrew the runes from his hand, looked up at the horizon, and awaited the results. 2 seconds later, an electronic announcement sounded. Friendly reminder, no one from the attacking side has survived. This siege mission has failed, and the defending side has won. Chapter 47. The live stream chat erupted instantly upon hearing the announcement. Holy crap! The defending team won. And they won by turning the tide of the attack. So fast! I thought it would be the 7th day, and it's already over halfway through. This year's support class is really strong. Ha ha, the support class won. I'm going to be rich overnight. When the odds were 1 to 10, I bet everything on the support class. The students who were eliminated early stood outside the simulation pod, silently staring at each other. Yuan Yao glared angrily at Shui Zhongqi, probably still angry that he dragged her into this mess. Wei Zixuan, the first to be eliminated, was completely numb. He leaned against the outside of the simulation pod, his face blank. Shui Zhongqi, on the other hand, was more relaxed. He waved his folding fan, smiling broadly, looking extremely happy. A few seconds later, Su Jintang and the others were automatically ejected from the simulation pod. As soon as her consciousness returned to the simulator, Su Jintang was met with resentful stares from all around. She coughed lightly, casually jumped out of the simulation pod, and waved to everyone, "Hi." Only Yuanyi's resentful gaze responded. Mu Guang subconsciously rubbed his waist. It's finally over. Everyone, go home and recover. After leaving the simulated battlefield, there were no real injuries, just broken hearts. A short while later, the melee and ranged attack students left to recover. Only the support team members remained. Everyone's eyes held a hint of excitement as they surrounded Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi. Class monitor, vice class monitor, you really led everyone to victory. I always thought we'd lose badly in this challenge, but it turned out completely wrong. I never imagined a support like me would have such a glorious day, all thanks to the squad leader. And the vice squad leader too. As everyone was chattering and marveling, the loudspeaker in the simulation training room suddenly blared. Su Jintang, Shui Zhongqi, come to my office. It was Zhuang Silin's voice. It turned out the military academy teachers hadn't slept either. They were all staying up late watching the live stream of the 3 Squads challenge. The surrounding students immediately stopped talking, their expressions showing a hint of tension. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a glance and nodded. Su Jintang stepped forward. Everyone can go back and rest now. We're going to see the director. It was already late at night at the Recta's military academy. The moonlight shone even brighter and more beautifully against the darkness. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi walked into the grade director's office one after the other. Zhuang Silin sat on the sofa in the reception area, holding a cup of invigorating tea. She gestured for the two to sit down and smiled. It wasn't for nothing that I drank so much invigorating tea and stayed up all night watching your live stream. You two really gave me a surprise. Su Jintang sat down and cleared her throat. What did teacher want to see us about? Zhuang Silin's meaningful gaze fell on her, mainly to talk about your ability that seems to be evolving. Suspected to be evolving? Shui Zhongqi looked over in surprise, suddenly understanding. No wonder your combat power is so abnormal. It turns out it's your ability evolving. Su Jintang's expression became serious. Teacher, I'm almost certain that once I advance to the 2nd tier, my ability will basically evolve towards the ice attribute. Yes, we teachers have discussed this matter as well. Zhuang Silin took a sip of her refreshing tea, then placed it on the table beside her, looking up at Su Jintang. Your ability evolution is indeed a done deal. So, we discussed it, and are planning to transfer you to a different class. Transfer to a different class. Su Jintang murmured. Does that mean transferring me to the melee class or the ranged class? Shui Zhongqi quickly interrupted. Teacher, are you here to steal someone from our support class? Zhuang Silin smiled, turning her gaze to Shui Zhongqi. We called you here because we're planning to transfer you to a different class as well. Shui Zhongqi. ? He paused for a few seconds. My ability also seems to be evolving? No, it's this year. We're planning to set up a special experimental class. Zhuang Silin looked at Su Jintang and continued. Song Tianqi and Jiang Shi will be returning to school in a few days after their special training. They be assigned to this experimental class with you. I explain the details to you once everyone arrives. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment. Is there only the 4 of us in this experimental class right now? Zhuang Silin nodded. There's one more spot, but we haven't decided who will get it yet. However, there will be 5 people in the experimental class in total. This matter is currently confidential, so please don't tell anyone. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Understood. Leaving the office, Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi walked side by side towards the dormitory building. Why do you think Teacher Zhuang is setting up this experimental class? And why are there only 5 people in one class? Shui Zhongqi muttered, puzzled. Su Jintang had a guess. Maybe it's related to the Military Academy League. This reminded Shui Zhongqi, whose eyes lit up. You know, every Military Academy League is held in 5-person teams. But there's never been a situation where a separate class is formed before. Su Jintang didn't bother to think about it too much. She yawned and said nonchalantly, we find out when the time comes. After parting ways with Shui Zhongqi downstairs, Su Jintang rushed upstairs, returned to her dormitory, laid down on her bed, and fell asleep immediately. She slept soundly until she naturally woke up. The next day, as soon as she opened her eyes, Su Jintang got out of bed and drew back the curtains. She stretched on the balcony, the sunlight warm on her skin. After basking in the sun for a while, Su Jintang returned to her room, sat down, and activated the communicator's display. On the Military Academy's internal forum, a post titled First Year Support Classes Challenge a Resounding Victory had been pushed to the top of the day's trending topics. Su Jintang clicked on the post out of curiosity. Starnet user 7908. I couldn't sleep last night, but I was fortunate enough to witness the support classes' resounding victory in their counterattack. I can only say, yesterday's stay-at-home period was definitely worth it. No upgrade to Tier 3, no name change. Thanks to junior sister Jintang, I became rich overnight. The most handsome guy in Rectas. Did you bet on the support class to win? How much did you bet to become rich overnight? The number of replies has already exceeded 1,000. It seems that almost half of the senior students in Rectas have watched the support classes challenge live stream these past few days. Su Jintang, keeping her achievements hidden, quietly left the forum. Because of the support classes challenge, all 3 first-year classes canceled their classes. In the afternoon, Wu Jinghong sent a message in the class group. A class meeting will be held in the classroom at 2 p.m. sharp. No one may be absent without a valid reason. Having rested well and regained their energy, The students replied enthusiastically, received. At 2 p.m., the atmosphere in the auxiliary class was extremely quiet. The students' faces were tense, unsure whether they would receive praise or criticism from their homeroom teacher. Wu Jinghong stood expressionless on the podium, her gaze sweeping across the room, before finally settling on Su Jintang, a slight smile playing on her lips. Excellent. Your performance this time has impressed all the teachers. The reward for the hot spring trip is still valid. Everyone, get ready, we're going to the hot spring next door for the whole class. The students, who had just been tense, cheered collectively, yay! Let's go to the hot spring. Yin Yuding, sitting nearby, excitedly leaned over, class monitor, I prepared 2 super cute hot spring outfits, one for each of us. Su Jintang glanced at her, somewhat surprised. When did you prepare these? I was so excited last night, I couldn't sleep, so I ordered a lot of clothes online overnight, and the drone delivered them to my dorm this morning. Yin Yuding's voice became lively. Su Jintang glanced at her excessively prominent dark circles. No wonder they were so heavy. While the support class was celebrating their victory and preparing to go to the hot springs, the 2 classes next door were holding a criticism meeting. This is absolutely outrageous. Both classes combined couldn't even beat the support class. Today, all of you will have to write a proper self-criticism. Submit a 1,000-word self-criticism by the end of the weekend. The Melee class teacher stood at the podium, his face grim and his tone full of disappointment. Yu Wanyao and the others lowered their heads, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. It truly was outrageous. Logically speaking, even if they fought blindfolded, their 2 classes combined shouldn't have lost. Not only did they lose, but they were completely eliminated by the defending team. After the meeting, students from both classes walked out of the classroom with their heads down. At this moment, Su Jintang emerged from the auxiliary class, surrounded by her classmates. Her radiant appearance immediately attracted Yu Wanyao's attention. However, Yu Wanyao only glanced at her before turning and walking away. Isn't this Yao? Our class is going to the hot springs together. How about I treat you to some? Shui Zhongqi chased after Yu Wanyao, with a beaming smile, his cheeky manner making one want to slap him. Yu Wanyao's face darkened instantly. Get lost. Shui Zhongqi, unperturbed by the insult, continued to follow her shamelessly. Don't be angry. It's normal to win and lose in a competition. Su Jintang crossed her arms and nudged Yin Yuding with her elbow. Don't you think Shui Zhongqi is a bit annoying? Yin Yuding glanced at Shui Zhongqi walking ahead and nodded heavily. A bit. Shui Zhongqi, as if he overheard them talking about him, suddenly turned around. Squad leader, what are you 2 talking about? Nothing. Su Jintang silently looked away, pretending to look at the flowers by the roadside. Yin Yuding glanced to the other side, pretending to look at a tree. Shui Zhongqi frowned. These 2 were whispering without him. He coughed lightly and emphasized, the 3 of us are a team. Su Jintang silently quickened her pace and walked towards the exit of the military academy. Yin Yuding smiled, remained silent, and quickly followed. The hot spring shop was located on the street opposite the military academy. Su Jintang, leading the auxiliary class, left the military academy and went straight into the shop. The shop was instantly filled with over 30 people. Seeing it was a big sale, the shop owner immediately smiled obsequiously and bowed, gesturing for them to proceed. Distinguished guests, please go upstairs. Su Jintang led her classmates upstairs first. Wu Jinghong and the homeroom teachers of the other 2 classes followed. The close combat class teacher shook her head and sighed, all my salary this month has gone up. What was I even doing this for? The ranged attack class teacher was equally helpless. A bet's a bet, pay up. Wu Jinghong smiled, thank you both on behalf of our students. The hot spring pool was divided into men's and women's sections. Su Jintang and the other girls followed the shop assistant to the women's changing room. Class monitor, here you go. Yin Yuding tossed over a light pink hot spring outfit, a loose-fitting, casual style with short sleeves and shorts, perfect for lounging at home. Su Jintang quickly changed into the outfit and went to the inner hot spring pool. The hot spring water was steaming, the temperature just right. Su Jintang stepped onto the steps and soaked into the pool, feeling a warm sensation all over her body. Soon, she felt her internal spiritual energy begin to circulate automatically. How amazing! My spiritual energy is actually circulating on its own. Yin Yuding exclaimed in surprise. The shop assistant, who was adding medicine to the hot spring water, explained with a smile, this is a specialty of our establishment. Just one soak in the hot spring can expel 20% of the impurities and toxins from your body, And it also nourishes your meridians and improves the speed of spiritual energy circulation. If you can consistently soak here, it will definitely be very beneficial to everyone. Expensive, indeed. There's a reason for the price. Su Jintang closed her eyes, placed her hands on the edge of the hot spring, and tilted her head back to enjoy the experience. A little while later, several girls suddenly started discussing the supernatural ability competition. I heard the ability user competition and the inscription master competition are being held at the same time this year. It's going to be exciting again. Yin Yuding chimed in, are you guys planning to participate? I heard the prize money is pretty high. The girl opposite shook her head. Only the top 3 get the prize money. Many participants are at least tier 4, we just be cannon fodder at best. Su Jintang didn't participate in the discussion, silently leaning against the side to rest. Half an hour later, the originally clear hot spring water gradually became murky. Su Jintang and the others were called out of the hot spring pool by the staff. When they left the hot spring shop, the sun was almost setting. The afterglow of the sunset reflected on the earth, casting an orange-red hue. After the support classes challenge, Su Jintang's reputation soared within the military academy. Many second and third year students had heard of her prowess. Soon after, the revised regulations were also released. From this day forward, support class students will participate in the Military Academy League selection process and various elimination assessments. That day, the Military Academy's internal forum exploded. StarNet user 9027, holy crap. Support classes can participate in the Military Academy League selection now. Recta's longest legs, but support classes also have to participate in elimination assessments. If their midterm and final exam scores don't meet the standards, they either have to repeat a year or be expelled. Life's joy lies in going crazy. Brothers, the key point is that Recta's, which has always been known for its strict rules, actually changed its rules because of this support class issue. This is something that will go down in history. StarNet user 7362. Indeed, in Recta's more than 100-year history, this is the first time a support class has directly defeated both melee and ranged attackers. Shuang Silin also saw the shocked discussions among the students on the internal forum. Although the school rules were supposed to be changed anyway, Su Jintang leading the auxiliary class to victory in the competition had indeed surprised many military academy leaders, thus accelerating the process of changing the rules. She turned off the communicator screen and was about to get up to rest. Just then, a notification popped up on the communication screen. It was Song Tianqi calling. Shuang Silin answered the call. Teacher, she and I are back from special training. Song Tianqi's carefree voice came from the other end. The miniature version of him displayed on the screen scratched his head, his round face full of smiles. Shuang Silin smiled with satisfaction. You're back just in time. Your old classmate just did something big at our military academy. Song Tianqi was taken aback. Old classmate? Who? What big thing? Su Jintang just led the support class to victory against both the melee and ranged attack classes. Song Tianqi's pupils dilated instantly, his voice booming. The class monitor got into Recta's? Jiangxi, standing nearby, was stunned. The support class won against both melee and ranged attack classes? Shuang Silin laughed. Go ask her yourselves. The 3 first-year classes resumed their normal class schedules. Besides the individual courses for each class, there were some large courses that all 3 classes had to take simultaneously. For example, Interstellar World Studies. Every ability user who had entered the cultivation stage needed to master as much world geography and general knowledge as possible. In the first class of the afternoon, the students from all 3 classes gathered in the open-plan lecture hall. The era we currently live in comprises 34 star regions, including 23 low-level star regions, 10 mid-level star regions, and 1 federal star region. And this is merely the area where we humans live. Besides this, there are 18 forest regions inhabited by demonic beasts. Different beasts with different habits live in forests with different climates. Take the Ice Soul Dragon, which was quite famous recently. It prefers cold, so from birth, it lives in the extreme cold forest. This is why our simulated battlefield is specifically designed with different extreme temperature climates to test you. Because if a full-scale war breaks out in the future, you may all be fighting in real extreme cold forests. A rather naive student suddenly raised his hand. Will there be supplies in the real extreme cold forest? Wu Jinghong glanced at him and replied expressionlessly, of course not. On the real battlefield, what you eat and drink will be up to you. The student sighed, but why do we have to fight? Can't we just coexist peacefully? Wu Jinghong's eyes remained unmoved. You find the answer to that question when you get to the battlefield. Su Jintang listened attentively and learned that besides their residential area, there were many other strange and unusual places outside. For example, the no-man's land of Snow City and the border city, the intermediate zone between the war zone and the star field. After the class, the students' expressions became more serious and earnest. Get out of class dismissed. Wu Jinghong picked up her lesson plan and turned to leave. Su Jintang stood up and stretched. Class monitor. I'm back. Song Tianqi's loud voice came from beside her. The familiar voice startled Su Jintang, who turned around. He saw Song Tianqi, who had lost a lot of weight and grown taller, rushing in from the classroom door with outstretched arms. Su Jintang subconsciously lifted her foot and moved aside. Song Tianqi missed his target and, due to inertia, landed on the next table with his arms outstretched. He leaned on the table, propped his head up with one hand, turned to the side, put his hands on his hips, and struck a seemingly cool pose. Class monitor, the charming and handsome me is back. Su Jintang, Song Tianqi's sudden appearance left everyone else in the classroom a little bewildered. Who is this? Which class is he from? Is he that narcissistic? Yin Yuding stared blankly for a long time, then quietly leaned close to Su Jintang's ear. Class monitor, do you know him? Yeah, an old classmate. Su Jintang nodded. Song Tianqi had been undergoing some kind of special training lately. He had become noticeably thinner, even his jawline was more defined, and his figure was tall and straight. He looked like a completely different person. He stood up with a smile and introduced himself to Yin Yuding. Hello, I'm Song Tianqi. You're the Song Tianqi who was specially recruited? Yin Yuding's voice rose, her eyes widening. The others had also heard about the specially recruited students and looked at Song Tianqi with surprise. That's right, it's me. Song Tianqi smiled modestly and scratched his head. As everyone's attention was on Song Tianqi, Jiangxi silently walked in and nodded to Su Jintang. Her aloof and taciturn nature was a stark contrast to Song Tianqi's. Shui Zhongqi, always eager to join in the fun, fanned himself and leaned over. I heard that all the students recruited by Lekdash are geniuses, 1 in a million. This brother must have many outstanding qualities. Song Tianqi scratched his hair shyly. No, just average. Coming to her senses, Yin Yuding forced a smile. You're too modest. How could someone specially recruited be ordinary? The group began exchanging pleasantries. Just then, Su Jintang's communicator vibrated twice. Zhuang Silin sent a message. Call Song Tianqi, Jiangxi, Shui Zhongqi, and Yin Yuding to my office. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, recalling what teacher Zhuang had mentioned about establishing an experimental class. It seemed the fifth person was Yin Yuding. Teacher Zhuang wants us to go over there. We catch up when we get back. Su Jintang looked up at the 4 people beside her. Shui Zhongqi quickly realized something. He glanced around and muttered, exactly 5 people. Huh? I haven't done anything. Why does teacher Zhuang want me to go over there again? Is it going to be another special training session? Song Tianqi's pupils dilated. Su Jintang glanced at him, quite curious about what had happened to make Song Tianqi so thin. She stroked her chin and asked, what kind of special training did you do? Song Tianqi closed his eyes, waved his hand in despair, and said, don't even mention it. It was more painful than having to attend classes for 24 hours straight. Jiangxi calmly replied, every day I did cross-country running with 200 pounds of weight, challenged monsters of higher levels, and fought until my mental energy was completely exhausted, plus being repeatedly beaten by a 6th-level peak physical training instructor every night. Su Jintang's lips twitched. Truly terrifying. Chapter 48. Yin Yuding swallowed hard, glancing furtively at Jiangxi. Such terrifying training, and she only described it as that's all? Turns out, this woman is the most terrifying one. Su Jintang and the other 4 quickly arrived at Zhuang Silin's office. Zhuang Silin sat on the guest sofa, gesturing for everyone to sit down. I called you all here today to ask for your opinions on something. Su Jintang was the first to sit down. The other 4 exchanged silent glances, then cautiously took their seats beside her. Su Jintang and Shui Zhongqi also know about this. It's about establishing an experimental class. Zhuang Silin's words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Song Tianqi couldn't help but ask first, what experimental class? Zhuang Silin explained, simply put, it's a class that exists independently of all other classes. The main reason for establishing this class is for the Military Academy League 3 years later. Military Academy League? Yin Yuding's eyes showed a hint of surprise. That's right. Since its founding, Rectas has won the Military Academy League Championship for dozens of consecutive years. This is an honor, but also a responsibility. Aside from the faculty and students of Rectas Military Academy, almost everyone wants to see us fall from our pedestal. Therefore, in the last 2 Military Academy leagues, Rectas has been targeted and coordinated by other military academies. To be honest, in the last Military Academy League, both of Rectas' participating teams were almost wiped out, narrowly missing out on the championship. But thankfully, your seniors fought to the very end, upholding this honor for the Military Academy. Having learned from past mistakes, our Military Academy's leaders and teachers don't intend to sit idly by any longer, hence the plan to establish an experimental class. The 5 of you have already been selected for the experimental class. Su Jintang asked, how will this experimental class differ from the others? Zhuang Silin smiled slightly. Students in the experimental class will enjoy comprehensive resource support from the Military Academy. Before the Military Academy League begins, we will do everything we can to help everyone improve their strength. Of course, not the kind that forces your mental strength levels up. Yin Yuding hesitated for only a few seconds. I'm willing to join the experimental class. The first Military Academy's foundation is absolutely unimaginable, and joining the experimental class would grant access to comprehensive resource support from the Military Academy. This temptation was simply irresistible. Immediately afterward, Shui Zhongqi also raised his fan to declare, I join too. Su Jintang didn't think much of it, and quickly declared, I join. This treatment was even better than she had expected. There was no reason to hesitate. Only Jiang Shi and Song Tianqi remained. Zhuang Silin looked up and smiled at the two of them. And you too? Jiang Shi said calmly, I'm joining. Teacher, Song Tianqi said with a smile, scratching his head, if we join this experimental class, will we have to do special training every day from now on? Zhuang Silin raised an eyebrow, but didn't answer, though her tacit agreement was clear. Song Tianqi's smile vanished, his temples throbbing. He shuddered at the prospect of special training in the experimental class, and said with a mournful face, then, I join too. Very good, thank you all for your cooperation. Zhuang Silin smiled with satisfaction. From today onwards, I will be the homeroom teacher of the experimental class. For the next 3 years, I will accompany you all as you grow. Of course, the plan to establish this experimental class must remain a secret for now. In the last Military Academy League, we won with great difficulty because other military academies knew our strength too well. Everyone is watching and studying us, so for the next 3 years, your strength, mental power level, and special abilities must be strictly kept secret. At this point, Zhuang Silin's expression became extremely serious. Before the league begins, your participation status will be completely confidential. The training and curriculum you will receive will also be different from those of students in other classes. Please keep these points carefully confidential. If anyone accidentally leaks the news, I will kick you out of the experimental class immediately. Do you all understand? The 5 nodded in unison, understood. Zhuang Silin's gaze fell on Su Jintang, specifically emphasizing, especially you, don't cause me any trouble later. You were first in the joint entrance exam, so many people are already watching you. Be more low-key from now on. Su Jintang, singled out, chuckled awkwardly yes. Reminded by these words, Shui Zhongqi looked up and asked, but 3 of us here have participated in the joint entrance exam, and other military academy teachers should also know about our special abilities. Can we still keep it a secret? Zhuang Silin calmly explained, the truly talented geniuses are all secretly recruited back to the military academy, and every year there are students who deliberately hide their abilities in the joint entrance exam. Therefore, the rankings in the joint entrance exam are no longer given much attention. 3 years is enough time for those people to forget about you. Zhuang Silin's gaze swept over Su Jintang and the other 4. That's all for today. Go back and adjust your mindset. Starting tomorrow, I will use the excuse of sending the 5 of you on a special mission to transfer you directly out of your original classes and begin separate special training in the experimental class. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment. Teacher, are we not allowed to contact our classmates from our original class anymore? Of course not. You're just going on a special mission, not dying. Keep in touch, but don't reveal anything about the experimental class. With that, Zhuang Silin stood up and waved to the 5 of them. Go on, I go report the experimental class to the principal. Okay, goodbye, teacher. Su Jintang stood up first and turned to walk towards the office door. The other 4 followed suit. After leaving the office building, Song Tianqi and the others were quite excited. How exciting! From now on, the 5 of us will be people whose identities are kept secret. Song Tianqi's face lit up with joy. Yin Yuding cupped her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling. I can't believe I was chosen for the experimental class. Shui Zhongqi and Jiangxi remained relatively calm, each walking on one side, both appearing like reclusive masters who had kept their achievements hidden. Only Su Jintang remained thoughtful, considering, it's lunchtime in an hour, and she's gotten a bit tired of the cold snow spirit grass salad lately. Maybe she should try some meat dishes tonight. After eating 2 plates of steamed green scale fish, Su Jintang emerged from the cafeteria satisfied. These green scale fish were second-tier demonic beasts caught from the icy pools of the extreme cold forest. Their meat was delicious, and long-term consumption would enhance the movement speed of ability users. Class monitor, we're leaving first. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi, the 2 boys, parted ways with them downstairs at the dormitory building. Only Su Jintang and her 2 companions entered the girls' dormitory building. Sister Shi, were you specially recruited into Rectas with Song Tianqi? After becoming more familiar, Yin Yuding finally asked the question that had been lingering in her mind. She heard that Song Tianqi had been specially recruited, but the name Jiangxi was completely unfamiliar to her. Su Jintang turned to look at her. Jiangxi still had that indifferent expression. No, I was specially recruited last year. Yin Yuding was stunned. Last year? Then you should be a second-year student now? Jiangxi nodded. Yes, but I skipped a grade. Age-wise, I'm the same as you. After Teacher Zhuang planned to establish the experimental class, he said, I should stay a grade, not advance to second year, so I could participate in the military academy league with you. Su Jintang's eyes widened slightly. Excuse me, what's your current mental strength level? Jiangxi, level 4. Su Jintang and Yin Yuding both stared wide-eyed. The same age, and she's already at level 4. Jiangxi's terrifying power put pressure on Su Jintang. Of the 5 students in the current experimental class, she had the lowest mental strength level. She had to hurry and advance to the second tier. Back in her dormitory, Su Jintang went straight to the cultivation room, sat cross-legged, and planned to dedicate more time each day to cultivating her spiritual power than the others. She closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and began circulating her spiritual power. The next morning, the school quietly transferred the 5 students from the experimental class out of their original classes under the pretext of a special mission. Thanks to the cooperation of Su Jintang and her friends, this didn't attract much attention. However, those who were closer to Su Jintang immediately sent a barrage of questions upon hearing the news. Yuan Yao, what does this mean? Shui Zhongqi went on a special mission, and you went on a special mission too? You 2 teamed up to hide from me, Wei Zixuan. Sis, have you already forgotten the days we went through thick and thin together? What special mission did you go on? When are you coming back? Chao Xing'an, squad leader, will you ever come back? Jin Shushua, special mission? Have you and Shui Zhongqi already been dispatched to the battlefield? Su Jintang could only answer them with it's a secret for the time being. After breakfast, Su Jintang and the other 4 gathered outside the school. At Zhuang Silin's request, all 5 of them took off their school uniforms and changed into casual clothes. Zhuang Silin, also dressed casually, stood ramrod straight, hands clasped behind her back, her gaze sweeping over the 5 students. In a few days, once the military academy's funding comes through, I rent a villa for everyone to live in separately. All your special training will be conducted in secret from now on. But we won't be training today. A mysterious smile appeared on Zhuang Silin's face. As the head teacher of the experimental class, before the special training officially begins, I plan to give each of you a small gift. Su Jintang's interest was piqued. A small gift? A gift from a peak 7-tier expert. It must be extraordinary. The other 4 also looked up expectantly. Zhuang Silin continued, have you heard of the Wanbeige auction house? Yin Yuding nodded quickly. Yes, I have. Wanbeige is a huge business. They have branches in almost every star region. Most of their items are rare and precious treasures. They organize a large-scale auction of rare items every month, and it's said that every item is a rare find on the market. Su Jintang naturally had a strong impression of Wanbeige. The most extravagant thing she ever did in her life was using a free gift card to buy that bottle of dragon essence blood worth 380,000 yuan. She pondered for a moment, then guessed, is Teacher Zhuang taking us to the Wanbeige auction? That's right. Zhuang Silin smiled. My gift to you is any item from the Wanbeige auction. Each of you 5 can choose one item, and I pay for it, no matter the price. Wow! Teacher Zhuang, this gift is incredibly generous. Song Tianqi's eyes widened. He had been to Wanbeige before. Even ordinary everyday items were extremely valuable, let alone the items up for auction. Shui Zhongqi was also stunned for a moment. After regaining his composure, he smiled and waved his fan. Teacher Zhuang's gift is indeed extravagant. Yin Yuding excitedly covered her mouth, afraid she might accidentally shout it out. Su Jintang rubbed his hands together expectantly. Great. When do we leave? Right now. Zhuang Silin raised her hand and took out 5 tickets to the Wanbeige auction from her bracelet. One for each of you. Let's head out to the auction now. Song Tianqi led the cheers. Half an hour later, Su Jintang and his group arrived at the Wanbeige flagship store in the Federal Star region. The flagship store was simply and elegantly decorated, with 99 floors, its height reaching towards the clouds. The entrance was also luxuriously decorated, with a gleaming gold signboard and angel statues shimmering with a mysterious light. 9 out of 10 passers-by would stop and stare for a few seconds. Zhuang Silin led the 5 of them up the steps. A Wanbeige employee immediately smiled and stepped forward. Today is our Wanbeige flagship store auction. You need tickets to enter. May I ask how many of you are? Su Jintang and his group quickly showed their tickets. After checking the admission tickets, the shop assistant's smile widened, and he bowed slightly, gesturing for them to enter. Distinguished guests, please come in. The auction will be held on the top floor. Upon entering the store, staff quickly approached and guided Su Jintang and his group of 6 to the elevator. They had arrived at the 99th floor. The elevator floor announcement sounded, and the doors slowly opened to the sides. Su Jintang stepped out of the elevator, looking around. The top floor's decor was understated and restrained, the wallpaper was a somber dark brown, and the carpet underfoot was very soft, likely made of expensive materials. I sensed a very strong ice attribute energy. The Ice Soul Dragon, which had been within his spiritual sea of consciousness, suddenly awoke. Su Jintang stopped, glancing behind her to see Zhuang Silin and Song Tianqi had gone off to observe the surrounding decorations. Then she focused her mind on the Ice Soul Dragon, asking, what kind of ice attribute energy? The Ice Soul Dragon pondered for a moment. It's probably a spiritual plant with very strong ice attribute energy. I sensed its aura. It should be a 1,000-year snow lotus. Will the 1,000-year snow lotus greatly enhance my abilities? The Ice Soul Dragon, of course. This spiritual plant not only enhances your ice attribute, but also helps you absorb my dragon blood power. Currently, 90% of the dragon blood I stored in your body hasn't been fully absorbed. If you consume the 1,000-year snow lotus, I can help you absorb at least another 10%. Since the last arena match where she forcibly activated her dragon blood power in battle, she had realized how significant the boost from dragon blood was. She had only burned a small amount of dragon blood, yet she was able to smash Su Bohan with a single punch. If she could absorb another 10%, the improvement would be terrifying. Su Jintang pursed her lips. Okay, I understand. After the group toured the auction hall, Zhuang Silin was briefly escorted away by staff for a chat, while another staff member led Su Jintang and her group of 5 into a private room. The staff member bowed respectfully, looking at the group with utmost deference. Please come in, everyone. The private room was furnished with a row of genuine leather sofas, with a round glass coffee table in the center, laden with snacks and freshly brewed tea. Across from them was a one-way window, offering a clear view of the auction below, but preventing those outside from seeing into the room. Shui Zhongqi sat down first, his hands resting casually on the back of the sofa. Comfortable. Judging from his composed expression, he seemed quite accustomed to such high-end occasions. Given his status as a genius inscription master, it was normal for him to have some money. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, sat down on the other sofa, leaned back, and closed her eyes to rest. On the other side, Song Tianqi curiously approached the one-way glass, placed his hands on it, pressed his body against it, and looked around. It's amazing. This glass only allows you to see out from the inside, but you can't see in from the outside. Just then, Zhuang Silin entered from outside, her gaze falling on Su Jintang and the other 4. When the auction begins, feel free to bid on anything you want. The military academy will reimburse your expenses this time. Sister, quickly give me the auction catalog. I want to see what good stuff is available. Song Tianqi reached out, looking at the staff member beside him. She smiled and handed 5 booklets to Su Jintang and the other 4. Today's auction items are all recorded in the catalog. Su Jintang opened the catalog and began to carefully read through it. Wanbeige truly lived up to its reputation as the most high-end shop in the interstellar space. Many of the items up for auction today were rare treasures she had never seen before. Turning to the second-to-last page, The auction information for the Millennium Snow Lotus appeared before her eyes. Name: Millennium Snow Lotus. Attribute: Ice. Starting price: 500,000 star coins. Su Jintang clicked her tongue. It was indeed expensive. Thankfully, the military academy was paying for it today. 20 minutes later, guests from all sides arrived at the auction venue. Besides the private boxes, the auction venue had over 100 chairs, and by now, almost all the chairs were occupied. Hello everyone, I am the host of today's auction. Our auction will begin in 5 minutes. Please return to your seats as soon as possible, the host said with a smile, standing on the auction platform. Soon afterward, the lights in the venue slowly dimmed, and the previously noisy discussions gradually subsided. The host raised the microphone and announced, "The one-page auction is now officially open. Without further ado, let's bring out the first item, a perfectly crafted fire attribute marrow cleansing pill. Class monitor, do you think this fire attribute marrow cleansing pill is suitable for me?" Song Tianqi looked over hesitantly. "I want to bid on so many of these, but I can only buy one." Su Jintang stroked her chin thoughtfully for a moment. "Take a look further on? I remember there's a high-level fire attribute demonic beast essence blood that would also suit you." "Okay." Song Tianqi nodded. The auction continued, and everyone found the items they wanted and began bidding. Yin Yuding bid on an offensive magic weapon suitable for her self-defense. Shui Zhongqi chose a 1,000-year-old spiritual plant with a lightning attribute, saying it could be used to research and create new inscriptions. Song Tianqi heeded Su Jintang's advice and purchased a bottle of high-level demonic beast essence blood. He had just advanced to the second rank and needed the blood to consolidate his strength. Soon, the announcer's voice came from below. The next item to be auctioned is the Ice Attribute Spiritual Plant, the 1,000-year Snow Lotus. As everyone knows, the extreme cold forest, due to the presence of the Ice Soul Dragon, has always been considered one of the most dangerous regions in the interstellar space. The 1,000-year Snow Lotus grows there, and the danger of harvesting it is self-evident. Therefore, its value is extremely high. Today, the 1,000-year Snow Lotus starts at 500,000 star coins, with each bid increment no less than 10,000. The auction begins. The Ice Soul Dragon within his spiritual sea suddenly spoke. "This stuff is everywhere where I am. I didn't expect it to be so valuable in your human world." Su Jintang silently replied, "Wasn't it because you were there that it was difficult to harvest, which is why it was so expensive?" At this moment, the guests below began to bid. Su Jintang snapped out of her daze, and quickly rang the bell, 800,000. The guests below were silent for a moment, then someone else raised the price, 1 million. Su Jintang coughed lightly, and continued ranging, 1,200,000. With the military academy reimbursing the expenses, spending this money was truly comfortable. After the bid reached 1,200,000, no one else dared to bid. The host struck the gavel, and announced with a smile, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 1 for successfully bidding on this 1,000-year-old Snow Lotus." With the item in hand, Su Jintang's heart calmed down. Now, of the 5 people, only Jiangxi remained silent. Zhuang Silin looked at her. "Don't you want to buy anything?" Jiangxi shook her head, "No." Song Tianqi smiled and leaned closer. "Teacher, this one-page store is all owned by Sister Shi's family. She just takes whatever she wants." It was only after getting to know Jiangxi better recently that he learned she was actually the heiress of Wanbage. He was quite shocked at the time, but he's used to it now. All eyes turned to Jiangxi. Su Jintang was also a little surprised. No wonder Jiangxi could casually pull out a Wanbage free card. It turns out she owns the store. Faced with the surprised and inquisitive gazes, Jiangxi simply nodded silently. "Yeah, don't worry about me." Zhuang Silin obviously already knew this and calmly said, "Okay, everyone else has chosen, right?" "We've chosen." Yin Yuding and the others nodded quickly. Zhuang Silin took a sip of tea and stood up. "I go pay the bill." Just as she was about to walk out the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and a subtle smile appeared on her face. Song Tianqi felt uneasy under her gaze, and swallowed hard. "Teacher Zhuang, your gaze is making my heart pound." Su Jintang and the others also sensed the awkward atmosphere, and became alert. Zhuang Silin raised the corners of her lips. "Are you all satisfied with this gift?" Su Jintang and the others exchanged glances and nodded. "Satisfied? That's good." Then, she changed the subject. "But these aren't free gifts. Every investment the military academy makes in you needs to yield results. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, be on time at the training ground. I will conduct a comprehensive assessment of your entire experimental class. Those who don't meet the assessment standards will be eliminated and kicked out of the experimental class. Chapter 49. Su Jintang and the other four widened their eyes. Teacher, is it really elimination? Song Tianqi asked tentatively. What else? Zhuang Siling glanced at him, her voice serious. Dismissed. Meet at the training ground tomorrow morning. Don't be late. With that, she turned and left. Watching Zhuang Siling's figure gradually disappear into the distance, everyone's expressions turned solemn. Being selected for the experimental class was naturally a rare opportunity for them. If they were eliminated because of an assessment, it would not only be embarrassing but also a disgrace. Everyone, we won't chat tonight. I'm going back to properly study the magic weapon I just acquired, Yin Yuding said solemnly, a departure from his usual carefree personality. Seeing this, the others also took their leave. Seeing everyone suddenly become serious, Su Jintang could only wave goodbye to them one by one. She strolled leisurely towards her dormitory, humming a little tune. She refused to believe that, after Teacher Zhuang had painstakingly selected the 5 of them, and spent so much money on gifts, he would simply kick them out of the experimental class the very next day because of an assessment. If he really wanted to test them, he would have done it the moment the experimental class was established. Why schedule it after the auction? So the conclusion was clear. Teacher Zhuang probably just wanted to provoke them. However, she still needed to hurry, and use the Millennium Snow Lotus tonight. Brother Long meant that using it in conjunction with the Snow Lotus would help her absorb at least 10% of the Dragon Blood's power. Her strength was about to surge again. Thinking of this, Su Jintang quickened her pace towards her dormitory, her face full of anticipation. Entering the training room, Su Jintang took out the Snow Lotus and placed it aside. He then sat cross-legged, hands on his knees, and mentally called out, Brother Long, I'm ready. Calm your mind and focus your spirit, the Ice Soul Dragon's voice slowly rang out. Su Jintang took a deep breath and slowly activated his spiritual power. The next second, a massive surge of dragon blood power erupted from his body. Su Jintang closed his eyes, his brow furrowed tightly, his face contorted in pain. A stream of icy blue energy pulled the 1,000-year-old Snow Lotus to the surface. Each petal of the Snow Lotus was pure white, enveloped in a soft icy blue light, making it appear even more sacred. Just as the dragon blood power within Su Jintang was about to erupt violently, the cool energy flowed into his body, instantly suppressing the turbulent dragon blood power. Su Jintang's brow relaxed slightly, and his breathing returned to normal. Increase the circulation of your spiritual power, the Ice Soul Dragon reminded him. Su Jintang pursed her lips, increasing the speed of her mental energy circulation. The next second, a vast amount of dragon blood power rapidly spread throughout her body. Every bone and muscle in her body was rapidly strengthening. Her previously stagnant mental energy cultivation progress also began to change under the impetus of the dragon blood power. The silent night was exceptionally desolate, with only a crescent moon hanging in the sky providing illumination. Su Jintang didn't sleep a wink all night. She sat cross-legged, continuing to absorb and cultivate. A phantom dragon shadow slowly appeared behind her, and beside her stood a scale radiating silver light. The 2 beams of light seemed to guard her, quietly accompanying her. The next morning, as dawn broke, the sunlight streamed into the room. Su Jintang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, raised her hand to conclude her cultivation. After stopping her mental energy circulation, she quickly sensed changes within her body. I reached the peak of Tier 1. Su Jintang exclaimed in delight. Not only that, your physical strength is now comparable to a Tier 3 ability user. In close combat alone, few of your peers can defeat you, Ice Soul Dragon added. Su Jintang clenched her fist excitedly. Once I reach Tier 2, I can fully control my Ice attribute ability. The peak of Tier 1 was just one step away from advancing to the next. Soon! Oh no, I'm going to be late for the experimental class assessment. Su Jintang suddenly remembered her important task, her joy instantly vanishing. She rushed out of the dormitory and sprinted towards the training ground. Upon reaching the training ground at top speed, she quickly saw Zhuang Siling's figure before her. Su Jintang stopped abruptly, her hands clasped at her sides, standing ramrod straight. Teacher, I have a reason for being late. Last night I absorbed the 1,000-year Snow Lotus all night, and my supernatural abilities suddenly increased significantly. I cultivated until this morning, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I remembered I had an assessment today, so I rushed over. Zhuang Siling crossed her arms, looking her up and down. She could indeed sense that Su Jintang's power aura was much stronger than yesterday. She probably wasn't lying. No matter the reason, late is late. The punishment for being late is that today all your assessment standards must be double compared to everyone else to pass. Any objections? Su Jintang breathed a sigh of relief and straightened her back. No problem. Get in line. Su Jintang turned to look at the 4 people already standing in a row opposite her. She walked to the back of the line and stood there. Yin Yuding, standing beside her, whispered, "Class monitor, I called 7 or 8 times this morning, but you didn't answer." "I really tried. I was cultivating at the time. I didn't hear you," Su Jintang explained in a low voice. Shuang Silin turned around, her gaze sweeping over the 5 people. "Now that everyone's here, report your current mental strength levels, starting from the left." Song Tianqi, on the far left, immediately stepped forward. "Report, current mental strength level is level 2. Next was Shui Zhongqi, peak level 1. Jiangxi, mental strength level 4. Yin Yuding, report, teacher, my current mental strength level is peak level 1. Hearing the reports from the first 4, Su Jintang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she had been diligent last night, otherwise her mental strength level would have been at the bottom today. Su Jintang stood tall and stepped forward. Report. Peak level 1 spiritual power. Shuang Silin's subtle gaze fell on Su Jintang. You reached the peak of level 1 after just 1 night of cultivation? You're very proud, aren't you? Su Jintang coughed awkwardly, reporting, "Teacher, I will work even harder in the future." Fortunately, Shuang Silin didn't dwell on this, and quickly shifted her attention to the others. Today's first assessment is a strength test. Level 1 spiritual power requires 200 gene of strength to pass. Level 2 requires 500 gene. Level 4 requires 2000 gene. Yin Yuding raised his hand in confusion. "Teacher, are the requirements the same for support abilities?" It's common knowledge that support abilities provide the least increase to a user's physical strength. For an ordinary level 1 support ability user, reaching 200 gene of strength is almost impossible. That's right. Shuang Silin's gaze fell on Yin Yuding. The reason the experimental class receives so many privileges is precisely because you are more outstanding than your peers. This year is the first time we tried selecting support-type ability users to join the team. Yin Yuding, your ability is quite good, but your biggest weakness is your survivability. For the next 3 years, my requirement for you is to always ensure that you are not the first to be eliminated by the enemy. Only by surviving can your support and buffs for your teammates reach their maximum effect. Yin Yuding lowered his head, pursed his lips, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Yes, I will definitely survive to the end. Song Tianqi raised his hand with a smile. Teacher, what are your requirements for the rest of us? Shuang Silin smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over Su Jintang. Su Jintang, you tell me, what would my requirements be for you? Su Jintang stepped forward, clearing his throat with a very serious expression. Use every means possible to be the first to defeat the enemy. Shui Zhongqi hesitated for a moment. So the key point is to use every means possible? No, the most important thing is definitely to defeat the enemy. Song Tianqi very seriously straightened out his thoughts. Yin Yuding chimed in with a joke. Based on our recent experience defeating the close combat and ranged attack squads, there's only one secret to victory. Shui Zhongqi glanced over. What? Yin Yuding replied with a smile. Believe in the squad leader, and you win. Seeing that the group was drifting further and further off topic, Shuang Silin brought them back to the point. Interpret it however you like, as long as you win, you fulfilled the military academy's requirements. Enough talk. Everyone, come forward one by one from left to right for the strength test. Shuang Silin turned and walked to the strength testing device 2 meters away, her gaze falling on Song Tianqi, who was first on the left. You have 2 chances. The higher score will be your final result. During the test, the use of mental power is prohibited. If anyone secretly uses mental power to cheat, the device can detect it. Song Tianqi clenched his fists and excitedly walked to the strength testing device. Let me try this thing to see if it can withstand my punch. Su Jintang's gaze swept over the testing device. It looked like a boxing ring, with a rubber target in the center. Hitting the rubber target with full force would automatically generate the corresponding strength data on the display screen behind it. I heard this thing wasn't cheap, at least they didn't have it in their lower-level star region before. Soon, Song Tianqi clenched his fist and slammed it into the rubber target with all his might. With a bang, the entire rubber target vibrated violently. The data on the display screen behind him changed continuously until, 2 seconds later, the word 750 gene appeared. You passed. You have a second chance. Do you want to continue? Shuang Silin nodded and looked at him. Song Tianqi shook his head. No. He had already given it his all this time, and he was satisfied with the result. There was no need to try again. He returned to the group, satisfied. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi next to him both glanced at him in surprise. For a second-tier ability user to achieve a score of 500 Jin without using mental power was already considered excellent, but Song Tianqi's score was even higher than 500 Jin. The second person to go was Shui Zhongqi. His score in the first round was only 150 Jin, still a bit short of the passing mark. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and with a tense face, began to try the second test with all his might. A fist, imbued with all her strength, slammed into the rubber target. 200 Jin, approximately 400 kilograms. Seeing the result, Shui Zhongqi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although he barely passed, he was still doing well. Zhuang Silin glanced at him, offered no comment, and simply called out, "Next." When it was Jiang Shi's turn to be tested, everyone's curious gazes converged on her. Su Jintang also felt a surge of anticipation. A fourth-tier ability user, 3 tiers higher than her physical strength must be extraordinary. Jiang Shi walked expressionlessly to the strength testing device and raised her hand, clenching it into a fist. Because her usual personality was so calm, no one had ever seen her unleash her full power, and a sense of anticipation arose within them. 2 seconds later, Jiang Shi, having fully charged her strength, turned cold and slammed her fist into the rubber target. A louder, heavier impact than before rang out. The rubber target vibrated violently. The numbers on the screen behind her jumped rapidly, finally settling on a score of 2,000 Jin, approximately 1,000 kilograms. Zhuang Silin nodded. Her standards for Jiangxi were higher than others, so this performance was already quite good. Jiangxi also gave up the second chance, and quickly turned back to her team. Shui Zhongqi and the others turned away with sighs of admiration. 4th tier is indeed strong. Shui Zhongqi shook his head and sighed. With such a terrifying result before her, Yin Yuding immediately became nervous when it was her turn to be tested. "Teacher, Yin Yuding hesitated, unsure how to begin. Zhuang Silin looked her over. "Just do your best, come on." Yin Yuding nervously swallowed, her clenched palm sweating. She was genuinely apprehensive. Ordinary first-tier auxiliary ability users, without activating their mental power, generally have a physical strength of only about 100 Jin, 50 kilograms. If she didn't meet the requirements today, she might be kicked out of the experimental class. Under intense tension, Yin Yuding punched the rubber target with all her might. 125 Jin, approximately 62.5 kilograms. After the result popped up, Yin Yuding's mind went blank, only 2 words escaping her lips: "It's over." "It's okay, Yuding, there's a second chance." Song Tianqi immediately encouraged her. After regaining her composure, Yin Yuding took a deep breath, clenched her fist, and punched again. This time, she truly used all her strength. 150 Jin, approximately 75 kilograms. After the result popped up, Yin Yuding's eyes completely glazed over. It was really over. Only her second day in the experimental class, and she was already going to be eliminated. Until she remembered something, she hurriedly and frantically turned to look at Su Jintang, her eyes pleading, mouthing, "Class monitor, save me." Su Jintang received the signal, pondered for a moment, then stepped out of the group. Reporting, "Teacher, I have an objection." Zhuang Silin looked her over with interest, seemingly unsurprised that Su Jintang would step forward. "What objection do you have?" Yin Yuding's special ability is mainly to enhance her teammate's strength. Forcing her to exert more than 200 pounds of force is against common sense. "So?" Zhuang Silin continued, picking up where she left off. "Su Jintang, everyone has their strengths. Yin Yuding's strength is that the toast she produces can increase the movement speed and strength of her teammates. If Yin Yuding's ability can greatly enhance my strength, it will be enough to compensate for her own weakness in strength. Take Song Tianqi as an example. Without the bread's boost, he can only strike 750 Jin, but with it, he might be able to strike 800 Jin. The combined strength gained by everyone after the boost will definitely be better than Yin Yuding's own ability to strike 200 Jin." Zhuang Silin smiled, "Talking big is useless. I want to see actual results." Su Jintang pondered for a moment, "Then when it's my turn to test, I have Yin Yuding assist me. If with her abilities boost, I can achieve results far exceeding my own strength, then what I said is correct. What if you can't achieve that?" Zhuang Silin asked, staring at her. "That's impossible." Su Jintang answered decisively. Her confident demeanor piqued Zhuang Silin's interest. "All right, the requirement for the first level is 200 Jin of strength. As punishment for your lateness today, that requirement will double, making it 400 Jin." And you just mentioned that Yan Yuding's ability greatly benefits you, so that requirement will double again, making it 800 gene. If you can generate 800 gene of strength, I won't pursue the matter of Yan Yuding failing the test. Chapter 50. The maximum strength of a first-tier ability user is around 500 gene, approximately 250 kilograms. And only very strong melee-type ability users can achieve this. Upon hearing the requirement of 800 gene, Shui Shengqi and the others were all dumbfounded. Teacher Zhuang, you must be joking, right? Song Tianqi asked with a smile. Jiangxi, who was usually quiet, also looked up in surprise, seemingly considering the rationality of the requirement. Yan Yuding was even more devastated. She was already eliminated herself, but now she had dragged the class monitor into it too. She had really done something terrible. Teacher, it's true that I didn't meet the requirements in the assessment. If you're going to eliminate someone, eliminate me. She quickly took the blame, not wanting to involve innocent people. What's the rush? Do you think I'm an unreasonable teacher? Zhuang Silin looked at Yan Yuding with amusement. I said if she can achieve this result, I won't pursue the matter with you. If she can't, then her protest is invalid. I didn't say that if she can't hit 800 gene, I kick her out of the experimental class. Oh, is that so? Yan Yuding froze, looking like she was about to cry. So, she was the only one who got hurt. Su Jintang took a deep breath and stood in front of the strength testing machine, warming her wrists. Ready? Zhuang Silin turned to look at her. Su Jintang nodded, ready? A serious look flashed in her eyes as she spoke. She stepped forward, clenched her fist tightly, and rapidly gathered all her strength into her right arm. Bang! A loud sound echoed from the rubber target. The numbers on the electronic screen behind me jumped rapidly, eventually displaying as 1000 gene. The scene fell silent instantly. Song Tianqi and the others stared at Su Jintang in disbelief, speechless for a long time. Zhuang Silin's eyes also showed a hint of seriousness. 800 gene was a rough estimate she had derived from her comprehensive assessment of Su Jintang's strength. But she hadn't expected Su Jintang to break through her limit. Teacher Zhuang, shall I try again? Su Jintang shook her wrist and asked with a smile. No need. Zhuang Silin put her hands behind her back and turned to Yan Yuding. I already said before, as long as Su Jintang hits 800 gene, I let bygones be bygones. You two can go back to your teams. Class monitor, you're amazing. Yan Yuding opened her arms and rushed over, hugging Su Jintang tightly, her expression full of excitement. Su Jintang's neck was choked, making it hard to breathe, and she quickly waved her hands. Calm down, calm down. Yan Yuding then released her, looking at her with eyes full of admiration. Back in the group, Su Jintang continued to stretch her wrists. Actually, that punch she landed just now wasn't even using her full strength. Having absorbed 10% of the Dragon Blood's power last night, her physical strength was already comparable to a third-tier ability user. If she went all out, a punch should be able to deliver at least 1500 gene, 750 kilograms. You all passed the strength test. But brute force alone won't win a competition. Now, I'm going to assess your combat abilities. Zhuang Silin's expression returned to seriousness. As soon as she finished speaking, several tall, slender students chattered as they walked into the training ground. Su Jintang looked up. The group consisted of 5 people, both boys and girls, all wearing Lecta's school uniforms. Judging from their height and appearance, they were clearly more mature. After the 5 approached, Zhuang Silin smiled. These 5 are your third-year seniors. Their mental strength levels range from level 4 to level 5. Zhuang Silin turned to the 5. Come and introduce yourselves. Yan Yuhang immediately stepped forward with a smile, striking a cool pose. Hello, juniors. I'm Yan Yuhang, the class monitor of the third-year melee class. My mental strength level is level 5, and my special ability is Wolverine Body Transformation. Then, another tall girl approached. My name is Gu Nianwei, the class monitor of the ranged attack class. My mental strength level is level 5, and my special ability is fire element manipulation. Also, she smiled slightly, put one hand on her hip, and winked at Su Jintang. I've been staying up late these past few days watching your support class's challenge livestream. The other 3 were more aloof and composed, simply stating their names and mental strength levels. After hearing their introductions, Su Jintang felt a strange sense of unease. Teacher Zhuang, what brings these senior students here? She asked, looking up. Zhuang Silin smiled broadly. Your second test is to withstand the attacks of these 5 people for 1 minute. If even one person remains standing on the platform within that minute, you pass. Song Tianqi and the others were stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. Even the usually aloof Shui Zhongqi's expression twitched. Teacher, their lowest mental strength level is 4th tier. Zhuang Silin smiled. Your team also has a 4th tier member. Jiangxi, are you confident you can pass the test? Jiangxi pursed her lips, pondered for a moment, and after careful consideration, looked up and replied, about 60% confident. Zhuang Silin raised an eyebrow, probably surprised by Su Jintang's confidence, and continued, where did you get this 60% confidence? Su Jintang also turned to look. Jiangxi calmly stated, first, 1 minute isn't too long. If even one of us doesn't fall, we succeeded. Second, I'm also a 4th tier, so I should be able to hold my own against the seniors for a while. Finally, Jiangxi turned to Su Jintang. I suspect my teammates also have some trump cards that can rival the seniors. Zhuang Silin slightly curled her lips and looked at the others. Very good, I give you 10 minutes to discuss tactics. The assessment will begin immediately when the time is up. As soon as she finished speaking, a stopwatch appeared in her hand, and time began to tick. What do we do? All 5 of us combined aren't enough to defeat one 5th tier ability user. Song Tianqi was already starting to worry. No rush, Su Jintang said, calming everyone down. When the seniors introduced themselves, they specifically mentioned their abilities. This must be Teacher Zhuang deliberately making things easier for us. So, we still have a chance to pass this test. Shui Zhongqi slowly exhaled, quickly fanning himself with a fan. The cool breeze helped him calm down a bit. Yes, we need to stay calm. Yin Yuning began to summarize the information. Of the 5 of them, only Senior Yin Yuhang and Senior Gun Yinwei are at level 5. The rest are at level 4. And they all introduced their abilities themselves, so we can use different tactics against them. Maybe we can actually hold out for a minute. But the problem is, Teacher Zhuang only gave us 10 minutes. That's hardly enough time to discuss tactics. Song Tianqi said with a bitter face, looking like this is simply impossible. Su Jintang raised an index finger and shook it. You all fallen into a misconception. Teacher Zhuang's requirement is that we just need to hold out for a minute, not that we have to defeat the opponent. So, Shui Zhongqi stopped fanning himself with his folding fan and turned to Su Jintang. What's your idea? Su Jintang beckoned. Everyone immediately leaned closer, listening intently to the tactics. Gun Yinwei, standing on the other side, nudged Yin Yuhang with her arms crossed. Look at those 5. They're definitely secretly discussing tactics against us. Yin Yuhang stretched. Sigh, in the face of absolute strength, all tactics are meaningless. But you heard about the support classes challenge, right? Those with absolute strength in melee and ranged combat both lost in the end. What are your thoughts on this, squad leader Yin? Gun Yinwei gestured for a microphone and held it to Yin Yuhang's lips. Yin Yuhang was speechless for a few seconds before changing his tone. You're right, we can't underestimate them. We can't hold back at all later. We launch a full-scale attack. Gun Yinwei hesitated. Wouldn't that be too ruthless? Zhuang Silin walked over from the side, looking at them with surprise. You two are discussing tactics too. No, we're thinking about whether or not to hold back later, Gun Yinwei replied. Zhuang Silin slightly raised her lips. I called you over here to see how much potential they can be squeezed out of them under extreme conditions. You don't need to stop later. Those 5 aren't as fragile as you think. Understood, mission accomplished. Gun Yinwei saluted. Yin Yuhang sighed, looking up at the sky. If only I had been born 2 years later, I could have represented the military academy in the league. Now I'm just a sparring partner for the younger students. Bad timing. The military academy league wouldn't start for another 3 years. And they were graduating from Rectas next year. Gun Yinwei retorted speechlessly, come on, if you were to represent the military academy in the league, you'd probably die of stress in your dorm the next day. Yin Yuhang's lips twitched. That's true. Making me challenge 3rd-year students in my first year is indeed quite stressful. At this point, both of them simultaneously turned their gazes to Su Jintang and his group of 5. They were huddled in a circle, seemingly discussing their strategy. However, for some reason, the 5 of them seemed more excited, as if they were quite looking forward to the upcoming challenge. Does everyone understand? Su Jintang looked at his 4 teammates. The 4 nodded in unison, understood. Su Jintang nodded, then turned to Zhuang Silin. Teacher, we're ready. Zhuang Silin glanced at the stopwatch in her hand. You have 5 minutes left to discuss. Are you sure you want to start the challenge early? Yes, we want to start early. A sly glint appeared in Su Jintang's eyes. Chapter 51. Zhuang Silin sized up Su Jintang, a hint of inquiry rising in her eyes, but she didn't ask any questions. She simply stepped aside. Okay. The assessment shall begin now. Half a minute later, Su Jintang and his 5 classmates, along with 5 senior students, stood on the training grounds arena. Gu Nianwei smiled, her dimples appearing on her face. She flexed her arms, her eyes crinkling as she looked at Su Jintang. Although I admire you all, I won't hold back. Yin Yuhang nodded in agreement. The senior won't hold back either. Su Jintang raised the corners of her lips, smiled slightly, and suddenly took a step back, pushing Jiang Shi forward. It's alright, our team won't hold back either. These words immediately drew the attention of Gu Nianwei, and Yin Yuhang to Jiang Shi. Su Jintang, Shui Zhongqi, and Yin Yuding had all participated in the first-year challenge. Those who had watched the live stream knew the approximate strength of these 3. But they were complete strangers to Jiang Shi and Song Tianqi. They had only heard teacher Zhuang mention that these 2 were special recruits from Lakitas, and their abilities were extraordinary. Let's deal with that girl. Su Jintang pushed out first. Gu Nianwei cautiously reminded her teammates in a low voice. Yin Yuhang and the others also began to size up Jiang Shi. Judging by her age, Jiang Shi was probably the same age as Su Jintang and the others, but the fact that she was the first to be pushed out to attract hatred meant that there was definitely something special about her. With both teams harboring their own thoughts, Zhuang Silin announced, the assessment begins. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and pressed the stopwatch. The 1-minute countdown began. Su Jintang immediately activated her ability, the slowing effect rapidly spreading around the arena. Due to the difference in mental strength levels, her ability was largely ineffective against the senior students. However, with her mental strength fully activated, a single second was more than enough. Yin Yuhang and Gu Nianwei, who were about to move, were instantly frozen in place. Even though it was only a second, it was enough to surprise them. Gu Nianwei glanced at Su Jintang in astonishment. So it was a domain-type ability. Luckily, there was a difference in their mental strength levels, otherwise, this ability could easily have driven them to despair. After the 1-second pause, the slowing effect disappeared. Gu Nianwei curled her lips into a smile, glancing at Su Jintang, Jr., now it's our turn. Her eyes darkened, her smile vanished instantly, and she leaped towards Su Jintang. Sensing that she was being targeted, Su Jintang quickly retreated, a smile simultaneously spreading across her face. Gu Nianwei noticed her expression and paused in thought. Just as she was lost in thought, an exceptionally terrifying energy cannon suddenly attacked from the side. The power fluctuation was comparable to an attack from a 4th-tier ability user. Gu Nianwei froze for a moment, then quickly turned to dodge. As she turned, she saw the aloof Jiang Shi, now carrying a superpowered rocket launcher on her shoulder. Its sheer size made Jiang Shi appear incredibly petite. Wait! She's 4th tier? Yin Yuhang exclaimed in surprise from next door. Gu Nianwei and the other 3 team members all turned their gazes to Jiang Shi, their expressions filled with disbelief. They had never seen such a young 4th-tier ability user before. After a couple of seconds of contemplation, Gu Nianwei immediately changed her target, eliminate her first. 4th-tier ability users were already posing a threat to them. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, they had to eliminate Jiang Shi first. Having evaded the pursuit, Su Jintang seized the opportunity to run towards the edge of the arena. Yin Yuding, who had been quietly producing bread from the rear, quickly tossed her a slice of toast. Su Jintang caught it, popped it into her mouth, and the sweet taste spread through her mouth, instantly making her body feel lighter. Jiang Shi alone drew all the enemy's firepower. Sensing the danger, she once again shouldered her superpowered rocket launcher and unleashed a frenzied barrage. A hail of bullets. It could fire 20 superpowered projectiles continuously, each of which would instantly create a small area explosion upon contact with any obstacle. In less than a few seconds, the entire arena was filled with the smoke from the explosions. The attacks of 4th-tier ability users posed a threat to Yin Yuhang and his group of 5. The 5 of them had no choice but to scatter and dodge in all directions. Bang! Another shell exploded. Yin Yuhang quickly ran to the other side of the arena. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi, who had been watching his movements, raised his hand and summoned the Star Scepter. Shui Zhongqi clasped his hands together, a faint silver light emanating from his eyes. Star chains extended from the scepter, flying rapidly towards Yin Yuhang. What is that? Yin Yuhang was startled, sensing something was wrong. He quickly activated his mental power, covering his arms with a layer of diamond armor, and Wolverine claws rapidly sprouted from his fingertips. His eyes darkened, and he reached out to grab the star chains, attempting to cut them. But once his claws touched the star chains, they were firmly stuck, and no matter how hard he pulled, there was no reaction. Yin Yuhang, have you lost your mind? That chain shares your life with it. Who told you to touch it willingly? Gu Nianwei, noticing this, almost fainted from anger. What the hell? Shares life? Yin Yuhang finally reacted, looking at Shui Zhongqi in disbelief. Your ability is vicious. After the soul link was established, Yin Yuhang was essentially useless. As long as Shui Zhongqi kept harassing him, he couldn't attack anyone. Otherwise, if Shui Zhongqi rushed forward to shield him, he would kill himself. At this moment, 25 seconds had passed. Su Jintang, who had been running around the scene, finally stopped. Another senior student chasing her quickly attacked. This senior student was named Lan Beijia. She had probably watched her live stream too, and immediately focused on her, determined to eliminate her first. Bend the bow and shoot the sun. Lan Beijia coldly chanted the incantation, and a sun-chasing bow instantly appeared in her hand. Golden light enveloped the sun-chasing bow, condensing into powerful energy fluctuations. Sensing the danger behind him, Su Jintang paused only briefly before immediately turning and running to the side. 2 seconds later, a cold arrow, gleaming with golden light, locked onto Su Jintang and flew towards him. This arrow seemed to possess sentience. As Su Jintang turned, it followed suit, impossible to shake off. A deep glint flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. Having come up with an idea, she immediately ran toward Shui Zhongqi next door. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi and Yin Yuhang were still locked in a stalemate. Suddenly appearing, Su Jintang immediately ducked behind Shui Zhongqi. The cold arrow that had been chasing Su Jintang was now aimed directly at Shui Zhongqi. Shui Zhongqi? Yin Yuhang, who was sharing his life with Shui Zhongqi, was left speechless. Just as the arrow was about to strike Shui Zhongqi, Yin Yuhang swiftly stepped forward and forcefully blocked it. Lan Beijia, who had caught up from behind, frowned at him. What are you doing? Yin Yuhang shrugged. Life sharing, sis. This arrow could cripple this kid. If I don't intervene, how am I supposed to survive? Lan Beijia's lips twitched. At this moment, Zhuang Silin, watching from below the stage, reminded them, there are still 20 seconds left. Yin Yuhang and the others were shocked. It was almost a minute. Lan Beijia's expression turned serious. She coldly looked at Yin Yuhang. Since you're already crippled, just take him down. Don't delay our fight. Yin Yuhang didn't hesitate any longer. He rushed toward Shui Zhongqi, grabbed him by the collar, and jumped off the stage with him. Su Jintang's figure was revealed again. Lan Beijia's gaze returned to Su Jintang. Let's see where you hide now. With that, Lan Beijia swiftly attacked Su Jintang. Su Jintang quickly gathered her strength and raised her hand to block Lan Beijia's punch. The shockwave from the clash of forces sent both of them staggering back a few steps. Lan Beijia looked at Su Jintang with surprise. She hadn't used her mental power in that punch, thinking it would be enough to deal with Su Jintang, but unexpectedly, it had only resulted in a draw. Lan Beijia abandoned her underestimation and summoned her special ability, the sun-chasing bow, once more. Sun-chasing wildfire. She quickly drew the bow, and an arrow, shimmering with dazzling golden light, appeared out of thin air in her hand before shooting towards Su Jintang. This was the skill effect she gained after advancing to the 3rd tier. The intimidation and damage were even stronger than the previous arrow. She refused to believe Su Jintang could dodge it. Sensing an even stronger threat, Su Jintang's expression turned serious. This arrow also had a lock-on effect, but this time she had no shield. Since that's the case, Su Jintang's eyes darkened. Instead of turning to flee, she circled around, finally charging towards Lan Beijia. Lan Beijia realized something and tried to retreat. At that moment, the slowing effect that Su Jintang had fully activated. Lan Beijia froze for a moment. In that single second, Su Jintang rushed over, grabbed her tightly, and switched directions. A highly threatening arrow shot towards Lan Beijia's back. Junior, you're really something. Lan Beijia, held tightly, laughed through gritted teeth, then raised her hand, and immediately cancelled the arrow's tracking attack. She thought that would make Su Jintang let go, but to her surprise, she still held on with a smile. What are you doing? Lan Beijia felt a little embarrassed by her hug. Su Jintang smiled slightly. Senior, let's go down together. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jintang's strength instantly ignited, and she used the momentum to hug the still unresponsive Lan Beijia tightly, and the two jumped off the stage together. Lan Beijia didn't react until after they were off the stage, her eyes filled with anger as she looked at Su Jintang. Yin Yuhang walked over with a smile. What a coincidence, you're down too? Lan Beijia immediately shut up, not wanting to acknowledge him at all. If he hadn't interfered, that arrow might have already hit Su Jintang, and none of this would have happened. Su Jintang clapped her hands, relaxed her body, and looked up at the stage. Zhuang Silin glanced at the stopwatch and reminded her again, 10 seconds left until the end of the assessment. The battle on the arena had reached a fever pitch, and the fighters had no time to spare. Jiangxi, with a mouthful of toast, wielded a super-powered rocket launcher, spraying bullets across the arena, her mental energy burning at an incredible rate. Gu Nianwei and the other two were struggling to withstand her full-on attack, having to dodge her attacks while simultaneously launching their own. Song Tianqi was in the same boat, his mouth stuffed full of toast, unleashing one large-scale explosive skill after another, blazing burst, at his opponents. The entire arena was shrouded in smoke and fire from the explosions. With only 3 seconds left, Gu Nianwei grew anxious. If this continued, her opponents would win. She stopped dodging, her face grave, and quickly formed a complex summoning gesture. Wildfire meteor shower. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted, and beams of fire rained down from the sky, striking Song Tianqi and Jiangxi. The attacks of a 5th-tier ability user were far more terrifying than anticipated. The two exchanged a glance, quickly withdrew their hands, and leaped off the stage from either side, dodging the rain of flames that covered half of the arena. At that moment, Zhuang Silin's timer beeped. 1 minute was up. Su Jintang's team of 4 voluntarily jumped off the stage, effectively eliminating them from the competition. However, Yan Yuding, ignored by everyone, remained perched on the edge of the stage, chewing on half a slice of toast. Gu Nianwei stared at Yan Yuding with a complex expression, unsure of what to say. From the beginning, their attention had been drawn to the stronger fighters, and they had indeed overlooked the support fighter on the opposing team. Seeing everyone's attention focused on her, Yan Yuding forced a smile, stood up, and waved, "Teacher Zhuang, does this count as a win?" Before the assessment began, Zhuang Silin had said that as long as one person remained in the arena, they would win. She put away her stopwatch, smiled, and put her hands behind her back. Congratulations. The entire experimental class passed this assessment. Chapter 52. Yan Yuding's eyes lit up instantly. Excitedly, he turned and jumped off the stage, hugging Su Jintang and the other 3. The 5 of them hugged each other tightly. "We won." Gu Nianwei and the other 2, still standing on the stage, exchanged helpless glances, then lowered their heads, and walked off the stage one after another. Zhuang Silin looked at Gu Nianwei and the others, offering words of comfort. "You all did your best. 1 minute really wasn't enough time to unleash your full potential." Yan Yuhang was the most aggrieved. He was sealed right from the start, without even a chance to show his skills. He nodded earnestly. If we had another minute, the outcome would be uncertain. Gu Nianwei gave him a speechless look. "You have the nerve to ask for another minute?" The 5 of them already had an age advantage. If they had another minute, they could indeed win, but it would be an unfair victory. After celebrating, Su Jintang and the others also came over to shake hands, and thank Gu Nianwei and the others. Lan Beijia stared intently at Su Jintang as she approached. "You flatter me, senior," Su Jintang said with a smile. Lan Beijia extended her hand, and shook it firmly. "No wonder you were able to beat the ranged and melee classes. I learned something new today." "Not at all. If it had lasted any longer, we would have been exposed," Su Jintang said modestly, maintaining her smile. Their victory today was actually quite lucky. Although Jiangxi and Song Tianqi were able to hold off the 3 opponents, their mental energy was almost completely depleted within a minute. Any longer, and they would both be exhausted. Shui Zhongqi's star chain only lasted for 1 minute. Once that time was up, he would enter a cooldown period, at which point Yan Yuhang could take him down in one move. Su Jintang was able to keep the fight going because she caught Lan Beijia off guard and didn't expect it. But if she used the same tactic too many times, Lan Beijia would definitely be on guard, making it difficult for her to repeat the trick later. In short, their victory was purely due to their time advantage. Next door, Yan Yuhang and Shui Zhongqi were already arm in arm. Yan Yuhang pulled him aside and whispered, "Brother, let's talk. Next time we play, don't stick with me. Find someone else." Shui Zhongqi smiled. "I try?" Then he paused, quickly realizing what he meant. "Next time? Are we going to have to play against you guys again?" Yan Yuhang gave a mysterious smile, putting his index finger to his lips. "It's a secret." After the 2 teams shook hands and expressed their gratitude, Zhuang Silin came between them. "Today, the experimental class's performance in both assessments surprised me greatly. Now, I'm starting to believe that in 3 years, the 5 of you might actually be able to lead Rectus to continue winning the Military Academy League Championship. As everyone knows, Zhuang Silin is always very strict with her students. Even if a student performs exceptionally well, she only offers a simple not bad. Her sudden words surprised Su Jintang and the other three. Su Jintang had a bad feeling. Teacher Zhuang, just say what you want to say. This praise sounded rather unsettling. The others also felt something was off and didn't dare to speak, simply waiting silently for what would happen next. Shui Zhongqi recalled Yan Yuhang's careless remark, "Let's fight again next time," and seemed to guess something, his lips twitching slightly. Could it be that they want us to continue fighting with the senior students? Zhuang Silin looked at Shui Zhongqi in surprise. So you all guessed it already, then I won't waste any more words. That's right, since everyone's performance has amazed me so much, I hope you can continue to maintain this. There are still 3 months until the midterm and winter break. My task for you during these 3 months is to defeat Gun Yanwei and her group. At the end, Zhuang Silin turned and pointed to Yan Yuhang and his group of 5 behind her. After her words were spoken, the room fell silent. Song Tianqi blinked, completely stunned, pointing at himself and asking, defeat Senior Nianwei and her group? Who? Us? Zhuang Silin nodded, that's right. My requirement is that within 3 months, you must use every means possible to defeat Gun Yanwei's team of 5. This is my final assessment for your experimental class. The others were completely dumbfounded, their mouths slightly agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Su Jintang also silently typed a question mark above his head. They had already used all their methods to survive a minute against Gun Yanwei and her group. The challenge this time is to defeat them. Gun Yanwei's team has 2 level 5 members and 3 level 4 members. Unless Su Jintang and the others can rapidly advance to level 4 within the next 3 months, how could they possibly defeat this terrifying team? Teacher, you must be joking this time, right? Song Tianqi, regaining his composure, asked earnestly. Zhuang Silin smiled at him. Of course not. She turned to the others. For the next 3 months, you will have 1 challenge opportunity each day. If you fail the challenge on a given day, you will need to wait until the next day to try again. That means you have over 100 challenge opportunities. I believe you can complete this challenge. Shui Zhongqi flicked his folding fan to cover his face, indicating he didn't want to speak. Yin Yuding's eyes were glazed, as if he lost his soul, finding it hard to believe what he just said. Jiang Shi and Song Tianqi were clearly used to it. They were only shocked for a moment before quickly regaining their composure. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, then looked up. Okay, we definitely complete the challenge. Yin Yuhang, opposite her, looked up. Junior, so confident? Whether I'm confident or not, you know in 3 months. Su Jintang played coy, answering before returning to her team. Shui Zhongqi and the others cast curious glances at her. Zhuang Silin also raised an eyebrow, glanced at Su Jintang, and continued, today's assessment ends here. This afternoon, I take you to a separate villa courtyard. Your training and daily life will take place there from now on. After announcing the dismissal, Su Jintang was the first to turn and walk out of the training ground. A short while later, Song Tianqi and the others caught up from behind. Squad leader, do you have a way to deal with the senior students? Song Tianqi asked, casting an inquiring glance. Su Jintang shrugged. No. Shui Zhongqi hesitated. Then why are you walking so fast? Where are you going? To eat? It's almost lunchtime, so going now means I can get my food early. Su Jintang said as she walked. Shui Zhongqi, A few minutes later, Su Jintang, having gotten her food, carried her tray to the large 2-in-1 dining table and sat down. At this time, the cafeteria was almost empty. The other students were probably still in class. After sitting down, Su Jintang sighed, we're moving out of the military academy this afternoon. I wonder if we still have such good food. Shui Zhongqi steered the conversation back to the assessment. The key now is, shouldn't we all discuss how to deal with this assessment? Obviously, Su Jintang suddenly spoke up. The 4 surrounding students' gazes all turned to her. Su Jintang, this assessment is beyond our current capabilities. Moreover, even if you pick any 5 first-year students, it's impossible for them to meet Teacher Zhuang's requirements. So, failing the assessment is normal, while completing it is abnormal. A deeper look appeared in Shui Zhongqi's eyes. According to you, is Teacher Zhuang deliberately provoking us? Did she never really intend for us to complete this assessment? More or less. Su Jintang nodded, casually picking up a piece of snow spirit grass and putting it in her mouth. All of us combined aren't even as good as Yin Yuhang. It was Senior Sister Chang and Senior Sister Nianwei who fought it. What's more, their team also had 3 4th-tier ability users. I see. Song Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed, and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. I knew Teacher Zhuang wouldn't be that monstrous. Yan Yuding hesitated slightly. So we're just going to ignore this assessment? Anyway, there are still 3 months left. Let's take it one step at a time. Su Jintang continued to put food in her mouth. Besides, don't you think the most exciting thing is challenging an impossible assessment? As she said this, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Shui Zhongqi's smile froze. I already said it's an impossible assessment. Where's the excitement? Song Qianqi was immediately swayed. You're right, class monitor. I get incredibly excited just thinking about how we beat all the senior students on the stage in 3 months. Jiangxi reminded him, on the premise that we can defeat them. Yan Yuding shrank into a corner, silently eating, her resolve growing stronger. Today's battle showed her how formidable everyone was. For the next 3 months, she must work even harder and absolutely cannot fall behind. After lunch, Su Jintang returned to her dormitory alone to rest. She cultivated until the lunch break ended, then stretched and emerged from the cultivation room. Her communicator displayed dozens of unread messages. Shui Zhongqi had added all 5 of them to a group chat, and the unread messages were all from their recent posts. Yan Yuding, it's strange, why have I become so free since joining the experimental class? Shui Zhongqi, I was just about to ask that. Teacher Zhuang doesn't seem to have arranged any fixed courses for us. Should we ask her? Song Tianqi, when she and I were in special training, we didn't have fixed courses either. We basically practiced on our own every day, and then Teacher Zhuang would come and give us some more challenging lessons when we reached a certain level. Su Jintang sat down on the sofa, about to send a message to the group chat, when a message from Zhuang Silin suddenly popped up on the screen. Notify the others to pack their luggage and prepare to move dorms. Below is an address sharing, detached villa at 702 1 Street, Federal Starfield. Chapter 53. Su Jintang quickly forwarded the news of the upcoming move to the group chat of the 5. An hour later, Su Jintang and his group of 5 arrived at their new secret residence, a detached villa at 702 1 Street. Zhuang Silin scanned the fingerprint on the security lock at the door, and the infrared security door to the villa's courtyard automatically opened to both sides. The scene inside the courtyard was clearly presented to Su Jintang and his group. The entire courtyard was about the size of 2 basketball courts, with fruit trees planted in the corners, and a long swimming pool next to it, the sunlight shimmering on the water. At the very front stood a 5-story detached villa, exquisitely and elegantly decorated, with a distinctly artistic atmosphere. Zhuang Silin stepped into the courtyard first. This will be the dormitory and training base for the experimental class. The villa has been specially equipped with high-end simulation pods and a fighting arena, sufficient for your daily training. In addition, your daily meals will be formulated by a professional nutritionist, with different nutritional packages tailored to your specific needs. Su Jintang looked around incredulously. Although the experimental class assessment was a bit stressful, with this kind of treatment, a little pressure was perfectly reasonable. The other 4 were also impressed by the military academy's generosity. Shui Zhongqi, remembering the important matter, coughed lightly and asked Zhuang Silin, Teacher Zhuang, will we arrange our own daily training? Zhuang Silin nodded. I won't arrange the traditional curriculum for you. However, I suggest you first elect a class leader, who will then organize and arrange your individual and team training. Upon hearing this, Shui Zhongqi's gaze quickly fell on Su Jintang. The experimental class assessment was already stressful, and being the class monitor was even more so. Naturally, someone experienced in the role would be most suitable. I propose Su Jintang as class monitor. Shui Zhongqi immediately raised his hand in agreement. Song Tianqi followed suit, nodding and raising his hand. I agree too. Yan Yuding raised her hand, agreed. Jiangxi wasn't good at management or organization, so she naturally had no interest in the class monitor position. She nodded in agreement. Yes, she is indeed suitable for the position. Shui Zhongqi began his concluding remarks. Since everyone agrees, this matter is settled. Su Jintang's gaze finally returned to the villa. She turned and glanced at the group, hesitatingly saying, there are only 5 people in the experimental class. Isn't it a bit redundant to choose a class monitor? Zhuang Silin spoke up. The experimental class monitor is also the captain of your 5-person team. A responsible and capable captain can lead the entire team to continuous progress and growth. Since the other 4 have chosen you as the captain, I hope you can shoulder this responsibility. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, then, as if remembering something, straightened her back, placed her hands at her sides, and stood ramrod straight. Yes. Don't forget your assessment task. I look forward to everyone giving me a surprise in 3 months. Zhuang Silin smiled slightly, left these words, and then turned and left gracefully. Class monitor, what do we do next? You decide. Song Tianqi approached Su Jintang eagerly, looking ready to fight at any moment. Su Jintang glanced at him. Next. The other 3 people around them all turned to look. Let's see what our future villa will be like, Su Jintang said with a smile, rubbing her hands together expectantly as she turned and walked towards the detached villa ahead. Shui Zhongqi, fanning himself, followed along. It's really important to get familiar with our future living environment. Song Tianqi, whose fighting spirit had been ignited, instantly deflated. However, he quickly regained his spirits, a hint of excitement in his eyes, and turned to chase after Su Jintang and the other man. Wait for me, I want to see the house too. Yin Yuding and Jiang Shi, lagging behind, exchanged a glance. Yin Yuding smiled politely. Sister Shi, let's go too. Jiang Shi nodded. Okay. The first floor of the villa consisted of a dining room and kitchen, as well as a small meeting room, enough for the 5 of them to use. Su Jintang went up the spiral staircase to the second floor. The second floor was more spacious, a training area with a professional safety shield around it. During combat, activating the shield would ensure no damage to other items or furniture. She was about to go up to the 3rd floor, holding onto the handrail, when Song Tianqi caught up from behind. Damn! This is so professional. The military academy really goes all out. Song Tianqi looked around at the various facilities in astonishment. Shui Zhongqi arrived shortly after, fanning himself. He surveyed the surroundings, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, a grand scale. Su Jintang continued up the stairs. The 3rd floor was even larger, and it contained advanced simulation pods, allowing Su Jintang and her group of 5 to enter simulated battlefields for training at any time. The 4th and 5th floors were for rest and living quarters, with a total of 7 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and a separate training room. The facilities were very complete. Su Jintang chose a room with a balcony. The balcony was separated by a transparent glass door. Sitting up from the bed, she could see the swimming pool in the courtyard below, the sunlight shimmering golden on the water. The excitement and surprise of the group continued until evening. After sunset and nightfall, everyone calmed down and began their cultivation routines. In the cultivation room, Su Jintang closed her eyes, breathing steadily as she meditated, her spiritual energy slowly increasing with each breath. 2 hours later, Su Jintang stopped cultivating, took a deep breath, and slowly came back to her senses. She opened her eyes, got up, and sat down at the desk next to her. The skill that Senior Lan Beijia used today, the ability to locate and track enemies, had greatly inspired her. Her ruby-embellished hidden arrows weren't very effective in combat yet, mainly because they often missed their targets, only serving as a means of surprise attacks. But if her hidden blade could track and locate enemies, like Senior Lan Beijia's technique, the effect would be completely different. After pondering this, Su Jintang opened the communicator's light screen, logged into the Inscription Master Association's intranet, and began searching for tutorials on tracking inscriptions. She had seen inscriptions before that could add tracking effects to magical artifacts, but these inscriptions were extremely difficult to create, making them rare and highly sought-after items. If she wanted to use them, she would have to find a way to make them herself. A few minutes later, Su Jintang found the tutorial for creating tracking inscriptions, which required 500 contribution points to unlock. Her contribution point balance was currently 0. Su Jintang leaned back in her chair, looked up at the sky in silence for a while, and then had no choice but to click on the association's mission section. Still have to do tasks. As soon as she clicked in, a task notification popped up on the screen. Location: near Huan Street, Federation Star Region. Urgently need an inscriptionist assistant to help me complete a level 2 array pattern. 800 contribution points per day, paid daily. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, then clicked into the task details panel and sent a private message. 800 contribution points per day, paid daily? Cool and awesome user. Yes, I'm at 702 Huan Street, Federation Star Region, in a detached villa. Can you come tomorrow? Su Jintang was silent for 2 seconds. If she remembered correctly, this address was where she was now. She glanced at the username Cool and Awesome. This shameless naming style. Could it be Shui Zhongqi? Cool and Awesome user sent a message urging her. Are you there? Your main job is to assist me in completing a level 2 array pattern. During this time, you might need to help me connect some simple array patterns. Can you meet this requirement? Su Jintang pursed her lips and replied, Sure, I'm free tomorrow too. Cool and awesome user. Great. I send you the address later. Just come here tomorrow. After accepting the task, the cool and awesome user quickly sent the address. That's right, it was the villa where she lived. Of the 4 people besides her, only Shui Zhongqi was an inscription master, so the identity of this cool and awesome user was obvious. Su Jintang replied, received. Early the next morning, Su Jintang deliberately got up half an hour earlier than the others. Taking advantage of the still dim light, she quietly went out, circled around the neighborhood, put on a disguise mask, and then returned to the detached villa to ring the doorbell. Jiangxi, who was doing her morning exercise, opened the door. Who are you? She frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in her expression. Before Su Jintang could speak, Shui Zhongqi rushed out of the villa. My assistant. Let me greet you. Jiangxi hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside. After regaining his footing, Shui Zhongqi looked at Su Jintang in surprise. It's you? He had a strong impression of this Miss Qian. Su Jintang nodded. Yes, it's me. Shui Zhongqi sized her up and stepped aside. Come in. Jiangxi's eyes held a strange glint as she looked at Shui Zhongqi and asked, Who is she? A new member of our Inscription Master Association. She's quite skilled at creating inscriptions, Shui Zhongqi explained briefly. Jiangxi watched Su Jintang's back, feeling something was off, but she didn't dwell on it. After they entered the villa, she looked away and continued her morning exercise. Su Jintang followed Shui Zhongqi to the training arena on the 2nd floor. On the left half of the arena stood an attack power testing device. On the right half were densely packed level 1 inscription runes, presumably used later to assist in completing level 2 array patterns. By the way, you just joined the association. Do you already know how to create array patterns? Shui Zhongqi asked, still concerned. He remembered that this Miss Qian had only recently joined the association, and was a complete novice when it came to inscription knowledge. Su Jintang nodded, yes, I learned about it. Previously, when Shui Zhongqi challenged the support class, he used a level 1 array pattern, fusing 88 level 1 attack inscriptions, the resulting array power comparable to a full force attack from a peak 3rd tier ability user. The power of level 2 inscriptions is far more terrifying, requiring the fusion of at least 100 inscription runes to form an array pattern. Even with an assistant's help, the success rate is extremely low. Shui Zhongqi still had some doubts, but since everyone was there, he could only give it a try. Alright, let's begin. He suddenly started attempting level 2 array patterns precisely for that seemingly impossible test. The power of a level 2 array pattern could easily reach the damage of a peak 4th tier ability user. If he could truly master it, 3 months later, their team would have one more fighting force. Shui Zhongqi arrived at the edge of the arena and activated the protective shield. A semi-transparent protective shield slowly rose from around the arena. Soon, his expression became solemn. He clasped his hands together, making a complex hand gesture. Threads of mental energy instantly extended from his fingertips, drawing hundreds of inscription runes on the ground to slowly rise. The difficulty in creating the array pattern lies in the fact that each inscription rune must be connected with threads of mental energy. If even one is missed, the entire array pattern will instantly fail. Su Jintang's job as assistant was to observe from the sidelines. If Shui Zhongqi missed connecting any inscription, she needed to immediately step in and help him reconnect it. Hundreds of inscriptions slowly formed an array pattern. The threads of spiritual energy connecting the inscriptions flowed like water, illuminating one inscription with each surge. Within seconds, dozens of inscriptions were lit up. A terrifying energy began to gather within them. Su Jintang's gaze also turned serious. Her fingertips silently channeled her star attribute spiritual energy, her eyes fixed intently on the threads of spiritual energy connecting each inscription. Everything went smoothly at first, but as the number of inscriptions to be fused increased, problems began to appear. The spiritual energy thread between the 20th and 21st inscription suddenly snapped, just as Shui Zhongqi was connecting the inscriptions below. Su Jintang raised her fingertip, her spiritual energy rapidly extending to the broken thread, reconnecting it. Shui Zhongqi paid no attention to anything else, focusing all his attention on fusing the remaining inscriptions. A minute and a half later, a powerful light erupted from the massive array. It succeeded on the first try? Shui Zhongqi murmured in surprise. He had been prepared to try a second and third time, but it had gone exceptionally smoothly. Once the level 2 array power was formed, it swiftly attacked the attack power testing device opposite. This testing device was similar to the previous strength testing device, but this one was specifically designed to test attack damage and could withstand much higher levels of damage. The terrifying power slammed into the attack power testing device, producing a deafening roar. This startled Song Tianqi upstairs. What's going on? What happened? Song Tianqi rushed down the stairs. Shui Zhongqi's gaze fell on the electronic screen of the testing device, peak 4-tier power. His lips curled slightly upward, as expected of a level 2 array inscription. Song Tianqi noticed the data displayed on the attack power testing device. His eyes widened suddenly. Are all inscription masters this fierce in battle? Shui Zhongqi proudly opened his folding fan, replying with a smug look, well, not all inscription masters are like me. Ahem. Su Jintang coughed, covering her mouth beside him. Shui Zhongqi and his companion's attention was drawn to this. Song Tianqi only then noticed the stranger in the villa. And who is this? Song Tianqi immediately stood up straight, smoothing his hair and striking a dashing pose. She's from our Inscription Master Association. She's here today to assist me in completing my level 2 array runes. Her name is Qian Duo, Shui Zhongqi introduced calmly, fanning himself with his folding fan. After speaking, he looked at Su Jintang. Thank you for earlier. Could you please record how many mistakes I made? Once I fix them all, I should be able to complete this level 2 array independently. Su Jintang pondered for a moment. You probably made over 40 instances of broken mental energy threads just now. That's too many, I didn't remember. Shui Zhongqi's smile froze. Over 40 broken mental energy threads? Are you sure you didn't miscount? No, as far as I remember, your mental energy threads broke every 4 or 5 inscription runes. There were definitely over 40. Shui Zhongqi, who had just been smug, immediately shut his mouth. He thought that his success this time was due to improved inscription skills, but it turned out not to be at all. With over 40 broken mental energy threads, he simply couldn't have completed it on his own without assistance. Okay, I understand, Shui Zhongqi replied, clearing his throat awkwardly. Tianqi Zhongqi, did you see the message in the group chat? The class monitor said she had to go out today. Do you know what she went out for? Yin Yuding's voice came from upstairs. Song Tianqi looked away, turned around, and shouted back, saw it. She said she won't be back until tonight, and that we should train on our own today. She didn't tell me where she went. Just then, Yin Yuding ran down the stairs, gripping the handrail with both hands, a look of confusion on her face. What do you think the class monitor went out to do? She's being so secretive. Shui Zhongqi shrugged. Who knows what mischief she's up to? Song Tianqi quickly distanced himself from him, looking wary. Don't talk bad about the class monitor behind her back, or she beat you up. Yin Yuding nodded in agreement. Exactly, I tell on you. No, when did I talk bad about her? Shui Zhongqi retorted incredulously. You two, stop trying to frame me. Seeing the three suddenly start arguing, Su Jintang coughed twice to bring their attention back. Are we still practicing later? If not, I'd be leaving now? Su Jintang asked Shui Zhongqi. Of course we practice. Shui Zhongqi's attention returned to the matter at hand. It's alright, we have a cook here for lunch, it be provided. You can eat with us. Yin Yuding cast a curious glance at him. What are you practicing? Shui Zhongqi straightened his back. Practicing level 2 array patterns. The one that wiped out Sergeant Mu Guang and his entire squad? Yin Yuding had heard about it too. Back then, many people on the Military Academy forum were discussing how terrifying Shui Zhongqi's array patterns were. Shui Zhongqi patted his chest and promised, that's right, but what we're practicing this time is even stronger than that. Don't worry, Yuding, once I master these level 2 array patterns, you can just hide behind me on the battlefield, and no one will dare touch a hair on your head. Yin Yuding chuckled dryly. Then good luck. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Su Jintang turned and went to the water dispenser, skillfully picking up a disposable paper cup and pouring herself a drink. That afternoon, she practiced with Shui Zhongqi twice more, each time successfully. However, Shui Zhongqi made around 40 mistakes each time. Simply put, with his current level of concentration, it was difficult for him to improve quickly in a short period. Realizing this, Shui Zhongqi, who had been extremely confident at the beginning, gradually became somewhat dejected. The feeling of practicing all day was as if he was hastily filling in the array patterns at the front, while Qian Duo was cleaning up his messes at the back. Although he was far behind at the beginning, because Qian Duo was strong enough, she was always able to perfectly make up for all his mistakes. So much so that the final result was still success. But this success did not come solely from himself. Sister Qian, you worked hard today. I give you 1,000 yuan as a token of my appreciation. Shui Zhongqi proactively changed his form of address, and his attitude was much more humble than before. Su Jintang didn't stand on ceremony. She had indeed worked very hard today, helping Shui Zhongqi catch up on his mistakes. She nodded, yes, thank you. Shui Zhongqi quickly transferred the contribution points, then looked up and asked, do you have time tomorrow? Su Jintang shook her head, no. Shui Zhongqi was a little disappointed. He had originally planned to continue asking her to assist him. Then when will you be free next time? Let me know in advance, and we can continue practicing like this? Shui Zhongqi still took the initiative to extend the invitation. Of course, the contribution points will definitely be plentiful. Su Jintang pondered for a moment. I don't know when I be free, we see. Maybe she be free someday, when she needs more contribution points. As the sun was setting, Shui Zhongqi personally escorted Su Jintang to the courtyard, saying goodbye at the gate. Su Jintang waved with her back turned, her figure quickly disappearing at the end of the road. Turning a corner and seeing no one around, Su Jintang stopped, removed her disguise mask, turned around, and began to retrace her steps. To avoid arousing suspicion, Su Jintang deliberately circled the area for over 20 minutes before returning to the villa. As soon as she entered, she heard Song Tianqi and the others discussing, the class monitor really was gone all day, I really missed her. Yan Yuding, resting her chin on her hand, said, yeah, I sent her a message, but she didn't reply. She's probably still busy. Su Jintang silently started walking into the living room on the first floor. Just then, Jiangxi came down the stairs and saw Su Jintang. She nodded and greeted her, you're back. Su Jintang hummed in response. This commotion immediately caught the attention of Yan Yuding and the others. Yan Yuding quickly got up and ran over, her eyes full of curiosity. Squad leader, what did you go out for today? Why are you so late? Su Jintang replied succinctly, I went to take care of some personal matters. Then she quickly changed the subject. You all look great after a day apart. You must have been slacking off, weren't you? Yan Yuding hurriedly explained, no, I haven't. I've been training hard. Shui Zhongqi was even more confident. I practiced level 2 array patterns all afternoon. Everyone can vouch for me. Su Jintang's gaze fell on Song Tianqi. What about you? Song Tianqi guiltily touched his nose. This afternoon, he did indeed keep chatting with Qian Duo, but how did the class monitor know he was slacking off? Seeing that he remained silent, Su Jintang said calmly, your physical training tomorrow will be doubled. Any objections? Song Tianqi immediately stood up straight. No objections. Chapter 54. After this incident, everyone's attention was diverted. Seeing that no one was asking her where she had been during the day, Su Jintang silently went upstairs and returned to her cultivation room. She sat down at her desk, logged into the Inscription Master Association's intranet, and spent 200 contribution points to unlock the inscription tutorial. A detailed tutorial video began playing. Su Jintang rested her chin on her hand, listening attentively to the tutorial. A quarter of an hour later, she nodded in satisfaction. The 200 contribution points were indeed well spent. The tutorial even explained the thickness of the mental energy threads. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jintang took a deep breath, took out inscription materials from her bracelet space, and began her first attempt. The difficulty in inscribing a tracking inscription lies in the need to integrate two basic inscription arrays within it to achieve both tracking and locking effects. Adding a basic inscription array to an inscription array is an extremely demanding task. Su Jintang's first attempt, unsurprisingly, failed. However, she had anticipated this, and after addressing the shortcomings, she immediately began her second attempt. Still a failure. On the fifth attempt, a crisp crack rang out. The second-hand inscription pen held in Su Jintang's palm suddenly developed several fine cracks. Her hand paused, and in her hesitation, the inscription pen shattered into countless fragments in an instant, completely ruined. Tracking inscriptions have no levels, but belong to a type of special function inscription. Their creation is tedious and complex, requiring a high-quality inscription pen. Su Jintang's basic second-hand inscription pen was clearly insufficient. Su Jintang leaned back and rubbed her shoulders. Looks like she have to find some time tomorrow to buy a new inscription pen. Suddenly remembering something, Su Jintang quickly logged onto the Inscription Master Association's intranet and began searching for tutorials on array patterns. The two array patterns Shui Zhongqi practiced today were still in the challenge match. Their destructive power was indeed formidable. Although she couldn't use this technique casually, having more trump cards was always good. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. Su Jintang quickly focused her attention on studying the creation of array patterns. The next morning, Su Jintang got up early again and went to the Inscription Master Association. President, that Miss Qian has arrived. An association staff member entered the office to report. Sun Yuantian immediately stopped what he was doing, turned around, and his eyes lit up. "What's she here for?" he asked. The staff member replied, "She wants to purchase a new inscription pen through the association's internal channels." Sun Yuantian pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. "I understand. Go and invite Miss Qian to my office." After the staff member left, Sun Yuantian turned around, went to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out an exquisitely packaged tin box. Last night, Shui Zhongqi had mentioned his attempt to research level 2 array patterns, and also mentioned Qian Duo's assistance. Although Qian Duo was only assisting, being able to correct all 40-odd oversights in Shui Zhongqi's work was still a testament to her skill. A short while later, Su Jintang arrived at the president's office with a staff member. Sun Yuantian had just opened the tin box. Hearing footsteps, he turned around, a smile spreading across his face. "Miss Qian, how have you been?" Su Jintang greeted him politely, President Sun. Her gaze inadvertently swept over the iron box in Chairman Sun's hand. Sun Yuantian spoke first. "I heard Miss Qian wanted to buy a new inscription pen. Coincidentally, I have a yellow sapphire cloud pen in my collection, crafted by a professional artisan. This inscription pen is made of fine yellow iron sand, with the addition of special rare metals such as fire mica. Its quality is excellent, making it twice as effective for inscription. I wonder if Miss Qian is interested in this pen." Su Jintang hesitated for a moment, then asked, "This inscription pen isn't cheap, is it?" Sun Yuantian smiled. "According to market prices, this pen would cost at least 6 figures. However, since Miss Qian is an internal member of our association, and will be representing the association at the Inscription Master Conference in the future, I can offer you a discount." Su Jintang's eyes examined the yellow sapphire cloud pen. She would definitely continue to study more advanced inscriptions in the future, and a good inscription pen was indeed very important. After thinking for a moment, Su Jintang smiled. "What's Chairman Sun's lowest price range?" Sun Yuantian put the inscription pen back in the iron box, his smile amiable. 90,000 star coins. Su Jintang pursed her lips, lost in thought. Before coming to the association, she had researched the market price of inscription pens. A decent quality inscription pen could easily sell for 100,000 star coins. The one Chairman Sun held was clearly of better quality, yet he only wanted 90,000 star coins. Sun Yuantian explained with a smile, "Miss Qian, don't worry. The inscription pen you used during the assessment was probably the most common basic model on the market. If you represent our association in competitions in the future, using a very poor quality inscription pen wouldn't be appropriate. Consider this pen a gift from me for your participation in the competition." Su Jintang pondered for a moment, then clasped her hands in thanks. "Thank you, I take this inscribed pen." Sun Yuantian picked up the iron box containing the inscribed pen and handed it to Su Jintang, exchanging a smile with her. With 90,000 star coins gone, Su Jintang was once again strapped for cash. Her account balance instantly dwindled to only 20,000 star coins. Back in her villa dormitory, Su Jintang locked herself in her room and began burying herself in the creation of tracking inscriptions. Until sunset, after more than 20 consecutive failures, Su Jintang finally crafted her first tracking inscription. The tracking inscription emitted a faint red glow, and unlike other basic inscriptions, it wasn't a one-time use item. It could be used until its energy was completely depleted. Su Jintang eagerly installed the tracking inscription onto the ruby sleeve dart. In the text box. 2 seconds later, new information about the magic weapon entered her mind. Magic weapon, ruby sleeve arrow. Level, tier 2. Additional inscription effect. When the arrow is fired using the tracking inscription, it will have a tracking and locking effect. Su Jintang smiled with satisfaction. Her magic weapon finally had a new use. Class monitor. Class monitor. I reached tier 2. Yin Yuding's excited voice suddenly rang out, followed by a knock on the door. Su Jintang snapped out of her thoughts, got up, and opened the door. Yin Yuding stood outside, holding a slice of toast, her face beaming with excitement. Class monitor, try this. This is the second skill effect I evolved after reaching tier 2, taro toast. Taro? Su Jintang's eyes lit up. I love this flavor. She took the slice of bread and put it in her mouth. After chewing a couple of times, the soft, creamy aroma mixed with the sweetness of taro filled her mouth. Then, an invisible protective barrier slowly enveloped her entire body. Su Jintang was stunned. This ability is defensive? Yin Yuding put one hand on her hip, raised her index finger with the other, and shook it, a smug look on her face. The Taro Bun's ability is a 40% damage reduction, lasting for 1 minute. That means, for 1 minute after eating the Taro Bun, no matter what attack you receive, you gain a 40% damage reduction buff. Su Jintang's eyes widened, astonished by this effect. 40% damage reduction, that's practically invincible. Shui Zhongqi happened to pass by, looking over with surprise. 40% damage reduction? If a first-tier ability user hits me, it's like a tickle. Yan Yuding nodded. More or less. His teammates' progress made Shui Zhongqi feel a renewed sense of crisis. He was silent for a moment, then said seriously, I have a feeling I should be able to advance to the second tier in at most half a month. I need to work harder. Su Jintang, who had just finished swallowing her bread, muttered, Wouldn't that mean that in half a month, she'd be the only one in the team still stuck at the first tier? Originally planning to rest, Su Jintang finished her bread and went straight back to the training room, sitting cross-legged to continue cultivating her mental energy. Until evening, Su Jintang and the others finished their cultivation. A chef specially hired by the military academy came to the villa to cook for everyone. Before dinner was ready, Su Jintang suggested, how about we have a temporary challenge test? Song Tianqi was the first to raise his hand. Sure, I agree. Shui Zhongqi glanced over suspiciously. How will we test them? Yan Yuding and Jiang Shi looked over together. Shui Zhongqi Yuting and I are in one group. Song Tianqi and Shi are in another. We have a competition between our two groups. The team with the most people standing on the stage at the end wins, Su Jintang replied. Song Tianqi immediately rolled up his sleeves. Come on! The other three were also eager to try, slamming their hands on the table and getting up to go upstairs to the simulated battlefield. Before the competition started, Su Jintang made a bet. The losing team has to do the dishes. No problem. Song Tianqi readily agreed. The others nodded in agreement. Soon, the competition began. Su Jintang's eyes calmed down. He raised his hand and activated the ruby-embellished hidden arrow, attacking Jiang Shi. The arrow, with a tracking effect, flew towards her. Jiang Shi instinctively dodged to the side, but to her surprise, the arrow curved and flew back towards her. Jiang Shi's expression clearly froze for a moment, and she quickly bent down to dodge again. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi, who had been eyeing him for some time, swiftly activated his starlight chain. Simultaneously, Song Tianqi's Crimson Flame attack arrived. With the life-sharing link established, Shui Zhongqi immediately opened his arms to meet the Crimson Flame attack. The flame struck Shui Zhongqi, causing Jiang Shi to pause. As she paused, the tracking arrow turned back towards her. The next second, Jiang Shi, along with Shui Zhongqi, died and left the simulated battlefield. Song Tianqi was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned to be wary of Su Jintang. Squad leader, when did your hidden arrow develop a tracking effect? Su Jintang smiled. Just got it today, pretty good, huh? Song Tianqi's expression turned serious, and he raised his hand again to gather power. Flame Bird Soar. This was the second superpower he gained after advancing to the second tier, thanks to the evolution of the Vermilion Bird token. Upon activation, it could instantly release 5 fiery birds that would self-destruct upon attacking the enemy. Seeing the 5 flame-covered birds flying towards him, Su Jintang raised her hand again, throwing 5 arrows, each tracking and aiming at a different bird. Taking advantage of Song Tianqi's momentary lapse in attention, she quickly rolled on the ground, caught the toast Yan Yuding threw at her, and stuffed it into her mouth. The next second, the 5 fiery birds were pierced by the arrows and self-destructed in all directions, creating a small-scale explosion. Su Jintang rushed through the smoke and charged at Song Tianqi. She raised her leg and kneed him in the waist. A crack was heard, and Song Tianqi cried out in pain, "My waist! My waist!" Su Jintang grabbed his arm and slammed him to the ground. "I surrender! I surrender!" Song Tianqi wailed. After exiting the simulated battlefield, Song Tianqi and Jiang Shi both stared at Su Jintang with strange expressions. Shui Zhongqi glanced over curiously. "When did your hidden arrow develop a tracking effect?" Su Jintang smiled slightly, replying mysteriously, "I went to great lengths to obtain a tracking inscription." Shui Zhongqi looked surprised. "Tracking inscriptions are incredibly rare and valuable. How did you manage to get your hands on one? You're really rich." Yan Yuding was also shocked. Is this what they mean by money makes the world go round? Just then, the cook finished preparing dinner and called everyone over to eat. Su Jintang waved his hand. The losing team remembers to wash the dishes later. "Okay," Song Tianqi replied listlessly. After dinner, Shui Zhongqi began subtly probing, trying to find out how Su Jintang had obtained the tracking inscription. "Sis, If you really have the connections, get one for me too. I need it. Su Jintang, holding her rice bowl, glanced at him. Just so you know, these inscriptions aren't cheap. Name your price. Shui Zhongqi was very generous. Su Jintang pondered for a moment. 20,000 star coins. So cheap. Shui Zhongqi was surprised. Give me 5, I transfer the money to you right now. Su Jintang, who had just been strapped for cash, suddenly became wealthy again. Okay, I give you the items in a couple of days. 2 days later, Su Jintang secretly created the tracking inscription and transferred it to Shui Zhongqi. Her account balance also rebounded. A week or so of peaceful self-study and cultivation passed quickly. Zhuang Silin, who had been quiet all along, suddenly visited the villa dormitory early one morning. The 5 of them, including Su Jintang, stood in a neat row, waiting for Zhuang Silin's next instructions. Zhuang Silin cut straight to the point. You all heard about military internships, right? You've been enrolled for a month now, and the military academy leadership plans to send your class of first-year students to various border star cities for a 2-week internship. The 5 of you will be participating too. Su Jintang asked, will we be going to the battlefield during the internship? Of course not, Zhuang Silin explained calmly. Internship troops won't be sent to the actual battlefield. They mostly be assisting with logistics in the rear. The purpose of this internship is simply to let you understand what a real army and battlefield are like. Then, remembering something, Zhuang Silin added, the battlefield is unpredictable. To prevent any unforeseen accidents, you must strictly abide by the military's rules and regulations during this internship. Don't act recklessly. Chapter 55. Yes. Su Jintang and the other 4 answered in unison. Pack yourselves. The 5 of you will depart for Border City in S District first thing tomorrow morning. Also, you can take the Lakita's school badge with you. It can protect your lives if necessary. After giving the instructions, Zhuang Silin turned and left, quickly disappearing from the villa. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, and a Lakita's school badge quickly appeared in her palm. This was a badge that every new student was required to receive upon enrollment. She had heard from others before that the Lakita's school badge was actually a small defensive magical artifact. When a student encountered danger, the artifact would automatically activate its protective mode. This trip will last for half a month, so everyone should make the most of your time and eat well. I heard that life in Border City is particularly difficult. It's hard to even get a hot meal, and most people rely on nutrient solutions to survive. Yin Yuding sighed softly, seemingly not very excited about this internship. Shui Zhongqi's expression was serious. Instead of focusing on good food, I suggest you prepare more self-defense items. Border City is very close to the war zone. If the situation escalates, forget about food, even survival will be a problem. Song Tianqi scratched the back of his head. Probably not. The military academy is sending us there for internships right now. It should still be safe. Who can predict a war? Shui Zhongqi remained cautious. Jiang Shi nodded silently. It's always good to be cautious. Su Jintang didn't argue. No matter what, preserving one's life was the most important thing. After receiving their internship assignments, Su Jintang and her group of 5 began packing their luggage separately that afternoon. The internship would last for half a month, and Su Jintang planned to bring plenty of nutritional supplements and snacks. As for her life-saving secrets, nothing reassured her more than Brother Long, her trump card. The next day, dawn broke. Su Jintang and her group of 5 arrived at the Federation Star Region Space Hub station on time. Zhuang Silin personally escorted them to the aircraft and instructed them, the situation in the S Sector Border City isn't too tense. Once you arrive, senior students who have graduated from Rectas will meet you. Ask them if you have any questions. Also, I look forward to your successful completion of the internship and your safe return to school. Su Jintang and her group of 5 exchanged glances and said in unison, we guarantee to complete the mission. After saying goodbye, Su Jintang turned and stepped onto the stairs leading to the cabin. The aircraft cabin door slowly closed, and Su Jintang, who had already entered the rest area, began searching for the medical team. Is there anyone who can cure airsickness? Someone here is airsick. Song Tianqi leaned against the side, looking surprised, muttering to himself, so even a tough guy like our squad leader gets airsick. Shui Zhongqi stroked his chin. Finally, we know her weakness. Yin Yuding was also frantically searching, her figure darting back and forth between different areas. A few minutes later, the medical team leader, hearing the commotion, rushed over and used his ability to cure Su Jintang's dizziness. Su Jintang immediately regained her senses. She leaned back comfortably on the sofa, her eyes slightly closed, savoring the blissful moment of not being airsick. I heard that the other first-year students from our military academy have also been sent to different border defense cities for internships. Yan Yuding suddenly changed the subject. Su Jintang opened her eyes and asked, "What's different about the border defense star cities in each district?" Shui Zhongqi leaned back lazily on the opposite sofa, fanning himself with a fan. The border defense star cities are currently divided into 26 districts, and the situation in each district is different. The S district we're going to is one of the less intense areas. The other students are basically assigned to similar districts. The reason for this division is to balance the number of trainee soldiers in each district. So how do we know when our internship is complete? Song Tianqi, unfamiliar with the border defense star cities, asked quietly. Jiang Shi calmly replied, "Just do what the leader tells you to do. Once you get your internship badge in half a month, the mission is complete." Shui Zhongqi nodded, something like that. Anyway, it's just an internship, not that scary. These two were clearly very familiar with the border defense star cities, probably having learned about them back in the academy. Su Jintang understood, closed her eyes, and leaned back on the sofa to rest. After a day and night of travel, the aircraft successfully arrived at Border City in Sector S. A long staircase, hundreds of meters long, slowly descended from the cabin to the ground. Su Jintang and her group of 5 disembarked. At the entrance of the Border City Hub Station in Sector S, a tall, thin man held up a sign, "Welcome, Lakita's Juniors." Su Jintang looked up and saw him immediately, then walked over with the others. "Are you Senior Zhu Xiangming?" Su Jintang asked tentatively. Zhu Xiangming smiled and nodded, putting away the sign. "Yes, the military sent me to pick up 5 juniors, you must be the ones?" Su Jintang nodded, "Yes, hello, my name is Su Jintang." Song Tianqi and the other 3 also began to introduce themselves. Zhu Xiangming noted down their names and faces, nodding and saying, "Time is limited, let's talk as we walk." Then, he gestured for them to proceed. On the way to the Federal Army, Zhu Xiangming began to explain various aspects of the military to everyone. "I just graduated from Rectas last year, and I'm currently only a corporal here. My responsibilities are limited, so our team leader will be supervising your internships. He's already a captain. Also, I need to explain the rank system here. Soldiers are the lowest rank, followed by corporals, sergeants, second lieutenants, first lieutenants, captains, and then field colonels and commanders, but those leaders are too far removed from our ranks. Anyway, remember, don't offend anyone with a higher rank. Soldiers aren't as kind as your military academy instructors." Su Jintang curiously raised his hand. "Senior, what rank are we interns?" Song Tianqi and the others turned to look expectantly. Zhu Xiangming smiled and answered succinctly, "No rank." Song Tianqi looked a little disappointed. "No rank? I thought I could at least get a soldier's rank." Seeing everyone's disappointment, Zhu Xiangming comforted them, "Don't worry, when I first came here, I didn't have a rank either. I only rose through the ranks after hunting monsters on the battlefield and earning merits." Su Jintang gleaned the key information from this. So, hunting monsters earns merits, which in turn leads to rank increases. A short while later, the group arrived at the Federal Army headquarters. The headquarters, located on the edge of the city, consisted of a dozen or so small high-rise buildings. Compared to the bustling city center, its facilities appeared somewhat rudimentary. Officers in uniform patrolled the streets, their faces tanned dark by the sun, many bearing wounds. This scene gave Su Jintang a glimpse into the reality of war. Here, people could truly be injured. "Captain, the men have arrived, 5 in total," Zhu Xiangming reported to the team leader, leading Su Jintang and his group into the main building. The captain, the team leader, looked somewhat grave and had little interest in dealing with the trainee soldiers. He simply waved his hand impatiently, "Take them to their respective camps." Sensing the captain's displeasure, Zhu Xiangming immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." Zhu Xiangming turned around, winked at Su Jintang and his group, and subtly waved for them to hurry up. Su Jintang received the signal, and led the team out of the main building. Once outside, Su Jintang looked at Zhu Xiangming with a puzzled expression. The captain looked a bit pale just now. Zhu Xiangming was also wondering, maybe he's thinking about the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuding's eyes widened immediately, and he asked nervously, "Could it be? A fight is about to break out?" "No, S District has always been on the edge of the battle zone, and the main force of the monsters is concentrated in Z District. Never mind, this has nothing to do with you. I take you to the military dormitory first." Su Jintang had a bad feeling, but nothing happened, so he assumed he was just overthinking it. The group followed Zhu Xiangming to the military dormitory to check in. The dorms here aren't as nice as the military academy. 6 people to a room, so it's crowded and the environment is a bit chaotic. Everyone should keep a low profile, Zhu Xiangming added. Su Jintang and the other 4 readily agreed. Also, those of you with support abilities come with me. I take you to the logistics team. The rest of you stay in the dorms and wait for me. I talk to you about other things later. Zhu Xiangming turned and looked at them. Su Jintang looked up. Is there any difference between support and the others? Zhu Xiangming explained, support and combat ability users have different roles. Once we get to the logistics team, a new captain will show you around. Soon, Su Jintang, Yin Yuding, and Shui Zhongqi followed Zhu Xiangming towards the support logistics team. Upon arriving at the entrance to the logistics area, Zhu Xiangming suddenly received an urgent notification. He quickly pointed ahead. The logistics area is up ahead. Once you're inside, tell them you're here for internships, and someone will meet you. I have to rush to an emergency meeting, so I won't be taking you there. After giving his instructions, Zhu Xiangming quickly turned and ran towards the back. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. Then we go ourselves. Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi followed on either side, curiously observing their surroundings. Looks like being an assistant has its advantages. At least we won't be under so much pressure, Yin Yuding suddenly said. Shui Zhongqi, hands behind his head, sighed as he walked. Naive Yuding, if it really comes to an emergency, even support staff have to fight tooth and nail. As he reached the entrance to the logistics area, a quarrel erupted from within. Miao Ruijia. Don't try to talk back just because you're the logistics team leader. Let's be honest, aren't you support staff just there to supply us? I asked you to get some food, and you're arguing with me. If we weren't charging into battle on the front lines, how could you be so comfortably hiding in the back? Su Jintang paused, her gaze turning towards the logistics area. The woman called Miao Ruijia, dressed in red, stood with an iron pot on her feet, her expression utterly cold. The next second, Miao Ruijia produced a large cleaver crackling with laser arcs. Her face hardened, and she slammed the cleaver down on the ground. A deafening crash resounded, and countless cracks instantly appeared on the ground where the cleaver was struck, spreading outwards. Looking down on our logistics team, huh? Grab your weapons and drive them out. As soon as the words left her lips, dozens of logistics team members behind Miao Ruijia simultaneously drew their magical weapons and assumed attack stances. In the blink of an eye, a massive melee involving dozens of people unfolded before their eyes. The sounds of fierce fighting rang out. Su Jintang fell silent. Behind him, Yin Yuding asked awkwardly, didn't we arrive at a bit of a bad time? Chapter 56. Su Jintang was also pondering this question. At that moment, a sharp dagger, still flaming, suddenly flew out from the battle, heading straight for Su Jintang. She quickly regained her composure, raised her arm, and activated her ruby-embellished sleeve dart. The homing arrows swiftly shot towards the dagger. Clang! The dagger was deflected and fell to the ground. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the logistics area. Miao Ruijia, who had been engaged in fierce combat, stopped, shouldered her broadsword, and turned to look at them. Who are you? Su Jintang looked up and replied, we are first-year students from the military academy, sent here for an internship mission. Miao Ruijia sized up the 3 of them. You're already here, what are you standing around watching for? Hurry up and come provide support. With that, she shouldered her sword again and charged towards the other side. The man leading the group had a very noticeable scar on his face. His skin was rough and dark, but his eyes shone with a faint light. Heavenly mountain rock collapsed. With a loud shout, Jia slowly raised his hands, and countless boulders appeared out of thin air above his head, then simultaneously attacked the opposing side. Su Jintang and the other 2 exchanged glances. Shui Zhongqi hesitated, then, should we join in? Yin Yuding swallowed hard. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to start a group fight on our first day? Su Jintang was about to speak when a long whip flew out, wrapping around her waist, the immense force pulling her into the battle. In the blink of an eye, several colorful supernatural light effects crashed down. Now there was no way to avoid it. Su Jintang's eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickly dodged backward. The one who used the whip to pull her in was the person on the other side. Before she could even react, the man swung his long whip at her. Flames burned on the whip, raising the temperature wherever it touched. Su Jintang dodged several times, forced against the courtyard wall. With nowhere to retreat, she had no choice but to raise her hand to meet the whip head-on. Ice energy instantly gathered in her palm. The flames on the whip were extinguished instantly, emitting puffs of white steam. The man wielding the whip was stunned, looking at Su Jintang with surprise. This girl could actually suppress the fire on his fiery whip. Su Jintang gripped the whip tightly and pulled hard. Before the man could react, his body lurched backward along the whip, stumbling. Regaining her senses, Su Jintang kicked him in the stomach, then spun him around in the air with the whip before slamming him back to the ground. She planted her foot firmly on his back, pinning him down completely. Then, Shui Zhengqi and Yan Yuding joined the fray. At this moment, guards patrolling nearby heard the commotion and rushed into the courtyard, yelling, "What are you doing? Stop it! If you want to fight, go find some monsters. What kind of skill is this, fighting amongst yourselves?" Su Jintang stood in the last row, glancing out of the corner of her eye at the rank insignia on the guard's right shoulder. Second Lieutenant. After being scolded, both sides finally stopped fighting. Miao Ruijia remained disdainful, hands on her hips, pointing angrily at Yingjie opposite her, shouting, "They came to our logistics team to cause trouble first. If we hadn't been so angry, we wouldn't have started fighting." Yingjie said with a sullen face, "We just asked them to help us get some food, and they insist on saying we're exploiting the logistics team." The patrolling second lieutenant waved his hand with a headache. "All right, you two fight every other day. This matter ends here today, and neither side is allowed to mention it again." After mediating, the lieutenant quickly turned and left, seemingly having resolved many disputes for Miao Ruijia and her companion. Yingjie snorted coldly, and turned to leave with his men. Miao Ruijia crossed her arms, her face cold, and turned to look at Su Jintang. "You three come with me." Su Jintang's gaze swept over the rank insignia on Miao Ruijia's right shoulder. She was also a lieutenant. It seemed this fiery-tempered woman was the head of their logistics team. From Rectas? Miao Ruijia led the three into the room, then turned around and began to scrutinize them. Su Jintang nodded. "Yes, I'm a freshman who just enrolled this year." Miao Ruijia's gaze swept over Su Jintang. "That Yingjie from earlier, you guys better remember what he looks like. If you see him in the army, ignore him. He's a lunatic who comes to our logistics team to cause trouble whenever he has nothing better to do." Su Jintang became a little curious. "He's in the frontline team?" "He's the captain of the first frontline team, my rank." Thinking of something, Miao Ruijia added, "But he's not a good person." Miao Ruijia continued, "Before coming here, Zhu Xiongming should have explained the army's rules and regulations to you, right? Any questions?" "Ask now." Yan Yuding raised his hand. "What do the three of us need to do to complete this internship?" "The logistics team's internship isn't difficult. Like the other team members, it's divided according to your support ability type. Some support abilities that directly buff teammates require going to the battlefield, but most of the time you just need to stand in the rear and release your abilities. The other type doesn't require going to the battlefield. I remember one of you has the ability to produce toast, right?" Yan Yuding nodded quickly. "That's me. Every time I use my ability, I can produce toast. Different flavors have different buffs." Miao Ruijia hummed in agreement. "With an ability like yours, you don't need to go to the front lines. You can just keep producing toast in the rear to supply the front." Yan Yuding's eyes lit up. "That's great." Shui Zhengqi, standing beside her, was also taken aback, glancing at Yan Yuding and sighing, "Same support, different fates." After learning about the logistics team's work, it was lunchtime. Su Jintang and Yan Yuding walked together towards the dormitory area. They were assigned to the same dormitory, a 6-person bunk bed room. The conditions were much worse than in Recta's, but at least the environment was relatively clean. "I heard that another batch of pampered military academy students have arrived in our logistics team. They all look so delicate and tender, they probably haven't even seen a real monster. Hopefully, they cause us less trouble. I really envy those flowers that grow up in a greenhouse. Unlike us, we didn't even get into military academy. We didn't even get to enjoy campus life before going to the battlefield to fight." Su Jintang stood at the door, the conversation inside the dormitory slowly reaching his ears. Yan Yuding clenched her fists, feeling a little uneasy. Before coming, she had heard that some people in the military might look down on military academy students. She didn't expect to encounter this right away. Su Jintang seemed not to hear these voices, immediately turned the doorknob, and pushed the door open. The discussion stopped immediately, and the roommates in the dormitory all turned their heads, their eyes sweeping towards Su Jintang and Yan Yuding at the door. Realizing that Su Jintang and Yan Yuding might have overheard their conversation, everyone quickly lowered their heads, pretending to be busy to hide their guilt and embarrassment. Su Jintang seemed unfazed. She walked into the dormitory, went to an empty bed in the corner, and turned to Yan Yuding, who was still in a daze. "Do you want the top or bottom bunk?" Yin Yuding snapped out of her daze. I'm fine with either. Then I sleep on the bottom. Su Jintang immediately turned around and plopped down on the lower bunk. Ignoring the probing glances and scrutinizing gazes around her, she acted as if nothing was wrong. She crossed her legs and began circulating her mental energy, entering a meditative state. Yin Yuding, who had initially been a little uneasy, relaxed slightly upon seeing her composure. She carefully used the ladder to climb to the top bunk. The other roommates were also somewhat surprised to see the two of them so calm. Afterward, they naturally changed the subject. Captain Miao seems to have been called to an emergency meeting too. Do you think the situation has become more tense? Our logistics team never usually participates in these kinds of meetings. Pa, don't say such unlucky things. We can take time off tomorrow and go out. I was thinking of going to the city for a stroll, but I hope the situation doesn't suddenly become tense at this time. Although Su Jintang was cultivating, she was still conscious, and she heard her roommate's conversation. At this moment, the short-haired woman on the opposite bed walked over. You two are the new military academy students, right? You two will come with me this afternoon. Captain Miao told me to take you. Su Jintang stopped her cultivation and slowly opened her eyes. Okay. Luo Yingtong looked Su Jintang up and down. My name is Luo Yingtong. Everyone usually calls me Sister Tong. Okay, Sister Tong, my name is Su Jintang. Su Jintang smiled slightly, as if she hadn't heard the others gossip about them at all. Yin Yuding from the upper bunk also poked her head out. Sister Tong, I'm Yin Yuding. Luo Yingtong cleared her throat, gave a faint hem, and turned back to her opposite bunk. During lunch break, the roommates stopped chatting and sat cross-legged on their respective beds, entering a meditative state. For those with supernatural abilities, time is precious, so most people use cultivation instead of rest. An hour later, the bell rang signaling the end of lunch break in the military camp. Su Jintang exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly ending her meditation and pulling herself out of her meditative state. As she opened her eyes, Luo Yingtong was just getting up and walking over. You two come with me. With that, she turned and headed straight for the dormitory door. After tidying his clothes, Su Jintang looked up and called out, Yuding, let's go. Yin Yuding immediately popped his head out from the upper bunk, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. Okay. Su Jintang got up and followed Luo Yingtong. After leaving the dormitory area, Su Jintang asked, Isn't our other teammate training with us? Luo Yingtong, with her hands behind her back, said as she walked, Your teammate was assigned to the men's team. They share a dormitory, making teaching and communication more convenient. Su Jintang nodded and said nothing more. The group turned several corners, heading towards the northwest corner of the military area. The northwest area was relatively remote. The further they went, the more desolate it felt, and they could vaguely hear the roars of many demonic beasts. Luo Yingtong stopped and turned around to explain. The northwest area is a demonic beast breeding ground enclosed by the military. The monsters here still retain their ferocity. Military academy students mostly train and are assessed in simulated battlefields, rarely encountering real monsters. Today, our first lesson will be about encountering and understanding real monsters. Yin Yuding's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Before, when I practiced combat skills at the academy, it was all in simulated battlefields. I never seen a real monster before. This time, it was Su Jintang's turn to be surprised. You never encountered a real monster before? No. Yin Yuding shook his head. Since entering the academy, I've basically been training in simulated battlefields. Luo Yingtong glanced at Su Jintang. The higher the level of the academy, the stronger the protection for its students. Those who come here for internships, especially those from mid-level and Federal Star regions, have basically never seen monsters. It's the students from lower-level star regions who have some experience fighting real monsters. Su Jintang suddenly felt relieved. It turned out that being born into a lower-level star system did have some advantages. Luo Yingtong turned around and continued leading the two forward. Soon, a security gate appeared before them, its iron gate crackling with faint arcs of electricity and emanating a dangerous aura. Luo Yingtong stepped forward for facial recognition, and a beep sounded. Good morning, esteemed Sergeant Luo Yingtong. A cold, emotionless electronic voice slowly sounded. Then the iron gate slowly opened inward. Luo Yingtong lifted her leg and continued walking inside. Su Jintang looked around. After entering the iron gate, the air became humid, and the greenery on both sides of the path became even more lush. Not far ahead, a row of iron cages stretching as far as the eye could see came into view. Roar! A howl rang out, and the row of demonic beasts inside the iron cage bared their sharp claws, lunging at the bars and struggling to escape. Yan Yuding was startled, her face instantly turning deathly pale. The beasts bared their teeth, their eyes filled with murderous intent and ferocity, as if they would leap out of the cage at any moment and tear her to shreds. Scared already? Luo Yingtong turned her head, glancing indifferently at Yan Yuding. But to her surprise, Su Jintang seemed quite calm, even displaying a hint of eager excitement on his face. Yan Yuding swallowed hard, quickly regaining her composure. I'm not afraid. Whether you're afraid or not isn't up to you to decide. Luo Yingtong lifted her leg and moved closer to the iron cage opposite her. As she approached, the beasts inside pounded on the iron bars even more frantically, the ear-piercing sound of their claws scraping against the cage filling the air. Even so, Luo Yingtong was completely unaffected, even touching the cage with her finger. The cages here are made of rare metals. The monsters inside can't possibly escape. You don't need to worry about safety. Luo Yingtong withdrew her hand. What you need to do today is touch the cages. Yan Yuding's eyes widened. But, won't the monster scratch us? Luo Yingtong looked at her and said, as long as you don't put your hands inside, the monsters won't hurt you in the slightest. If you want to go to the battlefield, you must first have the courage to look directly at and approach monsters. If you can't even do that, what kind of military academy are you attending? Report. Su Jintang stepped forward. I'm willing to try. Luo Yingtong glanced at Su Jintang. Then you go first and demonstrate for your teammates. Yes, sir. Su Jintang calmly walked towards the cages. Chapter 57. Yan Yuding looked at Su Jintang with tense eyes, her expression showing some worry. As Su Jintang approached, the monster in the iron cage became even more agitated, its roars growing increasingly piercing, the murderous aura emanating from it far surpassing that of the virtual monsters in the simulated battlefield. Luo Yingtong stood with her arms crossed, observing Su Jintang's every move. She had expected Su Jintang to show some fear upon getting closer to the cage, but she was disappointed. Su Jintang stood beside the cage and naturally reached out to lightly touch it. At that moment, the monster inside suddenly opened its blood-red maw and lunged. A thick, pungent smell of blood filled the air. Su Jintang turned to Luo Yingtong. Is this enough? Luo Yingtong froze. The military academy students, who had previously interned here, were so terrified by the roar of a real monster that their legs would give way and they would collapse to the ground. It seemed she had underestimated them. Okay, next. Luo Yingtong snapped out of her daze and looked at Yan Yuding. You go. Yan Yuding took a deep breath and stepped towards the iron cage opposite. The real demonic beasts are more terrifying because when facing them, everyone is closer to death. But Sister Tong just said that the iron cage wouldn't be broken. These demonic beasts were just bluffing. Yan Yuding raised her arm, about to touch the iron cage, when the demonic beast opposite her became agitated, its claws lashing out. Her arm trembled, then she took a deep breath, continued forward, her fingertips lightly touching the iron cage. After silently counting to 3, Yan Yuding withdrew her hand, turned around, and asked, Is this okay? Luo Yingtong was a little surprised not to see the two of them crying in fear. She looked them over. Okay, all right. She had originally thought they would waste a lot of time here, and hadn't planned any other activities. However, Su Jintang and Yan Yuding's reactions were quite unexpected. Luo Yingtong pondered for a moment. That's perfect. Tomorrow morning, I can ask Captain Miao to let you experience beast fighting. Su Jintang's eyes lit up with curiosity. What is beast fighting? Yan Yuding also looked over. Luo Yingtong pointed to the iron cages on either side. The army keeps monsters to ensure everyone can have real combat training with monsters at any time. We call this training beast fighting. Furthermore, because keeping monsters requires a lot of manpower and resources, each monster is a valuable asset to the army. During beast fighting, we are forbidden from killing the monsters. You only need to beat the monster until it loses its fighting ability to win. Su Jintang quickly understood. It's fighting monsters, right? Real monsters have brains. They think, they fight to the death, they tear your body apart without hesitation. They're far more ferocious than the monsters simulated in the battlefield, Luo Yingtong said calmly. I accompany you throughout tomorrow's beast fighting training to ensure your safety. However, injuries are inevitable during the fights, so I hope you're prepared. That's all for today. You two can wander around the team as you like, but don't run around or cause trouble. After giving these instructions, Luo Yingtong turned to attend to her own business. After she disappeared, Yan Yuding approached Su Jintang, squad leader, are you nervous? Tomorrow we be fighting real monsters. Su Jintang remained calm. It's alright. Our previous academy teachers took us to fight real monsters before, so it wasn't that scary. You actually fought real monsters? Yen Yuding exclaimed. I never even seen a real monster before. In my memory, many monsters are dull-witted, even standing still and letting you hit them. But today, just the look in this real monster's eyes was terrifying. With nothing else to do, the two chatted as they walked back to the logistics area. At this time, a long queue had formed at the logistics window, and it was unclear what everyone was queuing for. Junior sister Jean Tang, what are you doing here? Zhu Xiangming, having finished collecting his supplies at the window, turned to leave and happened to see Su Jintang and Yen Yuding, so he approached them to strike up a conversation. We just finished fighting a monster. Our mentor, Sister Tong, said she'd take us to experience beast fighting tomorrow. We don't have anything to do now, so we're just wandering around. Yen Yuding replied with a smile. Zhu Xiangming looked at the two of them with surprise. You two finished your monster contact training so quickly? Su Jintang nodded. Yen Yuding explained, it was quite scary at first, but I got used to it, and it's not so bad. Our students at Rectus have really high mental fortitude, Zhu Xiangming remarked. He had led a group of trainees before, and the scene on their first day of contact with real monsters was simply unbearable to watch. Senior, what are we getting in line for over there? Su Jintang's gaze fell on the queuing window at the back. Zhu Xiangming glanced back. For logistical supplies. Don't you guys have a kind of auxiliary ability that allows you to produce food or snacks? Eating these gives the ability user a boost. Every day, the logistics team distributes a batch of these supplies. First come, first served. Su Jintang quickly realized that these supplies were probably similar to Yuding's toast bread. Aren't you all blind? Didn't you see Captain Jie is here? Get out of the way. An arrogant voice suddenly came from behind. Su Jintang turned around. He saw Jie and his group, whom he had just seen that morning, swaggering towards them. Zhu Xiangming obviously recognized him too, and quickly pulled Su Jintang and Jie aside, whispering a warning, don't mess with these people. Before she could explain further, a long whip suddenly lashed out, striking Su Jintang with lightning speed. Su Jintang's eyes darkened. She raised her hand, grabbed the whip, and forcefully flung it back. Captain Jia, she's the one who hit me this morning. The man holding the whip immediately turned around to complain. Jia looked Su Jintang up and down, his expression somewhat nonchalant. Are you a student from Rectus here for an internship? Su Jintang looked straight ahead, raising her head. Yes. I heard you're pretty good, beating up our frontline team to a pulp. Jia sneered, cracking his knuckles one by one. Not bad. Su Jintang answered truthfully. Seeing the situation turning sour, Zhu Xiangming quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Captain Jia, someone of your status doesn't need to make things difficult for an intern. If they did anything wrong, I apologize on her behalf. Jia's face darkened, and his cold gaze, as if looking at an ant, turned to Zhu Xiangming. My affairs are none of your business. Don't come here trying to play the good guy. Get lost. After saying that, Jia winked at his henchmen, take them both away. Listen up, everyone in the logistics team, tell Miao Ruijia that if she still wants these two, she should come and beg me herself. Su Jintang frowned. Why should we be taken away? Yen Yuding clenched her hands, silently moved closer to Su Jintang, and warily stared at the other side. Seeing that the two were still trying to resist, Jia laughed instead of getting angry. You're really fearless, aren't you? You don't think you're still like you were in military academy, do you? Jia walked step by step towards Su Jintang, staring at her with a smirk. Here, you have to abide by the rules of the army. I rose to my current rank of second lieutenant through my many battle merits, while you are nothing. According to military regulations, I have the right to deal with you at any time. Tell me, what gives me the right? Su Jintang raised her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Because I'm not one of your army. If you dare to lay a finger on us today, our class teacher will wipe you out tomorrow. Yen Yuding immediately understood and chimed in, that's right, our class teacher is at the peak of the 7th rank. Although military academy students are looked down upon, no one dares to really touch them. After all, the teachers at the 5 major military academies are all protective of their own. Jia's expression changed slightly, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. Jia, you shameless bastard. You can't beat our logistics team, so you're taking it out on our new recruits, huh? You think I won't tell the captain I'm reporting you? Miao Ruijia's furious shouts came from outside. Immediately afterward, her magic weapon, a machete, flew towards him. Jia snapped out of his daze, and quickly dodged. The machete grazed past him, its sharp blades slicing into the ground, creating countless cracks, and sending a spray of gravel flying. Yingjie glanced at Su Jintang, his expression grim. He guessed she was holding him responsible again. Captain Jia, with so many people around, it wouldn't be good if Miao Ruijiao really made a scene at the captain, his henchman whispered a warning. Yingjie's face darkened, and he decisively turned and left. Let's go! The group quickly disappeared from sight. Miao Ruijiao walked over, pulled a machete from the ground, and turned to look at Su Jintang and Yan Yuding. Did they hurt you? Su Jintang shook her head. No. Yan Yuding also quickly shook her head. Miao Ruijiao clenched her fists, looking genuinely angry. Don't worry, I report this to the captain and get justice for you. With that, Miao Ruijiao turned and left. The onlookers seemed used to this kind of commotion. Once both parties had left, they dispersed. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, and glanced at Zhu Xiangming beside her. Senior, what exactly is the conflict between Captain Miao and that man? Yan Yuding was also a little curious. We only been here one day, and we already seen those two fight twice. Zhu Xiangming's expression showed a hint of embarrassment. It's simple, actually. Yingjie used to pursue Captain Miao, but she rejected him, and then their conflict escalated. Su Jintang's lips twitched. Then it's normal that he couldn't win Captain Miao's heart. I see. Yan Yuding also wore a complicated expression. Zhu Xiangming added a word of caution. You two must be very careful in the future. It's best to avoid Yingjie if you see him. He's petty. You two dared to challenge him today, he'd definitely remember it. Su Jintang nodded. Yes, I know. Judging from his resentment towards Captain Miao after his failed pursuit, this man was indeed petty. However, the matter still reached the captain's ears. Since no serious damage was caused, it ended with Yingjie being punished by cleaning the entire military camp for a week. Early the next morning, Su Jintang and Yan Yuding had just left their dormitory when they happened to run into Yingjie sweeping the floor. He had a sullen face, as if someone owed him 8 million. Su Jintang turned a corner, bypassing him and continuing on his way. Yan Yuding followed closely behind. Half an hour later, the two were led into the fighting arena. Luo Yingtong began her explanation. For the logistics team, the beast fighting rules will be easier. We only need to survive for more than 5 minutes against the monsters to pass. Considering this is your first time participating in beast fighting training, I won't make things difficult for you. If you can survive for 3 minutes against the monsters, you completed the mission. Just as she finished speaking, another group of people walked in from the opposite side, a large and imposing group, looking ready for a fight. Brothers, the 2 new military academy students in the logistics team are going to have their beast fighting today. Want to see the excitement? Yes. Luo Yingtong frowned and glanced at the group opposite, her expression immediately turning ugly when she saw that it was indeed Yingjie's men. Su Jintang looked at the group with disdain. It seems the S district border guards are indeed idle, otherwise, these people wouldn't be looking for trouble everywhere. Our logistics team's new recruits are doing beast fighting training. What are you doing here? Luo Yingtong coldly blocked their path. The leader was the man with the long whip from yesterday. Zhou Yu smiled. Coming to watch the show, huh? What? The fighting arena isn't your logistics team's exclusive territory. Can't we even come and take a look? Su Yingjie has already been punished by sweeping the barracks for a week. Want that too? Luo Yingtong's voice turned icy. Zhou Yu immediately raised his hands, feigning innocence. We didn't cause any trouble. If you want to complain, go ahead. Anyway, we didn't do anything wrong this time. Shameless. Luo Yingtong gritted her teeth and cursed. Su Jintang walked to her side, smiling, and said, Sister Tong, let them watch if they want. It'd also be a good opportunity for them to learn how our logistics team fights beasts. The frontline team members were stunned, then a burst of laughter rang out. What did she just say? She wants us to learn how their logistics team fights beasts? Luo Yingtong, your newbie is really arrogant. Luo Yingtong was also taken aback. What? Su Jintang repeated what she had just said. I said, let them learn how our logistics team fights beasts. The frontline team members opposite them burst into laughter. Zhou Yu clutched his stomach, laughing the loudest. Your logistics team fights beasts, isn't it just desperately dodging? You want us to learn from you, running around like deserters? Su Jintang looked at him coldly. Want to make a bet? If I can directly defeat the monster, all of you will stand at the entrance of our logistics area for a week, shouting to everyone you meet, you're not as good as our logistics team. This bet was a complete humiliation. Zhou Yu, arrogant by nature, couldn't take any provocation and immediately took the bait, sneering. So what happens if you lose? Su Jintang replied, do as you please. Chapter 58. Squad leader. Yan Yuding anxiously tugged at Su Jintang. Don't fall for their tricks, they're just deliberately provoking you. Luo Yingtong frowned, reminding Su Jintang, don't be stubborn, I go find Captain Miao. Zhou Yu's face turned cold, he brandished his long whip, blocking Luo Yingtong's path. Too late. The bet's already settled, isn't it a bit unethical to complain now? Su Jintang looked at him calmly and said, but because I don't trust your character, I need you to make a guarantee. Otherwise, what if I win and you suddenly back out? What do you want? Zhou Yu stared intently at Su Jintang. Let's put it in writing. Su Jintang felt this traditional method was the safest. Zhou Yu scoffed, fine, let's put it in writing then, so Captain Miao won't come looking for trouble later. Luo Yingtong watched the two of them settle the bet so easily, her brows furrowing even more. She pulled Su Jintang to a corner. What are you trying to do? Zhou Yu hangs out with Su Yingjie all day, he's no good either. If you lose, and they get hold of this, I won't be able to save you. Sister Tong, I fought demonic beasts before in the lower star regions, Su Jintang explained. I always win against demonic beasts of the same level. Luo Yingtong was still uneasy and cautiously asked, you're not joking? Su Jintang replied, I'm very serious. Little sister, you won't regret it, and team up with Luo Yingtong to report me, will you? Seeing Su Jintang and Luo Yingtong whispering to each other, Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask. Su Jintang turned around, her gaze indifferent. Of course not. She returned to Zhou Yu. Let's draw up a contract now. Also, my current mental strength level is only at the peak of the first tier, so I need to mention beforehand that I can only fight first tier demonic beasts. Zhou Yu didn't mind and quickly agreed, okay. At the same tier, humans are weaker than demonic beasts, and Su Jintang, being a support type, would only be weaker. Zhou Yu could even imagine Su Jintang being chased by a demonic beast. The curve of his lips widened. The two quickly drew up the contract, each keeping a copy to prevent the other from going back on their word. Zhou Yu's smile was undisguised. Come on, let me learn how your logistics team fights beasts. The laughter behind him grew even more rampant. Su Jintang turned around, a slight smile playing on her lips, and walked towards Yan Yuding, whispering something to her. Yan Yuding, who had initially been worried, paused for a moment, then quickly relaxed, her gaze towards Zhou Yu and the others filled with sympathy. The overconfident Zhou Yu and his companions, naturally oblivious to this, didn't notice. A few minutes later, a lizard engulfed in flames was placed into the training arena. The protective barriers around the arena immediately rose. It's a Tier 1 fire lizard. This beast is no easy opponent, the other team members whispered behind him. The fire lizard's only weak points are its eyes and abdomen. Those unfamiliar with this beast will find it difficult to quickly pinpoint its weaknesses. We're in for a good show now, Zhou Yu said with amusement. Su Jintang stood on the arena, her expression subtly scrutinizing the fire lizard. If it were any other demonic beast, she might have needed a little more time to deal with it. But this was precisely the fire lizard, the very one whose lair she had nearly wiped out in the blizzard forest. Luo Yingtong stood solemnly below the stage. Although Su Jintang had made a promise beforehand, she was still somewhat worried. She could only hope that Su Jintang wasn't joking. The battle began. The lizard, its entire body enveloped in flames, swiftly crawled towards Su Jintang, its long, barbed tongue extending rapidly. Su Jintang spread her arms, and as she swung her right arm, the ruby sleeve dart instantly activated. The homing dart immediately shot towards the lizard's back. She remembered, of course, that the fire lizard's weak points were only its abdomen and eyes. But Sister Tong had said not to directly kill demonic beasts and damage military assets, so she had to hold back. The arrow was deflected by the lizard's hard scales on its back, making a clang sound. Zhou Yu chuckled from below the stage. With this level of skill, she dares to teach us how to fight beasts. The team members echoed, this fire lizard may only be Tier 1, but its combat power is far beyond what a support character can match. Missing its attack, the fire lizard quickly slithered in front of her. Su Jintang tiptoed, leaped into the air, stepped over the lizard, and somersaulted to the other side. The next moment, ice energy slowly descended. The frigid air instantly extinguished the flames on the fire lizard's back with a hissing sound. Su Jintang pushed off the ground, bounced back, and charged at the lizard again. She clenched her fist tightly and slammed it into the lizard's eye. The lizard squeaked in pain. Su Jintang kicked it over, exposing its abdomen completely. Then he bent down and threw another punch. This punch landed squarely on the lizard's abdomen, the powerful shockwave spreading outwards, creating a strong gust of wind in the air. The fire lizard was instantly knocked unconscious. The entire fight lasted less than a minute. Su Jintang stopped, stood up, and glanced at Zhou Yu and the others below the stage. I won. Zhou Yu and the others were completely stunned, not even having grasped what had happened. Luo Yingtong's tense expression suddenly relaxed, revealing a smile. She walked to the edge of the arena and clapped her hands. As expected of our logistics team, your fighting is swift and efficient. She then deliberately turned and glanced at Zhou Yu. You frontline team must have learned a lot this time, right? Zhou Yu finally snapped out of his daze, his face darkening instantly. You definitely cheated. A first-tier fire lizard can't be that weak. How could she knock it down with just 2 punches? The other team members chimed in. We demand an examination of this fire lizard. Maybe your logistics team secretly gave it some kind of drug to weaken it in order to win. Luo Yingtong's face turned green with anger. Zhou Yu, have you no shame? You won't admit you lost, and now you're slandering us? A first-tier support, and you're telling me she could beat a fire lizard with just 2 punches? Luo Yingtong, ask yourself honestly, is that even possible? Zhou Yu's voice was booming, as if he were completely in the right. We must check. If you disagree, it proves you have a guilty conscience. This beast's fight is null and void. The team members behind him said cooperatively. Su Jintang clapped his hands and calmly jumped off the stage. All right, then let's check. If the investigation finds nothing wrong, don't forget our bet. Checking whether the monsters have taken drugs that weaken their strength must be done by someone we both trust, Zhou Yu emphasized immediately. Seeing Su Jintang's confident tone, Luo Yingtong stopped holding back and turned her head coldly. Who do you want to find? Zhou Yu said in a low voice, find the captain? After yesterday's incident reached the captain, he Jia was punished by cleaning the camp for a week, and the frontline team members hadn't forgotten about it. Today, having finally caught the logistics team red-handed, he naturally had to make a big deal out of it. Cheating in the beast fight was a perfect pretext. Luo Yingtong laughed in anger. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson. Go ahead and find them. She was also shocked by Su Jintang's strength, but they were even more certain that they hadn't rigged the game, so Su Jintang's victory was undoubtedly due to her own skill. Soon, news of the bet between the logistics team and the frontline team spread like wildfire, and before long, the entire army knew about it. Both teams flocked to the captain's tent to demand justice. Jia, who had been punished by cleaning the camp for a week, also heard about the incident and was summoned for questioning. Captain Song's face was stern, his brows revealing a hint of impatience. You two teams are always causing trouble every few days. Do you think I'm idle? Jia quickly bowed and clasped his hands in a fist salute. Captain Song, please calm down. There was indeed a reason for today's incident. Our frontline team members made a bet with the logistics team, and in order to win, the logistics team cheated by giving the monster a drug that weakened it. We soldiers are always upright and honest. How could we allow such a thing to happen? I was utterly disgusted when I heard about it, which is why I sought your judgment. Bullshit. Miao Ruijia stepped forward, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect, and explained, Captain Song, don't listen to his nonsense. Our logistics team never uses such underhanded tactics. Only someone with such a despicable mind would come up with such a reason. Su Jintang stood discreetly to the side, remaining silent, trying to be invisible. But Captain Song's gaze swept around, finally settling on her. You're a military academy student from Rectas? Your class teacher is Shuang Silin? Su Jintang looked up, stepped forward, and answered yes. Captain Song, usually so stern, suddenly smiled slightly. After graduating from military academy, I haven't seen her for decades. The last time we met was at the Federal Assembly. Is she all right? Su Jintang detected a subtle emotion in the captain's tone. She quickly replied with a smile, our teacher, Mr. Zhuang, is very good. He's now the head of the grade at Rectas, and he's already reached the peak of the 7th rank at such a young age. Captain Song nodded, that's good. Their conversation caused Jia and Zhou Yu's expressions to change. They hadn't expected Su Jintang's teacher to know Captain Song. Since you both have your own versions of events, I uphold justice today. Captain Song's smile vanished, and his usual chilling aura returned. At this moment, the team's medic's voice came from outside the tent. Captain, the blood samples from the fire lizard have been collected for relevant drug tests. Chapter 59. Come in. Captain Song leaned back in his command chair, his tone authoritative. The team medic quickly entered, carrying a vial of green blood. Captain Song, Jia, and Miao Ruijia all turned their attention to the medic, awaiting his test results. What are the test results? Were any drugs added? Captain Song asked. The team doctor shook his head. We done all the drug tests, and the results are all negative. Unless the logistics team used a drug that's never been seen on the market, it should have been detected. Miao Ruijia straightened her back, crossed her arms, and glanced at Hiengjia. Did you hear that? The team doctor said the drug test results are negative. Hiengjia's eyes changed slightly, and he quickly clasped his hands in a fist and said, Captain, then they must have used a more covert method that even the team doctor couldn't detect. Miao Ruijia immediately rolled her eyes. If our logistics team were really that resourceful, what would we be doing? We'd be drug experts, researching drugs that don't even exist on the market, and then using them to frame your frontline team. Hearing this, Captain Song already knew that Hiengjia and his group were just being unreasonable again. He waved to the team doctor, go back to work. Then, Captain Song's cold gaze fell on Hiengjia. You wronged the logistics team first, and you should be punished according to military law. Hiengjia's face changed instantly, and he pleaded anxiously, Captain Song, I only heard it from my subordinates. Miao Ruijia's smile became even brighter, and she pushed Su Jintang forward. In the end, it's our Jintang who suffered the most in this matter. Today was supposed to be her day to experience beast fighting, but the frontline team messed everything up, and then she was inexplicably branded as someone who drugged her. I think they should compensate us for this. What does Captain Song say? Captain Song tapped his fingers lightly on the table. They definitely should compensate us. Hiengjia, you tell me, how do you plan to compensate us? Hiengjia's face darkened. He originally thought this would make the logistics team suffer a great loss, but it turned out the other way around. He was already being punished, and this mistake only worsened his reputation. Captain Song must have a very bad impression of him now. Moreover, Miao Ruijia was being unreasonable, and if he didn't go all out, Captain Song wouldn't let him off easily. After understanding this, Hiengjia looked up and clasped his hands in a fist salute. I accidentally found a Tombao Spirit Realm token on the battlefield before. This Tombao Spirit Realm is a secret realm passed down from a master thousands of years ago. The treasures, resources, and cultivation techniques inside are all incredibly valuable. This token is the only pass to enter. Since it was our frontline team's fault today, I'm willing to offer this token as compensation. Upon hearing this, Miao Ruijia was stunned for 2 seconds. Captain Song raised an eyebrow. You're being quite generous today. Su Jintang had never heard of this thing, and looked up with a puzzled expression, asking, what is the Tombao Spirit Realm? Captain Song explained, the Tombao Spirit Realm is an independent space separate from our world. It does indeed contain many valuable treasures. But to enter the Spirit Realm, you must possess a pass. This token is indeed very precious. Su Jintang glanced back at Miao Ruijia's expression, and saw that Captain Miao nodded to her. It seems he really didn't trick her. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze and continued, okay, I accept this compensation. Hiengjia smiled and looked up, but let me state beforehand, this token is indeed extremely precious, and we only have one. How you divide it is up to you to discuss. With that, he took out a dark blue token from his storage space and tossed it to Su Jintang. Su Jintang caught it. Miao Ruijia, standing nearby, leaned over and examined it. It is indeed a Tombao Spirit Realm token. Su Jintang, accept it. This whole affair started because of you. Consider this token your compensation. Su Jintang didn't stand on ceremony. A strong person like Captain Miao certainly wouldn't steal credit from a student like her. But she still felt something was strange. Given Hiengjia's petty nature, why was he suddenly so willing to spend so much? After the matter was resolved, Captain Song glanced at Zhou Yu and the others. Since we made a bet, we should keep our word. Don't embarrass our army in front of the newcomers. Zhou Yu swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he replied, yes, sir. With the captain's words, they couldn't renege on their promise now. After leaving the tent, Su Jintang asked, Captain Miao, this token is so valuable, why were they so generous in giving it to us? Miao Ruijia shrugged, they slandered us this time, and according to military law, they should be demoted. Otherwise, Hiengjia wouldn't have been willing to give up this token as compensation. Captain Song only didn't pursue it further because of this, otherwise, Hiengjia would have suffered a huge loss today. Moreover, it's uncertain when the Tombao Spirit Realm will open. Only after the Spirit Realm opens can the holder of the token enter to explore for treasure. The opening time could be next month, a year later, or even 10 years from now. Before the Spirit Realm opens, this token is useless to him. But many people are willing to gamble on this time, so the token isn't cheap on the market. You could sell it for a good amount of money. Thinking about it this way, Hiengjia wasn't stupid. Compared to being demoted, Losing a token whose usefulness was uncertain was definitely a less significant loss. Su Jintang silently put the token into his spatial storage. That afternoon, Zhou Yu and the others who lost the bet began to fulfill their promise, standing as punishment at the entrance of the logistics area. With each person passing by, they chanted in unison, their faces dark, "We're not as good as the logistics team." Yan Yuding, watching the commotion, chuckled. Su Jintang, a smile playing on her lips, squatted under a large tree, munching on snacks she had brought from the Federation Star region, watching with great interest. Shui Zhongqi, who had just finished his internship, dragged his heavy steps towards them. "Oh my god, I'm exhausted. This army is no place for humans." Su Jintang glanced up at him, noticing his exhausted face, and asked curiously, "Is the training on the men's team that tough?" Shui Zhongqi complained, "Didn't you guys participate in the beast fighting training? I spent the whole afternoon in the beast fighting arena. Because of my special ability, my mentor forbade me from using that life-sharing technique, so I could only dodge monsters everywhere on the arena. My legs cramped up, and I only managed to last 3 minutes." Yan Yuding quietly interjected, "Then your training requirements are the same as ours." However, she changed the subject. "Today, our squad leader did something really satisfying, and Captain Miao was so happy that he gave us both a half-day off." "I heard." Shui Zhongqi took a deep breath, relaxing his body, and picked up his folding fan again. "That's why I dragged my tired body over to see what's going on." He then walked over to Su Jintang, fanning himself, and squatted down beside him, his eyes smiling as he looked at Zhou Yu and the others. "We're not as good as the logistics team." Each time they shouted, passers-by couldn't help but glance over with amusement. A moment later, Luo Yingtong arrived with a beaming smile, glancing down at Su Jintang and the other two. "You three come with me. I asked Captain Miao for half a day off, so I take you three to the city for a good meal." The military camp's food was usually a variety of different flavored nutritional drinks, and after a while, everyone got tired of it. So, being able to go out to the city for a good meal was a luxury for Luo Yingtong and the others. Su Jintang clapped his hands with a smile and stood up. "Okay." Soon, Luo Yingtong led the three away from the military camp. Border City was quite lively, even Wanbage had opened a branch there, and it was bustling with customers. After strolling around, Su Jintang and his companions decided to eat at the most famous restaurant in the area. Su Jintang ordered several dishes he liked, and handed the menu to Yan Yuding beside him. "Order a few more." "Okay." Yan Yuding eagerly flipped open the menu, and began browsing the dishes. Su Jintang turned his attention away, and struck up a conversation with Luo Yingtong. "Sister Tong, to get promoted to the rank of Captain Miao, you need a lot of battle merits?" Luo Yingtong nodded, "Of course. A first-tier demon beast is worth 10 battle merits, a second-tier demon beast is worth 50, and so on. The higher the tier of the demon beast, the more battle merits you can earn. A captain like Captain Miao needs at least tens of thousands of battle merits to achieve. And to get promoted, you also need leadership, management skills, and so on. Take Yingjie for example. With his strength and battle merits, he could have been promoted to lieutenant long ago, but because of his bad reputation, many people in the army are not convinced by him, so he hasn't been promoted all these years." Su Jintang stroked her chin and nodded. "I understand." Luo Yingtong looked at her curiously. "So, after graduating from military academy, you want to join the army directly?" "I do plan to." Su Jintang nodded. Luo Yingtong responded, "The army is indeed a good choice. Although it's dangerous, as long as you have the ability, you can rise quickly." After saying that, she turned to Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding. "What about you two?" Shui Zhongqi picked up his teacup and took a sip. "I'm not sure yet. I take it one step at a time." Yan Yuding put down the menu and thought seriously for a while. "Actually, I'm also a little unsure what I want to do. But this internship at the military base was pretty good. I might join the army someday and work in logistics." She then looked at Luo Yingtong. "Sister Tong, do you have any advice for us?" Luo Yingtong shook her head. "There's no such thing as 100% right advice. Just do what you want to do." After chatting for a while, the dishes they had ordered were served one after another. The hot food steamed, and the aroma filled the air. Su Jintang took a big gulp of soup, and her body immediately felt warm. Just then, Luo Yingtong's communicator suddenly beeped. It was a message from Yao Ruijia. "Return to the army immediately, there's an emergency meeting." Before leaving, she specifically requested leave from Captain Miao. If it wasn't a serious situation, Captain Miao wouldn't have been in such a hurry to call her back. Luo Yingtong's brows furrowed with worry. "What's wrong?" Su Jintang put down her soup bowl and looked up. Miao Ruijia replied, Captain Miao wants us to return to the army immediately. Shui Zhongqi also looked over. What happened at the army? Let's go back first. We need to eat faster. After replying to the message, Miao Ruijia picked up her chopsticks and began to devour her food. Hearing this news, the three of them also quickened their eating, finishing the food on the table in just 5 minutes. The unfinished food was packed up by the waiter. Back at the army base, Su Jintang quickly noticed that the atmosphere was different from before they left. Everyone who came and went had a serious expression, and the atmosphere was very tense. With everyone like this, are we really going to fight? Yin Yuding had a bad feeling. Su Jintang remained relatively calm. Don't scare yourself. Let's wait for news from Sister Tong and Captain Miao. Shui Zhongqi's eyes turned serious. I send a message to Song Tianqi and the others first. There's good news and bad news, both related to your military camp. Which do you want to hear first? The Ice Soul Dragon within his spiritual sea suddenly spoke. Su Jintang hesitated for a moment, then said, Good news, please. In the frigid forest where I used to live, a 10,000-year-old snow lotus is about to mature. This snow lotus is a great tonic for ice attribute demonic beasts and ability users. Of course, it will also be of great help to you. If you are willing to take the risk, I can take you back to the frigid forest to pick this snow lotus. Su Jintang's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly calmed down and tentatively asked, And what's the bad news? The Ice Soul Dragon replied, Besides me knowing this news, several other Lord-level demonic beasts living in the frigid forest have also learned of it. Currently, 3 peak 8th-tier Lord-level demonic beasts have begun to expel other lower-tier demonic beasts from their territories in order to compete for ownership of this 10,000-year-old snow lotus. After a large number of demonic beasts are driven out of their original territories, they may riot and attack human cities. That means that your border city in S District is about to face a major battle. A deep glint flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. No wonder Captain Miao and Sister Tong were suddenly summoned to an emergency meeting. They probably already noticed the changes in the monsters of the extreme cold forest. Why are the other monsters being driven away when high-level monsters are fighting over the snow lotus? Su Jintang asked again. The Ice Soul Dragon replied, To prevent any monsters from launching a sneak attack. High-level monsters have developed intelligence, becoming no different from humans, and in their thinking, they become more selfish. So, you want to compete for this snow lotus? Su Jintang pondered for a moment, a hint of excitement gradually rising in her eyes. The priceless value of a 10,000-year-old snow lotus, which even peak 8th-tier monsters are fighting over, goes without saying. Of course we want to compete. Chapter 60. That evening, after the emergency meeting, the entire S-region border defense area sounded the highest level alert. Within the military region, alert levels were divided into 3. Level 3 alert. The situation was relatively tense, with frontline units on standby. Level 2 alert. The situation was extremely tense, with both frontline and logistics units on alert. Level 1 alert. The situation was critical, requiring a request for combat support from the center if necessary. This was the first time a highest level alert had been sounded since the establishment of the S-region border defense Star City. Less than half a minute later, the ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire military region. Have monsters invaded? Level 1 alert? I never seen anything like it since I joined the army. It's hopeless, absolutely hopeless. We were just talking about getting time off next month during lunch break, and suddenly we're on level 1 alert. Stop dawdling, Captain Miao wants us to assemble. Hurry up, don't be late. In the logistics area, many people ran in unison towards the assembly point. Yin Yuding looked like he was facing a major crisis. All 26 border defense zones combined haven't even been on level 1 alert more than a few times, have they? And we run into this. Su Jintang raised his hand, fastening the top button of his military jacket. Let's go, let's assemble too. Shui Zhongqi irritably closed his fan. Our luck is truly unbelievable. 10 minutes later, Su Jintang, Yin Yuding, and the other 2 arrived at the logistics team's assembly point. Besides the 3 of them, over 100 members of the logistics team stood in neat rows, waiting for Miao Ruijia to speak. Everyone knows what level 1 alert means, so I won't hide it from you. Miao Ruijia said solemnly, just this morning, our military region satellite detected a large number of monsters rioting and venturing out from inside the extreme cold forest. The specific reason is still unclear, but we suspect it may be related to the escaped Ice Soul Dragon. The team members below immediately cursed. It's the Ice Soul Dragon again. It's almost dead itself. Why does it still have to come and harm us? Some were puzzled. Wasn't it said that the Ice Soul Dragon's last known location was the Blizzard Forest? How come it's back in the extreme cold forest? Meow Rueja raised her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. There's no need to dwell on this anymore. According to satellite monitoring data, within 2 days at most, a large number of monsters from the extreme cold forest will flood into our S-zone border. With our current combat strength, we simply cannot resist them. The captain has already requested troop support from the center, but everyone must also be prepared for battle at any time. Hearing that the matter had once again involved Brother Dragon, Su Jintang felt a bit conflicted. It was clearly other monsters fighting, and innocent bystanders were caught in the crossfire. So how did it get involved with Brother Dragon again? Meow Rueja turned her gaze to Su Jintang and the other two, and solemnly instructed them, "And you three, the war zone will be very dangerous during this period. I don't have the extra energy to protect you all. I already applied to your military academy to cancel this internship assignment. Your academy instructors will come to pick you up later. These next few days, stay in the military base and don't wander off." Shui Zhongqi was taken aback. "So we're not doing this internship assignment?" Meow Rueja chuckled. "A major battle is about to break out, and you're still thinking about internships? Wait until the situation isn't so dangerous before you come back for an internship. But right now, you should go back to military academy and study hard." After saying that, Meow Rueja's gaze swept across the room, a hint of arrogance in her expression. "Brothers and sisters, since our logistics team was established, we always been jokingly called nannies, support, and cooks. These labels are like they're etched onto our heads. Are you convinced by this?" Hundreds of logistics team members answered in unison, "No." "Very good. From today onwards, we will prove with our own hands that the logistics team is not just useless trash hiding in the rear being protected. We can also fight on the front lines." A thunderous voice rang out again. "Good." The fighting spirit and bloodthirstiness of soldiers emanated from these logistics team members. Su Jintang felt a surge of excitement. However, she also knew that they weren't the main protagonists of this great battle yet. After the temporary meeting adjourned, Su Jintang and her two companions turned and left. "Squad leader, are we really just going to do nothing? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip?" Yin Yuding hesitated for a long time before suddenly raising her head and unable to hold back her question. Su Jintang turned her gaze to Shui Zhongqi. "What are your thoughts?" Shui Zhongqi cleared his throat, fanning himself, and said, "Anyway, we're just killing time. If you two want to do something, I don't mind joining in. Students graduating from military academy all have a certain amount of courage. With a major battle imminent, no one wants to just stand by and watch." Su Jintang reminded them, "We're not in a simulated battlefield now. If we're really injured or killed, we won't recover in the blink of an eye." Yin Yuding turned his head, then, "Squad leader, you mean?" Shui Zhongqi and Yin Yuding's gazes both fell on Su Jintang. Su Jintang looked at the two of them. "I know everyone wants to contribute to the army, but our current strength is too weak. If we really go to the battlefield, we just be a burden, and others will even have to divert their energy to protect us. Therefore, following Captain Miao's instructions, quickly withdrawing from the military region is the best arrangement." Yin Yuding sighed dejectedly. "I underestimated things." Just as Su Jintang was about to speak, a shout came from behind. "Squad leader. We're here." Song Tianqi came running over nonchalantly. Jiang Shi followed leisurely behind. Soon the two of them arrived. Su Jintang's gaze fell on them. "You two received the notification too?" "Yes." Jiang Shi nodded. Song Tianqi excitedly patted Su Jintang on the shoulder. "Squad leader, I made up my mind. I want to stay. I won't go to the battlefield and hold them back. I just defend the city. My ability contains divine beast bloodline, which has a suppressive effect on many low-level demonic beasts. Defending the city is definitely no problem." Seeing his excited appearance, Su Jintang poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "This demonic beast riot is different from the joint exam. There won't just be first-tier demonic beasts. If a few second or third-tier demonic beasts appear, the five of us simply won't be able to handle it. And Song Tianqi, your divine beast bloodline suppression only works on low-level demonic beasts. But this time, there will be more than just low-level demonic beasts." "That's true." Shui Zhongqi lowered his eyes, his hands behind his back, and fell silent. Song Tianqi's initial excitement gradually subsided, and he regained his composure. At this moment, Su Jintang's communicator vibrated. It was Zhuang Silin calling. She pressed the answer button. A miniature projection of Zhuang Silin immediately appeared before his eyes, her expression extremely solemn. I received the notification from the war zone. The S-sector border is now under full alert. Aircraft can only enter, not leave. Our teachers have discussed it and decided to personally come to pick you up. It should take about 2 days to get there, so don't wander off. Teacher, do you think the 5 of us staying here will be of any help to the army? Song Tianqi asked, forcing a smile. Zhuang Silin's face darkened. The 5 of you, except for Jiang Shi, haven't even reached the 3rd rank. Staying here will only be a hindrance. This isn't the time for jokes. If you want to play the hero, wait until you graduate from military academy. Song Tianqi, who had initially been eager to show his courage, instantly deflated. He knew that his squad leader and teacher Zhuang were right. No matter how talented they were still just a group of 16-year-old students. Before they matured, their combat power was negligible. Su Jintang, as the squad leader of the experimental class, I order you to keep a close eye on everyone for the next 2 days. Zhuang Silin said sternly. Su Jintang nodded quickly. Yes. The communication was disconnected, and silence returned. Yin Yuding was the first to resign himself to his fate. The squad leader and teacher Zhuang are right. If we insist on staying now, we only be a hindrance. Shui Zhongqi, fiddling with his folding fan, stepped aside and remained silent. Sigh. Song Tianqi only sighed, and didn't insist any further. Seeing everyone had calmed down, Su Jintang continued, everyone should stay in the army these next 2 days, and not cause trouble for others. Thinking of something, she added, while I'm not here, everyone should follow Jiang Shi's arrangements. Everyone nodded in agreement without giving it much thought. The entire military region went into a state of high alert. Su Jintang and her group of 5 dared not wander off, and had to stay in the logistics unit. But why, after the highest alert level is reached, can we only enter the war zone and not leave? When teacher Zhuang comes to pick us up, can we go out? Yin Yuding was completely ignorant about this area. Jiang Shi explained, the no-exit policy is to prevent deserters from disguising themselves as ordinary civilians and sneaking out. But the military academy coming to pick up students is a special case, and not included in this policy. Yin Yuding sighed softly, then we're lucky to have a military academy picking us up. Su Jintang leaned against a corner alone, gazing at the scenery outside the window, lost in thought. 2 days later, a spacecraft bearing the joint insignia of the 5 major military academies slowly landed in the border city of S District. Besides Su Jintang and his group, many other students from other military academies were also assigned here for their internships. To ensure the safety of this trip, each of the 5 military academies sent a peak 7th level instructor to accompany the team. All students currently enrolled in military academies were to be picked up. Zhuang Silin stepped out of the spacecraft, and quickly saw Su Jintang and his group of 5. She stopped and walked over, letting out a slight sigh of relief. It's good that everyone's alright. Let's get in the cabin. Once the other military academy instructors have finished counting the students, we head back immediately. Su Jintang and the other 4 nodded, and obediently walked up the steps to the cabin. Inside the cabin lounge suite, Song Tianqi leaned back on the sofa, a look of anticipation on his face. We're still too young to be a burden on the battlefield, but the next time a major war like this breaks out, we'd definitely be the main force. Can't you hope for something better? Shui Zhongqi shook his folding fan helplessly. Can't we hope that such a major war never breaks out again? Yin Yuding was about to answer, when she suddenly realized something was wrong. She hesitated for a moment, then turned around and looked around. Where's the squad leader? Jiang Shi looked up. She just went out, saying she was going to find a medical team teacher to treat her motion sickness. Yin Yuding nodded, not thinking further. At this moment, the spacecraft's hatch closed, and the entire spacecraft began to take off, turning around and speeding towards the Federation star system. Su Jintang, who had already sneaked out of the spacecraft, stood on the platform of the Space Hub station, watching the spacecraft disappear from sight. At this time, everyone in the border city was on high alert, and there was practically no one guarding the area. Su Jintang turned and walked away alone, communicating with the Ice Soul Dragon mentally. Brother Dragon, I'm ready. The next second, a massive dragon phantom slowly appeared before him. The Ice Soul Dragon, covered in ice dragon scales, circled in the air, then stopped in front of Su Jintang. Get on, I take you to the extreme cold forest. It would take Su Jintang at least 2 months to reach the extreme cold forest on his own, by which time even the 10,000-year snow lotus would be gone. The Ice Soul Dragon had no choice but to reveal itself and fight personally. Su Jintang stared in astonishment at its dragon body, then, supporting itself by its horns, sat down and asked curiously, "Your physical body is gone, so what is this now?" "This is a physical form created from my divine consciousness. Have you forgotten? I am now your special ability, but with your current strength, you can't summon me to fight at will, but I can come out on my own." With that, the Ice Soul Dragon slowly rose into the air. Hold on tight. The next second, the Ice Dragon spiraled upwards, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and soared directly into the clouds. The dragon's roar, carrying the pressure of a divine beast, spread in all directions. Meowruegia and the others stationed in the S District Border Defense Forces looked up in shock at the horizon. They saw a dragon shadow flash past their eyes and disappear into the clouds. That was the Ice Soul Dragon? The team members exclaimed in surprise. "That's right, I heard it. It was a dragon's roar. The Ice Soul Dragon is indeed still alive." Chapter 61. The biting wind whipped at her face, her hair disheveled. Su Jintang gripped the dragon horns tightly, leaning forward slightly to cling to its head. "Brother Dragon, I won't be thrown off, will I?" Afraid the surrounding noise would drown out her voice, she had to shout at the top of her lungs. "If you hold on tight, you won't." The Ice Soul Dragon's reassuring voice rang out. Su Jintang gripped the dragon horns even tighter. Human and dragon soared through the towering clouds, the scenery below rushing past. Gradually, Su Jintang became accustomed to the speed and dared to slightly open her eyes to look around. "I'm not even dizzy flying like this." The Ice Soul Dragon, "Then I speed up." With that, the dragon charged forward at an even greater speed. Su Jintang felt a sudden forward jerk, the surrounding scenery rushing past even faster. Flying from day to night, the crescent moon slowly climbed into the sky. The Ice Soul Dragon gradually slowed its speed and descended into the frigid forest. Su Jintang, who had dozed off midway, opened her eyes, dismounted from the dragon's body, and looked around. "Have we arrived? The 10,000-year snow lotus grows on the mountaintop, and it should be fully ripe tonight. The 3 8th-tier demonic beasts are all waiting over there. Then why don't we go straight to the mountaintop?" The Ice Soul Dragon's eyes fell on the cave opposite. "This cave is where I used to live. There are some good things there. Let's take what's here first." Su Jintang clapped her hands, stood still, and curiously examined the cave. "The other demonic beasts haven't already taken all the good stuff inside, have they?" The Ice Soul Dragon spoke domineeringly. "My aura lingers here. Until this oppressive force completely dissipates, no demonic beast dares to trespass into my territory." Su Jintang rubbed his hands together, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. "Let's go see what goodies are hidden here." A few minutes later, Su Jintang swaggered into the cave. The cave was vast, its stone walls carved with numerous mysterious and ancient patterns. The further in he went, the colder it became. At the end, a huge circular ice pool appeared before him. The water in the pool was a clear, icy blue, and the surrounding chill emanated from it. Countless shimmering, ice-attribute spiritual plants grew around it. "This is..." Su Jintang stopped. The Ice Soul Dragon, now in its miniature form, perched on Su Jintang's shoulder. It explained casually, "This was originally just an ordinary pool, but because I bathed here so often, it absorbed my ice-attribute energy and became an ice pool. At the bottom of this pool, many ice-attribute spiritual plants have grown nourished by my power. You can take them all later." As expected of a divine beast, just a bath turned the pool into an ice pool, and it even nurtured many ice-attribute spiritual plants. Soon, Su Jintang began digging up the various rare spiritual plants inside the cave. The more she dug, the more astonished she became. Each of these spiritual plants would be auction-worthy at the Wanbao Pavilion. Even if she couldn't snag the 10,000-year snow lotus, she still made a fortune this time. After digging up all the spiritual plants in the cave, Su Jintang stroked her chin and stood before the ice pool. "You can dig up this ice pool too?" The Ice Soul Dragon, "That's unlikely. But if you can manage to snag the 10,000-year-old snow lotus later, you can use the power of this icy pool to help you absorb it." "Great, as long as we don't waste resources." Su Jintang was relieved to hear that the icy pool water was still useful. She checked the spiritual plants in her bracelet space. There were 58 kinds in total, more than 10 of which were 1,000-year-old, similar in quality to the 1,000-year-old snow lotus she had at the auction. "Let's go. The 10,000-year-old snow lotus on the mountaintop is almost ripe." The Ice Soul Dragon reminded her. Su Jintang's thoughts returned to the present. She quickly turned around and came out of the cave. Mounting the Ice Soul Dragon again, she and the dragon rushed straight to the mountaintop. The Silent Night. At the summit of the snow-capped mountain in the extreme cold forest, 3 8th-tier demonic beasts, now in their original forms, guarded the nearly ripe snow lotus with predatory intent. One of them was a humanoid ancestral bird with giant wings. Its exposed skin was a deep, dark green. Its pointed beak resembled that of a woodpecker, but unlike ordinary demonic beasts, it could stand steadily on its 2 feet, just like a human. Even more unbelievably, this humanoid bird could speak human language. Brother Vajra, Sister Snow, I don't think it's good for everyone to fight to the death. If you ask me, how about we divide this 10,000-year-old snow lotus equally? We can avoid a great battle, and still get our share of the snow lotus. Everyone's happy. The giant tiger, its 4 legs firmly planted on the ground, sneered, yes, we're all agreeing now, but once the snow lotus matures, everyone turn on us and tear each other apart. What's the point of all this pretense? It's better to just fight it out. Whoever wins gets it. It's much better than some people trying to sneak around and steal the snow lotus while the other 2 are fighting. On the other side, a beautiful woman with a snake's body and a human form smiled. Now that we've driven away all the other demonic beasts in our territory, it's just the 3 of us here. There's no need for any infighting. Whoever wins gets the snow lotus. At that moment, a golden light emanated from the swaying snow lotus. Immediately afterward, a strange fragrance spread in all directions. This was a sign that the 10,000-year-old snow lotus was about to mature. The medicinal effects of a mature snow lotus would increase several times over, enough to allow a peak 8th-tier demonic beast to break through its bottleneck and directly advance to the 9th tier. At that moment, the eyes of the 3 demonic beasts became exceptionally fervent, fixed on the snow lotus, revealing expressions of absolute determination. The 3 of you, long time no see. An aged and steady voice slowly echoed from the mountaintop. The 3 demonic beasts froze for half a second, then, sensing the familiar aura of the ice dragon, instantly retreated warily. The 3 demonic beasts, who had just been arguing, suddenly formed a united front, their expressions filled with disbelief. The Ice Soul Dragon? How is it still alive? The woman with the humanoid snake body raised her voice, her tone incredulous. Ever since news spread last year that the Ice Soul Dragon was nearing the end of its life, all the high-level demonic beasts in the frigid forest had been waiting for its death. No high-level demonic beast would willingly submit to another. They longed for the Ice Soul Dragon's demise even more than humans. Who is it? The Vajra giant tiger slammed its paw into the ground, a massive crack spreading from its claws, causing the entire snow-capped mountain to shake violently. The full-force attack of an 8th-tier peak demonic beast made Su Jintang, hiding in the shadows, swallow hard. The Ice Soul Dragon, formed from divine consciousness, soared into the sky, its roar, infused with mental attacks, echoing throughout the frigid forest. In an instant, the low-level demonic beasts that hadn't yet escaped the forest trembled and stopped, bowing their heads in the direction from which the dragon's roar came. The 3 demonic beasts atop the mountain were also overwhelmed by the divine beast's pressure, their bodies instantly stiffening, even instinctively wanting to submit. The bloodline suppression between demonic beasts was innate. Even with only a wisp of divine consciousness remaining, they could hardly resist. This snow lotus, I want it. The Ice Soul Dragon hovered in midair, its icy gaze sweeping over the 3 demonic beasts opposite it. The humanoid bird with giant wings was the first to bow, kneeling on one knee in salute to the Ice Soul Dragon. Yes. The other 2 followed suit, bowing low in response. Yes. The 10,000-year-old snow lotus was now in full bloom, dazzlingly bright in the night. The Ice Soul Dragon's immense spiritual power instantly reached for the snow lotus, plucking it from the ground. Seeing the snow lotus snatched away, the 3 demonic beasts were somewhat resentful, but after the Ice Soul Dragon disappeared, none of them dared to utter a word, swallowing their anger. Didn't they say many people were hunting it down? It's still alive. Only after no longer sensing the ice dragon's aura did the woman in human form and snake body speak coldly. The Vajra giant tiger also recovered from its earlier shock. After all, it's a 10th-tier divine beast. Humans won't find it so easy to kill it. Since it's over, I head back to my territory. We meet again next time. The snow scale snake woman, clearly displeased at having her snow lotus stolen, said goodbye, transformed into her snake form, and quickly crawled towards the foot of the snow mountain. The Vajra giant tiger muttered speechlessly, I hope we never get together again. Having said that, it turned and leaped up, quickly heading towards the foot of the mountain. Leaving only the humanoid bird behind, a glint of shrewd calculation flashed in its eyes. It had just sensed that the Ice Soul Dragon's aura seemed much weaker than before, meaning the Ice Soul Dragon had likely been severely injured during its escape, forcing it to risk returning to the frigid forest to seize the snow lotus for healing. The Ice Soul Dragon at its peak was certainly formidable. But if it was severely injured, it might be able to fight it if it caught it off guard. Thinking this, the humanoid bird slightly curved its lips, quickly spread its wings, and flew towards the foot of the snow mountain. At this moment, Su Jintang had just placed the snow lotus into his bracelet space. "Let's go to the ice pool," Su Jintang said. Ice Soul Dragon hesitated. When we were snatching the snow lotus, that green membrane progenitor bird seemed about to break through to the 9th rank. I'm worried it might sense the change in my strength, and guess that I'm not at my peak. Su Jintang had personally witnessed the strength of those 3 8th rank demonic beasts. They were far beyond her current capabilities. After thinking for a moment, Su Jintang decisively decided, then let's leave now. We already got the lion's share, losing the ice pool is nothing. If she were too greedy, and those 3 demonic beasts realized what was happening, it wouldn't be worth it. Ice Soul Dragon responded, reappearing in its dragon form and stopping in front of Su Jintang. Just as Su Jintang was about to mount the dragon, a sharp laugh suddenly rang out. "Brother Ice Dragon, I was wondering why you seemed so much weaker than before. So, you willingly become a human's mount." The green membrane progenitor bird walked over step by step, its wings spread wide, its smile impossible to conceal. He actually discovered this secret, which means that today he can not only obtain the snow lotus, but also possibly obtain everything from the Ice Soul Dragon. These are all highly nourishing ingredients. He might even ascend directly to the 10th rank, becoming another divine beast in this world. Su Jintang's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, how did they find us so quickly? She quickly hid behind the Ice Soul Dragon, clenching her fists in vigilance. The Ice Soul Dragon didn't seem greatly affected, only replying calmly, "What do you want?" The green membrane Archaeopteryx laughed, its wings seemingly flapping incessantly with excitement. "Of course, I want to kill you all and become the new king of the extreme cold forest." As soon as it finished speaking, a murderous glint flashed in the green membrane Archaeopteryx's eyes. It immediately spread its wings and pounced on the Ice Soul Dragon. The dragon and bird engaged in fierce combat, creating a series of deafening explosions. Su Jintang didn't dare delay, obediently hiding to the side, her mind racing, trying to devise a strategy. In a short time, this Archaeopteryx definitely couldn't defeat Brother Dragon. But if this continued, the battle's fluctuations would inevitably spread, and the 2 high-level demonic beasts that had already departed might also notice something amiss. If 3 8th-tier demonic beasts attacked from both sides, Brother Long certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it. They had to leave immediately. After several rounds of fighting, the surrounding forest was completely destroyed by the power fluctuations of the 2, leaving the entire battle area barren, without a single blade of grass remaining. Unexpectedly, even when not at its peak, the Ice Soul Dragon was so powerful. The green membrane Archaeopteryx's skin began to turn a darker, more inky green with anger. Then, it suddenly remembered something, its gaze glancing at Su Jintang hiding behind it. Bang! With a heavy blow, the boulder in front of Su Jintang was smashed open, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Su Jintang's eyes widened. Before she could react, she was lifted up by the green membrane Archaeopteryx, her body flying into the sky. "Let her go!" The Ice Soul Dragon roared. The green membrane Archaeopteryx sneered, "Release her, but only if you exchange her for a 10,000-year-old snow lotus, and your dragon bones and blood." As soon as it finished speaking, the Archaeopteryx tightened its sharp claws, suffocating Su Jintang and making it impossible for her to breathe. The feeling that she was about to die made her slowly close her eyes. Su Jintang's consciousness began to fade, and she gradually lost hearing the sounds around her. At this moment, the Libra, which had been dormant in her spiritual sea, suddenly emitted a strong silver light. A powerful force of annihilation erupted from within Su Jintang's body, and the silvery light slowly spread upwards along the green membrane Archaeopteryx's arm. Chapter 62. The green membrane Archaeopteryx's expression changed. Sensing something was wrong, it immediately released its grip, trying to pull away from Su Jintang. But the domineering power directly imprisoned it. Its entire right arm, gripping Su Jintang's neck, seemed frozen, completely numb, and this terrifying power continued to spread throughout its body. The Ice Soul Dragon sensed the anomaly, stopped its movements, and also became more vigilant. That mysterious Libra had resided with it in its spiritual sea for a year, without making a sound, yet now it had suddenly attacked. Su Jintang was completely unconscious, her limbs hanging limply. But the powerful force emanating from her body had plunged the green membrane Archaeopteryx into an insurmountable predicament. How is this possible? What is this? The green membrane Archaeopteryx cried out in panic, glaring angrily at the Ice Soul Dragon. Did you do this? The Ice Soul Dragon chuckled, not wanting to acknowledge him. When the silvery light enveloped the entire body of the green membrane Archaeopteryx, it panicked completely. Under the shield of this power, it couldn't even perceive its inner core. Demonic beasts attacked using the power of their inner cores. But now, it had been separated from its inner core. The Ice Soul Dragon sensed the terrifying power of this force, and a hint of caution appeared in its eyes. No wonder even it couldn't shake this scale back then. Judging from today's situation, this scale was even more domineering than it was. In less than half a minute, the green membrane Archaeopteryx completely lost its fighting ability, utterly suppressed by the power of the scale. Immediately afterward, a mysterious ancient contract formation slowly rose from Su Jintang's body. The unconscious Su Jintang was completely unaware. The still conscious green membrane Archaeopteryx was dumbfounded with rage. It actually wants me to be this human's contracted beast. Why? I, the mighty 8th tier ancient divine beast Archaeopteryx, am about to break through to the 9th tier and become the king of beasts. And I'm supposed to be this human's contracted beast. The Ice Soul Dragon watched the spectacle from the side, its tail held high. Who told you to have such ill intentions and interfere? Otherwise, none of this would have happened. That force began to exert its domineering pressure on the Archaeopteryx again. A strong sense of impending death arose, and the green membrane Archaeopteryx didn't last 2 seconds before surrendering. I'm willing. After the force contract was established, the green membrane Archaeopteryx completely lost its temper, looking utterly hopeless, leaning against a pile of rubble. The Ice Soul Dragon flew over and circled in front of him. Accept your fate, we be neighbors from now on. The green membrane Archaeopteryx raised its eyelids and glanced at him. Were you also forced into this contract? No, I did it willingly, so my status is a bit higher than yours. With that, the Ice Soul Dragon retracted its ethereal form, returning to its spiritual sea, and instructed, she won't wake up for a while. Help watch over her, I exhausted too much power and need to rest. The green membrane Archaeopteryx uttered a string of incomprehensible words. Su Jintang felt like she had slept for a long time. She woke up naturally when it was fully light, opening her eyes slightly. The sunlight was blinding. She raised one hand to shield her eyes, and used the other to prop herself up. Her neck hurt a little. Su Jintang touched it. At this moment, her consciousness gradually returned. She suddenly stood up, looking around warily. The green membrane Archaeopteryx leaned against the pile of rubble, exuding a human-like aura. Seeing her awake, it lifted its eyelids and glanced at her. Awake? Where's Brother Long? What did you do to it? Su Jintang raised her hand, gathering her strength, warily guarding against the Archaeopteryx. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, it went to sleep. What do you mean I did to it? Just look and you see. Su Jintang was stunned. Then she quickly sensed that Brother Long had indeed returned to its spiritual sea to sleep and recuperate, probably because it had exhausted too much energy yesterday. Something was wrong. Su Jintang was a little confused. Brother Long had suddenly returned to its spiritual sea to sleep, and this humanoid bird was cursing and swearing at her, looking very unhappy, but it was just talk. It had no intention of actually attacking her. Forget it. Yesterday, your special ability automatically protected me, forcibly forming a contract with me. From today onwards, I am your contracted beast. Although we are already in a cooperative relationship, I hope you can have some sense. I am, after all, a peak 8th tier demon beast. Wait. Su Jintang interrupted his rambling. So, I am your master now? The green membrane Archaeopteryx immediately jumped up and retorted, of course not. Based on strength, I should be your master. Su Jintang frowned, quickly locating the contract formation within her spiritual sea of consciousness. With a thought, she summoned the contract formation into her body. At that moment, the green membrane Archaeopteryx was helplessly pinned to the ground, its posture extremely pathetic. It shouted angrily, all right, that's right, you are my master now. But I am, after all, a peak 8th tier demon beast, can't you give me some face? Su Jintang retracted the contract, and walked smilingly to the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Of course. She turned to look at the cave not far away. Can you protect me? I want to absorb the snow lotus as soon as possible. The green membrane Archaeopteryx immediately understood her intentions. He placed his hands on his hips. Go ahead, I guard outside. With the contract in place, Su Jintang wasn't afraid he would betray her. She turned and walked into the cave, returning to the ice pool. She softly called to the Ice Soul Dragon, Brother Dragon, are you still awake? Yes, just soak in the ice pool and swallow the snow lotus directly, the Ice Soul Dragon said slowly upon waking. Su Jintang took out the snow lotus. The mature snow lotus possessed such powerful energy that it began to radiate outwards. Su Jintang quickly immersed herself in the ice pool. The icy water made her shiver. After taking a deep breath, her emotions gradually calmed down. She plucked a petal from the snow lotus and chewed it. Its tens of thousands of years of growth allowed the snow lotus to absorb the most essential energy of heaven and earth. Because it grew on the summit of a snow-capped mountain, its ice attribute power was even stronger. In an instant, the snow lotus's energy surged into Su Jintang's spiritual sea. Her previously slow spiritual power rapidly increased. It took her a full day and night to absorb the snow lotus. The green membrane Archaeopteryx outside the cave grew impatient, angrily uprooting and kicking trees, soon turning the surrounding forest into a barren wasteland. Just as the green membrane Archaeopteryx was about to rush into the cave, a powerful stream of ascending energy emanated from it. Su Jintang slowly finished her cultivation, absorbing every last trace of the snow lotus's energy into her body. When she opened her eyes again, a hint of excitement rose in them. Peak of the third tier. With the energy boost from the snow lotus and the ice pool, she skipped 2 tiers. The Ice Soul Dragon had been protecting her throughout, and seeing that she had successfully absorbed all the energy, it relaxed. I used up too much energy this time. I might need to sleep and recuperate for a while. With the green membrane Archaeopteryx here, you can ask him anything you don't understand. Okay. Su Jintang nodded. After saying that, the Ice Soul Dragon silently fell into a deep sleep. Su Jintang got up and climbed out of the ice pool. The ice pool had now become an ordinary pool of water, completely devoid of any ice attribute power. She withdrew her gaze, took out a clean set of clothes from her spatial storage, changed, and then got up and went outside the cave. If you don't come out soon, I'm going to smash up the cave. The green membrane Archaeopteryx grumbled as it approached. Su Jintang glanced at him. You should be able to fly, right? Of course, otherwise what's the point of me having wings? The green membrane Archaeopteryx's wings twitched slightly, seemingly emphasizing its presence. Then take me back to Border Star City in S District now, Su Jintang commanded immediately. The green membrane Archaeopteryx sneered, its posture still haughty. How could such a noble ancient divine beast like myself allow a human to ride on my head, and even expect me to take you back? It only got halfway through its sentence before Su Jintang changed its stance, arms crossed, silently watching him. Fine, fine, giving you a ride isn't a big deal. The green membrane Archaeopteryx snorted, and immediately bent down. Get on. Su Jintang climbed onto the green membrane Archaeopteryx's back, hesitating for a moment. Could you change your appearance? You look really ugly like this. It makes my skin crawl. What did you say? You called me ugly. How dare you think I'm ugly, with my noble divine beast appearance? I'm not flying anymore. The green membrane Archaeopteryx was so angry it refused to continue. Su Jintang coughed lightly. Actually, your green skin is quite unique, quite beautiful. Fine, I forgive you one more time. But I'm warning you, from today onwards, I will be watching your cultivation every day. You must, within 10 years, no. You must reach the 8th rank within 5 years. The green membrane Archaeopteryx spread its wings and flew into the air, threatening as it flew. Su Jintang expressed doubt. Reach the 8th rank in 5 years? Even pulling up seedlings doesn't grow that fast. She glanced at the green membrane Archaeopteryx beneath her and asked suspiciously, Why are you so concerned about my cultivation progress? The green membrane Archaeopteryx coldly replied, Because the contract I was forced to sign stipulated that once you reach the 8th rank, I will regain my freedom. Su Jintang was stunned. So it seems the Libra within her was indeed protecting its master. Once she reaches the 8th rank, the green membrane Archaeopteryx will probably pose no threat to her anymore, so terminating the contract won't make much difference. The fact that even a peak 8th rank demon beast was powerless against her made Su Jintang increasingly curious about this Libra. So, do you know the origin of my Libra? Su Jintang asked quietly. Green membrane Archaeopteryx, if you don't know, how would I know? After flying a distance, Su Jintang remembered something and hurriedly called her back. Wait, there's something else I need your help with. The green membrane Archaeopteryx looked like it already knew. What is it? Call back all the demon beasts you previously banished from your territory. Chapter 63. At this moment, at the Border Defense Garrison in S District, 2 days and 1 night had passed since the highest alert was issued. A major battle had broken out, and facing a large influx of rampaging monsters, the weakly equipped S District border defenses were suffering repeated defeats. In response, the authorities issued an emergency notice, calling on nearby individuals with various supernatural abilities to provide support to the S District border defenses. Thud. Blood splattered as a monster's head was severed with a single stroke. Miao Ruijia, her face covered in blood, gritted her teeth and cursed, "Are these monsters crazy? We didn't provoke them. Why are they suddenly attacking the city?" On the other side, Luo Yingtong thrust her sword at the opposing monster. Taking a moment to catch her breath, she turned to Miao Ruijia. "Captain Miao, Teacher Zhuang from Recta said Su Jintang is missing, possibly still with the army. Should we send someone to look for him? Let's deal with these monsters first." Miao Ruijia wiped the blood from her mouth and charged forward again. Luo Yingtong said nothing more, her lips pressed tightly together, and charged into the horde of beasts. Fortunately, the border troops noticed quickly, and promptly requested reinforcements. More and more superhumans rushed to the battlefield to provide support. Every so often, others would arrive to rotate and relieve them of their duties. Just as Miao Ruijia was about to switch places with the people behind her, a clear bird's cry rang out. The demonic beasts that had been rampaging and attacking the city all stopped, turning their heads to look in the direction from which the bird's cry came, their bodies trembling slightly. Miao Ruijia and Luo Yingtong exchanged a glance, both of them looking puzzled. Then, after the bird's cry subsided, the demonic beasts that had been fiercely attacking suddenly turned tail and ran back. Luo Yingtong didn't understand what was going on. Miao Ruijia frowned slightly. A lord-level demon beast is calling them back. Everyone had initially thought this would be an unprecedented battle. Unexpectedly, the other side retreated so quickly. Su Jintang discreetly returned to the S-Sector Border Defense Army, easily finding himself in the logistics area, only to discover it was deserted. Even the logistics team members had gone to the battlefield. The impact of this was indeed significant. "Alright, let them all go back. Can I rest now?" The green membrane Archaeopteryx flapped its wings, descending from the sky and landing beside Su Jintang. Su Jintang frowned, looking him up and down. "Can't you be a little more discreet? How am I supposed to take you with me like this? Everyone will know I have a demon beast with me." The green membrane Archaeopteryx erupted in anger. "This is the second time you looked down on me. I'm warning you, if it weren't for..." Before it could finish speaking, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Someone had returned. Su Jintang quickly gave him a wink. The green membrane Archaeopteryx instantly transformed into a seemingly harmless green-feathered parrot, flying and landing on Su Jintang's shoulder. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to go back with your military academy teachers?" Luo Yingtong walked into the logistics area, and upon seeing Su Jintang, immediately frowned and approached. Miao Ruijia followed closely behind. Seeing Su Jintang, she smiled knowingly. "You wanted to secretly stay in the army to broaden your horizons? I understand. I used to like playing the hero when I was young too. Your personality is a lot like mine." Su Jintang had come up with many reasons, but upon hearing Miao Ruijia's words, he immediately nodded, then admitted his mistake. "Yes, I know I was wrong. I underestimated things. After staying, I realized that with my abilities, I was completely incapable of contributing to the army." Miao Ruijia walked over and patted Su Jintang's shoulder. "It's good that you have the intention, but if you want to go to the battlefield, wait until you graduate from military academy." Luo Yingtong retorted disapprovingly, "Nonsense. It's a good thing you're alright now. If something had really happened, you wouldn't have had a chance to regret it." At this moment, Miao Ruijia noticed the green parrot on Su Jintang's shoulder. Where did this parrot come from? She reached out and teased the parrot. The green membrane Archaeopteryx bristled with anger, its green feathers standing on end, and it kept squeaking in protest. Su Jintang smiled slightly and slapped the parrot's head hard. "This is something I picked up by accident." "This is it." Luo Yingtong keenly sensed something, hesitatingly scrutinizing Su Jintang. "Your strength has suddenly increased so much?" Miao Ruijia turned around, only then sensing Su Jintang's strength, at least twice as much as when they first met. Su Jintang solemnly stated the reason he had prepared before returning. "After I slipped off the aircraft, I originally intended to return to the army the way I came. But suddenly a strange bird flew by. That bird was terrifyingly strong. I had no chance to resist and was captured. That bird could walk like a human, had green skin, and could even speak human language. It took me to a cave in the extreme cold forest and abandoned me. When I woke up, I found the cave full of rare ice attribute spiritual plants. Seeing that the bird wasn't there, I secretly dug up a lot of spiritual plants and then sneaked out of the cave. After running out of the cave, I found there wasn't a single demonic beast nearby. It was perfectly safe. I didn't dare linger and quickly retraced my steps, heading towards the border city. After running out of the extreme cold forest and escaping danger, I encountered this parrot again. This parrot was a first-tier small demonic beast, large enough to transform into a human, and it could fly. I caught it, and had it carry me back. As for the increase in strength, it's because I consumed most of those ice attribute spiritual plants on the way back. That's all. After speaking, Su Jintang patted the green membrane Archaeopteryx on her shoulder. Little green, transform and show everyone. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, cursing inwardly, cooperated, transforming into a large parrot and simultaneously suppressing its aura to the first tier. Its strength was already at the very top of the pyramid, unless a 9th-tier powerhouse stronger than it appeared. Most people wouldn't be able to discern its true form and strength. Miao Ruijia and Luo Yingtong were astonished by her extraordinary encounter. So, you were inexplicably captured by a humanoid bird, and on your way back you even picked a bunch of rare spiritual plants, your strength skyrocketed, and you successfully returned to the team. Luo Yingtong's tone was full of disbelief. Su Jintang nodded seriously yes. Miao Ruijia looked at the suddenly enlarged green-feathered parrot beside her, lost in thought. Although the story sounded bizarre, Su Jintang's sudden increase in strength and the sudden appearance of the green-feathered parrot were facts. So, eliminating all impossibilities, the truth must be what she said. What is your current mental strength level? Miao Ruijia asked Su Jintang. Peak of the 3rd tier. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, Luo Yingtong and Miao Ruijia's eyes widening simultaneously. Just 2 days, and her mental strength level had increased by 2 ranks. To have such an extraordinary encounter is truly your good fortune, Miao Ruijia remarked. At this moment, the other members of the logistics team gradually withdrew from the battlefield and returned to their unit. Team leader Miao, Captain Song wants to see you at a meeting, someone reminded her. With the sudden retreat of a large number of demonic beasts, the situation outside the city was no longer as tense as before, and most people had withdrawn from the battlefield. Miao Ruijia looked away. Understood. She glanced at Luo Yingtong. Keep an eye on things here for now, I'll be right back. Yes, sir. Luo Yingtong nodded in agreement. After watching Miao Ruijia leave, Su Jintang quietly turned to slip away. Stop. Luo Yingtong's voice rang out from behind. Su Jintang chuckled twice and turned around. Sister Tong. Now that you're back safely, let your teachers and friends know you're alright. They've been looking for you. Luo Yingtong said, staring at her. Yes. Su Jintang quickly stood up straight and answered. Luo Yingtong looked her over. Also, don't be so impulsive again. The battlefield is more cruel than you imagine. She had expected Luo Yingtong to scold and lecture her for this, but it was just a word of concern. Su Jintang paused for 2 seconds, then bowed and nodded. Yes. The green membrane Archaeopteryx transformed back into a small parrot, flew to Su Jintang's shoulder, and suddenly spoke. Idiot, idiot, Su Jintang is an idiot. It mechanically repeated the sentence like a broken record. Su Jintang slapped him speechlessly. Shut up. After returning to her dormitory, Su Jintang called Zhuang Silin back. She'd been busy traveling these past few days, and hadn't checked her communicator at all. Just now, she noticed that not only Zhuang Silin, but Yin Yuding and the other 3 had also called several times. Su Jintang. Where have you been? Zhuang Silin's stern voice came through the phone as soon as the call connected. Su Jintang quickly composed herself, solemnly repeating her previous words, ending with a sincere apology. After this incident, I deeply realized my mistake. I promise that nothing like this will ever happen again. Zhuang Silin's face darkened. You stay there for now. I come pick you up personally the day after tomorrow. Her expression and tone were as if she wanted to tear her to pieces. Su Jintang nervously swallowed. Teacher, the monsters here have all retreated today. It should be fine soon. I go back myself the day after tomorrow. That's an order, not a discussion. With that, Zhuang Silin hung up the phone. Su Jintang sighed softly and rubbed her forehead. After regaining her composure, she sent a message to Yan Yuding and the other 3 in the group chat to let them know she was safe. The 4 of them immediately started chattering and complaining in the group chat, with Song Tianqi reacting the most. Squad leader, you're so unfair. You persuaded all 4 of us to go back to military academy, and you ended up staying in the army all by yourself. Next time there's a thrilling plan like this, you have to call me. Yin Yuding sounded a little anxious. We were so scared. We tried calling you but you didn't answer. We thought something had happened to you. Next time there's a plan like this, at least don't hide it from us. Seeing how worried everyone was, Su Jintang started to feel a little guilty. After thinking for a long time, she finally replied in the group chat. Okay, I definitely tell you guys next time there's an activity like this. After letting everyone know she was safe, Su Jintang finally had time to review her gains. Her biggest gain was the 10,000-year-old snow lotus she had already absorbed. This increase in strength allowed her to fully master the ice attribute ability bestowed upon her by Brother Long. Su Jintang slowly raised her hand, and a cold current instantly emanated from her palm. An invisible chill spread outwards, causing the air temperature to plummet. A small white mouse, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, crawled under the bed. Unaware of its surroundings, it scurried quickly across the ground. But the instant it entered Su Jintang's domain, its body shuddered, and then it was instantly frozen. The hard ice layer appeared even colder under the light. A lifelike ice sculpture of a white mouse appeared out of thin air before her eyes. Su Jintang paused, got out of bed, and knelt down in front of the white mouse, examining the ice sculpture. Under the influence of the ice attribute, her original slowing effect had turned into freezing. Any enemy of the same or lower rank who enters her domain will be instantly frozen. Furthermore, she has evolved 2 more skill effects. These are the effects gained after advancing to the 2nd and 3rd rank. Ice chains. After use, it can launch ice attribute binding chains within the domain, restricting the movement of enemies and rendering them unable to move. Ice blade storm. After use, it can summon a storm of ice blades. As the ice blades spin, they can rapidly slash enemies with a wide attack range, making it difficult for enemies to dodge. Awakening from her thoughts, Su Jintang waved her hand, thawing the white rat. The white rat shivered, immediately turned, and disappeared. Su Jintang clapped her hands and stood up again. Just then, the other dormitory members returned from outside, talking amongst themselves. I don't know what happened, but all those monsters suddenly retreated back to the extreme cold forest. Are they planning something? Luo Tong calmly replied, don't overthink it. Just wait for the captain and Captain Miao's notification. Su Jintang turned to the others and greeted them. Sister Tong, you're back. Luo Tong glanced at her and tossed her a bag. Su Jintang caught it. It was a small cloth bag. Opening it, she found it filled with lollipops in various colored wrappers. What are these lollipops for? Luo Tong sat down on the opposite bed and answered, they're the special abilities of the other members of the logistics team. The red-wrapped lollipops increase attack attributes for 1 minute after consumption. The green-wrapped lollipops increase mental energy recovery speed. Okay. Su Jintang nodded and tossed the bag into her bracelet storage space. 90% of the demon beast army has retreated, leaving only some low-level demon beasts with little intelligence. Everyone can get a good night's sleep tonight, Luo Tong summarized simply. Low-level demon beasts have slightly weaker intelligence and sometimes don't understand the commands of their lord beasts, so they are often left behind when the army retreats. Su Jintang relaxed, leaned against the bed, and began meditating. The others looked exhausted and, unusually, didn't meditate, immediately falling asleep. Night fell, and the entire army was exceptionally quiet. Except for the guards taking turns on night watch, everyone was relaxing. A faint, icy blue light surrounded Su Jintang, and his spiritual energy circulated rapidly within him. After being cleansed by the 10,000-year-old snow lotus and the icy pool water, her meridians were much stronger than before, and her mental energy circulation speed was twice as fast, making cultivation smoother than ever before. These idiots! We told them to retreat, but they didn't. They actually came here to ambush us. The green membrane ancestral bird, which had been resting, suddenly spoke in human language, complaining. Fortunately, the others in the dormitory were fast asleep and didn't hear it. Su Jintang frowned, stopped cultivating, slowly opened her eyes, and glanced at the green membrane ancestral bird. What ambush? A bunch of low-level demonic beasts that haven't yet developed intelligence. A few minutes later, Su Jintang carried the parrot that the green membrane ancestral bird had transformed into, out of the dormitory. Where are those low-level demonic beasts? The green membrane ancestral bird flapped its wings and flew westward. Over here, over here. Su Jintang turned around and quickly walked westward. At this moment, the night patrol guards finally noticed something was wrong and immediately blew their whistles. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A few seconds later, sharp alarms rang out throughout the entire camp. The logistics team members, who were sleeping, also woke up one after another. After waking up, Luo Tong glanced across the way and frowned when she saw that Su Jintang's bed was empty. Where did they go again? Sister Tong, it seems that some low-level demonic beasts have infiltrated our logistics area. They're not a big threat, but there seem to be quite a few of them. Her teammates, having quickly gathered the information, immediately reported. Luo Tong didn't even bother looking for Su Jintang. She immediately frowned and got out of bed. Let's go check. Under the moonlight, more than a dozen first and second-tier demonic beasts leaped menacingly over the logistics area's defensive wall, displaying an aura of ready to fight to the death. The green membrane Archaeopteryx was furious. A bunch of idiots. I told you to retreat, but you insisted on staying and letting the humans fight you. It grew angrier with each curse, but the low-level demonic beasts couldn't understand what it was saying. Su Jintang took out a red lollipop that could boost attack power from her bracelet space, tore open the wrapper, and put the candy in her mouth. The sweet taste immediately filled her mouth, and her mental strength indeed increased significantly. Get out of the way. Su Jintang waved her hand at the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Seeing that she couldn't persuade it, the green membrane Archaeopteryx could only coldly retreat to the side. The low-level demonic beasts roared angrily at Su Jintang, the commotion spreading in all directions. Let me show you my domain of ice. Su Jintang, lollipop in her mouth, a slight smile playing on her lips, snapped her fingers. Instantly, a powerful cold current descended from the sky, and within a 10-meter radius centered on her, ice and snow spread endlessly and rapidly. The demonic beasts, who had been charging forward, all suddenly showed expressions of terror. Starting from their feet, frost gradually covered their entire bodies. Beneath the domain, absolute ice reigned. In the silent night, a row of lifelike ice sculptures of demonic beasts appeared on the protective wall of the logistics area, reflecting a chilling light under the moonlight. At this moment, Luo Yingtong and her group, who had just arrived at the scene, all stopped in their tracks. This is... Everyone was dumbfounded. Luo Yingtong stared incredulously at the figure in front of her. Su Jintang, who was just turning around with a lollipop in his mouth, clapped his hands, done. Chapter 64. Did you do this? Luo Yingtong stared intently at Su Jintang, her mind still replaying the shocking scene of the sudden transformation into an icy world. Seeing so many people suddenly appear, Su Jintang quickly straightened up, still with a lollipop in her mouth, and nodded. Yes, Sister Tong. The people behind her stared in surprise at Su Jintang's nonchalant demeanor, swallowing hard. Aren't you a support ability user? Luo Yingtong asked hesitantly. Su Jintang was about to explain. At this moment, Miao Ruijia, having heard the commotion, arrived with another group of people. What happened? Luo Yingtong turned around and immediately reported what had just occurred. Miao Ruijia's initial wariness gradually faded, then a look of shock appeared. She slowly turned to look at Su Jintang. Your ability. What's going on? Su Jintang took a deep breath and completely recounted the reasons for her ability's evolution. A few minutes later, everyone present was stunned. They had heard of superpower evolution before, but to evolve from a support-type superpower to the point of instantly freezing everything was truly an exaggerated leap. Your teacher Zhuang knows about this too? Miao Ruijia asked. Su Jintang nodded. I mentioned it to her before I joined Lectus. Miao Ruijia, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly sighed regretfully. It's a pity, I thought our logistics team could gain another powerful member in the future. Su Jintang understood her meaning and quickly smiled. Team leader Miao, don't worry, no matter which team I join in the future, I will always serve the military. That's true. Miao Ruijia smiled and patted Su Jintang's shoulder. You worked hard tonight. Then, she turned to the others behind her. Things are settled here, everyone should go back and rest. The green membrane Archaeopteryx fluttered its wings and flew to Su Jintang's shoulder, pretending nothing had happened. Su Jintang walked towards the dormitory with Luo Yingtong. Your teacher Zhuang probably won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. You should stay in the army these next 2 days. Although the monsters suddenly retreated, there's no guarantee they won't suddenly attack tomorrow, so don't run around. Luo Yingtong instructed. Su Jintang immediately promised, okay. Luo Yingtong glanced at him silently. Go back and rest. The moonlight on the horizon was even more enchanting, its silvery light illuminating the earth and reflecting countless figures. The next morning, the sun rose. The riotous monsters had collectively retreated, and the border conflict in S District had completely subsided. Team leader Miao instructed us to quickly clear the monster cores and corpses from the battlefield. Who's free to come with me? Luo Yingtong turned to the others in the room. Su Jintang from the opposite bed was the first to pop her head out. Sister Tong, should I go? You? Luo Yingtong initially wanted her to stay in the army, but remembering her sudden surge in strength last night, she changed her mind. Come if you want. The others in the dormitory also stood up. We come too. Monster cores must be collected, and some monster scales or horn parts can be made into magical artifacts. Everyone should pay close attention when collecting them. After leaving the city gate, Luo Yingtong gave her instructions. The monster corpses and cores left on the battlefield are also valuable resources, so after each major battle, the army sends people to clean up the battlefield from beginning to end. Su Jintang followed behind the main group, carefully extracting the inner cores from each of the monster corpses with her newly assigned dagger. The stench of blood permeated the air. Su Jintang was initially unfazed, until she saw a mangled human corpse. Her movements paused. "Don't look, go to the back and deal with the other monster corpses," Luo Yingtong said calmly, having just noticed this. She stepped in front of Su Jintang, calmly bending down and calling for help from the others. "There's a teammate's body here. Let's all move it back." The atmosphere became heavy. Su Jintang clenched her fists slightly, her palms sweating. "Until Luo Yingtong and the others returned after dealing with the body. If you want to join the army in the future, these things are unavoidable." Luo Yingtong patted Su Jintang's shoulder. "Calm down and continue collecting inner cores. Let's try to clear this area by this afternoon." The others were already used to this, and didn't show much emotional reaction. Su Jintang lowered her head, squatted down, and took a deep breath. Her violently trembling arm slowly calmed down. She said nothing and turned back to continue collecting inner cores. Just then, a familiar long whip suddenly lashed out, striking Su Jintang forcefully in front of her. Su Jintang frowned and looked up at the opposite side. Zhou Yu, his face wounded, stood opposite her with several frontline team members, twirling the long whip in his hand. "This area belongs to us. You can go back." The team members behind him drew their weapons, remaining wary of Luo Yingtong and her group. "Have you no shame? When we were short of manpower during the fighting, you knew to ask our logistics team for support. Now that we're clearing battlefield supplies, you come to steal them from us." Luo Yingtong instantly drew a long sword, her face cold as she stared at Zhou Yu. Su Jintang straightened up and silently walked behind Luo Yingtong. The frontline team and the logistics team belonged to two different units, each with its own designated clearing area. But now Zhou Yu and his group were suddenly coming to seize territory, clearly deliberately causing trouble. Zhou Yu coldly glanced at Luo Yingtong. "You did contribute, but compared to our frontline team, your entire team killed fewer monsters than a few of us combined. How dare you ask for so many supplies? Right now, Captain Song and your Miao team are busy reporting the battle situation to their superiors. They don't have time to uphold justice for you. Get out of here while I'm still willing to talk to you properly." Luo Yingtong clenched her fists in anger, her chest heaving with rage. "Fine, then this area is yours. Clean it up slowly." Su Jintang suddenly spoke from behind, her attitude perfectly composed. Zhou Yu then noticed Su Jintang, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You didn't leave." "Yes." As she spoke, Su Jintang slightly raised her hands, activating her inner power. An invisible chill spread from her palms. Instantly, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeted, and a white mist filled the air. Then, this chill seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly spreading outwards. Zhou Yu sensed the inexplicable chill, and quickly led his team back, warily looking at Su Jintang. "What are you doing?" Su Jintang smiled, and as she gently raised her palm, the ground beneath her feet instantly froze into a thin layer of ice. Then, the ice layer thickened, gradually covering an area of 10 meters in radius with frost. The ice continued to spread until it froze all the monster corpses in the area. Finally, only Su Jintang remained standing in the frozen world. Su Jintang clapped his hands in satisfaction, then turned to Luo Yingtong. "Sister Tong, I think we should let them handle this area. What do you say?" Under Su Jintang's freezing ability, the monster corpses in the surrounding area were all frozen solid. To extract the monster cores, they would first have to painstakingly break through the ice, a project that would take days and nights to complete. Luo Yingtong smiled and nodded in agreement. "That's true. Then let's be generous and let them have it." Zhou Yu's face darkened instantly. He stared intently at Su Jintang, gritting his teeth. "Aren't you a support ability user?" Su Jintang spread his hands, answering truthfully, "Before yesterday, I was indeed just a support ability user." Luo Yingtong and the logistics team members behind her were amused. "Let's go, don't waste time with him." Luo Yingtong turned and called to Su Jintang. Su Jintang smiled and replied, then left the frozen scene with the team. Zhou Yu's gaze swept over everything frozen in front of him. He clenched his fist tightly, and kicked the ice in front of him in anger. "Brother Yu, what are we going to do? It's all frozen solid." A teammate asked hesitantly. "What's the point of trying? Go find a fire attribute ability user, or wait for the ice to melt." He kicked the frozen corpse in front of him a couple more times in anger. Su Jintang and Luo Yingtong were about to enter the city gate. At this moment, a loud crash suddenly came from behind, as if something had collapsed. Su Jintang turned her head in confusion, looking back. Not far from the border city was a dense forest, but for some reason, it was almost devoid of demonic beasts, resembling a dead forest. This was why the S-sector border city had always been on the edge of the battle zone. Sister Tong, what's that noise? Su Jintang asked curiously. Luo Yingtong shook her head. I don't know, let's go back and report. Su Jintang and the others quickly returned to the army to report. At this time, Miao Ruijia and Captain Song, along with several other team leaders, were discussing the matter. Satellite monitoring shows that there appears to be an underground passage at coordinates 197,834 within the forest. The collapse sound just now was likely caused by the demonic beasts accidentally triggering the mechanism of this underground passage when they retreated during their rampage, reported the team leader in charge of terrain monitoring. Miao Ruijia analyzed, the frigid forest is separated from our border city by this forest. Normally, the two sides coexist peacefully, and few people venture into this forest. It's likely that the recent monster rampage in the frigid forest caused this collapse. Captain Song pondered for a moment. Miao Ruijia, Yingjie, you two lead a team to investigate this underground passage. Yingjie frowned. Captain, leave this to our frontline team. The underground passage might harbor high-level monsters. If we encounter any unexpected situations, the medical and support services from the logistics team will be crucial. Your two teams must cooperate well on this investigation mission. Miao Ruijia clasped her hands in a fist and replied, Yes, sir. Yingjie couldn't object further, and nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Emerging from the military camp, Su Jintang hurriedly chased after Miao Ruijia, her face beaming. Team leader Miao, can I come along on this reconnaissance mission? Miao Ruijia stopped and turned to look at her. Didn't the captain mention that there might be high-level demonic beasts hiding in the underground passages? Su Jintang quickly explained, Team leader Miao, we haven't even had a chance to practice anything yet, and suddenly a major battle has broken out. It would be a real shame if we went back empty-handed. I promise I'll be obedient on this mission and stay with the team the entire time. I won't wander off. Just let me come along and broaden my horizons. She finished speaking, blinking and cupping her face in her hands, her expression expectant. The logistics team had all witnessed Su Jintang's strength last night. Anyway, so many people were going together, taking her along wouldn't be a big deal. Thinking of this, Miao Ruijia nodded, her expression turning serious. I can take you there, but the underground passage might be dangerous. Remember to follow orders completely. Yes. Su Jintang quickly stood up straight and nodded. Soon after, aside from those wounded on the battlefield, most of the logistics team members were called to the entrance to assemble. Su Jintang obediently stood at the back of the line. Zhuang Silin, at the front, began to speak. This reconnaissance mission will be carried out together with the frontline team. Anything can happen in the underground passage, so everyone must stay together and follow orders completely. Everyone responded in unison. Yes. Su Jintang followed behind, exiting the city gate. The green membrane Archaeopteryx perched on her shoulder silently communicated with her telepathically. If I remember correctly, this underground passage should be the tomb left by one of the more powerful figures among you humans. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Su Jintang realized it was the green membrane Archaeopteryx speaking. You know this underground passage? I sensed something underground when I passed through this forest before, but I haven't gone in. Su Jintang asked. What's usually found here? Tombs are filled with burial goods, of course. The stronger the person, the more valuable the burial goods. There might be magical artifacts, high-level inscriptions, or cultivation manuals. But to protect the burial goods from outsiders, the tomb owner usually sets up restrictions and traps during their lifetime. No wonder Captain Song said so many of them. Su Jintang became even more cautious. After leaving the city, they followed the coordinate axis for a short while, and a huge underground passage appeared before them. The entrance was a stone staircase leading directly underground. Below, it was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything. Yingjie raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Frontline team members, go first. Yes, sir. Yingjie and the others quickly switched on their flashlights, gave a brief instruction, and led the way into the underground passage. Su Jintang followed behind the main group, also switching on his flashlight and ascending the stone steps. The stone steps were long, and the air smelled musty, suggesting that no one had been here for a long time. As they entered the underground passage, several oil lamps suddenly lit up on both sides of the previously dark corridor. The oil lamps were placed inside the stone walls, presumably with a special mechanism that would automatically turn on upon detecting someone entering. Su Jintang put away his flashlight and continued down. It's a fork in the road. The frontline team and the logistics team will each split into half. One team goes to the left, and the other team goes to the right. He Jia stood at the front, directing the way. Su Jintang glanced at the fork in the road ahead. Both paths were shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern the path ahead. The energy fluctuations on the left are stronger. The voice of the green membrane Archaeopteryx echoed in her mind again. Su Jintang quickly moved, automatically joining the left-hand group. Luo Yingtong, seeing her assigned to the left, followed. She lowered her voice. Be careful as you go in. Okay. Su Jintang nodded. After splitting into two groups, the number of people immediately halved, and the passage became extremely quiet, except for the sound of footsteps. This road seems endless. Is the underground passage that big? Someone couldn't help but ask. At this moment, another fork appeared ahead, again splitting into two paths, one to the left and one to the right. Miao Ruijia, leading the way, frowned and stopped. Team leader Miao? If we split into two groups again, we won't have many people left, a teammate whispered a reminder. Su Jintang quietly asked the green membrane Archaeopteryx telepathically, which way should we choose this time? The energy fluctuations on both sides are the same, so they probably both lead to the same place. Su Jintang immediately suggested, Team leader Miao, if we split half of our people out, it'd be a bit dangerous. Why don't we just choose any path? If it's a dead end, we can always go back the way we came. Miao Ruijia pondered for a moment. Okay. She looked to the left, then let's choose the left side again. Continuing to turn into the left fork, the passage became even narrower. When they first entered, the passage was wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, but now it only allowed one person to pass at a time. Hiss. A hissing sound suddenly rang out, exceptionally clear in the silent passage. A monster? Miao Ruijia immediately drew her magical machete, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Su Jintang also quickly retreated a few steps. Dozens of brightly patterned scaled snakes slithered towards them from the road ahead. Attack! At the command, Miao Ruijia swiftly raised her machete and slashed at the snakes. The frontline team members also stepped forward, unleashing their supernatural abilities. Su Jintang retreated, leaning against the stone wall, and quietly raised her hand. A chill swirled around her fingertips, and freezing power quickly enveloped the remaining snakes at her feet. In less than 2 minutes, the scaled snakes were dealt with one by one. At this moment, a tremendous tremor shook the ground beneath her feet. Su Jintang, clinging to the stone wall, began to sway with the tremor. A trap! Everyone be careful! Miao Ruijia immediately warned. As soon as she finished speaking, several hidden doors suddenly appeared on the stone walls on both sides. Before Su Jintang could react, the hidden door in front of her opened automatically, instantly pulling her inside, the one closest to the stone wall. Her vision went completely black. Regaining her senses, Su Jintang immediately grabbed a flashlight and turned it on. Everyone be careful, we've probably been pulled into a trap, a member of the support team, who had been pulled in through several other hidden doors, warned. After everyone turned on their flashlights, the light spread, and the situation ahead in the passageway became clear. A golden statue, a full 3 meters tall, sat serenely in the foremost cave in the stone wall. His posture was peaceful, and his expression revealed a sense of composure. This is... Several support team members hesitated, examining the statue before them. Su Jintang frowned slightly, sensing something strange, and was about to warn them. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the passageway. The statue, which had previously had its eyes closed in a benevolent manner, opened its eyes, and golden light emanated from them. Get out of the way! Don't get hit by the golden light! Su Jintang shouted urgently. Several members of the logistics team quickly dodged the golden light. Su Jintang raised his hand, a cold current gathering in his palm. The freezing power instantly enveloped the entire statue, encasing it in a layer of hard ice. But the golden light continued to sweep randomly, undisturbed. The ground where the golden light passed was as if burned by the high temperature, leaving behind a pool of ashes. One could imagine the destruction a person would suffer if swept by this golden light. This statue's strength must be at least 6th tier. None of you caught in the trap can defeat it. Do you need me to intervene? The green membrane Archaeopteryx said calmly. With his strength, he could certainly crush this statue. But his intervention would inevitably expose his identity. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, stopped dodging, and looked up at the statue. The green membrane Archaeopteryx reminded her. Her ice-based domain couldn't damage the statue, but she had another ability. Just as she was about to meet the golden light of the statue, Su Jintang frantically mobilized her mental energy, trying to awaken the scales within her spiritual sea. She was gambling that if the scales could save her once, they would save her a second time. As she expected, when the golden light shone upon her, immense power emanated from the scales. Su Jintang's eyes were tinged with silver light, and her body became lighter. The powerful energy fluctuations caused gusts of air to rise, lifting the hair on her forehead. When the golden and silver light collided, the entire passageway was illuminated by a blinding light, forcing everyone to close their eyes or raise their hands to shield their vision. Su Jintang's eyes shone with silver light as she saw the statue before her explode in a flash under the impact of the silver light, turning into a pile of dust. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, witnessing all this, sneered inwardly. An attack even he couldn't withstand, let alone a broken statue. I'm out of energy. You better watch your step from now on. At this moment, a clear, childlike voice rang out from his mental sea. Su Jintang froze, realizing the voice was coming from Libra. This commotion also awakened the Ice Soul Dragon, which was sleeping and resting. It swayed its tail, flew to the adjacent Libra, and circled it. What are you looking at? I'm still trapped inside. Hurry up and increase your mental power, so I can get out of this damned Libra. The childlike voice vanished abruptly, as if it had just been Su Jintang's imagination. Who are you? Are you trapped inside Libra? No matter how Su Jintang pressed, Libra didn't respond. Judging from the child's words, she probably couldn't rely on Libra anymore for the time being. What just happened? I don't know. I only saw a beam of silver light suddenly clash with the golden light, and then when I opened my eyes, the statue in front of me was shattered. Several members of the logistics team were puzzled after seeing the statue turn to dust. Su Jintang lowered his head, cleared his throat, and stood silently to the side. At this moment, several hidden doors in the stone wall activated again, pulling Su Jintang and the others back into the original passageway. Miao Ruijia and the others had been waiting for them in the same spot. Seeing Su Jintang and the others emerge, she asked with a grave expression, "Were you pulled into the mechanism? Was anyone injured?" Chapter 65. The logistics team members hesitated for a moment before recounting. After we were pulled in, a statue kept attacking us. Everyone thought we were doomed, but suddenly a beam of silver light appeared out of nowhere and clashed with the statue's attack. The light was too strong at the time, and I didn't see exactly what happened. Anyway, when I opened my eyes again, I saw the statue had turned to dust. Su Jintang nodded, cooperating, then we were teleported back. Miao Ruijia glanced at Su Jintang, and seeing that she and the others were unharmed, she didn't delve further. It's good that you're alright. Captain Miao, the statue in that trap was at least at the 6th rank. If we encounter a few more traps like that, we probably won't be so lucky. Should I request reinforcements from the captain? Su Jintang fell into deep thought. The child in the Libra had already warned her that she was out of energy, so she had to be cautious now. Although the green membrane Archaeopteryx was a force to be reckoned with, its appearance would expose its identity, along with her own secrets. After thinking for a moment, Su Jintang agreed, "Yes, it's better if we're cautious." Miao Ruijia turned to look at the seemingly endless tunnel ahead and replied, "Let's go back first." Everyone turned around, preparing to return the way they came. Su Jintang became the leader, but they hadn't gone far when they saw the fork in the road blocked by a pile of boulders. I guess after we got caught in the trap, we triggered the traps and restrictions on these boulders. The owner of this underground passage doesn't want us to get out. Luingtong's expression turned serious. Why don't we work together to break it open? Someone suggested. No. Miao Ruijia shook her head. This underground passage has already collapsed once, proving it's no longer secure. If breaking this boulder causes the entire passage to collapse, we all be buried alive. Everyone fell silent, unsure what to do. Su Jintang suddenly remembered something. Although her ability had evolved into the domain of ice, its detection capabilities were still intact. She had almost forgotten about it. She tried channeling her mental energy, extending it towards the surrounding stone walls. The detection power passed through the walls without obstruction and continued forward. Using all her peak 3rd-tier mental energy for detection, it was enough for her to probe everything within a 20-meter radius. Soon, a clear map of most of the underground passage appeared in Su Jintang's mind. The entire tunnel was a square, with the central hall surrounded by 3 divine statues and mechanisms. Scattered around were various hidden mechanisms and chambers. The path Su Jintang and her group were on was currently at the outermost edge. Captain Miao, I know how to get there. After confirming the terrain and route, Su Jintang immediately spoke. Miao Ruijia's gaze shifted to her. You know how to get there? Su Jintang nodded. My ability has a domain detection effect. After reaching the peak of the 3rd tier, my detection range has also expanded. I can detect things within a radius of 20 meters through stone walls. Luo Yingtong's eyes showed a hint of surprise. You can penetrate stone walls and detect other places? Su Jintang agreed. Yes, I can get a good view of the central hall from here. I have a feeling there might be a mechanism inside that leads to the outside world. Let's go check it out. The logistics team members also looked over in surprise. Miao Ruijia pondered for a moment, a serious look appearing in her eyes. Okay, then, which way do we go next? You lead the way. Su Jintang, who had been at the back of the group, moved to the front. After activating her domain detection, she put away her flashlight and continued forward. Soon, the group returned to the mechanism that had triggered the statue. Su Jintang raised her hand, signaling everyone to stop. She took out several attack runes from her bracelet space and launched them at the stone walls on both sides. The statue mechanism was triggered again, and the familiar hidden door appeared, but since everyone was standing outside the mechanism's area, the door failed to pull anyone in and closed automatically. Su Jintang gestured for them to move forward and quickly led the group through the passageway. With the detection capabilities in place, Su Jintang would detect any hidden mechanisms or secret doors ahead in advance. Furthermore, the green membrane Archopteryx provided guidance, and the group quickly and smoothly passed through the outer passageway and entered the central hall. The hall was brightly lit, with a crystal coffin placed in the very center, surrounded by densely packed burial chambers. Eternal oil lamps hung on the stone walls on both sides, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. This is the main burial chamber? Someone asked hesitantly. On their way here, the group had speculated that this underground passage might be the tomb of a powerful Esper, and seeing the coffin confirmed this guess. Miao Ruijia nodded. The guardian statues we encountered along the way were all at least level 6. The owner of this tomb is probably even stronger. Su Jintang's detection ability was still active, and all the burial goods inside the treasure chest were clearly visible in her mind. There were many 5th and 6th tier magical artifacts. Next were some precious pills, potions, or high-level inscriptions. But what attracted her even more was the scene inside the crystal coffin. There were no bones inside, not even ashes. Only a token that looked very familiar. After realizing something, Su Jintang immediately took out the Tongbao Lingjing token that Yingjia had given her as compensation from her bracelet space. The pattern on the token was exactly the same as the token in the crystal coffin, but the characters in the center of the two tokens were slightly different. The characters on the one she held were Xian Huang. The one in the crystal coffin was Tian Di. Great, there really is a mechanism to get out here. The logistics team member quickly found the mechanism button and turned to shout. The team member pressed the mechanism. With a clang, an exit opened at the top of the main hall, and a long ladder slowly descended from above. Sunlight streamed into the cold tomb, bringing a touch of warmth to the group. Miao Ruijia breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze sweeping over Su Jintang's location again. Thank goodness she brought Su Jintang this time, otherwise, their entire team would probably have perished here. Alright, everyone, hurry up and get out. We report the situation here to our superiors first, then send reinforcements. Yes, sir. Luo Yingtong approached a treasure chest, opened it, and the magical treasures and elixirs inside immediately came into view. Captain Miao, there are quite a few of these treasure chests. Shall we take some back to the army? Miao Ruijia glanced at the contents of the chests. Sure. Soon, Su Jintang was also assigned the task of moving a treasure chest, working with Luo Yingtong to carry it. As she stepped onto the stairs, Su Jintang glanced at the unnoticed crystal coffin. Everyone assumed the crystal coffin contained the remains of the tomb's occupant, and out of respect, everyone walked softly past it, no one actually lifting it to check what was inside. Su Jintang pursed her lips, looked away, and carried the treasure chest out of the passage. Back at the army base, Miao Ruijia immediately went to report to the captain. Su Jintang was still deep in thought. The two tokens had different inscriptions. Could their functions be different? Moreover, the word Xian Wang in heaven and earth sounded significantly more prestigious. So the token in the crystal coffin might be more powerful than hers. No, she had to find an opportunity to take the token from the coffin out and examine it. Shortly after Miao Ruijia finished her report, she returned to the logistics team and found Su Jintang resting in a corner. Su Jintang, come with us again. Your detection ability was very useful. We need to find the other team still trapped in the tomb. Su Jintang immediately stood up. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, Su Jintang and her group returned to the central hall of the tomb. She glanced discreetly at the crystal coffin, then turned and led the team into another passage. Having just finished fighting the statue, Hingjie and the others, covered in wounds, leaned against the stone wall to rest. After separating from Miao Ruijia, they had been drawn into the statue's trap. The statue, comparable to a 6th-tier ability user, inflicted heavy losses on Hingjie's team. Although there were no casualties, almost everyone was injured, and it took their combined efforts to shatter the statue. Realizing the area was riddled with traps and mechanisms, Hingjie and the others dared not move around recklessly. They could only find a safe spot to heal their wounds and recover their mental strength. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Su Jintang, using her detection ability, walked towards where Hingjie and the others were resting. She could see Hingjie ahead, of course, but she couldn't resist asking. Who? Hingjie immediately stood up alertly, channeling his mental energy. Su Jintang, arms crossed, walked up to Hingjie. We come to rescue you. Miao Ruijia, who had come with the team, caught up and said calmly, Captain Song sent me and Su Jintang with the 2nd frontline team to rescue you. Hingjie frowned. How did you get here from that side? We already found the main burial chamber. We came from the central hall to find you. Miao Ruijia gave him a cold look. Don't waste time. Let's go. Hingjie's expression darkened. He assumed Miao Ruijia's team was also stuck and awaiting rescue, but it turned out that the ones coming to their rescue were the opposing side. Su Jintang, you continue leading the team. Miao Ruijia looked at Su Jintang beside her. Okay. Su Jintang turned and walked to the front of the team, activating his detection ability to prepare to return the way he came. Seeing this, Hingjie frowned even more, questioning, wait, you actually let a military academy student lead the team? Miao Ruijia glanced at him casually. Our team was able to get out safely thanks to Su Jintang's detection ability. If you don't want her to lead the team, then stay here and continue fighting the statue. I have no objection. Su Jintang, who was ahead, turned around and sized up Hingjie. Are you still coming? Before Hingjie could speak, the team members behind him nodded hurriedly. Yes, we don't want to stay here. Hingjie's face darkened further, but he could only swallow his anger. He silently got up and followed the rest of the team. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze, continued to probe the path ahead, and led the team forward. On the way here, Su Jintang had already memorized most of the locations of the mechanisms, making the return trip even more efficient. A quarter of an hour later, Su Jintang led the team back to the central hall. Seeing the exit leading to the tunnel, the frontline team members all breathed a sigh of relief. Miao Ruijia glanced at Hingjie. When you leave, remember to take the remaining treasure chests. We helped save you, so you should at least do your part. Hingjie replied with a stern face, understood. He gestured to the team behind him, move the chests. Moving the treasure chests was a large undertaking, and Miao Ruijia and the others joined in. At this moment, no one noticed that Su Jintang had quietly hidden in one of the passageways. When Miao Ruijia carried the chests out, she couldn't find Su Jintang and casually asked, Has anyone seen Su Jintang? Someone guessed and replied, He's probably already taken the treasure chests back to the army. Miao Ruijia looked away, not thinking further, and carried the chests out of the exit. Soon, the central hall was empty. Su Jintang quickly emerged from the passageway, went to the crystal coffin, and forcefully pushed open the lid. Inside, a token bearing the characters for heaven and earth appeared before him. After confirming that no one was paying attention, Su Jintang leaned over, picked up the token, and quickly closed the coffin lid. The moment the coffin lid closed, a tremendous tremor shook the entire tomb. Su Jintang realized something was wrong and quickly stepped onto the exit stairs, taking a few running steps before bursting out of the tomb. As soon as he safely touched the ground, a deafening crash echoed, and the entire tomb behind him collapsed instantly, blocking the original entrance with rubble and completely burying the interior. Su Jintang swallowed nervously and quickly turned to flee the scene. The second collapse of the tomb was even louder and quickly reached the army. It collapsed again, as expected. Luckily, we moved everything in time and got all the treasure chests out. There weren't any major personnel losses this time, Luo Yingtong said thankfully. Miao Ruijia nodded, then remembered someone. Where did Su Jintang run off to again? Here he is. Su Jintang, who had just returned, quickly raised his hand in response. Miao Ruijia looked her over. Thanks to you today. Don't worry, the army's haul this time is substantial, you definitely get a share. Su Jintang's contribution was significant. Without her, they couldn't have so easily obtained so many treasure chests without a single casualty. Su Jintang smiled and scratched her head. Okay. While everyone was counting the treasure chests, Su Jintang made an excuse and returned to her dormitory alone. With everyone else gone, Su Jintang closed the door and quietly took out 2 tokens to compare. Little Green, the words on these 2 tokens are different. Does that mean they have different functions? Su Jintang whispered to the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Say it again, don't call me Little Green. Su Jintang glanced at the green feathered parrot on her shoulder. Then how about I call you Green Feather? The green membrane Archaeopteryx immediately bristled. Call me the respected Archaeopteryx master. Alright, esteemed Archaeopteryx, please help me understand what's going on with these 2 tokens, Su Jintang said cooperatively. The green membrane Archaeopteryx finally quieted down. These 2 tokens have a binding function. Drip a drop of blood onto them, and once the token binds to you, the information will naturally appear in your mind. So it has this function, Su Jintang murmured in surprise, immediately biting her finger and dripping a drop of blood onto the token she had retrieved from the crystal coffin. The blood droplet was quickly absorbed and fused into the token. A faint light emerged from the surface of the token. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light, like a signal, shot into the sky, blooming brilliantly in the high heavens like fireworks. The token's function information automatically popped up. Name, Heaven and Earth Token. Item function. The possessor of this token will receive the protection of the Spirit Realm Master upon entering the Spirit Realm. Owner, Su Jintang. Following this, another token, marked with the color Xinhuang, also displayed a corresponding message. The Heaven and Earth Token has been recognized as its owner. The Tombao Spirit Realm will automatically open in 1095 days. During this period, the holder of the Heaven and Earth Token can open the Spirit Realm at any time in advance. Su Jintang paused for 2 seconds. She roughly understood the difference between the 2 tokens. The person who obtains the Heaven and Earth Token will have certain privileges within the Spirit Realm, and can even open it at any time in advance. But the Xinhuang token does not have these functions. After pondering for a moment, she tossed both tokens into her spatial storage, pretended nothing had happened, put her hands behind her head, and leisurely pushed open the door to her dormitory. She currently only possesses the strength of the peak 3rd tier. Even with the protection of the tokens, opening the Spirit Realm in advance might not necessarily give her an advantage over other ability users. We should wait until she reaches at least the 5th rank before considering activating the Spirit Realm ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, the logistics team was bustling with activity, everyone chatting and relaxing together. Miao Ruijia saw Su Jintang and immediately waved. Perfect timing. We just finished inventorying the supplies in the treasure chests, and Captain Song wants you to come with me. Su Jintang followed Captain Miao into the captain's tent. Hingjia was also there. His face was bruised from the afternoon's fight with the statue, and he looked dejected, completely devoid of his previous smugness. Su Jintang, I heard you did a great job this afternoon. Your Captain Miao specifically asked me to give you a reward. What do you want? Just say the word. Captain Song greeted Su Jintang with a smile, his tone very friendly. Su Jintang thought of the token from earlier. She had a feeling that the most valuable item in the entire tomb was that Heaven and Earth token. She already gotten such a huge benefit, asking for anything else would be too unfair. I don't want anything. I already gained a lot from this experience in the army, Su Jintang said, clasping her hands in a fist salute. Captain Song raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her. But your contributions this time are undeniable. If we don't give you any reward, the rest of the army will probably call me a stingy captain. Su Jintang persisted. I really don't want anything. Miao Ruijia glanced at her and suggested, Captain, how about this? Since she's not interested in magical treasures or elixirs, how about we exchange her contributions for battle merits? Captain Song pondered for 2 seconds. Okay, let's say 1,000 battle merits. Su Jintang's abilities directly prevented casualties in both teams and successfully obtained so many supply chests. Giving her double the battle merits wouldn't be unreasonable. However, considering she was still a military academy student, giving her too many merits wouldn't be appropriate, so they compromised and settled on this amount. Su Jintang's eyes lit up. For trainees like them without ranks, it took at least 1,000 merits to be promoted to soldier level. This reward was just enough for her rank promotion. Thank you, Captain Song. Su Jintang immediately clasped her hands in thanks. Leaving the captain's tent, Miao Ruijia instructed Su Jintang, I record your merits tonight and upgrade your rank. Although soldier is the lowest rank in the army, it's still considered a formal officer, with many benefits and privileges. After leaving the army, don't abuse your power, otherwise, if your superiors find out, they might revoke your rank at any time. Yes, sir. Su Jintang stood up straight and saluted. As evening fell, the sky gradually darkened. Su Jintang sat cross-legged on her dormitory bed, cultivating. Luo Yingtong pushed open the door and walked in. Su Jintang, have you heard about the upcoming opening of the Tongbao Spirit Realm? Su Jintang slowly finished her cultivation, opened her eyes to look at the opposite side, and pretended to be unaware. It's opening so soon? Luo Yingtong nodded and sat down on the opposite bed. The Heaven and Earth token has been recognized as a master. The holder of this Heaven and Earth token has the qualification to open the Spirit Realm at any time, so it's possible that the Spirit Realm might suddenly open one day. Su Jintang casually inquired, is there only one Heaven and Earth token? Yes, only one. The rest are Xianwang tokens. Xianwang tokens only grant the qualification to enter the Spirit Realm. He Yingjie is going to be furious this time. He just compensated you with that token, and now, in the blink of an eye, the Spirit Realm is about to open. He's really lost out. As she said this, Luo Yingtong couldn't help but smile. Su Jintang nodded earnestly, indeed, I hit the jackpot this time. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed into Su Jintang's body, and she stretched contentedly. After the war ended, the army quickly resumed its previous training routine. Luo Yingtong and several other roommates went to the logistics team for training early in the morning. Su Jintang left the dormitory and found Miao Ruijia to say goodbye. Captain Miao, thank you so much for taking care of me during this time. I definitely come back to see you after I graduate from military academy, Su Jintang promised. A smile appeared on Miao Ruijia's face as she took out a soldier's rank insignia and handed it to Su Jintang. Here, you're a full-fledged officer now. Very few people can obtain a rank before graduating from military academy. Su Jintang gave her a standard military salute and then solemnly accepted the insignia. The army will be reviewing the events of the past few days' battles and the underground tunnel later, so I won't see you off. Your teacher, Ms. Zhuang, should arrive before noon. Think about how to explain to her about secretly leaving the army behind. Miao Ruijia smiled and patted her shoulder lightly. Su Jintang's smile froze instantly. Team leader Miao and Sister Tong were relatively easy to talk to, but Ms. Zhuang was not so easily fooled. After giving her instructions, Miao Ruijia turned and left. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, and began preparing to welcome Ms. Zhuang's arrival. She deliberately arrived at the Space Hub station half an hour early to wait for her. Just as she reached the platform, a Federal Bureau's exclusive aircraft slowly landed. The cabin door opened, and a silver metal staircase extended from inside the cabin to the platform. A team of personnel in Federal Bureau uniforms then disembarked. The middle-aged man at the head of the team had a square face and an air of righteousness. He was clearly a veteran of the government. The male assistant followed beside him, but slightly behind, maintaining a good distance. It's been verified. The aura of the Ice Soul Dragon has indeed appeared in the S District border city. The satellite monitoring system only tracked its last known location to be the extreme cold forest, after which its whereabouts became unknown, the assistant reported. The middle-aged man said nothing, only quickening his pace as he passed Su Jintang. Only after the group completely disappeared from the platform did Su Jintang raise her head and secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The Dragon Brothers' aura had indeed attracted the Federation's people again. But it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Now everyone probably thought the Dragon Brother was still alive, so they were even less likely to suspect her. Su Jintang straightened her collar, stood up straight again, and waited for Teacher Zhuang's arrival. A short while later, another aircraft landed on the platform. The cabin door slowly opened, and this time, a pale-faced Zhuang Silin stepped out. Chapter 66. Sensing that Teacher Zhuang's mood was turning sour, Su Jintang swallowed hard and quickly stepped forward obediently, admitting her mistake. Teacher Zhuang, I was wrong. Zhuang Silin looked at her with a stern face. Don't give me that. Staying in the army all by yourself. Don't you know how dangerous it is here? Su Jintang continued to apologize. It's all my fault. Seeing her good attitude, Zhuang Silin crossed her arms and changed the subject. I heard from Captain Miao that your ability has evolved? Yes, and I even broke through to the peak of the 3rd tier. Su Jintang looked up, her face expectant of praise. Zhuang Silin glanced at her. We talk about it when we get back. Let's get on the aircraft first. Realizing that Teacher Zhuang wasn't so angry anymore, Su Jintang's lips curled up, and she quickly nodded, okay. After entering the cabin, the medical staff first used their ability to relieve Su Jintang's dizziness. Then, Zhuang Silin called her to a private rest suite. Come on, use your ability on me. Zhuang Silin turned around. Su Jintang knew she was testing her improved strength. After reaching the peak of the 3rd tier, she could completely control the ice domain and ensure that Brother Long's aura wouldn't be revealed. This time, she finally didn't need to hide it anymore. She raised her hands and slowly activated her ability. Instantly, a chilling aura appeared around her, a biting wind blew, and a vivid blue flashed in her eyes. Ice chains. Sturdy ice chains rapidly extended from her palms, reaching towards Zhuang Silin. The ice chains were composed of numerous diamond-like clasps, solid and sturdy, continuously radiating cold air in all directions. Zhuang Silin didn't dodge, letting the ice chains bind her. Her hands and feet were bound by the ice chains. Sensing the immense ice attribute energy within, Zhuang Silin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it's stronger than Yuanya's ice attribute. Seeing that the ice chains posed no threat to Zhuang Silin, Su Jintang activated his ability again, mobilizing all his mental energy. In the blink of an eye, a powerful ice blade storm appeared before him. A 5-meter-high vortex of storm whipped up objects in the room, sending them flying through the air. The ice blade swirling within gleamed, mercilessly piercing towards Zhuang Silin. Not bad, a significant improvement indeed. Zhuang Silin waved her hand, and the unstoppable ice blade storm vanished instantly. The area of effect damage of this ice blade storm is stronger than a typical 4-tier attack. Seeing that Teacher Zhuang had easily neutralized his full-force attack, Su Jintang looked down at his palm. Even with such a significant increase in strength, he still had no power to resist a peak 7-tier expert. What? You really want to fight me? Zhuang Silin sat down on the opposite sofa, raising an eyebrow as she sized up Su Jintang. Su Jintang chuckled dryly. I guess I need to train for another 8 or 9 years. Considering how much you improved this time, I won't hold it against you for secretly staying in the army. However, your experimental class has a competition to play after you go back. Zhuang Silin poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and left. Su Jintang sat down opposite her, looking up to ask, is it the challenge match against Senior Gunyanwei and the others? No. Besides the experimental class, the military academy recently formed another 5-person team. Wan Yao is the captain, and the other 4 members are Mu Guang, Wei Zixuan, Yin Zitao, and Qin Shuxue. The teacher in charge of their team told me that these 5 are quite strong overall. So the military academy leadership wants your 2 teams to play a friendly match to see which team is stronger overall. Zhuang Silin put down her teacup. The experimental class is called that precisely because it has a strong experimental aspect. The purpose of this friendly match organized by the military academy is to verify your abilities. I hope you 5 will do us a favor. Su Jintang's expression turned serious. We will definitely win. The spacecraft traveled for a day and a night, successfully arriving in the Federation star system. After landing, Su Jintang went straight back to his villa dormitory. It was mealtime, and he smelled the rich aroma of food as soon as he entered. During his time in the army, he hadn't had a decent meal for many days. Su Jintang's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickened his pace towards the dining hall. Class monitor, you're finally back. Yin Yuding noticed Su Jintang first, and quickly stood up to greet him. Then, her expression changed, and she pointed at Song Tianqi next door, with her hands on her hips. I'm reporting that Song Tianqi spent the whole day yesterday playing holographic racing with Shui Zhongqi, completely neglecting his cultivation. Sister Shi can vouch for me. Jiang Shi, who was standing at the table serving rice, looked up and said calmly, yes, I can vouch for you. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi froze. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Song Tianqi quickly explained, no, I cultivated too much before, so I took a break yesterday. Shui Zhongqi nodded in agreement. I took a break yesterday to celebrate breaking through to the 2nd level. Although their tone was firm, both of them kept their heads down, looking guilty. Su Jintang looked at Yin Yuding. What holographic racing? Yin Yuding put his hands on his hips. It's the latest holographic racing simulation game launched by StarNet. You can race like a real person on different exciting terrains. Su Jintang thought for a moment and blurted out 3 words. Is it fun? Song Tianqi quickly chimed in, fun. Absolutely fun. This game even allows you to team up and climb the rankings. I teamed up with Shui Zhongqi yesterday, and we made it into the top 100 in our federal district. Shui Zhongqi nodded, it really is fun. I wasn't really addicted to the internet, it was Song Tianqi. He insisted on playing with me, so I thought I'd play around with him. I didn't expect this game to be so addictive. Fun, huh? Su Jintang slowly pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning back with a slight smile. You two can keep playing tonight, even if you don't sleep. If I find out you two haven't played, your training will be doubled. Song Tianqi's smile froze, and he quickly apologized. No, class monitor, we played enough yesterday. We definitely start training properly today. Shui Zhongqi's lips twitched. Knowing he was in the wrong, he didn't say anything more. Su Jintang shifted his posture and relayed the news of the upcoming friendly match with Yuan Yao and the others. This friendly match is an internal assessment of the experimental class by the military academy leadership. It's clear that many people have high expectations for us, so there will definitely be more and more of these assessments in the future. Occasional relaxation is fine, but you must ensure that it doesn't disrupt your training rhythm. Song Tianqi, who had just been joking around, became serious and nodded earnestly. Understood. Shui Zhongqi leaned back on the sofa, fanning himself with a folding fan. Don't worry, my training definitely won't be neglected. I don't want to be kicked out of the experimental class one day for holding everyone back. Eat first, then we discuss how to deal with Yuan Yao and the others. Su Jintang turned around, her gaze sweeping over the dishes on the table. The food was still steaming. Su Jintang got up, took a bowl, filled it with rice, and sat down to eat voraciously. Squad leader, it was really dangerous for you to stay behind alone this time. Next time, why don't you call us along? Yin Yuding said between bites. Su Jintang nodded. I definitely call you next time. Shui Zhongqi, holding his rice bowl, glanced over curiously. I heard you went to the tomb with the army. Was it exciting? It was alright, but overall it was quite dangerous. If you want to experience it, at least raise your mental strength to level 6 first. Su Jintang answered truthfully. When they encountered the divine statue trap, if it weren't for Libra, their entire team might have been buried in the tomb. By the way, Su Jintang looked up at Shui Zhongqi. What was the effect of your evolved skill after you advanced to the second tier? A smug look appeared on Shui Zhongqi's face at this. My second skill effect is Soul Imprint. After using it, I can imprint a soul mark on an enemy target. For 1 minute, the enemy I locked onto will have their mental energy consumed at twice the rate, and their attack damage will be reduced by 10%. Su Jintang looked at him in astonishment. Your ability is getting more and more vicious. Right? This ability is disgusting. When he used me to practice this ability, my mental energy was almost completely drained. Song Tianqi immediately agreed. After dinner, everyone cleaned up the dishes and went to the conference room to discuss tactics. Su Jintang stood at the front of the conference table, her hands resting on the edge. Teacher Zhuang didn't tell me the specific time of the friendly match, but it's probably this week. Over the next few days, we need to practice our teamwork again. Also, we need to check the new ability information with everyone. My current mental strength level is at the peak of tier 3, and I also gained 2 new skill effects. One is Ice Chains, which mainly binds enemies and inflicts some ice attribute damage. The other is Ice Blade Storm, an area of effect attack. A moment of silence fell over the meeting room. Am I hallucinating? Song Tianqi picked at his ears, looking at Yin Yuding and the other two with a bewildered expression. Yin Yuding also asked, bewildered, peak of tier 3? The squad leader had only been in the army for less than a week, and now he's back and jumped 2 tiers. Shui Zhongqi and Jiang Shi also cast hesitant glances at him. Su Jintang nodded. That's right. It's a long story, so I won't go into details. In short, I am indeed at the peak of tier 3 now. Including the new skills Shui Zhongqi and Yuding gained after advancing to tier 2, the overall strength of our experimental class has improved significantly. I suggest we have a practice match later to see how everyone has improved. Wait, class monitor. Yin Yuding raised her hand to interrupt her. Isn't your ability the domain slowness? How come all your extra skill effects are ice-based? Song Tianqi and Jiang Shi had the same expression. The 3 of them were completely unaware that Su Jintang's ability was evolving. The only one who knew, Shui Zhongqi, sat up straight and cleared his throat. The class monitor's ability has always had the potential to evolve. I heard them mention it when Teacher Zhuang selected us for the experimental class. Yin Yuding's pupils dilated in shock. She knew it. With such formidable combat power, the class monitor couldn't possibly be just a simple support. Song Tianqi and Jiang Shi were also taken aback. But they seemed used to Su Jintang's unexpected behavior and quickly regained their composure. Song Tianqi asked with a smile, so class monitor, your ability is ice now? Su Jintang smiled slightly and replied, it's domain ice. Simple ice-type abilities and domain ice are completely different concepts. Song Tianqi sighed. From now on, the The class monitor's attacks will hurt even more. There's no way she can slack off now. The upcoming sparring match will be 2v3. To be fair, the groups will be decided by drawing lots. Su Jintang quickly took a box from the side, filling it with 3 attack runes and 2 defense runes. Those who draw the same type of rune will be grouped together. Who's first? Su Jintang's gaze swept over the 4 people. Yan Yuding stepped forward first, randomly drawing an inscription from the box. It's an attack inscription, so I be in a 3-person group. The others followed suit, drawing lots one after another. Half a minute later, the group assignments were revealed. Duo, Su Jintang Jiangxi. Trio, Song Tianqi, Yan Yuding, and Shui Zhongqi. Song Tianqi immediately complained, "One of you is a peak 3rd-tier player, and the other is a 4th-tier player. How are the 3 of us supposed to fight?" Yan Yuding, rubbing his forehead, said confidently, "This draw is definitely rigged. Let's do it again. We already agreed, we can't go back on our word. Besides, if we draw again, and she and I end up in a 3-person group, wouldn't that make things even worse for you?" Su Jintang replied. Shui Zhongqi stood up, resignedly saying, "Yeah, another round might not even be better than the current group assignments." The training match officially begins. Su Jintang smiled slightly. Soon, the 5 of them went downstairs to the arena training area and activated their safety shields. The battle was about to begin. A chilling aura condensed in Su Jintang's palm. Then, ice rapidly spread from her feet outwards. Song Tianqi shouted, "Fire breath." The phantom of the vermilion bird slowly emerged behind him. The vermilion bird spread its wings and directly unleashed a wave of fire that surged towards the ice. Under the scorching heat, the ice's spread slowed, and a plume of white smoke rose from above. Su Jintang continued to mobilize her mental energy. Hard ice chains rapidly emerged from the ground, coiling towards Song Tianqi. At this moment, an invisible weakening force landed on her. It was Shui Zhongqi's soul imprint. After locking onto an enemy target, the rate at which the hit person's mental energy is consumed will double within 1 minute. Su Jintang examined the situation within her sea of consciousness. Her mental energy consumption had indeed increased, but her sea of consciousness was twice that of others, so this slight increase in consumption was negligible. As for the 10% reduction in attack damage, it didn't affect her much either. Ignoring it, she charged towards Song Tianqi again. On the other side, Jiangxi eliminated Yan Yuding immediately. As Yan Yuding flew off the stage, he tossed several slices of toast to Shui Zhongqi and the other person. Song Tianqi caught the toast and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. At this moment, Su Jintang had already reached him. He quickly retreated, nimbly turning a corner and running to the other side of the stage. Su Jintang didn't slow down, raising her hand to manipulate the ice chains to continue her pursuit. The ice chains quickly extended towards Song Tianqi, who, unable to dodge in time, was entangled in the ice chains. Su Jintang slightly curled her lips and pulled them away. The ice chains tightened rapidly, dragging Song Tianqi backward. Song Tianqi stumbled and fell to the ground. He braced himself with his hands, quickly rolled over, and summoned the vermilion bird token. Crimson flame burst. 9 clusters of crimson flames rapidly coalesced, transforming into a fireball that attacked. Su Jintang gracefully retreated, powerful ice attribute energy frantically condensing in her palms. As the fireball approached, she raised her hands, her eyes reflecting the afterimages of an ice blade storm. The next second, a vortex of ice blades, imbued with a powerful storm, appeared out of thin air, colliding with the incoming fireball. An invisible wave of power spread outwards. Yan Yuding, who had already stepped off the stage, stared wide-eyed at the intense battle unfolding on the platform. The class monitor's close combat strength was already terrifying. Now, after her ability evolved, she could only be described as monstrous. The training sparring match ended in less than 3 minutes. The result was unsurprising. Su Jintang and her partner won decisively. Song Tianqi pushed himself up from the ground, sat on the arena, and brushed the dust off his clothes. There's absolutely no chance of winning. Shui Zhongqi remained silent. His life-sharing ability could only be shared with one person, and it only lasted 1 minute. Once that time was up, either Su Jintang or Jiangxi could immediately eliminate him. Song Tianqi, the only one with fighting ability, was completely suppressed by his opponents in terms of mental strength. The trio had no chance to fight back. Su Jintang clapped his hands and easily jumped off the arena. "Alright, I have a general understanding of your current strength. If you Wanyao and the other 5 don't have any ridiculous improvements, we should win this friendly match easily." Yan Yuding cautiously reminded him, "I heard that Wei Zixuan seems to have recently advanced to the 2nd tier as well." His ability to summon demonic beasts might pose a threat to us. And Yuan Yao, she seems to have recently broken through to the peak of the second tier. Her strength will probably increase considerably. Jiang, she added. Su Jintang walked to the edge of the arena, bent down to deactivate the safety shield. Their strength has certainly improved, but we're not weak either. The match hasn't even started yet. Let's not boost their morale and diminish our own. Exactly. We have our class monitor and Sister Shi backing us up. Just those two are enough to give the other side a headache. If you ask me, the one under the most pressure right now is definitely the other side. Song Tianqi said confidently, hands on his hips, back straight, after stepping down from the arena. Well, that's enough training for today. Let's call it a day. Su Jintang waved her hand, announcing the end of the training. Night fell, and a gentle breeze rustled through the treetops. Su Jintang returned to her room, sat cross-legged, and continued her cultivation. She didn't stop until midnight. She went back to her bedroom, leaned against the bed, and logged into the Military Academy's internal forum. She saw many people discussing that the Silver Light Military Academy would be coming to their academy for a sparring match soon. User 02837. The Silver Light Military Academy actually came to spar with us this year? Did they recruit some potential geniuses? Recta's first leg long. I heard their recruitment quality this year is quite good. They recruited several second-tier geniuses. But they're definitely still not as strong as our academy. Don't want to cultivate. I heard they're particularly arrogant. They already defeated 2 of the 5 major military academies, saying that challenging other academies is meaningless, and they want to challenge us directly. User 08344. First-year students, have you seen this post? Stop slacking off. Start training now, and crush the Silver Light Military Academy. Silver Light Military Academy isn't among the top 5 military academies, but it's a prestigious school ranking among the top-tier first-class military academies. They hadn't been well known in previous years, so many were surprised to hear that Silver Light Military Academy was suddenly challenging Lectus. Su Jintang browsed the post for a while. Many replies were saying that the first-year students should crush Silver Light Military Academy. Because the ones challenging Lectus this time were first-year students from Silver Light Military Academy. After thinking for a moment, she shared the post link in the experimental class's 5-person group chat. What do you guys think? Several night owls, as expected, were still awake and quickly replied, Song Tianqi, of course, crush them. Yin Yuding, but aren't we supposed to be hiding our strength? Will Teacher Zhuang let all 5 of us go? Shui Zhongqi didn't reply, and it was unclear if he sent it to the wrong person, but suddenly he sent a team invitation for a racing game for the entire department. Su Jintang, Yin Yuding, and Jiang Shi, staying up all night playing games. After 3 questions in a row, Song Tianqi remained silent for a moment, then silently copied and pasted, staying up all night playing games? Shui Zhongqi angrily sent a screenshot of his friend Song Tianqi playing games online. Song Tianqi, how dare you say that to me? Aren't you playing too? Song Tianqi, Good night everyone. Su Jintang chuckled lightly, not pursuing the matter further. After leaving the group chat, he logged into the Inscription Master's internet and began studying array patterns. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, after finishing his cultivation, Su Jintang received a message from Yuan Yao. So, the 5 of you went on a special mission for individual training? Su Jintang was taken aback and replied, feigning ignorance. What? Yuan Yao, don't play dumb with me. Didn't the school leaders organize us to play against you in a competition? Teacher Zhuang told us everything about the experimental class. Su Jintang scratched his head and replied, Oh, I see. That's true. It wasn't that we wanted to hide it, but Teacher Zhuang wouldn't allow it. Yuan Yao sent a "you're finished" emoji. I heard the school leaders are all watching the game. You lost this friendly match, so the punishment should be severe, right? Su Jintang replied with a smile. So, do you want to go easy on us? If you can't even beat us, your experimental class is pointless. We won't hold back. Su Jintang replied with a tear streaming down my face emoji. Yuan Yao didn't reply again. She'd probably gone to practice. Su Jintang put away his communicator, got out of bed, left his room, and went down the stairs to the first floor. Breakfast was already laid out on the table. Su Jintang walked over and grabbed a glass of snow spirit grass juice. Class monitor, Wei Zixuan messaged me first thing this morning, saying he's cutting ties with us and has already blocked you. Yin Yuding walked over from the other side. Su Jintang, why did he block me? Yin Yuding chuckled dryly. He said, we kept our forming of the experimental class a secret from him, which hurt his feelings. They're determined to crush the 5 of us in this friendly match. Su Jintang cracked her knuckles, her face cold, and said, "Tell him to bring me back, otherwise, I'd be the first to beat him in this match." Chapter 67. Yan Yuding relayed the message verbatim to Wei Zixuan. A moment later, Su Jintang's communicator beeped. It was a message from Wei Zixuan. "Sister, I was wrong." Su Jintang grinned and replied, "Too late." The next second, Su Jintang decisively blocked him. She turned off the communicator screen, clapped her hands, and sat down at the dining table. Yan Yuding also sat down, picking up a bowl to ladle soup. She had only taken a couple of sips when Yan Yuding's communicator vibrated. She checked the message notification, then looked up at Su Jintang. "You blocked Wei Zixuan?" Su Jintang calmly nodded. "He blocked me once, I blocked him once, we're even." Yan Yuding couldn't help but chuckle as she relayed her words verbatim to Wei Zixuan. Wei Zixuan, tears streaming down my face. JPG. Not long after, Jiangxi, returning from her morning exercise, came to the dining table for breakfast. Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi were the last to come down, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, clearly the result of staying up all night playing games. Not long after the five finished breakfast, Zhuang Silin arrived. "Your friendly match with Yuanya's team is scheduled for tomorrow morning. This friendly match won't be open to the public, but many leaders from the military academy will be attending. Do your best." Su Jintang led the way, replying, "Yes, sir." Before leaving, Zhuang Silin left behind a video recording, a replay of Yuanya's team's training match against others last week. She also instructed, "Don't underestimate them. Yuanya and her team aren't weak." Su Jintang and the other four gathered in the meeting room and projected the video onto the large screen. A quarter of an hour later, the video finished playing. Su Jintang stroked his chin and glanced at the others. "Any thoughts?" Yan Yuding's expression turned serious. It seems that after Wei Zixuan advanced to the second tier, his ability deficiency has been completely resolved. Before, when he summoned randomly, if he was unlucky, he might only summon a first-tier monster. But judging from his performance in this video, all the monsters he summoned were at least at the peak of the second tier. Su Jintang nodded. After advancing to the second tier, his previous ability deficiency has likely been resolved. Now, he's just as much of a threat to us as Yuanya. Shui Zhongqi leaned back lazily in his chair. "Yuding, your brother is quite a threat too. Judging from the video, his strength should have already broken through to the peak of the second tier?" Yan Yuding nodded. "Yes, he just broke through to the peak of the second tier last week. Also, Mu Guang and Qin Shushua are not simple opponents. We can't underestimate them in this friendly match. Who cares? We will win tomorrow." Song Tianqi's fighting spirit soared, his eyes filled with excitement. Su Jintang slammed his fist on the table. "That's right. We win." The previously tense and serious atmosphere instantly dissipated thanks to their combined efforts. Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi exchanged a helpless glance. However, with Su Jintang and Jiangxi around, it wouldn't be easy for them to lose. As evening fell, the outdoor temperature plummeted. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, which had been out running all day, finally flew back to the villa. "Class monitor. Look! I caught a parrot in our house." Song Tianqi proudly flaunted the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Su Jintang, who was coming downstairs, paused. "Wait a minute, that parrot is mine." Back in the Federation star system, the green membrane Archaeopteryx kept asking to go out for a stroll. Since there was a contract, Su Jintang didn't need to worry about him causing trouble, so she let him go. Unexpectedly, he was gone for a whole day and night, returning so late. "Huh?" Song Tianqi was taken aback, hesitatingly examining the green-feathered parrot in his hands. "I thought it was a free-roaming parrot." "Idiot! Idiot! Let me go!" The green membrane Archaeopteryx cried out angrily. Song Tianqi was even more surprised. It can actually talk. This parrot is so intelligent. Released, the green membrane Archaeopteryx quickly spread its wings and flew back to Su Jintang's shoulder. "That's terrifying. That guy was actually going to lock him in a cage." Su Jintang explained. "I brought him back from the army. He's my contracted pet now. Don't hurt him, he has a bad temper." Song Tianqi waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm the kind of person who loves animals the most." Before long, the news of Su Jintang keeping a parrot spread like wildfire among Song Tianqi's big mouth. Yan Yuding curiously went downstairs, stopped beside Su Jintang, and reached out to tease the green-feathered parrot. "It even avoids me." "Idiot, get away." The green membrane Archaeopteryx shouted angrily. "Oh my god!" Yan Yuding's eyes lit up, her face beaming with girlish delight. "It can actually talk. And it called me an idiot." It's so cute. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, Su Jintang coughed twice, patting the green membrane Archaeopteryx's head reassuringly. Don't be angry, it's just showing how much it likes you. Class monitor, why don't you buy it a pet space? Yin Yuding seemed to genuinely love animals, constantly poking the green membrane Archaeopteryx. Su Jintang looked up. What's a pet space? It's a space specifically for contracted beasts to rest and live in. The space bracelets we usually use can't let contracted beasts in, but pet spaces can. That way, Little Green won't have to fly around outside all day. Yin Yuding explained. Okay, are they sold online? Su Jintang asked again. Yin Yuding nodded. Yes, I've seen quite a few before, but I don't have a contracted beast, so I can only look. I send you the link. After returning to her room with the green membrane Archaeopteryx, Yin Yuding sent her the link. Su Jintang closed the door, and the green membrane Archaeopteryx perched on her shoulder immediately flew to her side, angrily shouting, You have to buy me a deluxe pet space right now. Su Jintang didn't have time to pay attention to him. She sat down on the sofa and clicked on the link Yin Yuding sent to start choosing. Pet spaces come in deluxe, exquisite, and basic versions. The prices are also different. The deluxe version is the most expensive, costing 99,000 star coins. The basic version is only 12,000 star coins. The middle-tier premium version costs 38,000 star coins. The green membrane Archaeopteryx flew over at some point and landed on Su Jintang's arm, flapping its wings. I want the deluxe version. No, it's too expensive. Su Jintang immediately rejected it. Including what she earned from Shui Zhongqi, she only had a little over 120,000 star coins in her account. If she continued to spend lavishly, she'd really be eating dirt. I think this basic version is pretty good. It's fully functional, and the space is good enough for you to live in. The green membrane Archaeopteryx was so angry that its feathers stood on end. Me, a dignified 8th-tier peak demon beast, and you don't even deserve 99,000 star coins for me? Su Jintang pondered for a moment. Okay, it's settled then, I take the basic version. She immediately paid and placed the order. Green membrane Archaeopteryx, were you even listening to me? Clearly, Su Jintang wasn't listening. After paying, she got up and went straight to the training room, sat down on the floor, and entered a meditative state. Green membrane Archaeopteryx, The night passed. The next morning, the sun slowly rose on the horizon. The training ground inside the Recta's military academy. Several military academy leaders walked up to the observation platform. Leading the way was Principal Miao Mingji. Contrary to expectations, he didn't possess any of the domineering aura of a high-ranking person. On the contrary, his smile was very amiable. Zhuang Silin followed behind Miao Mingji, reporting, The experimental class and Yuan Yao's team have arrived and are ready. Both teams are showing great momentum. The match is expected to be very exciting. Miao Mingji, hands behind his back, smiled even more broadly. These kids in the experimental class have cost us a lot of money. Today is a good day to see how they perform. Zhuang Silin smiled slightly. They definitely won't disappoint you. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Su Jintang's group of 5 finally met Yuanya's team. Sister, long time no see, Wei Zixuan greeted with a forced laugh. Su Jintang glanced at him. Yeah, it's only been a month since we last met, and you already blocked me. Wei Zixuan, He quickly explained, didn't you block me too? We're even now. For our past friendship, Sister Jintang, please go easy on me. Yuan Yao pushed Wei Zixuan aside, crossed her arms, and stood opposite Su Jintang, looking directly at her. No need to go easy on us, because we will defeat you with all our might. Su Jintang smiled slightly, and gestured for them to proceed. We wait. On the other side, Yin Yuding and Yan Zitao were also locked in a fierce confrontation. The two siblings each adopted a haughty demeanor. Sister, no matter what happened before, I won't back down today. I hope you can understand, Yan Zitao said proactively. Yin Yuding snorted coldly. Don't be so confident. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Yan Zitao's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. This time is different. Our team strength has improved significantly. Shui Zhongqi leaned over. Brother, to be honest, our team strength has also improved a lot. Just the fact that Su Jintang alone had reached the peak of the 3rd tier, and even evolved his special ability was terrifying. Of course, he certainly wouldn't reveal such important information to his opponents before the match began. Next door, Song Tianqi and Jiang Shi maintained a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Standing opposite them were Qin Shuxue and Mu Guang. Since the 4 of them hadn't interacted much before, Their threats weren't as harsh as the other two groups, and they greeted each other politely. Hello, my name is Song Tianqi. I was in special training recently, so I couldn't participate in your challenge. Hello, my name is Mu Guang, Mu as in Indy, and Guang as in Radiance. Shuang Silin walked in from outside, knocked on the door, and looked around at everyone. Are you ready? The military academy leaders are all here, just waiting for your performance. Chapter 68. The group, who had been chatting idly, immediately returned to their ranks, standing neatly in 2 rows, and answered in unison, ready. A few minutes later, Su Jintong's and Yuanya's teams stepped onto the arena. Aside from the military academy leaders participating in the experimental class training program, there were no spectators. The environment was eerily quiet. However, the atmosphere on the arena was extremely tense. Shuang Silin personally acted as the referee, standing at the edge of the arena and making a gesture. This friendly match is a stop-loss. Any contestant who loses their fighting ability or falls off the arena is eliminated. Now, the match begins. As soon as the voice fell, Su Jintang rushed towards the opposite side. 2 ice chains extended from behind her, intertwining and spinning in the air, attacking Yuanya simultaneously. This scene stunned all 5 members of Yuanya's team. Wait! These ice chains are Su Jintang's special ability? Crimson Flame 9 Heavens. In the blink of an eye, Song Tianqi's Crimson Fire attack had already arrived. Wei Zixuan snapped out of his daze, leaping several times to nimbly dodge the attacks of the Crimson Fireballs. He then turned, crouched on the ground, and made a summoning gesture with his hands. A mysterious stone door appeared behind him, then opened, and a 2-winged beast with a strength at the 3rd tier emerged. The 2-winged beast had a pair of snow-white wings. Its eyes were incomparably holy, as pure and clean as an angel's, and its body was as light and agile as a deer. After flapping its wings, the 2-winged beast soared into the sky, and a beam of healing white light descended from the heavens, showering the 5 members of Yuanya's team. This was the 2-winged beast's innate skill, Healing Light. Allies hit by this skill would receive a 10% increase in all attributes for 30 seconds. Everyone catch! Pineapple Buns increase movement speed, attack, and mental energy recovery. Taro Buns increase damage immunity. Yin Yuding, hiding in the back, quickly produced a pile of toasts and tossed them to her teammates. Then, she retrieved the Wind Shadow Whip, an offensive magic weapon she had acquired at the Wanbage auction, from her bracelet space. During this period, she hadn't had a moment's rest. Besides cultivating her mental energy, she would also make time to practice her whip skills. The battle between the 2 sides was dazzling. The military academy leaders on the viewing platform smiled knowingly. Miao Mingji skimmed the tea foam from his teacup, his gaze falling on Su Jintang. This Su Jintang must be the student whose ability evolved. The teacher beside him immediately nodded. Yes. Silin said this student's ability has now evolved into the domain of ice, and his ice attribute energy is even higher than Yuanya's. Miao Mingji nodded. It seems the result of this match is already decided. The teacher smiled. It's only just begun, and the principal already knows who will win. Miao Mingji smiled without speaking, taking a sip of tea. The battle on the arena continued. Ice chains wrapped around Yuanya's waist, tightening forcefully, pulling her into the air. Yuanya's eyes turned cold. She raised her hands, powerful ice attributes gathering in her palms. The next second, crack. The ice chains around her waist shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Freed from their restraints, Yuanya slowly landed on the ground. She looked up, her hands braced on the ground, and the afterimage of the Xuanjia turtle appeared behind her. The ice element in her palm instantly spread outwards. The ice layers swiftly attacked Su Jintang. The clash of ice against ice was about to begin. The military academy leaders on the viewing platform all turned to look up. A beam of intense light emanated from Su Jintang, followed by several ice blades that swirled rapidly in the air, gradually forming a storm. A biting gale raged across the arena. Yuanya was startled again, staring at Su Jintang in disbelief. Although she had sensed that Su Jintang's ability possessed ice attributes during their last encounter, Su Jintang hadn't been this terrifying then, had she? How could her strength have suddenly increased so much in such a short time? Just as she hesitated, the ice blade storm was already upon her. Yuanya frowned and quickly rose to retreat. At that moment, Xiao Shanding, shimmering with golden light, blocked her path. With a clang, Xiao Shanding only held out for a moment before being repelled by the ice blade storm. Mu Guang, standing to the side, was also stunned. Clearly, in their last encounter, Su Jintang could only manage a draw against him. Now, Xiao Shanding was actually crushing him. Su Jintang, controlling the ice blade storm, slightly curled her lips and stuffed a slice of toast into her mouth. The toast's buff effect triggered. Su Jintang's body lightly leaped into the air, rushing towards Mu Guang and the other person opposite her. Absolute freeze. The power of the domain enveloped the entire arena, and then the freezing effect rapidly spread in all directions. The air temperature plummeted. Those nearby looked on in astonishment. They saw that the area where Su Jintang stood was completely covered by a thick layer of ice. Half of the arena had turned into a frozen world. Just as the ice was about to freeze Yuan Yao and Mu Guang, Zhuang Silin swiftly intervened, saving them both and announcing, Yuan Yao, Mu Guang are out. Su Jintang slowly landed from the air. She raised her hand and rotated her wrist, turning her gaze to Wei Zixuan on the other side. Your turn. Wei Zixuan sensed something was wrong and quickly summoned the winged beast from the air. Winged beast, illusion attack. The winged beast's physical damage wasn't high, but its mental attacks were rarely resisted by anyone of the same level. An invisible mental shock pierced Su Jintang's forehead. She frowned and instinctively closed her eyes. At this moment, the Ice Soul Dragon was awakened by the shockwave. He slowly opened his dragon eyes, easily flicking the shockwave out of his mind like shooing away a fly, then explained, once you're hit by this illusion attack, it will instantly pull you into an illusion, even more disgusting than some physical attacks. However, with me here, your mind is absolutely safe. The mental shockwave was expelled from her mind. Su Jintang quickly opened her eyes. In that half-second of mental daze, Wei Zixuan rushed in front of her. He held a magical dagger, its blade gleaming coldly, about to stab her. Class monitor. Yin Yuding's voice rang out from behind. Then, a long whip wrapped around Wei Zixuan's waist, quickly pulling him backward. Su Jintang snapped back to reality at the same time. Her eyes darkened, and she immediately counterattacked Wei Zixuan. Several ice chains were unleashed simultaneously, binding Wei Zixuan's hands and feet. At only the second level, he was powerless to break free. Zhuang Silin intervened again, saving Wei Zixuan and announcing, Wei Zixuan is out. At the same time, Yin Zitao and Qin Shushue were both blasted off the stage by Jiang Shi's cannonball. Xue Zhongqi, who had been waiting for an opportunity to strike, was stunned. Wait, it's over before I even made a move. Luckily, I reacted quickly and managed to exchange a couple of blows with Brother Yin, Song Tianqi said, patting his chest in relief. He had anticipated this. Once the class monitor and Sister Shi made their move, their opponents were practically defenseless. After all, a single rank difference was like heaven and earth. Very few could challenge someone of a higher rank. Below the arena, Yuan Yao and her group of 5 stood dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. Jiang Shi was terrifying enough, after all, she was a special recruit. But Su Jintang was in the support class not long ago. How did he become so terrifying after returning? Zhuang Silin glanced at Su Jintang and her group of 5, and calmly announced, in this match, the experimental class wins. We won again! Yin Yuding immediately raised her hand and cheered. At this moment, Miao Mingji, who was on the viewing platform, stood up and descended from the high platform, easily stepping onto the arena. He put one hand behind his back, looking at Su Jintang and Yuan Yu's teams with a smile. You all performed exceptionally well today. You could say you're among the most outstanding students at Rectas in recent years. Thank you all for giving us such a wonderful match. Yin Yuding quickly stepped behind Su Jintang, a hint of nervousness in her expression. Everyone knew, of course, that this was Principal Miao Mingji, hailed as one of the top 10 interstellar experts. Su Jintang looked up at Miao Mingji. She had heard that their principal's strength had already reached the 9th rank. But seeing his friendly demeanor, he showed no airs of a master. Do you know why we suddenly and secretly established the experimental class program this year? Miao Mingji smiled at everyone. Yuan Yao replied, because last year, our military academy suffered from prematurely revealing our strength, and we were targeted by others in the military academy league, making the year's victory extremely difficult. Indeed. Miao Mingji nodded. Rectas has won the league championship for over 100 consecutive years. Many people want to see us fall from grace, including the other 4 major military academies. They appear friendly to us on the surface, but secretly they all wish to replace us. As far as we know, Clifford Military Academy, ranked 2nd this year, has secretly recruited over a dozen students. These students didn't participate in the joint entrance exam, so we have no idea about their abilities. Besides Clifford, the other 3 military academies have also secretly recruited quite a few students. It's foreseeable that Rectus' situation in this year's Military Academy League will be worse than last year. That's why we leaders got together and came up with the experimental class plan. At this point, Miao Mingzi's gaze fell on Su Jintang and Jiang Shi. Before today, we were indeed worried about the feasibility of this plan. But now we can be sure that we made the right bet. Therefore, the experimental class training plan will continue to proceed. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Jintang's eyes. This meant the Military Academy leadership had fully recognized their experimental class, and they would no longer face the possibility of being suddenly disbanded. We will definitely uphold the honor of the first Military Academy for Rectus. Su Jintang straightened his back and promised in a loud voice. Yin Yuding and the others immediately repeated, "We will definitely uphold the honor of the first Military Academy for Rectus." Chapter 69. Miao Mingzi's eyes crinkled with a smile. Confidence is good, but don't be too sure of yourself. There are still 3 years, take it slow. Zhuang Silin stood on the platform and continued, "If nothing unexpected happens, your 2 teams will be the teams representing Rectus in the league 3 years from now. The only difference is that one team will be in the open, and the other in the shadows. You are competitors, but also partners. Just like in today's match, there are no losers. Because everyone's goal is the same, to defend Rectus' #1 position." Yu Wanyao turned to look in Su Jintang's direction. "Teacher, don't worry, we understand these principles. We lost today because we were not as skilled. For the honor of the Military Academy, our 2 teams will definitely unite and cooperate." Su Jintang smiled and agreed, "We will definitely coexist peacefully." Zhuang Silin hummed in agreement. "That's all for today." Dismissed. At this moment, the other Military Academy leaders also came down from the stands. They looked at Su Jintang and his group with smiles, nodding in satisfaction. Zhuang Silin looked at Miao Mingzi, smiling and gesturing for him to continue. "Principal, shall we go to the conference room to talk some more?" "Let's go!" Miao Mingzi, hands behind his back, walked towards the training field exit. After the teachers and leaders left one by one, the group began to speak. "There's plenty of time. You won't win forever," Yu Wanyao said, staring at Su Jintang. Su Jintang waved his hand. "Of course, who can win forever?" Qin Shushua, bursting with fighting spirit, suggested, "I propose we have a friendly match every week from now on." "What do you think?" Song Tianqi agreed, "I think it's a good idea." No need, Shui Zhongqi said with a smile, declining. "Teacher Zhuang just said that our 2 teams should get along harmoniously." Yin Yuding ran to her brother's side, raising an eyebrow smugly. "My wind shadow whip technique is pretty good, isn't it?" During the match, she swung her wind shadow whip quite a few times near Yin Zitao. Yin Zitao smiled helplessly, "Impressive, impressive." A moment later, Wei Zixuan approached Su Jintang with a bitter face. "Sister, please pull me back. I promise I won't boast anymore." "I'd think about it." Su Jintang picked him up and walked towards the door. The group of 10 chattered noisily as they walked out of the training ground. Although noisy, the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. After the friendly match, the 5 members of the experimental class and Yu Wanyao's team began their daily training routine of unity and mutual assistance. To this end, both sides even created a large group chat, holding extra matches every weekend or free day. As dusk settled and night deepened, the green membrane Archaeopteryx flew angrily around the room. "I protest. Why didn't you buy me the deluxe pet space? This basic one is so small and cramped, it's not comfortable at all." Su Jintang glanced at it silently. "You pay, I buy you the deluxe one." The previously sulking green membrane Archaeopteryx instantly fell silent. Su Jintang withdrew her gaze, calmed her mind, and re-entered a meditative state. Since reaching the peak of the 3rd tier, her mental energy cultivation speed had begun to slow down. She was only 1 tier away from breaking through to the 4th tier, but she couldn't seem to find that breakthrough point. An hour later. Su Jintang exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly finished her cultivation, and opened her eyes. His thoughts returned to his senses, the communicator beeping incessantly. Su Jintang emerged from the training room and sat down on the sofa in the living room, turning on the communicator's light screen. The unread messages in the 10-person group chat had reached 99+. "Shui Zhongqi, are the freshmen at Silver Light Military Academy this year really that strong? I saw in the video that at least 2 have already reached the 3rd rank." Yin Yuding, "Yes, the remaining 3 team members are all at the peak of the 2nd rank. Their overall strength is even higher than the students of the 5 major military academies. Moreover, these freshmen seem to have been secretly recruited. They didn't even participate in the joint entrance exam." Wei Zixuan, no wonder our military academy is setting up an experimental class this year. We're truly surrounded on all sides. Su Jintang scrolled to the top of the message screen. It was a quarter of an hour ago that Yuan Yao first forwarded a battle video replay in the group chat. The video was a replay of Silver Light Military Academy challenging one of the other two of the 5 major military academies. It was clear that the 5 members of the Silver Light Military Academy team completely dominated the students from the other 2 military academies. When they won the match, the 5 Silver Light Military Academy members arrogantly raised their middle fingers to the sky. Their arrogant and overbearing attitude made it seem as if no one in the world could stop them. The next one we trample under our feet will be Rectus, the captain said confidently, a smirk playing on his lips. The video ended there. Su Jintang was silent for a moment, then replied in the group chat, "Does anyone know the captain of the Silver Light Military Academy? Send me his contact information." Song Tianqi chimed in, "I don't know him." Squad leader, "Why do you need his contact information?" Su Jintang, "He's too arrogant, I want to give him a good beating." Shui Zhongji, Actually, after watching the video, I also really wanted to punch him. Su Jintang's desire to beat someone up was unanimously approved by everyone. Even Yuan Yao didn't object, surely no one here wouldn't want to punch him. Wei Zixuan, "Don't worry, they be coming to our military academy to challenge us in a few days. There will be plenty of opportunities to beat them up then." Videos of the battle between Yingguang Military Academy and 2 of the top 5 military academies began circulating wildly within Rectus. It even alarmed the academy's leadership. Zhuang Siling quickly assembled the 2 teams and held an impromptu meeting. "You all heard about Yingguang Military Academy's challenge to us, right? Not only are we paying attention, but the other military academies are also waiting to see the show. If Yingguang Military Academy dares to come, we won't let them leave laughing. Let them know that not just anyone can provoke Rectus." Zhuang Siling put her hands behind her back, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Su Jintang stood tall and straight, "I guarantee I complete the mission." Zhuang Siling raised an eyebrow at her. "This mission isn't being carried out by your experimental class. The experimental class plan is currently under wraps, so for this friendly match, Yuan Yao's team will be participating. Before the Silver Light Military Academy comes to challenge us, Su Jintang, you and your team will be sparring partners for Yuan Yao and her 4 teammates." Su Jintang turned and exchanged a glance with Yuan Yao, then nodded in agreement. "Yes." Song Tianqi was a little disappointed. "I was thinking of beating up the captain of the Silver Light Military Academy, but it seems I won't have the chance." Wei Zixuan patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay, we take care of him." After Zhuang Siling left, Su Jintang and her 10 teammates sat down on the ground, forming a circle to discuss tactics. Su Jintang put her hands behind her back, relaxed, and looked at Yuan Yao. "Tell me, how do you want us to spar?" Yuan Yao remained relatively calm, and quickly began analyzing the opponent's strength. I inquired around, and the most difficult one to deal with among the 5 from Silver Light Military Academy is their captain, Hua Yangxia. He's a 3rd-tier ability user with the 5 Poison Golden Toad ability, which is poisonous. Being hit by his 5 Poison Golden Toad ability will cause your mind to dissipate, rendering you incapable of fighting. Wei Zixuan nodded and added, "And their team also has another 3rd-tier ability user with a melee-type ability. His physical strength is terrifying, he alone could take down 2 of them." Su Jintang stroked her chin and looked up. "Stronger than me?" Wei Zixuan's lips twitched. "Then you're still stronger, sister." That 3rd-tier user's physical strength was amplified, because his mental strength level was already high. But Su Jintang's melee strength was already monstrous even at 1st tier. Song Tianqi looked bewildered and said, "Their team's overall strength sounds SOSO, not that scary." Yin Zitao glanced over and chuckled dryly, "Because the scarier one is in your team." At this, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Su Jintang and Jiangxi. "So, the biggest threat to you from Silver Light Military Academy are these 2 Tier 3 fighters, one poisonous, and the other with terrifying close combat power," Su Jintang summarized. Yuan Yao looked up at him. "I'm confident I can control the poisonous one, my ice magic can temporarily isolate the spread of the poison. But the one with strong close combat power, we have to get someone else to handle that." Su Jintang patted his chest. "That's easy to solve. I know a lot about close combat, I teach you how to counter him." Initially, Mu Guang and his companions were somewhat apprehensive. After all, their opponents included 2 3rd-tier experts. But hearing Su Jintang's words, they seemed less nervous. No matter how terrifying that group was, could they be more terrifying than Su Jintang? That afternoon, Su Jintang pulled the 4 of them, excluding Yuan Yao, onto the arena. Su Jintang stood alone on the left side of the arena, beckoning to Mu Guang and his group. Come on, let's see if the four of you can take me down. Wei Zixuan cautiously added, Sis, it's agreed, you can't use your ice type ability, you have to fight us with just your physical strength. Su Jintang gave an okay sign. Below the arena, Yuan Yao and Yin Yuding sat side by side watching the battle. The battle began. Mu Guang immediately summoned his Xiao Shan Ding ability and attacked Su Jintang. Yin Zitao followed closely behind, activating his own ability. His superpower was a humanoid snow ape. After his body mutated, it rapidly expanded to a height of 2 meters, his arms covered in a layer of white fur, making him resemble a real snow ape. The two quickly attacked Su Jintang from both sides. In the blink of an eye, Mu Guang and his companion were upon her. Su Jintang slightly curled her lips, pushed off the ground, and leaped into the air. As Xiao Shan Ding attacked, she directly jumped onto the top of Xiao Shan Ding, using it as a springboard. She spun in midair, raised her leg, and kicked Yin Zitao. Bang! Yin Zitao's body was sent flying backward. Feeling Su Jintang's power, his brows furrowed instantly. The boost from his mutated superpower was enough to triple his physical strength. But Su Jintang's kick was something he couldn't withstand at all. Having repelled the two, Su Jintang quickly turned and rushed towards Wei Zixuan and Qin Shushua behind her. Both were still chanting incantations. Su Jintang lunged forward, arms outstretched, grabbing both of them by the arms and swinging them around, sending them tumbling through the air in an arc. The terrifying force was too much for Wei Zixuan and Qin Shushua to resist. In just a second, they were thrown off the stage. Below the stage, before Yuan Yao and the others could react, they saw Wei Zixuan and Qin Shushua fly off the stage, their bodies hurtling towards them. Damn it! Catch me! Wei Zixuan shouted, still airborne. Yuan Yao stood up expressionlessly, raising her hand to summon ice power. A solid ice slide instantly appeared before them. Wei Zixuan, about to fall from the air, landed right on the slide, sliding down to the top. Immediately after, Qin Shushua spread her arms, her toes lightly touching the top of the slide, then nimbly jumped, landing steadily on the ground. Meanwhile, the battle on the stage continued. Xiao Shandong, who had been so effective at restraining Su Jintang, was now completely ineffective. After several exchanges, Xiao Shandong was forced to retreat by Su Jintang's bare hands. Yin Zitao, transformed into a humanoid snow ape, continued to attack from the sidelines. But each time he got close, Su Jintang kicked him away. After being knocked back again, Yin Zitao clenched his fists and clashed them together, shouting Tarzan. A blinding white light erupted from his body. Su Jintang glanced at his location out of the corner of her eye. She could feel Yin Zitao's power aura surging, but it wasn't enough. At least not enough to suppress her. Try this punch. A crimson glint flashed in Yin Zitao's eyes, a change brought about by activating his skill. Within a minute, his attack power would increase 5-fold. The side effect was that once the effect ended, he would quickly enter a weakened state. Su Jintang immediately turned to block. With a bang, their fists collided, the terrifying force radiating outwards. Mu Guang, not far away, looked at Su Jintang with apprehension. Yin Zitao had already unleashed his full power, yet he could only manage a draw with Su Jintang. If this training match hadn't restricted Su Jintang from using ice-based abilities, they probably wouldn't have lasted this long. A minute later, Yin Zitao, weakened, completely lost his fighting ability and jumped off the stage. Now, only Su Jintang and Mu Guang remained on the stage. Mu Guang resignedly raised his hand, a hint of helplessness in his smile. I'm not playing anymore. We're going to lose anyway. Su Jintang clapped his hands, and turned to Wei Zixuan and Qin Shushua. I won so easily this time, because I eliminated you two, before you could even unleash your full potential. The remaining two, Mu Guang and Yin Zitao, had their mental strength levels suppressed by me, posing no threat, so I won quickly. Melee ability users have strong burst damage. If I were the third-tier melee fighter from Silver Light Military Academy, I would have quickly unleashed my power before the match even started, eliminating the weakest member of your team. But just now, you two were completely unprepared and easily eliminated by me. Qin Shushua lowered her head, remaining silent. Her role in the team was more support-oriented. In terms of combat strength, she was indeed the weakest. Wei Zixuan felt somewhat aggrieved. Although I'm weak myself, the monsters I summon are quite powerful. Su Jintang walked down the steps from the arena. That's the problem. It took you too long to summon your demonic beast. That's enough time for the opponent's melee attacks to quickly eliminate you. Hearing this, Yuan Ao understood and looked up, saying, I know, we still lack coordination. If those four had coordinated from the beginning, letting Mu Guang and Yan Zitao hold you off first, and then Wei Zixuan and Qin Shushu had dealing damage from behind, they probably wouldn't have lost so quickly. Su Jintang nodded, that's exactly it. Having identified their team's weakness, Yuan Yao and her group of 5 began training their teamwork even more intensely. Su Jintang and his group of 5 also sparred with them every day. Although Yuan Yao's team lost every time, they lost slower each time, showing they were steadily improving. In the evening, the streets of the villa district became exceptionally quiet. Su Jintang had just returned home to prepare for cultivation, when her communicator vibrated. It was a private message from someone on the Inscription Master Internet. Su Jintang opened the light screen, and saw a notification on the panel from the user Cool and Awesome. After a moment's hesitation, she clicked on the private message. Cool and Awesome user, Sis, is it convenient to ask you about a tracking inscription? Su Jintang replied, 200 contribution points. Cool and Awesome user, I give you 500 contribution points. Is it convenient to have a video call and give me some guidance? Su Jintang glanced at the door. Although no one should bother her at this time, just in case. Su Jintang, not convenient. Next door, Shui Zhongqi scratched his head. He bought 5 tracking inscriptions from the class monitor a while ago, actually intending to disassemble them for research. He studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Even Chairman Sun wasn't very good at tracking inscriptions. He was at his wit's end, and thought of asking Qian Duo for help. Cool and Awesome user, can we do it by voice, Miss Qian? Wait a minute. About 2 minutes later, Miss Qian called. What's the problem? A cold voice came from the other end. Shui Zhongqi quickly listed a series of questions, such as how to integrate several smaller core formations into the basic formation, and how to multitask while ensuring the basic formation wouldn't collapse. After listening to all the questions, Su Jintang said calmly, these questions add up to 800 contribution points. Shui Zhongqi was silent for a few seconds, then quickly transferred 1,000 contribution points. Is that okay? Su Jintang hummed in agreement. Then let's start with your first question. After 20 minutes, Su Jintang's throat started to dry. She was silent for a moment. Go and digest the points you just learned. I'm going to get some water. She turned off the voice call, got up, opened the door, and went downstairs to the dining room to get some water. Meanwhile, Shui Zhongqi was still in his room reviewing the points he had just learned. He nodded as he got up and went downstairs. When he arrived at the dining room, he ran into Su Jintang. He looked up and greeted her. Class monitor, you got some water too? Su Jintang swallowed the water in her mouth and calmly replied, yeah. Shui Zhongqi bent down to pour himself a glass of water. Just as he was about to drink, a point suddenly dawned on him, and his eyes lit up. I know why I've been failing all this time. After saying that, he hurriedly grabbed his water glass and ran upstairs. Watching his rapidly disappearing figure, Su Jintang realized something. Her expression changed, and she quickly put down her water glass and rushed upstairs as well. Back in her room, after locking the door, Shui Zhongqi's voice call came in. Answering the call, Su Jintang quickly put on her disguise mask, switching her voice to a cold, clear tone. Have you digested the knowledge points we just discussed? Understood. Shui Zhongqi excitedly rattled off a long explanation of the previous points. After listening to everything, Su Jintang nodded and replied, you definitely understand it well. Then let's move on to the next question. Before starting her explanation, she raised her hand to rub her temples and sighed softly. These days of hiding and dodging are really tough. Half an hour passed, and after explaining all the key points, Su Jintang quickly said goodbye. It's getting late, let's call it a day. Wait a minute, when are you free again? Could you come help me make some level 2 inscriptions? Shui Zhongqi quickly asked. I've been quite busy lately, we see. With that, Su Jintang quickly hung up the call. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, which had somehow emerged from its pet space, witnessed this scene. The usually talkative bird's eyes revealed a subtle expression. You have quite a few secrets. Su Jintang ignored him, got up, and went into the cultivation room to continue cultivating. I'm about to burst. I'm going out for a stroll. I'll be back tomorrow. The green membrane Archaeopteryx said, then opened the window and flew into the air. Su Jintang's breathing was calm, her body surrounded by wisps of spiritual energy, and the phantoms of the Ice Dragon and Libra slowly appeared behind her. The next morning, Zhuang Silin secretly summoned Su Jintang to her office. A high-resolution image of the green membrane Archaeopteryx was projected onto the electronic screen at the front. You mean that strange bird that suddenly took you from the army? Does it look like this? Zhuang Silin asked, looking at Su Jintang. Su Jintang nodded. Yes, it's him. Zhuang Silin fell into thought. Then it must be him. The strange bird that captured you should be the green membrane Archaeopteryx, one of the lord beasts of the extreme cold forest, with a strength of at least the peak of the 8th rank. But it captured you without harming you. That's indeed strange. Su Jintang cleared his throat. Maybe the green membrane Archaeopteryx has a rather eccentric temperament. It might have captured me on a whim, and then probably got bored and abandoned me. That's possible. After high-level beasts gain intelligence, they're not much different from humans. Sometimes they do like to treat weak humans as pets. Zhuang Silin didn't think further. Okay, that's all. You can go back to work. Su Jintang turned and left the office. Upon leaving the military academy, her face immediately fell. She used the contract to send a telepathic message to the green membrane Archaeopteryx, who was still running wild outside. Be careful out there. Don't cause me any trouble. The green membrane Archaeopteryx scoffed. Understood. I simply decided to earn my own living and buy myself a deluxe pet space. 2 more days passed. The instructors from Silverlight Military Academy led a 5-person team to Rectus for the friendly match. Huai Yangxia, dressed in a magnificent suit, stood ramrod straight, arrogantly surveying the school emblem at the entrance of Rectus Military Academy. So this is the legendary top military academy? Looks rather unremarkable. Chapter 70. The accompanying teacher glanced at him and reminded him, you should tone down your temper. This is their territory. After all, we're guests. We should be polite. Huai Yangxia crossed his arms and snorted, I know. The muscular man behind him was even more arrogant than him, and suddenly said, we should see if their strength is enough to warrant our politeness. Both of you shut up. The teacher coughed lightly, his tone becoming serious. At this moment, Su Jintang and his group of 5 had just come out of the villa dormitory and were walking towards the military academy. Song Tianqi, with dark circles under his eyes, kept yawning and crying, my God, I really tried too hard. Last night, I didn't play any games once. I cultivated all night long. Yin Yuding glanced at him. You still have the nerve to say that. If you hadn't stayed up all night playing games with Shui Zhongqi recently, would you be rushing to catch up on your cultivation now? Mentioning this, Song Tianqi felt a surge of resentment. Originally, his mental strength level was considered high within the team, but in the blink of an eye, the squad leader had soared to the peak of the 3rd tier. Recently, Yin Yuding and Shui Zhongqi had also broken through to the 2nd tier. Only he himself hadn't improved much. You wait. I definitely break through to the peak of the 2nd tier before next month. A flame ignited in Song Tianqi's eyes. Su Jintang glanced at him. If you don't break through next month, you wash the dishes for a month. I definitely can. Song Tianqi puffed out his chest and swore. Su Jintang looked away, put his hands in his coat pockets, and continued walking. Early this morning, Teacher Zhuang had informed them that they could go to the military academy to watch the sparring match. They said their experimental class had the advantage of having sparring partners, and this honorable battle should be witnessed by everyone. A few minutes later, Su Jintang and her group of 5 entered the gates of the Rectus Military Academy. They hadn't gone far when they encountered Huai Yangxia and her group, who were also walking in. Su Jintang vividly remembered Huai Yangxia's arrogant middle finger gesture on the ring and recognized him at a glance. Hey, which way is your military academy's ring training ground? Huai Yangxia suddenly approached and asked for directions, his manner condescending. Su Jintang sized him up and pointed west. Just keep going that way. Huai Yangxia glanced casually in the direction she pointed. Oh! Then he turned to his teammates and pointed west to them, saying, that's where it is. She watched Huai Yangxia and her group walk away westward. Su Jintang looked away and turned to continue walking in the completely opposite direction. Song Tianqi scratched his head in confusion. Isn't our military academy's combat training ground on the east side? Are you stupid? They're so rude. What's wrong with making them take a detour? Shui Zhongqi chuckled, fanning himself. Yin Yuding and Jiang Shi exchanged a smile and leisurely followed behind towards the training ground. A few minutes later, Huai Yangxia, who had been walking west, finally sensed something was wrong and stopped. He hesitantly glanced at the dormitory building markers on the roadside signs. Isn't this the dormitory area? Is their military academy's combat training ground in the dormitory area? A teacher accompanying them stopped a student and asked, excuse me, is the combat training ground this way? The student pointed east in confusion. No, the combat training ground is on the east side. Silence descended. Huai Yangxia realized what was happening. her face turning green with anger. I knew something was wrong. That person who gave us directions just now did it on purpose. A teacher accompanying them chimed in. Who told you to be so arrogant when you asked for directions? Everyone was annoyed by you. Watch your mouth from now on. Huai Yanxia clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Don't let me see her again. Meanwhile, Su Jintang and her group of 5 were already seated on the viewing platform, waiting to watch the match. The arena was a full 10 meters in radius, surrounded by tiered seating. Many students who didn't have classes had come to watch the excitement. Su Jintang and her group of 5 sat in the first row, the closest seats to the arena. In front of them was the waiting area for both teams. Yu Wanniao and her group of 5 had arrived half an hour earlier. But the 5 members of the Silver Light Military Academy hadn't appeared yet. A growing murmur of discontent rose from the stands. Those Silver Light Military Academy students are too arrogant, they haven't even arrived yet. You've seen the videos of their battles with the other 2 military academies, right? Their captain, what's his name, Huai Yanxia? He's incredibly arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he's a freshman, we would have gone out to challenge him to a fight long ago. They even said that the next one they defeat is Recta's. Does our military academy think it can be challenged by just anyone? The stands were full of Recta's students, so their opinions naturally sided with their own academy. The murmurs grew louder, and Huai Yanxia and his group finally entered. Zhuang Silin saw them and immediately went to greet them, hesitatingly asking, "Gentlemen, did you just arrive?" The accompanying teacher smiled awkwardly. "We just took the wrong turn. Sorry to keep you all waiting," Huai Yanxia said coldly, her gaze sweeping around as if searching for something. Until Su Jintang, sitting in the first row of the stands, came into view. Huai Yanxia's face instantly darkened, and she immediately strode towards the stands. "It was you. You deliberately gave us the wrong directions, making us late." This shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. All eyes turned to Su Jintang. Su Jintang spread her hands innocently. "Yes, I did it on purpose." Huai Yanxia was speechless. "How could you?" Suddenly unable to find the right words to describe Su Jintang, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhuang Silin looked up and, seeing that the culprit was indeed Su Jintang, smiled with relief. "I know this student. She's always causing trouble. I'm really sorry to have made you all laugh." Seeing that Zhuang Silin had apologized, the accompanying teachers didn't press the matter further and quickly called to Huai Yanxia, "All right, come back. We still have important things to do." Huai Yanxia glared angrily at Su Jintang, gritting his teeth as he squeezed out, "You just wait." His teammate, the muscular man, also glanced at Su Jintang coldly, his attitude clearly unfriendly. Su Jintang raised an eyebrow, completely unconcerned, and continued sitting in her seat. Seeing her like this, Huai Yanxia became a little annoyed again. However, business was more important. His emotions gradually calmed down, and he returned to his team without a word. Towards Yu Wanniao and her group, Huai Yanxia and his companions were noticeably less arrogant. In their view, Yu Wanniao and her 4 teammates, representing the military academy, must be among the strongest freshmen this year, and should not be underestimated. The 2 sides began their pre-match handshake. The 2 teachers exchanged a few brief pleasantries before returning to their respective groups. Zhuang Silin turned to Yu Wanniao and her group. "Today's sparring session aims to strengthen communication and learning between students of the 2 military academies. Please stop when you made your point." Yu Wanniao took the lead in responding, "Yes." The teacher next door quickly finished giving instructions, turned around, and politely nodded to Zhuang Silin, "Teacher Zhuang, we're ready." Zhuang Silin nodded in unison, "Okay." Then, Zhuang Silin turned and jumped onto the stage, surveying the entire arena, and announced, "The friendly match between Silver Light Military Academy and Recta's Military Academy officially begins. Students from both sides, please come to the stage and prepare." In the stands, Su Jintang leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. They had been sparring with Yu Wanniao and her group of 5 for some time, and could feel how much they had improved. Dealing with Huai Yanxia and her group of 5 shouldn't be a problem. Yu Wanniao's team and Huai Yanxia's group of 5 walked onto the stage from both sides. The 2 stood facing each other on opposite sides of the arena, staring intently at one another, the tension instantly palpable. Zhuang Silin stepped back to the edge of the arena, raising her hand to gesture downwards. "The match begins." The instant her words fell, Yu Wanniao swiftly charged towards Huai Yanxia, the frost forming in her palm rapidly attacking her opponent. Huai Yanxia raised his hand. The 5-poison golden toad he had just summoned about to spew venom was frozen solid. The dense, dark toxins were frozen within the ice, unable to spill out. Huai Yangxia frowned slightly, glancing at Yuan Yao, his expression becoming more serious. On the other side, the third-tier melee muscleman, before he could even move, was surrounded and attacked from both sides by Mu Guang and Yan Zitao, completely immobilized. Wei Zixuan swiftly summoned a stone gate from behind. At the same time, Qin Shushua's angelic light ability showered upon her teammates. Her ability was Healing Angel. The second-tier skill effect was Holy Light Radiation, which, upon use, could infinitely increase the self-healing abilities of teammates for half a minute. Simply put, within this half minute, any injury suffered by Yuan Yao and the others would instantly heal, except for fatal wounds and poisoning. 2 seconds later, a four-legged beast, its body crackling with electric arcs, slowly emerged from the stone gate. A flicker of joy rose in Wei Zixuan's eyes. This time, he was lucky. He had summoned a third-tier electric feather beast in one fell swoop. Their chances of winning this sparring match had increased by another 10%. Electric feather beast, 100,000 volts of electric shock. Su Jintang in the stands raised an eyebrow. Their luck is actually pretty good this time. Yen Yuding, bored, suddenly leaned over. Class monitor, how many minutes do you think it will take for Sister Wanyao and her team to win this match? Within 5 minutes, I think, Su Jintang replied. Song Tianqi looked over in surprise. So fast? I think Huai Yangxia is quite strong. She'd probably be a tough opponent. Shall we make a bet? What if Yuanya's team wins the match within 5 minutes? Song Tianqi raised his hand to interrupt her. I'm not betting. I've been tricked enough by you. I'm not falling for it. Every time he bet with the class monitor, he always lost. This time, he wouldn't fall for it no matter what. Chapter 71. Su Jintang shrugged, saying nothing more, her gaze remaining fixed on the arena. At this moment, the battle on the arena had fully erupted. Huai Yangxia solemnly made a summoning gesture, her entire body's spiritual energy frantically gathering. The next second, the 5-poison golden toad, which had been frozen, swelled and grew larger, shattering the ice that had trapped it. The swollen 5-poison golden toad emitted a cuckoo sound. The venom hidden in its mouth slowly flowed down, spreading outwards along the arena. The dark venom emitted poisonous smoke, and within 2 seconds, the surrounding air became polluted. Yuan Yao warned her teammates, everyone be careful. Because they were prepared, Yuan Yao and the other 4 immediately turned and scattered after seeing the venom spread. Wei Zixuan summoned electric feather beast pounced on the muscular man. The claws of a third-tier demon beast were simply beyond the reach of a human body. The muscular man looked panicked and hurriedly retreated to avoid the attack. Mu Guang controlled Xiao Shan Ding to block his retreat, while Yan Zitao unleashed his full power on the other side, clenching his fists in a fierce attack. Caught in a three-way attack, he had nowhere to hide. Bang! The muscular man was blasted off the stage by Xiao Shan Ding. Meanwhile, Qin Shushua faced the 3 opponents, wielding a heavy sword. Her arms were covered in numerous wounds, but thanks to her Holy Light Radiance ability, even if she was accidentally injured, the wounds would heal quickly. She gritted her teeth, her magical heavy sword flashing red, and raised it again, slashing at the 3 opponents. This junior must be from the support class. 1 against 3, amazing. This year, the support class is full of ruthless people, once again proving that. Let's see if Silverlight Military Academy still dares to be arrogant. In less than a minute, their third-tier melee fighter was eliminated. Various discussions arose around them. Su Jintang relaxed his posture even more, his hands resting on the armrests, glancing at the timer behind the arena. With that third-tier melee fighter eliminated, Silverlight Military Academy's chances of winning were almost non-existent. After withstanding another attack, Qin Shushua was knocked back by the 3 opponents. The Holy Light Radiation effect just disappeared. She clutched her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Guang and his 2 companions, who had already dealt with the muscular man, quickly came to support her. Electric Feather Beast. Wei Zixuan shouted, and the Electric Feather Beast's volt shock struck the 3 opponents, making a crackling sound. After running out of the poisonous gas zone, Yuan Yao's eyes turned cold, and she quickly turned back to support Qin Shushua. The situation instantly changed to Yuan Yao, and her 5 companions attacking the 3 second-tier opponents together. After only a few rounds, the 3 opponents were forced into retreat. Huai Yangxia tried to come to their aid, but he was too far away. By the time he arrived, the 3 had already been knocked off the stage by Yuan Yao's team. Huai Yangxia's face darkened. He raised his hands and began to unleash the venom of the 5-poison golden toad with all his might. The venom and gas spread rapidly. He's the only one left. Everyone, split up and surround him. With that, Yuan Yao turned and rushed into the toxic gas zone. Her target immediately locked onto Huai Yangxia. Her mental energy exploded instantly, powerful ice attributes frantically gathering in her palms. Sensing the danger, Huai Yangxia raised his hands, manipulating the 5-poison golden toad to continue expanding and growing, holding it in front of him. But at this moment, Wei Zixuan and Mu Guang had already circled behind him. Once someone is touched by Huai Yangxia's golden toad venom, the poison will take effect within 30 seconds. Therefore, they only have 30 seconds to attack. A blinding golden light erupted from the Shaoshan cauldron as Mu Guang, with all his might, slammed it towards Huai Yangxia. Wei Zixuan, riding his electric feather beast, pounced on Huai Yangxia. Yuan Yao, ahead, also unleashed her full power, and merciless ice rapidly froze along the path in front of her. Huai Yangxia gritted his teeth, realizing he was completely surrounded. The giant cauldron descended from the sky. The electric feather beast, crackling with lightning, attacked from the side. Seeing the attack about to reach him, Huai Yangxia gritted his teeth, turned around, and shouted, "I surrender." Zhuang Silin, expressionless, rushed into the fray, grabbed Huai Yangxia, turned, and waved her hand. The attack waves from all directions instantly vanished. Zhuang Silin tossed Huai Yangxia off the stage, then surveyed the entire arena and announced, "The Rectus team wins this match." The Rectus students in the stands rose to their feet, cheering wildly throughout the training ground. "Rectus is awesome. Our first-year students are really fierce. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant again." The accompanying teacher from Silver Light Military Academy frowned, silently watching Huai Yangxia and his group of 5. Before coming, he had considered the possibility of losing, but he hadn't expected such a humiliating defeat. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the match began. The 5-person team set by Rectus didn't even have a single third-tier player, yet they had won so easily. Huai Yangxia stared at Yuan Yao and the others on the stage with some resentment. "It was my carelessness, otherwise they wouldn't have won so easily." The muscular man looked grim. "They resorted to these numbers-based tactics because they were weaker than us." They all knew that their quick defeat stemmed primarily from a lack of strategy and teamwork. At the start, the muscular man was surrounded by 3 opponents. Then, his 3 teammates were surrounded by 5. Their strongest member, Huai Yangxia, was isolated and unable to provide support. By the time Huai Yangxia arrived, her 3 teammates had already been eliminated by Yuan Yao's group of 5, leaving only Huai Yangxia standing. This numbers-based tactic was simple and common, but undeniably effective. Yuan Yao's group of 5 acted like a well-trained regular army. Their reactions and coordination were incredibly swift. In this respect, Huai Yangxia and her teammates were completely outmatched. "You still have the nerve to say that?" The accompanying teacher, no longer tolerating them, said sternly, "It's obvious they specifically studied tactics to counter you. I told you not to underestimate them, not to underestimate them. Did you even study how to counter them? If you had paid even a little attention, how could you have lost so quickly today?" Zhuang Silin jumped off the stage, smiling as she walked to the teacher from Yingguang Military Academy opposite her. "Don't be angry, they're still just a group of students. We won by luck this time, please forgive us." The teacher from Yingguang Military Academy quickly stopped talking, awkwardly smiling at Zhuang Silin, At this moment, Yuan Yao and her group of 5 walked off the stage one after another, coming up behind Zhuang Silin. Huai Yangxia's low gaze was fixed on Yuan Yao. "Next time, we definitely win back." Yuan Yao replied expressionlessly, "We talk about that next time." Seeing the results, Su Jintang stood up, dusted himself off, and prepared to leave. The class monitor was right. The match was over in less than 5 minutes. Yin Yuding muttered under her breath. Song Tianqi wore a knowing expression. "I knew it. Good thing I didn't bet, or I'd be fooled again." Shui Zhongqi casually fanned himself and complained, "I thought they were so good, but they were over before I even got comfortable. This Silver Light Military Academy isn't all that great." Just then, these comments reached Huai Yangxia's ears as she was also leaving. Already upset from the loss, Huai Yangxia's face darkened further upon hearing this. She abruptly turned and shouted, "Who? Who said that?" The surroundings fell silent instantly. The students who were leaving the stands also stopped and looked around. Shui Zhongqi paused, about to speak, but Su Jintang interrupted, "I said it. So what?" Su Jintang stood with her hands in her pockets, head held high, her expression completely blank. "It's you again." Huai Yangxia glared at her through gritted teeth. "I can't handle them, but I can handle you. What's your name? Give me your name. If you got the guts, let's fight in the ring." Hearing this, Yuan Yao and the other 4 girls beside him all changed their expressions, looking at him as if he were an idiot. He couldn't even beat the 5 of them, yet he wanted to take on Su Jintang? Zhuang Silin interrupted them, her expression cold. Teacher Zhu, I've been lenient with you because you're guests, but that doesn't mean we at Rakitas are easy to bully. Teacher Zhu, who was with them, quickly pulled Hua Yanxia back, forcing a smile at Zhuang Silin. I'm sorry, I haven't been disciplining them properly. After saying that, Teacher Zhu glared at Hua Yanxia. What are you still doing here? Get out of here. Hua Yanxia gritted his teeth unwillingly, and as he turned around, he glanced at Su Jintang out of the corner of his eye, as if trying to memorize her face. At this moment, Su Jintang slightly curled her lips, raised an index finger at him, and then shook it, as if to say, you're not good enough. You? Before he could even speak, Teacher Zhu forcefully pulled him out of the training field. After the people from Silverlight Military Academy left, Zhuang Silin looked at Su Jintang. I told you to keep a low profile. Is this how you keep a low profile? Su Jintang quickly withdrew her hand, lowered her head obediently, and admitted her mistake. Teacher, I was wrong. Zhuang Silin shook her head, helpless with her, and could only continue to instruct. The people from Silverlight Military Academy will probably stay here for a while, so the 5 of you should avoid hanging around them. Su Jintang asked curiously, they're staying here after their friendly match? The superpowered individuals competition is about to begin, and this year it's still being held in the Federal Starfield. All 5 of them should be participating. Their accompanying teacher told me about this, so they'd be staying at our military academy temporarily. Zhuang Silin responded. Su Jintang asked again, can we participate in the superpowered individuals competition? Unless you can guarantee you won't reveal your experimental class's identity, don't think about anything else. After replying, Zhuang Silin turned and left. Song Tianqi leaned closer excitedly. Class monitor, you want to participate in the superpowered individuals competition too? Su Jintang looked away. No, I was just asking. She had suddenly remembered that she had promised Chairman Sun of the Inscription Association that she would represent the association in the Inscription Masters competition. That competition seemed to be held at the same time as this superpowered individuals competition. Chapter 72. After the Silver Light Military Academy's failed challenge, the Recta's internal forum immediately became lively. Today's hottest topic: how the Silver Light Military Academy's 5-person team lost the match in 5 minutes. Strength Surge ***, I was there, and witnessed firsthand the brilliant scene of Yu Wanyao and her 5 teammates perfectly cooperating to defeat the Silver Light Military Academy's 5-person team. It was so satisfying, haha. Strength Rising ***, so what if they're 2 tier 3s? They were still getting rubbed into the ground by their juniors. But I'm the only one curious. Where did that previously popular junior sister Jean Eng go? ***, I want to advance to tier 4 ***, it's true. Today's 5-person team didn't include junior sister Jean Tang from the support class. While some people were asking where Su Jintang was, most were more concerned about Recta's victory, quickly pushing the thread to over 100 posts. Night fell, and the moonlight became even more pleasant. Su Jintang sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, and stopped her cultivation. She got up and turned on the communicator screen. Half an hour ago, she had heard the communicator vibrating incessantly. Clicking on the private message screen, she saw a message from Yu Wanyao. Hua Yanxia keeps asking me who you are, and he even said he wants to challenge you to a duel. What should I reply to him? Su Jintang, tell him he's not worthy to know my name. Yu Wanyao replied instantly, There were also many messages in another large group chat. Su Jintang began to slowly scroll through the messages. After the failed challenge to the Silver Light Military Academy today, videos of Yu Wanyao and her group's battle began to circulate wildly online. Recta's was already the focus of everyone's attention. This battle, where he defeated Hua Yanxia and his group despite being of a higher level, would only attract more attention. Wei Zixuan sent a meme of utter despair. My name is all over the internet now. No wonder the previous year's seniors struggled so much in the Military Academy League. Every move they make is under intense scrutiny. Qin Shushua, it's outrageous. Even as a support player, I've been thoroughly investigated. They even found out my parents' identities. So exhausting. JPG. Yin Zitao, are we going to have to endure this kind of celebrity status until the Military Academy League starts? This is too painful. My former classmates all came over today to ask all sorts of questions. Amidst the complaints, Song Tianqi suddenly popped up. I want to be famous too. Let me experience what it's like to be a big star. Jiang Shi immediately poured cold water on that. Unless you don't want to stay in the experimental class anymore. Su Jintang stroked his chin, not one to shy away from stirring things up, and posted in the group chat. Let the attention come even more fiercely. Open your arms to welcome the future. JPG Yuan Yao, still awake, muttered, eh. Just then, a knocking sound came from the window. I'm back. Open the window. The arrogant voice of the green membrane Archopteryx reached his ears. Su Jintang closed the light screen, got up, went to the windowsill, opened the window, and scrutinized the green membrane Archopteryx. Where have you been running around these past few days? Did you cause me any trouble? The green membrane Archopteryx puffed out its chest smugly. I was trying to find a way to make money, and then I found out a fantastic way to do it. What way? Su Jintang asked skeptically. Do you know about the ability user competition? I've been flying around these past few days, and heard a lot of humans discussing it. Apparently, the winning team gets 2 million star coins per person. This way of making money is absolutely guaranteed. Su Jintang was even more suspicious. So, you're going to participate in the superpowered individual competition as a parrot? Green membrane Archopteryx? ? I mean, I want you to participate. Su Jintang? ? The two stared at each other for 2 seconds in a tense silence. The green membrane Archopteryx was the first to break down, quickly explaining, look, with your Libra strength, participating in this kind of competition would be a piece of cake. 2 million a breeze. That's enough to buy me 20 deluxe pet spaces. Su Jintang turned and walked away, as if she hadn't heard him. Going to sleep. No, the prize money for this competition is so high, participating won't hurt you. The green membrane Archopteryx flapped its wings, chasing after her and continuing to persuade her. Su Jintang laid down on the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and closed her eyes. The green membrane Archopteryx's voice still echoed in her ears. However, Su Jintang did waver slightly. That's 2 million. Even if she kept selling inscriptions, it would take her several months to earn that much. Besides, she doesn't even have enough time for cultivation right now, let alone the energy to constantly create inscriptions to sell. This is indeed a quick way to make money. Thinking about it, Su Jintang fell asleep. The next day, after the 5 of them had just finished breakfast, they were notified that they had to attend a weapons theory class. We haven't had a theory class like this in a long time. I really miss it, Yin Yuting said with emotion. Song Tianqi pouted, put his hands behind his head, and walked along worriedly. I hope I don't fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. Su Jintang, on the other hand, was very interested in this weapons theory class. The theory class arranged for the 5 of them by the military academy was definitely the most important part, carefully selected. Today's class should offer many new points to learn. Entering the teaching building, the corridors were quiet, and each classroom was filled with students listening attentively. Su Jintang and her group of 5 discreetly entered the public lecture hall. Upon entering, they saw Yuan Yao and her group of 5 already seated inside. Come on, everyone, find a seat, Wei Zixuan said familiarly, making arrangements. Su Jintang sat down next to him, glancing over. Are you all taking the weapons theory class too? Yes, Professor Zhuang told us this morning. At this moment, Wu Jinghong entered the lecture hall with her lesson plan in hand. She walked expressionlessly to the podium and stopped. You all remember me, right? Yin Yuting and Qin Shushue, along with several students from the auxiliary class, immediately nodded. Yes. Well, I won't waste any more time. I be teaching this weapons theory class myself today. Wu Jinghong adjusted the projection equipment. Soon, a semi-transparent screen appeared beside her, displaying the detailed syllabus for the lesson. The reason we grouped all 10 of you together for this lesson is that we teachers have found your weapon usage to be at a very basic level. I carefully reviewed your combat videos. Take Qin Shushue as an example. Her magic weapon is a second-tier offensive heavy sword. In combat, she mostly uses slashing and chopping. Her attack methods are too simplistic, and she's not very skilled at using her weapon. Qin Shushue, whose name was called upon, gave an awkward laugh. Su Jintang's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. This was also her weakness. Then how can one utilize a weapon to its fullest potential? Wu Jinghong raised her hand and scanned the light screen, immediately changing the image on it. Take the Wind Shadow Whip and the Great Sword as examples. The Wind Shadow Whip is light and agile, with a fast attack speed, suitable for agile combat. The Great Sword is powerful, with high attack damage, suitable for burst-type combat. Different weapons are effective against different types of enemies. In the previous match, where the Silver Light Military Academy came to challenge us, Qin Shushue was able to use the power of the Great Sword to restrain the 3 opponents, precisely because the Great Sword's burst damage was strong enough. But if it were the Wind Shadow Whip, it wouldn't have achieved the same effect that day. Su Jintang stroked his chin, gradually forming some thoughts in his mind. Her ruby hidden blades weren't exactly high-burst weapons, so they were probably more suited for stealth attacks? And then, there are the runes, which is a weak point for you guys. For example, the Wind Shadow Whip is only suitable for agile combat. Its burst damage is definitely inferior to a great sword. But what if I added runes to the Wind Shadow Whip to increase burst damage? What kind of effect would that have? Similarly, I could add runes to the great sword to increase attack speed. Wu Jinghong's words silenced everyone. Su Jintang also pondered for a moment. She had thought of this when she added tracking runes to her ruby hidden blades. However, since most of her attention was focused on cultivation, she didn't delve deeper into these matters. The reason why Rectus suddenly changed the school rule this year to require support classes to participate in the assessment is because, with the combination of magical weapons and runes, many support ability users' combat power has now surpassed that of combat ability users. As she spoke, Wu Jinghong switched the courseware on the screen. A military academy with a mechanical hammer emblem appeared on the screen. The Mechanical Technology Military Academy excels at using combinations of magical artifacts and inscriptions to enhance their combat power. In the previous league, they ranked 68th and were awarded the honor of a second-class military academy. This year, in the friendly matches between military academies, their team consecutively defeated the 27th and 15th ranked academies. If they are given another 3 years to develop and learn, they will be a formidable opponent in future military academy leagues. This also proves that the combination of magical artifacts and inscriptions is increasingly effective in enhancing combat power. We must keep up with the times and not fall behind. Su Jintang rested his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed on the Mechanical Technology Military Academy's emblem on the screen. This military academy sounds interesting. But the usability of magic weapons and inscriptions is also limited. If your strength is only at the 3rd tier, you're only allowed to use 3rd tier magic weapons in the competition. If you encounter a 4th tier enemy, won't you still be suppressed? In that case, doesn't it seem that your own mental strength level is more important? Yin Yuding raised a question. This point was agreed upon by everyone. Song Tianqi nodded. Indeed, if I work hard to cultivate my mental strength to the 5th tier, then even the most powerful 4th tier magic weapon will still be suppressed by me. Shui Zhongqi countered. Then you're underestimating the amplification effect of inscriptions. The inscriptions we create have an amplification effect that allows a 4th tier magic weapon to unleash strength exceeding that of a 5th tier weapon. Wu Jinghong nodded. That's right. You're underestimating the amplification effect of inscriptions now. After saying that, she switched the screen again. A battle replay appeared on the screen, showing the 5 members of the Mechanical Technology Military Academy's challenge team fighting. The leader, wielding a long spear with a pure silver shaft, effortlessly toppled an enemy standing on it. The Mechanical Technology Military Academy's captain is only at the peak of the 2nd tier, but he can unleash power exceeding that of the peak of the 3rd tier, all thanks to the amplification from his magical artifacts and runes. And he is actually a support-type ability user. With such power and enhancement, are you confident you can completely suppress him? Wu Jinghong's gaze swept over each of them. Chapter 73. Everyone fell silent. It's not too late for us to realize this now. At least for the next 3 years, you still have a chance to learn and improve. Wu Jinghong continued. So, for the next period of time, I will personally guide you through a crash course on the theoretical foundations of magic weapons and inscriptions. Su Jintang's expression turned serious, and she nudged Song Tianqi, who was almost asleep beside her. Song Tianqi snapped awake, quickly straightening his back and adopting a serious listening posture. Song Tianqi, from now on, you stand during class, so you don't fall asleep so easily. Wu Jinghong had already noticed him, turning her gaze over and speaking sternly. Song Tianqi cleared his throat, awkwardly standing up. Yes. An hour later, the class ended. Su Jintang leaned back in her chair and stretched. Song Tianqi plopped down, staring blankly at the sky. Damn it, I didn't understand a thing. What exactly is the relationship between inscriptions and magic weapons? No one paid him any attention. Everyone was busy processing the information from the lesson. Su Jintang crossed her arms and glanced at him. Your combat strength is already quite strong. Further improvement won't make a big difference. So when choosing a magic weapon, you should focus on enhancing defense, speed, or healing abilities. Just remember that. Song Tianqi gratefully clasped his fists, his eyes brimming with tears. Class monitor understands me best. Now that you say it, I know what's going on. That's all for today. Go back and review it again. Wu Jinghong picked up her lesson plan, turned, and walked out of the classroom, her figure gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. After the weapons theory class, both teams had something to do. Besides their daily training, everyone spent their free time discussing how to choose magical artifacts and attach corresponding inscriptions. Shui Zhongqi became particularly popular as a result. Su Jintang remained largely unchanged, spending most of his time locked in his room, either training or secretly crafting inscriptions. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door, followed by Yan Yuding's voice. Class monitor, are you busy? Su Jintang put away the inscription pen and the attribute-less primal stone on the table, got up, and went to the door to open it. What's wrong? Yan Yuding clasped his hands together awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment in his expression. Are you short of money right now? I want to borrow some. Su Jintang's first reaction was, what happened to you? Yan Yuding didn't seem like the type to be short of money, and since they had met, he had never needed to borrow money before. No. Yan Yuding quickly waved his hand, forcing a dry laugh. I recently taken a liking to some new inscriptions and magic weapons, but I don't have that much money, so I was thinking. Borrowing some? Su Jintang rubbed his temples, about to speak. Next door, Song Tianqi and Shui Zhongqi came out of their room, arguing. Class monitor, you be the judge. 800 star coins for a level 3 inscription isn't expensive, is it? Outside, it started at least at 1200. I only gave him this price because we're classmates, and he still complained it was too expensive. I buy such expensive inscription materials, and then I have to spend time and effort crafting them. Do you know how hard it is for me? Shui Zhongqi angrily fanned himself, walking towards them as he spoke. Song Tianqi quickly explained, I'm really broke. Who knew inscriptions were so expensive? Su Jintang looked helpless. Now, a weapons theory class had left everyone short of money. Okay, I understand. Let's have a meeting tonight. We discuss which inscriptions and magic items everyone needs, and we can sort things out together. Don't just buy things randomly, money doesn't grow on trees. Su Jintang's words immediately quieted everyone down. Shui Zhongqi also breathed a sigh of relief. I think that's a good idea. 15 minutes later, the 5 students in the experimental class gathered in the meeting room for a class meeting. Su Jintang sat at the head of the table, hands resting on the edge, and summarized, the teacher's point is that we shouldn't waste the opportunity to improve ourselves using magic items and inscriptions, but that doesn't mean we should abandon mental cultivation and rely entirely on them. Don't pin all your hopes on magic items and inscriptions either. As for everyone being short of money lately, I do have a relatively safe and quick way to make money. This statement attracted everyone's attention. Yan Yuding turned her head curiously. What? Su Jintang straightened up, pointed to the light screen beside her, and snapped her fingers. The screen immediately displayed the registration interface for the Superpowered Individuals competition. The champion team of the Superpowered Individuals competition will receive 2 million star coins per person. This way of making money is definitely reliable. Song Tianqi's eyes lit up. 2 million. That's enough to buy so many inscriptions. Yan Yuding and Shui Zhongqi were also a little tempted. Only Jiangxi remained rational. Teacher Zhuang said that the identities of our 5 experimental classes cannot be revealed to the outside world yet. That's right. Su Jintang looked at her and continued, I asked Teacher Zhuang before if we could participate in the Superpowered Individuals competition. Her answer was that unless we could guarantee we wouldn't reveal our experimental class identity, meaning as long as we could conceal our identities while participating, it was negotiable. Shui Zhongqi became somewhat interested. Then how do we conceal our identities? Su Jintang pointed to the projection screen behind them, which displayed a ghost mask. Wearing a mask to cover our faces, wouldn't that conceal our identities? Yan Yuding raised her hand. But if we use our superpowers in battle, our identities will still be easily guessed. Su Jintang smiled slightly, crossing her arms in front of her, who said, we have to use superpowers in battle. We just learned how to use magical artifacts and inscriptions to enhance our combat power. We can use this competition to practice our use of magical artifacts and inscriptions. That's a good idea. Song Tianqi repeatedly stroked his chin, a hint of interest rising within him. Shui Zhongqi continued, but we don't have any money. Where are we going to buy suitable magical artifacts and inscriptions? And isn't the purpose of participating in the Superpowered Individuals competition to make money? It's a vicious cycle. Well, we have to discuss that with Teacher Zhuang, Su Jintang said with a smile. My plan is to first persuade Teacher Zhuang to agree to our participation in the Superpowered Individuals competition, and then take the opportunity to propose that the military academy allocate funds to subsidize part of the cost of purchasing magical artifacts and inscriptions. After our team wins the championship prize, we repay the military academy. That way, we have the money, and we can also participate in the competition to practice using magical artifacts and inscriptions. A win-win situation. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yin Yuding spoke first. I think it's a good idea. That afternoon, Su Jintang found Zhuang Silin and explained his plans in detail. After listening, Zhuang Silin looked up with a smile. You got a good idea. The military academy pays, you get all the benefits, and even if you don't win the championship prize, it's not a complete loss, right? Su Jintang replied with a smile. I've been so bothered by their lack of money these past few days that I came up with this idea. Teacher Zhuang, we don't need much. 500,000 per person is enough. If we win the championship prize, we definitely return the 500,000 in full. Zhuang Silin adjusted her posture, placing her hands crossed on her knees. This amount of money is indeed nothing to the military academy. But are you sure you can win the championship prize for the superpowered individuals competition? Su Jintang spoke honestly. Actually, I'm not very confident, but if we don't even participate in the competition, we definitely won't have any chance. Zhuang Silin pondered for a moment. I discussed this with the other leaders. If they all agree, I transfer the money to you as soon as possible. Su Jintang's eyes lit up. He knew Teacher Zhuang was generous. Thank you, teacher. Back in the villa dormitory, Su Jintang relayed the news to everyone. Yin Yuding tentatively asked, what are the chances that the military academy leaders will agree to our plan? Su Jintang poured a glass of water. 90%, I guess. That's high. Shui Zhongqi looked over with interest. Looks like we're about to become rich. Su Jintang dared to say that because he had calculated that compared to improving the abilities of the five of them, this amount of money was nothing to the military academy. 2 days later, Zhuang Silin's message arrived, along with a grant of 2.6 million star coins. 50 star coins per person came from the military academy, and the extra 100,000 star coins were my personal contribution. The military academy leadership's message was, since you participated, give it your all and compete properly. As long as you don't expose the experimental class plan, they can do whatever they want. Su Jintang read the message aloud verbatim. Yin Yuding and the other three exchanged excited glances. They actually agreed. Our Lectas is definitely not short of money, Yin Yuding exclaimed. Song Tianqi was already planning how to spend the money. I have to get a weapon with maxed out coolness. And then I socket all the buff runes into it. Jiangxi remained calm. She looked up at Su Jintang. Winning the superpowered individuals competition won't be easy. Su Jintang nodded. It's all about participation, and judging from what Teacher Zhuang said, the military academy leaders probably don't want to put too much pressure on us. In the last week before the superpowered individuals competition registration deadline, Su Jintang and his group of 5 filled out their team information and registered for the competition at the last minute. Later, Wu Jinghong heard about Su Jintang and his group's participation in the superpowered individuals competition and surprisingly became interested, offering to be their mentor. In the afternoon, the sun slowly set. Wu Jinghong stood at the front of the conference room and explained the details of the superpowered individuals competition. The superpowered individuals competition is held every year. It's the second biggest event after the Military Academy League, attracting a lot of attention. Every match is broadcast live, so the 5 of you must wear masks at all times to ensure your identities are not exposed. Understood. After explaining the precautions, Wu Jinghong got to the point. Now, let's talk about the competition format and related rules. Chapter 74. The superpower competition restricts participants to 18 years of age or younger. This means you encounter many older opponents during the competition, with longer training periods and higher mental strength levels. This is currently your biggest disadvantage. However, since the 5 of you will be using magic weapons and inscriptions throughout the competition, you have a good chance to compensate for this, so don't worry too much. Su Jintang raised his hand and asked, Teacher, I heard that the 5 from Silver Light Military Academy are also participating in the superpower competition? Wu Jinghong nodded. That's right. The superpower competition is a great training opportunity. Every year, many military academy students participate. Besides Silver Light Military Academy, I heard that students from the Mechanical Technology Military Academy are also participating. If you plan to rely solely on magic weapons and inscriptions in your battles, they will be your biggest enemies. At this moment, Shui Zhongqi suddenly spoke up, Teacher, I might also be participating in the Inscription Master competition in between. Will these 2 competitions conflict? No. Both competitions are organized by the same organizer. The only concern is that some people might want to participate in both competitions simultaneously. The two competitions were specifically scheduled separately. Shui Zhongqi nodded. That's fine, I'm all set. This also reminded Su Jintang that she still needed to find time to participate in the inscription master competition. She leaned back in her chair and sighed softly, rubbing her temples. Later, Wu Jingheng explained the competition format for the superpowered individuals competition. It sounded quite complicated, involving elimination rounds, 1v1 elimination matches, and 5v5 team battles, among other things. After the meeting, Su Jintang transferred the military academy's funds to the 4 individuals' accounts. 500,000 star coins each, and the remaining 100,000 as group expenses. We divide it further if needed. Song Tianqi, clutching his communicator, took a deep, ecstatic breath after receiving the money. Is this the taste of money? So delicious. Yin Yuding, looking at him with a perverted expression, quickly moved aside, then fell into deep thought. I need to think about what inscriptions we should buy. Su Jintang ignored them, returning directly to her room, closing the door, and studying a recently discovered explosive inscription. Explosive inscriptions, when attached to weapons or magical artifacts, inflict corresponding explosive damage. Her ruby-sleeve darts already possessed a tracking effect, ensuring accuracy, but their damage output was still relatively low. If she added this explosive inscription, the effect should be quite good. Thinking this, Su Jintang quickly logged into the Inscription Master Association's internet and began searching for tutorials related to explosive inscriptions. A week passed quickly. The registration period for the Superpowered Individuals competition officially ended. The hashtag ability user competition opening time surged to the top of the StarNet trending search list. Many StarNet netizens following the ability user competition commented, "To be honest, I'm tired of watching the same few teams compete every day. I hope this year there will be more Dark Horse newcomers to get my blood pumping." I heard Silverlight Military Academy is also participating this year. They seem pretty strong. I wonder if they have a chance to break into the top 10. Silverlight Military Academy? Don't even mention it. They challenged Rectas a few days ago and suffered a crushing defeat. I already given up on them. Unfortunately, Rectas students don't usually participate in these kinds of competitions. I just have to wait for the Military Academy League to see their strength. Meanwhile, inside the villa dormitory, Su Jintang distributed the ghost face masks to everyone, casually mentioning, Teacher Wu said, we need to think of a team name and slogan. Any suggestions? Let's call it the Inevitable Victory Team. Song Tianqi fiddled with the ghost face mask in his hand, probably blurting out the name without even thinking. Yin Yuding quickly pushed him away. That's too tacky. We need something more high-end and classy. Shui Zhongqi twirled the ghost face mask in his hand, suggesting, how about we're all rich team? That sounds expensive, doesn't it? Su Jintang waved his hand. Shut up too. Finally, Jiangxi said, the masked squad? Su Jintang and Yin Yuding both looked at him, exchanged a glance, and nodded. That's good. Great, then we call it the masked squad. Song Tianqi quickly changed his mind, tossing the ghost face mask in his hand into the air in celebration. Su Jintang asked again, then what's our slogan? Song Tianqi, quick-witted, held up a finger and suggested again, masks, unstoppable. Su Jintang looked at the others, giving up. What ideas do you have? Shui Zhongqi shrugged. I really can't think of anything. Jiangxi also shook her head. Can't think of anything. Yin Yuding racked her brains for a long time, but couldn't come up with a suitable slogan, finally shaking her head. Since that's the case, Su Jintang said calmly, then let's not think about it. Anyway, it doesn't matter if we don't have a slogan, as long as we have a team name. Huh? Yin Yuding was a little confused. We're not thinking about it anymore. If we win a competition and still don't have a slogan, won't that seem too weak? Su Jintang curled her lips into a smile. As long as you're strong, who cares about slogans? That's true. Yin Yuding stopped dwelling on it. That afternoon, when Su Jintang finished her cultivation, President Sun of the Inscription Master Association sent her a message, inviting her to the association to discuss the Inscription Master competition. She deliberately chose a time when everyone was resting to go out. After leaving the villa area, she quickly put on her disguise mask. This disguise mask was only effective against ability users below the 6th rank, but with the Inscription Master competition being a major event attracting nationwide attention, it was hard to guarantee that high-ranking powerful figures wouldn't also be watching. She also needed to find time to exchange it for a more advanced, more secure upgraded disguise mask. Half an hour later, Su Jintang arrived at the entrance of the Inscription Master Association. She happened to run into Shui Zhongqi, who had also just arrived. He greeted her with a smile. "Miss Qian, you come too?" "Yes." Su Jintang responded coolly, and followed him into the association. Sun Yuanqian had been waiting in his office for some time. He smiled and walked over to greet the two of them. "You arrived." Su Jintang nodded slightly and greeted him. President Sunday Shui Zhongqi was also quite respectful in front of President Sun. "Teacher, please sit down. I come to tell you about the Inscription Master Competition," Sun Yuanqian said in a friendly voice. The Inscription Master Competition is divided into upper and lower halves. The two strongest players will be selected from each half, and the final championship will be decided among these four. Su Jintang listened patiently. Later, she realized that the format was similar to the superpowered individual competition, the biggest difference being that the Inscription Master Competition was an individual competition, while the superpowered individual competition required teams to participate. After explaining all the rules, the sun was almost setting outside the window. Sun Yuanqian personally saw Su Jintang and her companion off. "Miss Qian, which way are you going?" Shui Zhongqi asked politely. Su Jintang deliberately pointed in the opposite direction from the villa. "I'm going that way." Shui Zhongqi's eyes lit up. "What a coincidence. I'm going that way too. Since it's on the same route, let's go together." Su Jintang. "What route are you going on?" "Miss Qian, I just happen to have some new insights into the tracking inscription issue I consulted you about last time. We might as well exchange some ideas," Shui Zhongqi said casually. Su Jintang's lips twitched, but since she had already said it, she could only grit her teeth and continue walking in the opposite direction. Along the way, Shui Zhongqi talked non-stop, explaining all his doubts about the tracking inscription over the past few days. After listening, Su Jintang was the first to remind him, adding up all these questions, according to the market price. "I understand. 1,000 contribution points, I transfer it right away." Shui Zhongqi transferred the money quite decisively. Actually, he had consulted with Chairman Sun and others about these questions, but none of them had answered as clearly as Miss Qian. It felt as if Miss Qian had personally crafted all these tracking inscriptions. Su Jintang answered his questions as she walked. Seeing that the sun was about to set, if she continued walking this way, she wouldn't reach home before dark. Su Jintang stopped. "I'm home, no need to see me off, thank you." With that, she turned and quickly turned into the residential area on the left. Shui Zhongqi had to swallow the words he was about to say. He watched Miss Qian's figure disappear into the distance, then turned back and began to walk the same way he came. Late at night, under the moonlight, Su Jintang returned to her villa dormitory. By this time, the others were probably already asleep or cultivating. Su Jintang moved quietly, not wanting to disturb anyone, and discreetly returned to her room. After closing the door, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Entering her cultivation room, she sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state. Several more days passed. The highly anticipated superpowered individuals competition and inscription master competition simultaneously opened. Su Jintang and her four companions, wearing ghost masks, appeared at the elimination rounds with Wu Jinghong. The competition venue was located in a large simulated arena in the Federation Center. This massive arena could hold hundreds of thousands of people, and the stands were already packed. Spectators from all over the star systems eagerly awaited the upcoming matches. "Masked Squad." The staff member responsible for roll call called out hesitantly. The waiting area for the contestants immediately fell silent. Members of the participating teams curiously looked up to observe. Su Jintang, wearing a ghost face mask, raised her hand. "Here." The four people standing behind her also wore the same style of ghost face mask. Their builds varied, but each carried a magical weapon, exuding an aura of menace. Huai Yangxia and her group of 5 from the Silver Light Military Academy were also sizing up this masked team. They had seen all sorts of contestants, but this was the first time they had seen a team where everyone wore masks. Su Jintang stood ramrod straight, arms crossed, seemingly unaffected by the stares from those around her. The other 4 also maintained their aloof postures. The staff continued calling out the next team. Mechanical Technology Military Academy team. The scene grew even quieter. Huai Yanxia's face also became more serious, clearly taking this team very seriously. Seeing no response, whispers quickly arose from the surroundings. "They haven't arrived yet?" Recently, they become even more famous than Silver Light Military Academy. I heard that in the challenge tournament, even the 15th ranked military academy was defeated by them. At that moment, footsteps sounded from the entrance. Sorry we're late. A clear, melodious female voice rang out. Su Jintang turned around. A tall woman with a high ponytail led the team in. She had a slender face, and her indifferent eyes held a hint of coldness. A pair of pistols were strapped to her waist, giving her an imposing presence. 4 team members followed behind her, all wearing the uniforms of the Mechanical Technology Military Academy, their steps perfectly synchronized. The staff member glanced at them. You're the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team? Xiaozhu nodded. Yes. The staff member looked away, ticked off the attendance sheet, and continued calling roll. Xiaozhu and her group of 5 stopped next to Su Jintang's team. The 5 stood straight ahead, each carrying various magical weapons, somewhat resembling the masked squad. Su Jintang curiously looked over a couple more times. According to Teacher Wu, this Mechanical Technology Military Academy team was likely to be their biggest threat. She was actually looking forward to sparring with them. 15 minutes later, the staff member finished the roll call and announced the start of the draw for team divisions. This year's superpower competition will be divided into upper and lower brackets for arena matches. After multiple rounds of elimination, the last 2 teams remaining in each bracket will advance to the final championship battle. Now, team captains, please come forward to draw lots to determine your team's bracket. Those who draw up will automatically be assigned to the upper bracket, and those who draw down will be assigned to the lower bracket. Su Jintang rubbed her hands expectantly, went to the drawing area, and reached into the drawing box. Her lot was up, meaning she was assigned to the upper bracket. Hey, can you hurry up? Wai Yanxia's annoying voice came from behind her. Su Jintang crossed her arms, turned around, and looked Wai Yanxia up and down through her eyes revealed by the ghost mask. Has anyone ever told you that you're really asking for a beating? Wai Yanxia paused for 2 seconds, then erupted in anger. What did you say? Are you going to draw lots or not? A staff member couldn't help but urge her. Interrupted, Su Jintang didn't continue and moved aside to make way. Wai Yanxia didn't want to lose her temper in front of the staff member, so she gave her a cold look, turned around, and went forward to draw lots. Su Jintang didn't leave, she stood to the side waiting. When Wai Yanxia drew her lot, she quickly noticed the word lower on it. Unfortunately, she was placed in the lower bracket. She could only have a chance to rampage through Silver Light Military Academy after the semifinals. Su Jintang turned back to her team and told Yan Yuding and the other 3 about the draw results. That means we won't encounter any Silver Light Military Academy teams before the semifinals, Shui Zhengqi said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Actually, it's a good thing. After all, they have 2 Tier 3 players. If we can't use our abilities, it'd be quite troublesome to fight them. The draw continued, and soon the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team finished their draw and were also placed in the lower bracket. What's even more surprising is that many strong teams have inexplicably been placed in the lower bracket. Many teams that were separated from them began to rejoice. It's like the heavens are on our side, all the strong teams are in the lower bracket. If we work hard this time, we might be able to advance to the semifinals and win prize money. The other teams in the lower bracket are in trouble. There are only 2 qualifying spots, and all the strong teams are in the lower bracket. It's going to be incredibly intense. Su Jintang listened silently, gathering information. Besides the Silver Light Military Academy and the Mechanical Technology Military Academy, there are probably 2 other teams that are also quite formidable. These 2 teams are likely composed of older students. It's rumored that there are even 4-tier experts among them. But thankfully, these strong teams have all been placed in the lower bracket. This means that Su Jintang and his team won't encounter any particularly strong opponents before the semifinals. Su Jintang looked around curiously, wanting to check out the other 2 strong teams, but there were too many people, and after searching for a while, he couldn't find them, and had to look away. After the group draw for the first and second matches, the staff removed the draw box and pointed to the light screen behind them. The group assignments for each team have been entered into our system. Now we will begin the random opponent matching process. As soon as the words left his mouth, the light screen floating behind the staff began to flash wildly, with the names of each team jumping around on it. 3 seconds later, the screen froze. The words Masked Squad appeared on the first page of the group assignment list. Match 1, Masked Squad vs. Tianao Team. So our opponent is Tianao Team. Yan Yuding spoke softly from the side. Su Jintang nodded, okay. Now, please prepare, the 2 teams assigned to the first match. Our first round of the points competition will officially begin in 20 minutes, the staff member said calmly. Wait, we're fighting in the very first match. Song Tianqi only just realized. Shui Zhengqi glanced at him. Yeah, it starts in 20 minutes. At this moment, the other teams around turned their heads. Su Jintang's team was the only one wearing ghost face masks, and everyone had a deep impression of him. Realizing that the match was about to begin, Yan Yuding immediately tensed up, gripping the wind shadow whip tightly, taking deep breaths repeatedly, and starting to adjust his mindset. With a bang, a beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating the arena. Then, a male host in a tuxedo slowly rose from an automatic lifting platform. His face beamed with excitement as he raised the microphone and began, "That's right. We meet again. I'm your old friend, your host Li Xiang. Now, I'm officially announcing the opening of the annual superpowered individual competition. In 20 minutes, our arena will host the first points match between the masked team and the Tianyao team. Some of you may know that the Tianyao team is a veteran team. In last year's superpowered individual competition, they stormed into the top 32, demonstrating formidable overall strength. And their opponent this round, the masked team, is a completely new participating team. From what I understand, the average age of the 5 members of the masked team is no more than 16 years old, an extremely young team. So let's wait and see what kind of strength they will display." After the warm-up, Li Xiang slowly left the stage, and silence returned. A cacophony of discussion arose in the stands, which held hundreds of thousands of people. Masked squad? I never heard of this team before. The host just said that the average age of the 5 members of this team is no more than 16. They should be first-year students who just entered military academy and want to broaden their horizons? The Tianyao team was also unlucky last year. They encountered last year's champion team in the qualifying rounds, which is why they stopped at the top 32. Otherwise, with their overall strength, they could have easily made it to the top 16. The audience was clearly a regular follower of the superpowered individuals competition, intimately familiar with the strengths of each team. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Su Jintang and his 5 teammates, along with the members of the Tianyao team, had begun their warm-up. Real-time moving monitoring satellites began tracking and filming the scene. The warm-up footage of both teams was simultaneously broadcast live to the StarNet live stream. Why is the entire masked squad wearing masks? Is this a deliberate attempt to attract attention? What's the point of all that flashy stuff? Strength is what matters most. I'm actually quite looking forward to this masked squad. Didn't you hear what the host said? The average age of the 5 members of the masked squad is no more than 16. They're clearly a group of freshmen who have just entered military academy. Many of the teams in this superpowered individuals competition are formed by 2nd and 3rd year students from military academies. Their overall strength is far beyond what freshmen can match. Tianyao, Supreme Glory, please, let the Tianyao team last a few more rounds this year. Time ticked by. With only 5 minutes left before the start of the match, the host, Li Xiang, reappeared on the stage. The dazzling lights shone on him as he held the microphone high, his posture ramrod straight. "Now, let's begin randomly selecting the battle modes for both teams," he announced, pointing to a semi-transparent screen behind him. A line of text flashed wildly on the screen, settling on 1v1 round robin after a few seconds. Li Xiang's voice held a hint of anticipation. He cleared his throat and began explaining to the audience. As the name suggests, the 1v1 round robin means that each team sends one member to the stage for a duel each round. The winning member remains on the stage to face the next member from the opposing team, until one team is completely wiped out. The team still standing on the stage at the end is the final winner of this round. I'm sure the 2 teams will bring us several exciting 1v1 matches in 10 minutes. Let's look forward to it. Su Jintang had heard Wu Jingheng explain these rules before. Besides the 1v1 elimination rounds, this tournament also features 2v2, 3v3, and 5-player team battles. These are all rules set up by the tournament organizers to provide the audience with more entertainment and excitement. After all, a single ticket to the tournament costs 5 or 6,000 star coins. Class monitor for the 1v1, who should go first? Yan Yuding quickly joined in, seizing the opportunity to discuss tactics. The other 3 also gathered around. Su Jintang looked up, her gaze landing on Shui Zhongqi. You go. Chapter 75. Shui Zhongqi had been practicing his special weapon recently, the Wolf Fang hook gun, a retractable weapon that allows for instantaneous movement, thrusting, and attacking by releasing a grappling hook. This type of weapon would make Shui Zhongqi more agile in combat and easier to gauge his opponent's strength. Sending him first was mainly to test the waters. Shui Zhongqi readily agreed, "Then let me go first." Meanwhile, the Tianyao team next door was also strategizing. Having experience from the previous competition, their expressions and demeanor appeared more relaxed and composed. Soon, 10 minutes passed. The host, Li Xiang, reappeared on the stage. The first elimination match, Tianyao Team vs Masked Squad, now begins. As he finished speaking, his smile vanished, and he voluntarily retreated to the edge of the stage. Besides being the host, he was also a peak 7th tier expert, responsible for serving as the referee for each match. Su Jintang and Xue Zhongqi exchanged a glance. Xue Zhongqi raised an eyebrow, put 2 fingers together in a salute, and said, "I guarantee I take it down." He then turned to face the ring, leaped onto it, and landed. After landing, Xue Zhongqi held his signature folding fan in his hand. He was dressed in a silver-white casual suit, with his grappling hook gun at his waist. His tall, imposing figure was captured by a satellite system and broadcast to the large screen at the arena and the StarNet live stream. To be honest, this member of the Masked Squad looks quite handsome. I wonder what he looks like behind the mask. That fan in his hand looks interesting. Could it be one of his hidden weapons? Tianyao will win. Take this game in 2 minutes. At this moment, Xian Honglang, a member of the Tianyao team, stepped onto the stage. He glanced indifferently at Xue Zhongqi and coldly introduced himself. Xian Honglang Tianyao team. Xue Zhongqi shook his folding fan. Masked Squad, Big Watermelon. Xian Honglang was stunned, his face showing a "did I hear that right?" expression. A moment later, their voices were amplified throughout the arena. The audience, who had been discussing, froze. "Did I hear that right? What's that Masked Squad member's name? Masked Squad, Big Watermelon?" The viewers in the live stream were silent for a few seconds, then erupted in a burst of laughter in the chat. Hilarious. How could anyone call someone that? Who exactly is this Masked Squad? How can they be so funny? Putting everything else aside, at least I now completely remember the name Masked Squad, Big Watermelon, ha ha ha. Li Xiang on the stage was also stunned. Fortunately, his professionalism was exceptional. He quickly regained his composure and calmly announced the rules. This round of the competition is a 1v1 elimination tournament. If one side voluntarily concedes, loses their fighting ability, or falls off the stage, the other side wins. The winning player can continue to defend their position, while the losing side must send a replacement player to challenge. The team that remains standing on the stage after all its players have taken their turns is the winner. Now, the competition begins. At his command, Li Xiang immediately stepped back, clearing the competition area. Su Jintang, resting her chin on her hand, looked completely at ease. "Class monitor, I'm still a little nervous. What should I do?" Yan Yuding leaned closer and whispered for help. Su Jintang turned to look at her. "That's easy to solve. After Xue Zhongqi loses, you're next." Yan Yuding's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide. "Huh? It's a competition. The more you play, the less nervous you be." Su Jintang smiled and patted her shoulder lightly. "No, class monitor." Yan Yuding was on the verge of tears. At this moment, the battle on the arena had already begun. Xue Zhongqi's folding fan vanished instantly. He drew his grappling hook gun from his waist and charged towards Xian Honglang. Xian Honglang's expression turned serious. He quickly activated his supernatural ability. A giant rock appeared out of thin air in front of him, hovering in the air, constantly dropping rock fragments and debris. Rock and soil collapse. The giant rock flew rapidly towards Xue Zhongqi, spinning so fast it left after images. Xian Honglang's control over rock and soil was even stronger than last year. This Masked Squad's Big Watermelon probably can't withstand it. Xian Honglang is probably second strongest in the Tianyao team, so sending him first suggests they're playing it safe this round. Xue Zhongqi's eyes darkened slightly. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. A sharp grappling hook flew from the muzzle, throwing out a chain in the air before firmly embedding itself in the ring. As the boulder hurtled towards him, the grappling hook's pull propelled Xue Zhongqi into the air, propelling him rapidly towards the grappling hook's location. In the blink of an eye, Xue Zhongqi used the grappling hook's momentum to dart to the other side of the ring. Xian Honglang reacted immediately, turning around and coldly maneuvering the rock to change direction. But Xue Zhongqi was faster. As the rock turned to attack, he fired again, the grappling hook embedding itself in the opposite side of the ring, and Xue Zhongqi also took to the air, flying towards the other side. After several back-and-forth dodges, Xian Honglang grew increasingly irritable. Stone-shattering formation. 9 returns to 1. Xian Honglang was a second-tier ability user, and this move was a new skill effect brought about by his ability evolution after advancing to the second tier. Simultaneously, piles of rubble appeared in the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, slowly converging towards the center. Shui Zhongqi's eyes darkened, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Just as the stone-shattering formation was about to complete, he fired again. This time, not only did a grappling hook fly from the muzzle, but also several explosive bullets imbued with offensive runes. His body was instantly pulled into the air by the grappling hook, and the explosive bullets rained down on Xian Honglang. Xian Honglang's expression changed, a bad premonition rising within him. He had always thought Shui Zhongqi's grappling hook was merely for dodging and escaping. He had never imagined it held such a hidden purpose. The explosive bullets swiftly shattered the still-forming stone-shattering formation. Then they attacked Xian Honglang. The bullet's afterimage reflected in Xian Honglang's eyes. His pupils dilated slightly, and he quickly turned to dodge. But just as he rounded the corner, the volley of exploding bullets followed. It even has a tracking function. A gasp rang out from the stands. This magical artifact has a tracking inscription? Otherwise, how could an ordinary grappling hook gun have a built-in tracking function? Xian Honglang realized that this volley of bullets couldn't be shaken off. He frowned, quickly turned, and locked his gaze on Shui Zhongqi's position. Since he couldn't dodge, he let the owner of these bullets block for him. The next second, Xian Honglang sprinted towards the other side. Sensing his opponent's intention, Shui Zhongqi chuckled and fired again, his grappling hook locking onto a more distant target. Pulled by the grappling hook, Shui Zhongqi soared into the air. Xian Honglang, who had originally intended to use him as a shield against bullets, stopped in his tracks. It was too late to chase after Shui Zhongqi. Explosive bullets hurtled towards them from behind. Xian Honglang gritted his teeth in anger and had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender. I surrender. Hearing the surrender, Li Xiang immediately stepped in to block the explosive bullet attack. But even with his intervention, the bullets still detonated upon being blocked. A dense mushroom cloud exploded on the arena. Feeling the terrifying force of this attack, Xian Honglang's gaze toward Shui Zhongqi became more serious. With the first match over, the members of the Tianao team immediately surrounded Xian Honglang. Captain Chu Wenqua frowned and said, I observed that Big Watermelon Guy's moves from the sidelines. He didn't use his special ability even once. Did you notice what his special ability was when you fought him? Xian Honglang shook his head, no. The other three team members' expressions turned serious. Chu Wenqua also became serious. He didn't even use his special ability, and he defeated Honglang with just his magical weapon. This masked squad is probably stronger than we thought. Captain, what do we do now? A team member asked. Chu Wenqua pursed his lips, thoughtfully. The plan remains the same. We go up in the order we agreed on before. The next person to go up, pay close attention to the grappling hook he just used. His magical weapon is definitely professionally modified. It might have other uses as well. Still standing on the stage, Shui Zhongqi put one hand on his hip and raised an eyebrow at Su Jintang. Was my performance alright? Su Jintang smiled subtly. Be steady, you might be out in the next round. Holy crap! Tianao team lost the first match? That guy from the masked squad's weapon is something else. I remember a normal grappling hook gun doesn't have bullets, and it doesn't have any tracking or locking capabilities. Are they trying to imitate the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team? Are they all using magical weapons as their primary fighting method? Soon, the second round of the gauntlet match began. This time, Tianao team sent out a female member. The moment the words start the match were spoken, the female member's expression changed instantly, and she charged towards Shui Zhongqi. A marionette appeared behind her, its body adorned with various weapons and blades, charging in perfect sync with her. Shui Zhongqi was stunned. This is a puppeteer's ability? Su Jintang, watching from below the stage, also showed a flicker of interest. What kind of ability is this? Song Tianqi scratched his head in bewilderment. What kind of ability is this? Jiangxi silently explained from the side, puppet masters possess the ability to breathe life into inanimate objects. Even an ordinary stone, under the control of a puppet master, will instantly become as if it were alive. Yin Yuding frowned, that Xian Honglang could also control boulders. Isn't he the same as this puppet? Jiangxi shook her head. Even if Xian Honglang could control boulders, the stones in his hands are still inanimate objects. But the things controlled by puppet masters are like humans, possessing combat consciousness. At this moment, on the arena, Shui Zhongqi had already exchanged blows with his opponent twice. The opponent's puppet was incredibly agile and completely impervious to pain. Shui Zhongqi's explosive bullets struck the puppet, only slightly charring its surface, but its offensive momentum remained undiminished. Shui Zhongqi frowned slightly, then a thought struck him, and he quickly came up with an idea. Sister, Your puppet is too powerful, I'm completely helpless against it. Shui Zhongqi dodged while smiling as he spoke to his opponent. The female teammate opposite him clearly didn't want to pay him any attention, only letting out a cold snort before attacking even more swiftly. Clang! The puppet, holding a sharp blade, plunged it into the ground. Having narrowly dodged the blow, Shui Zhongqi patted his chest with lingering fear. He couldn't delay any longer. Looking up again, his playful expression vanished. A slight smile played on his lips as he extended a grappling hook, carrying him high into the air. The female teammate opposite him, her eyes bloodshot with rage, charged again with her puppet. The female teammate raised her dagger high, ready to strike. But then, Shui Zhongqi suddenly changed direction, leaping towards the edge of the arena. The female teammate paused, a hint of confusion in her expression. Just as Shui Zhongqi was about to fall off the arena, she saw him suddenly raise his gun, firing a grappling hook that firmly locked onto her ankle, then pulling hard. He used the force to fly back from the ring, and the female team member was pulled by him, her body flying directly off the ring. Chapter 76. In just a few seconds, Shui Zhongqi had switched positions with the female team member. When everyone came to their senses, the female member of the Tianao team had already fallen off the stage, a somewhat bewildered expression on her face. Li Xiang was also stunned for a few seconds before reacting and quickly announcing the result. Second match, the masked squad wins. The female team member finally came to her senses. She pushed herself up with her hands, and the members of the Tianao team immediately surrounded her. Chu Yingque bent down to help her up. Are you alright? The female team member nodded. I'm fine, but... A look of self-reproach crossed her face. I didn't expect him to be so insidious, he actually. She had been on guard against Shui Zhongqi's grappling hook gun, and never expected him to use a last-minute trick to switch positions with her. Chu Yingque pursed his lips, lost in thought for a long time. Their team has already lost 2 matches in a row. If they lose another, the situation will be extremely unfavorable for them. Next match, I go, Chu Yingque said slowly, raising his eyes. Xi and Honglang was somewhat worried, but we originally planned to save you for last as a backup. Now that you're going on stage early, the opponent will definitely keep wearing down your mental energy, and then the later matches. Chu Yingque raised his hand to interrupt him. I guess this big watermelon is already the strongest member of the masked squad. So in the next match, as long as I go all out to take him off the stage, the rest of their team shouldn't be a problem. It's settled then, Chu Yingque decided. At this moment, the audience was chattering excitedly. That big watermelon from the masked squad is something else. He's actually won 2 matches in a row. If they win the next match, this situation will be extremely disadvantageous for Team Tianao. Oh no, I just bet on Team Tianao to advance, am I going to lose? Amidst the discussions and stares of the entire audience, Chu Yingque slowly walked onto the stage. When the viewers in the live stream saw that Team Tianao had sent out their captain as the third to fight, they were also surprised. Goodness, this is only the 3rd time, and Chu Yingque is already on the field. I thought Team Tianao had this match in the bag. There's no other way. Team Tianao lost the first 2 matches, another loss would be the end of them, so they had to send Chu Yingque. Chu Yingque should be able to win this match, right? Seeing that Team Tianyu's strongest player had taken the stage, Shui Zhongqi immediately became serious. He straightened his back slightly, gave a polite smile, and nodded to Chu Yingque. Below the stage, Song Tianqi couldn't help but start warming up his fists and feet. Shui Zhongqi has taken all the limelight. I haven't even had a chance to go on stage. Hearing this, Yin Yuding glanced at him. You're so eager to fight? If there's a match, you go? Song Tianqi was stunned. Didn't the class monitor say you go? Yin Yuding quickly coughed. I'm just still nervous. Su Jintang glanced at the two of them, not joining their argument. It didn't really matter to her who went. At this moment, Chu Yingque had already stepped onto the stage. He remained calm, simply looking at Shui Zhongqi, and said, You should be the strongest in your team, right? I noticed you haven't used your special ability in the first 2 matches. Are you looking down on us? Shui Zhongqi was stunned, then chuckled lightly. Then you misunderstand. My strength is only average in our team. As for why we didn't use our special abilities, it's a rule of our team. Chu Yingque frowned slightly. What team's rule is that we can't use special abilities? Shui Zhongqi pointed to himself. Our team, of course. Referee Li Xiang spoke up at the opportune moment. Are you two ready? Ready. Chu Yingque answered first, moving his body to the left side of the arena. Shui Zhongqi also gave an okay sign, and slowly retreated. Li Xiang glanced at Shui Zhongqi a few more times, then raised his hand and gestured downwards. 3rd match, begin. Chu Winkwa's special ability was the Mystic Water Chessboard. A black and white chessboard slowly appeared before him, with flowing water surging within the board, making a gurgling sound. Shui Zhongqi gripped his hook gun tightly, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. The chessboard of all living beings, the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. Chu Winkwa slowly uttered the incantation for his supernatural ability, and then a chessboard appearing before him emitted a blinding light. A powerful torrent of water poured forth from it, like the waters of a celestial river, surging towards Shui Zhongqi. As expected of the captain, his strength is on a completely different level from the previous two right from the start. Shui Zhongqi thought to himself, then quickly released his hook and dodged towards safety. Unfortunately, the water torrent also had a tracking effect. Wherever Shui Zhongqi hid, the celestial river of water swiftly pursued him. A profound look appeared in Shui Zhongqi's eyes. He immediately turned around, stopped, and waved his hand, sending dozens of attack runes flying from his sleeve. The attack blades formed a protective barrier, immediately buffering the water torrent's attack. But the water torrent was far stronger than the rune attacks, and it quickly continued its assault. At this moment, a circular array slowly appeared before Shui Zhongqi, its blinding light enveloping the entire arena. A powerful aura of array energy rapidly surged. A gust of wind stirred everything around them. After sensing this power, Li Xiang looked at Shui Zhongqi with surprise. This masked squad player was actually an inscription master? Shui Zhongqi was only using a level 1 array, but it was already enough to deal with Chu Winkwa. As the array energy formed, Chu Winkwa's chessboard of water didn't even last a second before being instantly swallowed up. This is... Chu Winkwa was dumbfounded. He had certainly heard of inscription masters' exclusive attack arrays, but he never expected to see one appear before his eyes. Li Xiang's expression turned serious. Before Chu Winkwa could speak, he preemptively blocked the array energy that was about to erupt, explaining, "You can't withstand this array energy. The masked squad wins this match." The arena fell silent. The spectators in the stands were stunned. The viewers in the live stream were silent for a few seconds before starting to discuss. It's only the first elimination round, and we already have an inscription master? Let me think. So this guy from the masked squad hasn't made a move yet, because he's an inscription master? But he hasn't used his special ability either. Doesn't that mean this isn't even his full strength? Goodness, Tianyao team has met their match. Chu Winkwa on the arena was also stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Until Shui Zhongqi smiled and clasped his hands in a salute, saying, "Thank you for your humility." Chu Winkwa then came to his senses, returning the salute, "You're too kind. Your strength is indeed beyond my reach." With that, he turned and jumped off the arena, returning to his team with a heavy expression. The other team members swarmed around, their faces betraying their worry. "Captain, even you can't beat him, then what about us?" Chu Winkwa shook his head. "There's no need to fight anymore. Since he's an inscription master, he must have plenty of inscription runes. If he continues to use his array power, none of you can withstand him. We concede this match." Because it was still only the points-based competition, even if they lost this match, as long as they maintained a certain win rate, they still had a chance to gain more points. There was no need to continue wasting time with the opponent. Losing too many matches would definitely leave the team feeling frustrated. Xian Hong Lang was somewhat unwilling, but seeing Shui Zhongqi's calm and collected demeanor on the stage, he could only lower his head. Having decided to concede, Chu Winkwa stepped down from the stage and announced in a loud voice, "We concede the next two matches." Shui Zhongqi raised an eyebrow. They actually conceded? The audience in the stands were incredulous. Team Tian now actually conceded defeat. But then again, even their captain had no chance, let alone the other members. It's normal for them to concede. They're finished. I was betting that Team Tianyao might make it into the top 16, and they already suffered a crushing defeat in their first qualifying match. This masked squad is really something. They even have an inscription master, and that big watermelon hasn't even used his special ability yet, but he's already crushed the opponent. Li Xiang smiled slightly, and immediately announced, "Congratulations to Team Masked Squad for winning our first qualifying match. According to the rules, winning the first qualifying match grants an additional 50% bonus points." The qualifying match concluded smoothly. Shui Zhongqi stepped off the stage with ease, and returned to his team, eagerly awaiting praise. "Squad leader, how was it? Did I do a good job with the task?" "Not bad," Su Jintang commented casually, arms crossed. She had discussed this with Shui Zhongqi before the competition. Shui Zhongqi was also participating in the Inscription Master competition, and both competitions used the same identity information. No matter what, Shui Zhongqi's identity as an Inscription Master would inevitably be exposed. So they simply decided not to hide it. Today's match had built up the reputation of the masked squad, and the abilities of their other members hadn't been revealed. Overall, it was a satisfactory result. Squad leader, look, Shui Zhongqi stole all the limelight. Can I come next time? Song Tianqi rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. Su Jintang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let's see what battle mode we get next. If it's still 1v1, you be up next. Song Tianqi clasped his hands together and began to pray silently. I hope we get 1v1 again next time. I hope we get 1v1 again next time. After winning the match, Su Jintang and his 5 teammates maintained their cool demeanor and silently left the stage. Their figures, wearing ghost masks, were all captured by the satellite system and broadcast to the live stream. Sorry, I'm becoming a fan. This masked team is really kind of cool. No, you can't even see their faces. What's so cool about them? But I'm really looking forward to seeing them without their masks. Did you guys notice? After that big watermelon guy left the stage, he immediately went to report to the person in the middle. Does that mean that the person in the middle is actually the strongest on their team? It seems so. I noticed it too. The entire masked team was talking to the person in the very center. Holy crap, if the middle guy is stronger, then how terrifying must the entire masked squad be? Chapter 77. The first round of the qualifying matches ended, and the masked squad's name immediately appeared on the team rankings. Each one earned 100 points, plus an additional 50 points for their first victory. The masked squad ultimately ranked first with 150 points. Second place went to the Tianyao team with 0 points. The qualifying rules. Each team would face 3 random opponents in this round. After the 3 qualifying matches, teams ranked 64th or lower would be eliminated based on their points. Therefore, the Tianyao team, still with 0 points, had 2 more chances to make a comeback. As they emerged from the competition venue, the official reporters, who had been waiting outside, immediately swarmed them. The 5 of you are participating in the superpowered individuals competition for the first time, and you already secured your first victory. What are your thoughts on this? Shui Zhongqi, who had been the center of attention that day, snapped open his folding fan and stood elegantly under the spotlight, smiling as he replied, nothing much to say, just normal procedure. The reporters pressed further, then what was the specific reason why all 5 of you wore masks during the competition? Was it to conceal your identities or strength? Su Jintang calmly replied, it's not convenient to disclose, thank you. At this moment, the security team arrived to maintain order. Su Jintang and his group of 5 also took the opportunity to leave the scene. A replay of the battle between Shui Zhongqi and the 3 members of the Tianyao team was projected at the front of the conference room. 15 minutes later, Wu Jinghong paused the video and looked up at Shui Zhongqi. Although we ultimately won this match, it's clear from the details of the battle that you made quite a few mistakes, Shui Zhongqi. Also, in this very first match, you already revealed your array pattern trump card. When you encounter other teams later, you be easily targeted. Shui Zhongqi, who had been quite arrogant, coughed lightly and quickly lowered his head in apology. I was a little too eager to show off. In his battle against Chu Wenqua, he had a chance to win even without using his array pattern. The main reason he did this was because he wanted to make a splash, which is why he ended the battle so quickly. Wu Jinghong rested her hands on the edge of the table, her gaze sweeping over everyone. A smart person will anticipate the opponent's intentions and wait until the opponent has revealed all their trump cards before unleashing their own. Therefore, in every battle from now on, the 5 of you must act with extreme caution. Yes, Su Jintang replied, taking the lead. The meeting ended, and the 5 dispersed to their rooms to cultivate and review their performance. After returning to her room, Su Jintang locked the door, quickly put on her disguise mask, opened the window, jumped out, and hurried towards the Inscription Master competition venue. Half an hour later, Su Jintang arrived at the competition venue. Shui Zhongqi was waiting for her at the entrance. Seeing her, he waved, Miss Qian, over here. Su Jintang walked towards him, stopped, and before she could speak, Shui Zhongqi took out a ghost face mask, put it on, and explained, Miss Qian, I have a special reason, so I need to wear a mask to participate. Understood, Su Jintang replied calmly. The 2 walked side by side into the competition venue. The Inscription Master competition venue was in another location. The venue wasn't very large. The surrounding stands could only accommodate about 1,000 or 2,000 people. The number of contestants waiting for the competition to begin was also very small, roughly estimated at around 100. The Inscription Master competition doesn't attract as much attention as the superpowered individual competition, and there are fewer Inscription Masters participating, so our competition schedule will be shorter. The first round is also a points-based competition. Through 2 rounds of inscription creation, the top 32 will advance to the next stage. Shui Zhongqi explained the competition format to Su Jintang as they walked. Su Jintang asked, "What are they usually competing in?" Shui Zhongqi cleared his throat and continued, "The organizers will provide a fixed inscription theme, requiring all contestants to create inscriptions of the same type. The final score will be based on a combination of the quality of the completed inscription and the time taken." Upon entering the waiting area, the surroundings immediately became quiet. The atmosphere here was different from the superpowered individual competition. Each participating inscription master stood alone on one side, with no one peeking or observing each other, making the atmosphere even more subdued. After a short while, a competition staff member came with a roll call sheet. "Let's begin registration and roll call." One name after another was called out by the staff member. "Big Watermelon?" The staff member hesitated before announcing. Shui Zhongqi immediately looked up. "Here." Many questioning glances fell upon him. During registration, the competition would verify the participants' identities. Once it was confirmed that no one had a criminal record, an approval notice would be given. What name the participant would ultimately use to compete was not the competition's responsibility. The surrounding people were only surprised for a moment, then, realizing that Big Watermelon was likely his pseudonym, they looked away. "Xian Duo Duo," Su Jintang immediately replied, "Here." Half an hour later, after the staff member finished taking attendance, they announced that the preliminary points competition would begin in half an hour. Shui Zhongqi suddenly leaned closer. "Miss Qian, do you see that man in the white robe over there? He's the champion of last year's inscription master competition. He's only 17, yet he's already reached the level of a level 2 inscription master. His skills have probably improved quite a bit this year." Su Jintang turned to look. She saw the man in the white robe surrounded by many contestants, all smiling and treating him with great respect. She had been self-studying some basic knowledge on the Inscription Master's internet recently. To reach level 2 Inscription Master status, the most basic requirement is being able to create level 2 inscriptions, followed by a high success rate in creating level 1 inscriptions. If one can only barely create level 2 inscriptions, but has an extremely low success rate with level 1 inscriptions, they won't be recognized by the association. Su Jintang pondered for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "So, a 17-year-old level 2 inscription master can win the championship?" She had always thought that level 2 inscription masters were just average. Shui Zhongqi paused, then turned to look at her. "Our chairman's son is over 50 years old, and he's only a level 5 inscription master." Su Jintang then realized. Most people awaken their special abilities at 15, so to reach level 2 inscription master at 17 is truly genius. Then at 16, she could create level 2 inscriptions, even more advanced tracking inscriptions. Su Jintang stroked her chin, understanding the situation. However, this was probably mostly due to the influence of the Libra technique. Because when she was creating inscriptions, she could clearly feel that even a casual flick of her wrist produced incredibly full and solid spiritual energy threads, regardless of her effort. "Do level 2 inscription masters have any special privileges?" Su Jintang asked again. Shui Zhongqi thought for a moment. After advancing to level 2 inscription master, more tutorials will be unlocked within the association, and when accepting association missions, you can choose more challenging ones, which will yield more contribution points. She should have said so earlier. She should have reached level 2 inscription master a long time ago. But she thought leveling up was useless, so she hadn't really looked into it. Su Jintang rubbed her hands together. After this competition, she'd have to find time to level up to level 2 inscription master, and then ask President Sun about the star attribute exclusive cultivation technique. Half an hour later, the group assignments were released. Su Jintang was assigned to Group 3. Each group had 8 people competing against each other, and the top 3 would advance to the next round. The margin for error was quite high. "Oh no, Jiang Xiangyang's in our group. And there's another guy who finished in the top 10 last year in our group too. Those 2 alone take up 2 spots, so we're basically stuck fighting for the last one." Su Jintang overheard 2 contestants talking behind her as she walked towards the competition area. Su Jintang glanced behind her. The Jiang Xiangyang those 2 were talking about was the last champion Shui Zhongqi had mentioned. Jiang Xiangyang walked alone at the back of the group, surrounded by a group of people, all of whom kept a respectful distance. Just then, Jiang Xiangyang seemed to notice someone watching him. He immediately looked up, meeting Su Jintang's gaze. Su Jintang smiled at him, slowly looked away, and continued walking. Jiang Xiangyang sensed something was amiss and glanced at Su Jintang's back a few more times. Most contestants looked at him with a degree of respect. But the way this girl had looked at him just now was filled with a desire to challenge. Upon entering the competition venue, Su Jintang was assigned to a seat in the first row. Similar to her previous Inscription Master Association assessment, monitoring systems were installed at each table. All scoring and assessments would be conducted by these systems. The Inscription Master Competition, Preliminary Round 1, is officially beginning. The challenge for this round is, create 3 Level 1 Fire Attribute Attack inscriptions, and 1 Level 2 Teleportation inscription. After the rules were announced, the monitoring systems on each table immediately started a countdown. Su Jintang took out the yellow sand fire cloud brush, which she had purchased at great expense. Several mysterious patterns were outlined on the brush with gold thread, vaguely resembling auspicious cloud patterns. The timer has begun. Inscription Masters, please hurry and begin your inscriptions, the monitoring system automatically reminded her. Su Jintang took a deep breath, gripped the inscription pen, and focused his mind to begin creating his first fire attribute attack inscription. He channeled all his spiritual energy into the inscription pen, causing it to slowly emit a faint glow. The satellite system responsible for the live broadcast began filming the entire arena. A considerable number of viewers gradually entered the live broadcast room. Huh? There's an Inscription Master competition? Why are there so few people here at the Inscription Master competition? Did they all go next door to watch the superhuman battles? Chapter 78. In comparison, the battles in the superpowered individuals competition were more visually appealing and exciting. The atmosphere at the Inscription Master competition was relatively quiet, with little to see, and naturally, fewer people were paying attention. Time ticked by. The inscription runes under Su Jintang's brush emitted an increasingly bright glow, containing a faint red light, the fire element attached to the inscription. A satellite system sphere flew over and broadcast Su Jintang's inscription to the live stream. Many knowledgeable inscription masters were surprised upon seeing this. This young girl's spiritual energy threads were very solid. It was clear she had put in a lot of practice. And only 5 minutes had passed, yet the inscription in her hand looked like it was about to succeed. Su Jintang didn't intend to hold back in this competition. Anyway, she was using a fake identity. Even if she was a bit high profile, it wouldn't affect her much. Moreover, if she could win this competition, she could then ask Chairman Sun for the star attribute cultivation technique, so naturally, she would give it her all. 2 minutes later, Su Jintang smoothly completed her first level 1 fire attribute attack inscription. A faint light burst forth from the inscription. The monitoring system on the table immediately scanned and scored it. Type: level 1 fire attribute attack inscription. Quality: perfect. Completion time: 8 minutes 15.7 seconds. Points earned: 200. Scoring criteria: base score is 100 points, perfect quality adds 50 points, completion within 10 minutes adds 50 points, totaling 200 points. The monitoring system notification popped up just as it was captured by a nearby satellite. The viewers in the live stream were all shocked. Which Inscription Master Association is this person from? I never heard of her before. With this kind of skill in creating inscriptions, she shouldn't be completely unknown. Su Jintang was unaware that the people in the live stream were talking about her. She quickly picked up her pen and continued creating the next inscription. Soon, less than 10 minutes had passed. Su Jintang's second fire attribute attack inscription was finished. It also received a perfect score of 200. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiangyang, the champion of the previous Inscription Master competition, had just completed his first inscription, scoring 150 points. His inscription was also of perfect quality, but it had taken more than 10 minutes, so he didn't get any extra points. Wow, the previous champion was even worse than this girl. Which association has this dark horse newcomer emerged from? Found it. This girl's registration information is Qian Duo, from the Federal Inscription Master Association. Upon hearing that she was from the Federal Inscription Master Association, the audience immediately quieted down. The Federal Inscription Masters Association boasts the most resources, producing 1 or 2 astonishing geniuses every year. Su Jintang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and began attempting to create a level 2 teleportation inscription. This time, her speed was slower than before. The pace of creation immediately slowed to twice its previous pace. Evenly thick threads of spiritual energy slowly extended from the inscription pen, steadily and firmly imprinting themselves onto the raw stone, forming a miniature array diagram. A full half hour passed, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on Su Jintang's forehead. When only the last thread of spiritual energy remained to outline the array diagram, she took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and completed the entire array diagram in one go. A blinding white light and fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from the inscription. The monitoring system immediately popped up a notification. Type: Level 2 Teleportation Inscription. Quality: Perfect. Completion time: 43 minutes 5.9 seconds. Points earned: 200. Scoring criteria: Base score is 100 points, perfect quality adds 50 points, completion within 1 hour adds another 50 points, for a total of 200 points. Su Jintang's tense nerves relaxed. At the same time, a notification popped up on the large screen in the competition venue, indicating that a participant in their group had completed the task. The participants, still engrossed in creating their inscriptions, looked up in surprise upon hearing the notification. Someone has already completed the task? Could it be Jiang Xiangyang? Someone couldn't help but ask. Jiang Xiangyang himself also looked up in surprise, his eyes searching around for the participant who had already completed the task. At this moment, Su Jintang, having finished the task, lazily got up and stretched. Her standing up immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many participants failed to create their inscriptions due to distraction. Su Jintang ignored the stares of the crowd and walked directly out of the competition area. A staff member, having received a notification, quickly approached Su Jintang and asked, "Hello, participants who have completed the requirements, please come this way." Su Jintang nodded and followed the staff member towards the public hall. At this moment, Xian Duoduo's name was ranked first on the points ranking board hanging directly above the public hall, with a total of 600 points. Please wait a moment. The other participants will gather here after they have completed their assessments. After giving this instruction, the staff member turned and left. Su Jintang sat idly in his seat, scrolling through the Starnet's trending topics. The hashtag Mass Squad remained in the top 10 trending topics, with countless comments appearing every few minutes. This squad is amazing. Besides their name, there's absolutely no other information about them. They're impossible to find out. Weren't they supposed to be under 16 on average? They must be freshmen who just enrolled at some military academy this year. The problem is, they don't even use their special abilities, so there's no way to find out which military academy they're from. Every year, quite a few inscription masters enter military academies, so just knowing that Shui Zhongqi is an inscription master isn't enough to find out anything. Just then, several message notifications popped up in the communication group chat. Yuan Yao, you 5 actually went to participate in the special ability user competition? Wei Zixuan, that's so unfair. So unfair. Why didn't you tell us? We could have made a masked team too and participated too. Crying emoji. Song Tianqi, don't even mention it. Shui Zhongqi stole all the limelight today. I'm going to play in the next round no matter what. Students from the 5 major military academies are usually given special training by their schools. The superpowered individuals competition is too high profile, and everyone wants to avoid revealing their abilities prematurely, so very few students from the 5 major military academies participate. Therefore, Su Jintang and her group of 5 are exceptions this year. Su Jintang smiled, sent a few boastful emojis to the group chat, and chatted for a while. Then, footsteps came from the entrance of the hall. She immediately put away her communicator and looked up. She saw Jiang Xiangyang, dressed in a white robe, walking slowly towards her. He was also observing Su Jintang. He had thought he would be the first to complete the task today, but a newcomer whom almost no one recognized had suddenly appeared. Jiang Xiangyang stopped in front of Su Jintang, a gentle smile on his face, and greeted her. "Hello, I'm Jiang Xiangyang from the KU-011 Star Region Inscription Master Association." KU-011 Star Region was a mid-tier star region, its resources and development comparable to the Federal Star Region. Su Jintang stood up, smiling as she shook hands with him. "Hello, I'm Qian Duoduo, from the Federal Inscription Master Association." Jiang Xiangyang smiled knowingly. The Federal Star Region truly has a wealth of talent. Miss Qian's move today really surprised many of us. "You're too kind," Su Jintang modestly declined. "Compared to you, the previous champion, my skills are mere child's play." The two began exchanging pleasantries, and soon other contestants entered the hall. The rankings on the leaderboard began to change frequently. The top 2 remained unchanged. First place, Qian Duoduo, 600 points. Second place, Jiang Xiangyang, 500 points. Half an hour later, the first round of preliminary points competition officially ended. All participants who had completed the requirements gathered in the public hall. A staff member approached the group and announced the preliminary results. This round of group preliminary competition has concluded. The top 3 in points will advance to the next round. Thank you to all the other participants for your participation. We look forward to seeing you again in the next competition. The announcement was met with sighs of disappointment from those who hadn't made it into the top 3. Being grouped with Jiang Xiangyang was already stressful enough, but then Qian Duoduo appeared. Even more formidable than Jiang Xiangyang, it was practically impossible to compete. Even the participant, who made it into the top 10 last year, whether due to mental issues or something else, failed to reach the top 3 in their group this time. He sighed deeply, shook his head, and turned to leave first. After everyone had left, Jiang Xiangyang smiled and greeted Su Jintang. Miss Qian, I take my leave now. See you at the next match. Su Jintang nodded in response. After leaving the competition venue, Su Jintang was still pondering the subsequent competition format. The preliminary rounds would end with the knockout stage. A single poor performance would result in immediate elimination, and the pressure would only increase. Moreover, she also had to worry about the other side's superpowered individuals competition. Back in the villa's courtyard, Su Jintang rubbed her temples, her head aching as she climbed into the yard. Then, using the windowsill as leverage, she climbed back into her room through the window. After regaining her footing, she brushed the dust off her hands, closed the window, and sat down in the living room. Just then, her communicator vibrated. It was a message from Shui Zhongqi. Miss Qian, I didn't see you when I came out. Did you pass the preliminary rounds? Su Jintang replied, yes. Shui Zhongqi, that's good. With your strength, you should be fine until the semifinals. The opening of both the superpowered individuals competition and the inscription master competition immediately attracted considerable attention within the Star Network. The name Masked Squad had already spread throughout the entire internet after the first match. A few days later, the schedule for the second round of the qualifying matches was released. Upon receiving the news, Wu Jinghong began organizing Su Jintang and his group of 5 to devise tactics. Teacher, the class monitor said I can play in the next match. Song Tianqi smiled and raised his hand, volunteering. Chapter 79. Wu Jinghong glanced at him. If we get a 1v1 gauntlet, you can go. But if we get other battle modes, we still need to prepare a battle plan in advance. Besides 1v1, there are 2v2, 3v3, and the final team battle. If it's 2v2, I suggest Jiang Shi and Song Tianqi as a pair. For 3v3, Su Jintang, Shui Zhongqi, and Yan Yuding, the 3 of you will go. The team battle is self-explanatory. All 5 of you go together. Just follow your respective teamwork. There's still room for error in the current point stage, so I won't interfere too much. We talk about the rest in the knockout stage. Wu Jinghong said decisively. Su Jintang immediately nodded, understood. After seeing Wu Jinghong off, Su Jintang turned and returned to the conference room. Song Tianqi and the others were sitting and chatting. Did you guys see the first round of the Mechanical Technology Military Academy's ranking matches? Their weapon modifications are even better than ours. Shui Zhongqi said, opening the communicator screen and pulling up the replay of the Mechanical Technology Military Academy's ranking match. Su Jintang walked behind him, her gaze shifting to the screen. Qiu Zhuyu, the captain of the Mechanical Technology Military Academy, wielded dual pistols, her indifferent gaze as if looking at ants, as bullets sprayed wildly across the arena. Her teammates behind her also drew their weapons, and quickly charged towards the opposing team. In less than 2 minutes, all 5 opponents were knocked off the stage. The referee finally announced, the Mechanical Technology Military Academy team wins. Qiu Zhuyu deftly holstered her guns, turned, and jumped off the stage, her back view clean and handsome. Yan Yuding pondered for a moment. Qiu Zhuyu and her team didn't use any special abilities in the first ranking match. They were able to defeat their opponents in 2 minutes, using only magical weapons. In terms of the use of magical weapons, they are definitely better than us. So we still can't let our guard down. Shui Zhongqi sighed, rubbing his temples with immense pressure. Su Jintang's attention remained on the video. She tapped the screen to rewind, finally focusing on Qiu Zhuyu firing dual pistols. Her bullets seem a bit different from ordinary bullets? Yan Yuding and the others turned to examine the bullets in the video. A moment later, Shui Zhongqi noticed something amiss. This bullet is specially made. If I'm not mistaken, it should be made of the rare metal, a lifebound alloy. Su Jintang was a little surprised. How can you tell it's a lifebound alloy? Shui Zhongqi pointed to the surface of the bullet and continued, the bullet is dark gold in color. Only a material like a lifebound alloy can achieve this color. Lifebound alloy is very hard. If used to make bullets, the attack damage will be much higher. Su Jintang stroked his chin. I see. Shui Zhongqi continued to explain, moreover, life-bound alloy is so hard that only the mental energy threads of an inscription master can cut it. Making bullets like Qiuzhu would definitely require a lot of effort and cost. Su Jintang understood and didn't say anything more. After the meeting, Su Jintang returned to his room and began searching for information about life-bound alloys online. This stuff is quite expensive. 1 gram costs 5,000 star coins. But its power is indeed formidable. In terms of hardness, it's 5 times stronger than ordinary refined iron. Simply put, a weapon made of this life alloy can easily penetrate refined iron. Su Jintang fell into deep thought. At this moment, the green membrane Archaeopteryx started chirping again beside him. My life is truly miserable. I didn't do anything, and yet I inexplicably became a human's contracted beast. And this human, despite being wealthy, refuses to spend 100,000 to buy me a deluxe beast pet space. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Jintang's expression. He thought his words would make Su Jintang realize something. But instead, she remained silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said, then let's buy 5 grams to try. The green membrane Archaeopteryx? ? He couldn't help but lean closer and ask, what do you want to buy? Life alloy, Su Jintang replied. After saying that, she looked down, opened the communicator's light screen, logged into the Zhuanlin shopping website, selected 5 grams of life alloy, and placed an order directly. Another 20,000 5-star coins were spent. Fortunately, the military academy's funding was ample, so the account wasn't completely empty. After a while, thinking of something, Su Jintang also ordered an arrow mold. The green membrane Archaeopteryx, ignored by everyone, A few seconds later, he silently returned to his pet space, continuing to feel frustrated. Not long after, a Zhuanlin delivery drone arrived at his door. After confirming receipt, Su Jintang opened the box and took out the life-generating alloy, observing it under the light for a moment. The life-generating alloy had a dark golden hue throughout. Tapping its surface produced a crisp sound, completely different from the dull sound produced by striking refined iron. After observing it, Su Jintang took out the yellow sand fire cloud brush and, following a tutorial found online, began cutting the life-generating alloy. A thread of mental energy traced a straight line along the brush tip, slowly falling onto the life-generating alloy. The thread, close to the life-generating alloy, sliced it in two as easily as cutting tofu. Su Jintang pursed his lips, concentrating entirely on the life-generating alloy, and cut it again. A few minutes later, the life-generating alloy was cut into evenly sized pieces. Next, according to the tutorial, he needed to use his mental energy to refine and fuse the life-generating alloy, and then reshape it into the weapon model he desired. Su Jintang wanted to create some suitable arrowheads for her ruby sleeve darts. Currently, her sleeve darts have a tracking function and fire attribute attack effects. If she added these arrowheads made of life alloy, the damage effect would be maximized. Su Jintang held them up with both hands, and a vast amount of spiritual power surged from within her, enveloping one of the life alloy pieces. It took over an hour for the stubborn life alloy to begin to melt. The lump slowly turned into drops of dark golden liquid, dripping into the arrow mold Su Jintang had already placed below. The night grew heavier. Su Jintang's room remained brightly lit. It wasn't until dawn the next day that Su Jintang rubbed her shoulders and removed all the solidified life alloy arrowheads from the molds. The dark golden arrowheads gleamed in the sunlight. Su Jintang loaded them all into her ruby sleeve darts, adjusted them to a firing position, raised her right arm, and locked her target on a mural on the opposite wall. The arrow was fired swiftly, piercing the mural as easily as piercing a river, leaving a deep crater in the thick wall, one half of it shattered. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jintang's eyes. He stepped forward and bent down to examine the crater. It was over 5 centimeters deep. The walls of this villa were reinforced, so the fact that it penetrated so deeply was proof enough of the incredible sharpness of the arrowhead made of the bioalloy. Su Jintang smiled with satisfaction, pulled out the arrow, then turned and picked up his communicator to call for repairs. In the afternoon, the people in the villa woke up and came downstairs. Song Tianqi, yawning, shouted, "I'm going crazy. I watched replays of other teams' battles all night." Yin Yuding, already seated at the table eating, looked up and replied, "I also stayed up late watching the replays. The other teams are all pretty strong. I wonder how far we can go without our special abilities." Shui Zhongqi leaned back lazily on the sofa, fanning himself with his newly acquired folding fan. "I mean, if we really make it to the semi-finals, could we use our less noticeable special abilities a little?" We see, replied Su Jintang, who happened to be coming downstairs. Su Jintang went to the table, picked up a piece of bread, and popped it into his mouth. I saw the tournament organizers notice this morning. We're drawing lots tonight to choose our opponents for the second round of the qualifying matches. Class monitor. I've been having good luck lately, so I suggest I try my luck in the second round of the draw? Song Tianqi rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. Su Jintang turned to look at him, but before she could speak, Shui Zhengqi shoved Song Tianqi away. No, don't believe him, he's ruthless. What if he picks the strongest team from the top half of the bracket? Yan Yuding quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, let the class monitor draw the lots. Su Jintang hesitated. All right then. That afternoon, at the draw area for the superpowered individuals competition, all the teams gathered again. After the 5 members of the masked squad, who had stole the show in the first match, appeared, they immediately became the focus of attention. Various probing and suspicious glances were cast their way. Su Jintang led her team into the draw area, then stood aloofly with her arms crossed. The members of the Silver Light team next door were all sizing her up. Everyone could see that the person standing in the very center was the core of the masked squad. Huai Yangxiu was also staring at her, his fighting spirit undisguised. All teams are present. We will now begin random opponent matching, the staff member announced. All eyes turned to the large screen in front of them. The names of each team flashed rapidly on the screen, with the words masked squad appearing particularly frequently. 3 seconds later, everything stopped. Su Jintang looked up, her gaze falling on the 8th line, masked squad versus Dragon Slayer team. Yan Yuding muttered softly, which team is Dragon Slayer team? These past few days, Teacher Wu had led them through information on many strong teams, but they had never heard a Dragon Slayer team before. Shui Zhongqi fanned himself and added, probably a small team with little threat. Su Jintang also looked around but couldn't find anyone. At this moment, Jiang Shi suddenly pointed in a direction, probably that team. Su Jintang looked in the direction she was pointing. 5 members of the team, dressed in red uniforms adorned with dragon patterns, stood nervously. Their uniforms certainly lived up to their name, the Dragon Slayer team. The captain, standing at the head of the group, looked anxious, glancing nervously at Su Jintang's position every now and then before quickly looking away, like a mouse seeing a cat. Seeing this, Su Jintang nodded in confirmation. I guess it's them. After drawing their opponents, Su Jintang and his team turned sharply and coldly in unison, heading towards the exit of the draw area, leaving behind only a row of dashing figures. The members of the other teams around them exchanged silent glances, their wariness of this masked squad growing even stronger. Except for the first round of qualifying matches, which were to be played immediately after the draw, the subsequent matches would give them a day to plan their tactics after the opponents were drawn. Back in the villa area, Song Tianqi quickly removed his ghost mask. Phew, I was suffocating. Actually, no one required the 5 of them to act aloof and mysterious, but once they put on the masks, they unconsciously adopted the persona, and so this cold-blooded persona stuck. Yan Yuding was also feeling the pinch, quickly removing his mask and tossing it into his bracelet storage space, then fanning himself. No, this ruthless killer persona must be maintained until the very end. Only then will it live up to our masked squad's name. Su Jintang removed his mask, and was the first to push open the door and enter the courtyard. Everyone, take a break. We meet in the conference room later to discuss the Dragon Slayer team. No need to rest, let's talk straight. Judging from the Dragon Slayer team's performance today, they didn't seem very threatening. Shui Zhongqi followed behind, fanning himself. Jiang Shi cautiously added, they might have deliberately acted that way to trick us into underestimating them. Finally, the 5 unanimously decided not to rest and immediately began planning their tactics. Su Jintang nestled in her chair, arms crossed. The Dragon Slayer team's opponent was Silver Light Military Academy. From the battle replay, it's clear they were instantly wiped out, without a chance to fight back. Yan Yuding frowned. That doesn't really tell us how strong the Dragon Slayer team is. Shui Zhongqi, who was researching, raised his fan. Found it. The Dragon Slayer team is a new participant this year. They're first-year students at Crimson Ridge Military Academy. They're probably just here for fun. Crimson Ridge Military Academy? Su Jintang looked up in surprise. Song Tianqi also looked up. Isn't that the military academy Duo went to? Unaware of the situation, Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding exchanged a glance. What Duo? Song Tianqi quickly recounted how the 3 of them had risen from lower-level star regions. Shui Zhongqi immediately became alert. Class monitor, We agreed not to let old friendships get in the way of letting the other side win. Yin Yuding nodded jealously in agreement. We can't forget about us newcomers just because they're old friends. Song Tianqi quickly waved his hand. Don't worry, Duo wasn't on that team today, otherwise we would have recognized her already. Without her, why would we let them win? As they chatted, Su Jintang had already opened the communicator screen and sent a message to Song Duo. What are you busy with? Song Duo was probably also free, and immediately replied, I'm worried about my classmates. They signed up for that superhuman competition this year, but they had terrible luck in the first round, losing to the Silver Light Military Academy. And now, in the second round, they drew that masked squad again. Su Jintang fell silent. Song Duo continued her monologue. The masked squad is that team that's been all the rage these past few days. In their first match against the Tianao team, they won with just one member. It's terrifying, and that member didn't even use their special ability at the end, meaning they weren't using their full strength. By the way, what did you want to talk to me about? Song Duo suddenly asked. Su Jintang, nothing. She quickly put away the communicator screen, acting as if nothing had happened, and continued listening. By this time, Shui Shengqi and the others had already gathered information on all the members of the Dragon Slayer team. The strongest member of the Dragon Slayer team is their captain, a peak second-tier fighter. His special ability is summoning mechanical beasts to fight. The others are nothing to worry about. Shui Zhongqi quickly shared the intelligence. Song Tianqi leaned back. There's nothing more to discuss then, let's just do it tomorrow. The usually cautious Jiangxi, after seeing this intelligence, didn't say anything more, only nodded. Su Jintang slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Okay, meeting adjourned. With that, she was the first to turn and leave the meeting room. As the saying goes, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. Regarding the competition, she could only apologize to Duo. At this moment, the 5 members of the Dragon Slayer team anxiously huddled together, pacing back and forth in the room in a panic. What are we going to do? We were unlucky enough in the first match, and now the second one is even worse. If we lose again, we definitely won't be able to advance. It's okay, we just signed up to experience it. Don't put so much pressure on yourselves. Song Duo, leaning against the other sofa, put away her communicator and looked up at her classmate. That's right, we only been in military academy for a short time. Our strength isn't as good as others. It's normal to lose. Captain Yao Wenyu sighed softly. But I heard that the average age of the 5 members of the masked squad is no more than 16. So they should be the same age as us. And the Silver Light Military Academy team too. Same age, different fate. Song Duo smiled, stood up, walked to Yao Wenyu, and patted him on the shoulder. Good luck. I specially spent a lot of money to buy tickets for tomorrow's live performance. I come and see how you do. Yao Wenyu was on the verge of tears. You wasted your money. I guess tomorrow we just watch them get completely crushed. The next morning, the sky was bright. The highly anticipated second round of the superpowered individuals competition is about to begin. Early in the morning, a long queue formed outside the competition venue, filled with spectators waiting to enter. Song Duo, who had gotten up especially early, was among the first few in the queue. Section C, row 23, turn left after going in. The staff member finished checking her ticket and pointed in a direction. Song Duo nodded politely and turned to enter the venue. Just then, a gasp suddenly came from the adjacent contestant entrance. The contestant entrance and the audience entrance were separated only by a protective glass partition, allowing a clear view of the other side. Song Duo turned her head curiously. She saw 5 people wearing ghost masks slowly walking in through the contestant entrance. The leader, hands in his pockets, walked step by step. Song Duo paused, stunned. The way this masked team leader walked looked familiar. But she couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. Masked Squad, Fearless Advance. Ah, it really is the Masked Squad. They're so cool. After just that one match, a frenzy of support for the Masked Squad swept the internet, and overnight, many more Masked Squad fans appeared. Su Jintang, who had just entered the passage, also heard this cheer. She hesitated, stopping and looking to the side. She saw a row of fans holding colorful Masked Squad victory fluorescent signs, standing opposite her, shouting and screaming wildly. Wow, we have fans now. Song Tianqi said in a low voice, surprised. Shui Zhongqi's lips, hidden behind his mask, slightly curved upwards as he bowed politely to the row of fans in thanks. This gesture elicited another round of screams and exclamations. Su Jintang looked away and continued leading the group towards the passage entrance. Chapter 80. With only half an hour left before the masked squad's second qualifying match, the stands were already packed. One entire area was dedicated to masked squad fans, their shouts and cheers ringing out clearly throughout the arena. Su Jintang and his group of 5 arrived at the players' waiting area and began their warm-up exercises. Across from them was the waiting area for the Dragon Slayer team. The 5 players opposite them were also warming up, their gazes darting around, appearing distracted. Li Xiang, the host, soon appeared on the stage under the spotlight. He raised the microphone and greeted the surrounding audience. "Hello everyone, I'm your referee for this match, Li Xiang. In 20 minutes, we begin the second round of the points competition for all teams. The next 2 teams to take the stage are the Masked Squad and the Dragon Slayer team. Both teams have very young players, and this is their first time participating in our superpowered individuals competition. In the first round of the points competition, the Masked Squad delivered an amazing performance, securing their first victory and attracting countless viewers' attention. What kind of performance will they bring us today? Please stay tuned." Of course, the Dragon Slayer team is also a formidable team. Although they experienced some setbacks in the last round of the points competition, no pain, no gain. I believe they must have regained their composure and are ready to give it their all in today's competition. Now, we will begin randomly selecting the 2 teams for their match. Li Xiang turned and pointed to the floating light screen behind him. The data above the screen began to bounce wildly. 3 seconds later, the battle mode was set to 2v2 and 3v3 mixed team battles. Li Xiang's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. The audience here today is in for a treat. The mixed team battle is the most exciting team battle event in our competition. The first 2 rounds are 2v2 and 3v3 team battles respectively. If the first 2 rounds are tied, then the 5v5 large team battle mode will be activated, with the final round determining the winner. There are still 18 minutes until the official start of the competition. Let's continue to wait patiently. As soon as he finished speaking, the spotlight suddenly disappeared, and the arena returned to darkness. Su Jintang withdrew his gaze and looked at the people behind him. We proceed according to Teacher Wu's arrangement. The first round is 2v2, with Song Tianqi and Sister Shi going up. The second round is me, Shui Zhongqi, and Yuding. Song Tianqi smiled and rolled up his sleeves, having looked forward to this day for a long time. Finally, it's my turn to go up. Jiangxi remained calm, silently taking out her magical weapon, a rocket launcher, and slung it over her shoulder, ready to go on stage at any moment. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many viewers. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. "Wow, they're carrying a rocket launcher into the arena. Is that a custom-made magical weapon? This masked squad really gives off a mechanical futuristic military academy vibe. Everyone fights using magical weapons." 2 seconds of silence for the Dragon Slayer team. I have a feeling they're going to get a proper burial today. Let me bet on whether anyone in the masked squad will use superpowers today. Time flew by. Li Xiang reappeared on the stage, this time riding a flying hover ball with handles. He held one handle and a microphone in the other. "Hello everyone, viewers in the arena and the live stream. The upcoming match is a 2v2 team battle. I will continue to serve as the chief referee for this match. Next, please welcome the members of both teams to the stage." Su Jintang glanced at Song Tianqi and cautioned, "Tone it down, don't be too presumptuous." Song Tianqi coughed lightly and immediately saluted, "Understood." After replying, Song Tianqi turned and stepped onto the steps leading to the arena, his smile fading and his expression becoming serious. Jiangxi remained calm throughout and followed suit. With a snap, a spotlight shone on the arena. The 2 members of the Dragon Slayer team stepped onto the stage. They both looked a little nervous, taking a deep breath before calming down slightly. "Greetings, gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. I am Hot Air Balloon, at the peak of the 2nd level of mental power," Song Tianqi said with a smile. Then, it was Jiangxi's turn, Cold-Blooded Assassin, at the 4th level of mental power. The audience was shocked. Level 4 mental strength? Did she slip up, or am I hallucinating? Isn't the masked squad supposed to have an average age of under 16? How could someone at level 4 appear? The 2 Dragon Slayer team members opposite them were also dumbfounded. A level 4 mental strength was 2 levels higher than theirs. This cold-blooded assassin alone could easily crush them both. Li Xiang, still flying back and forth in the air on his hovering ball, paid closer attention to Jiangxi, then raised the microphone and announced, "2v2 duel, now begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the safety shield around the arena instantly rose. All eyes immediately fell on the arena. Song Tianqi immediately charged towards the opposite side, like a cannonball, the shattered star gauntlets on his hands shimmering faintly, and under the effect of the amplification runes, the strength in his arms rapidly increased. This was the most suitable magical weapon he had carefully selected recently, the shattering star gauntlets. After wearing them, his arm strength and attack power would triple, and strikes would also inflict a slight fire attribute burning effect. In the blink of an eye, Song Tianqi had already rushed in front of the two opponents. He chuckled, raised his fist, and slammed it into the man's abdomen with a powerful, explosive strike. Sparks spilled from the gauntlets, and the male teammate was instantly knocked back. His companion quickly summoned his special ability. An ancient bronze mirror slowly appeared before him, the light in the scene refracting through the mirror and curving towards Song Tianqi. The mirror of reflection, capable of refracting all light, the refracted light possessing corrosive damage. Sensing the dangerous aura of the light, Song Tianqi's expression changed slightly, and he quickly rolled to the side. A pool of charred ash quickly appeared on the ground swept by the light. At this moment, Jiang Shi, carrying a rocket launcher, began firing across the entire area. She chose this magical weapon mainly because it resembled her own superpower, making it easier to use. The flaming case shell exploded on the arena, kicking up plumes of thick smoke. The two members of the Dragon Slayer team looked panicked and quickly turned to dodge. "Sis, flank from the left," Song Tianqi shouted, then quickly stood up and rushed forward. Jiang Shi temporarily put away the rocket launcher and quickly surrounded them from the left. The two members of the Dragon Slayer team were so focused on dodging the shell attacks that they didn't realize they were already surrounded. The billowing smoke from the explosions completely obscured their vision. They stood back to back, maintaining their defensive posture. Where did they go? The guy on the left realized something was wrong and quickly looked around for someone. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Shi had already rushed up behind the two. She expressionlessly grabbed their necks. The suppression of their mental power level rendered them powerless to resist. Song Tianqi, who had flanked them from the other side, also rushed towards them with his fist raised. The two men, their necks being choked, gradually turned red and began to gasp for breath. "We surrender," shouted the left-hand player. Li Xiang, on the hovering sphere, immediately announced, 2v2 duel, masked team wins. Less than 3 minutes had passed since the start of the match. The arena was silent. Various surprised and astonished gazes fell upon Jiang Shi and her companion. Upon hearing that Jiang Shi was a 4th-tier ability user, everyone had little doubt about the match. They all knew the masked team was a sure winner. But witnessing the masked team win in less than 3 minutes still left them feeling surprised. Song Tianqi stood tall, hands on his hips, waving with a smile to the spectators in the stands. Outsiders couldn't see his expression beneath the mask, but his posture conveyed the smugness of this hot air balloon competitor. The match ended. Jiang Shi put away his rocket launcher, silently turned, and walked off the stage, leaving only a cool, aloof silhouette for the audience. The codename Cold-Blooded Assassin was truly fitting. Masked Squad. Masked Squad. The fans in the stands began chanting again. Song Duo, sitting in the front row, frowned deeply, her expression no longer as relaxed as before. She had thought she could put up a fight, but she was utterly crushed in the first match. The second match is even more unpredictable. The intermission is 10 minutes. Song Tianqi jumped off the stage with a relaxed air and went to Su Jintang to boast, "Class monitor, how was my performance?" "Not bad," Su Jintang replied casually. She turned her head, crossed her arms in front of her, and looked at Shui Zhongqi and Yan Yuding. "Get ready, the three of us will go up next time." Yan Yuding rubbed her hands excitedly. "All right." Shui Zhongqi tossed his hair. "It's my turn to show off again." At this moment, Li Xiang, who was taking a break backstage, approached the competition staff. "Did you figure out the true strength of these 5 members of the masked squad?" The staff member had been watching the entire match, but he only shook his head. The two who went up this time didn't use their special abilities, so it's impossible to tell their specific strength. Li Xiang raised his hand to stroke his chin, pondering for a moment. Their average age is no more than 16, but they actually have a 4th-level ability user. If I'm not mistaken, these 5 members of the masked squad are definitely students from the 5 major military academies. The staff member raised an eyebrow. "I think so too. I'm just not sure which military academy they sent." Li Xiang slightly raised his lips and muttered, "Masked squad, interesting." 10 minutes later, the second 3v3 team battle began. Su Jintang and her 2 companions, along with the remaining 3 members of the Dragon Slayer team, stepped onto the arena and began their polite self-introductions. Jade Fox of the masked squad, a 2nd-tier ability user, Yan Yuding introduced himself with a smile. Next came Shui Zhongqi, Big Watermelon of the masked squad, a second-tier ability user. Although he had already been on stage before, the audience couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing the codename Big Watermelon. Finally, all eyes fell on Su Jineng. Everyone knew that Su Jintang was the core member of their masked squad, and everyone was eagerly awaiting her words. Dry Rice Man of the masked squad, a peak third-tier ability user, Su Jintang stepped forward and said calmly. Her voice carried through the loudspeaker. Holy crap. This masked squad is too strong. They got another peak third-tier ability user? The audience murmured in the stands.